Chapter 1, Welcome to Sky Island Paradise. In an office building in Shenyang City, two colleagues were chatting. Hey guys, let's clock out early today and play a few rounds of Chaos in Shanghai 3C tonight? One of them said. Another reply, sure, it's been a while since I last played. Let's call Han Xing along too. Hearing someone call my name, I didn't respond immediately, keeping my head down as I continued playing on my phone. I was playing a pixel-style survival adventure game called Sky Island Paradise. With its fresh art style and upbeat music, players start on a floating block, needing to explore other drifting cubes, scavenge for supplies, and expand their territory. As I played more, I realized this game wasn't as simple as it seemed. Exploring would unexpectedly trigger various side quests with branching choices, each decision seeming to influence the story's direction. These interconnected side quests appeared to weave together into what might become a grand main narrative. Moreover, the game characters' dialogues were richly developed. When conversing with them, their genuine emotional expressions made me feel like I was interacting with real people. Following the questline reveals fragments of buried history one after another. All this made me wonder, is this really a pixel-style game under 100 megabytes? I was instantly hooked. At that very moment, a notification popped up on the phone screen. Game maintenance will begin in 10 minutes. New version content is coming soon, stay tuned. Maintenance? Hasn't the game just started its beta testing a few days ago? As I was puzzling over this, a burly figure appeared beside me. It was Cheng Jianyong. He patted my shoulder and squinted with a smile. Whose video are you scrolling through? Some beauty? You didn't even hear me talking to you. I put away my phone. I heard you. I'm just surprised. The department hasn't hit its quota this month, and Chen Ergo keeps watching us from his office all day. How dare you skip overtime? Prejudice Young chuckled boldly. Overtime? Screw that. With such a meager salary, they expect me to kill myself for them every day? Even if a god descended today, I swear I'm clocking out early, he declared with absolute certainty, while I looked at him with undisguised skepticism. Beside us, Xin Yun in his tailored suit chuckled. Han Xing, don't listen to this guy's bragging. This poor bastard stepped right from graduation into the shackles of marriage. Not like us free souls, when one man eats, the whole family's fed. If he doesn't work overtime, who's going to feed his wife and kids? Xin Yun, Cheng Jianyong, and I had graduated from the same university. For 4 years we'd shared a dorm room, bonded over common interests, and now worked at the same company. These two were the only real friends I had. Cheng Jianyong, having been called out by Xin Yun, wore a hint of embarrassment on his somewhat weathered face and muttered softly, OCC. Occasionally one day is fine. Xin Yun and I exchanged knowing smiles. I said, speaking of which, it's been a long time since we played games together. A nostalgic expression crossed Xin Yun's face. Yeah, I really miss those college days. Just then, a figure appeared behind us. If you miss school so much, why don't you just go back? Hearing that voice, none of us had a good feeling. It was Chen Huaibua, our department manager. Behind his back, we called him Chen Two Dog, the boss's loyal lapdog. Chen Huaibua glared and demanded, what are you three discussing? Sales targets unmet, yet you're thinking of gaming? Good for nothings. Complaining after just a few days overtime, are you pampered little princesses? Tell me, do you even want this job anymore? Quit now if you don't. Don't hog the toilet if you're not going to shit. There are fresh graduates everywhere desperate for jobs nowadays. If you won't do it, plenty of others will. Disrespectful little brats. Xin Yun took a step forward and said coldly, watch your damn mouths. His voice wasn't loud, but carried an unmistakable firmness. The office fell silent instantly. Other employees cautiously peeked out, seemingly unable to believe someone dared to confront Chen Huaibua directly. What did you say? Chen Huaibua's face darkened. Do you honestly believe I won't call the boss right now and have you packing your things immediately? Xin Yun was about to speak when I waved my hand to stop him. Turning to Chen Huaibua, I said, stop yelling. Isn't it obvious? You just want to drive us away so you can replace us with your relatives. Chen Huaibua, do you really think no one notices your little schemes? I said with undisguised contempt. You, who you what? Go ahead and report me to the boss if you dare, see if he'll actually fire us. I had nothing to fear, after all, even if the department's performance was poor. We three were still the ones who contributed the most. Chen Huaibua was so furious he stepped forward to grab my collar, when Cheng Jianyong suddenly blocked his path and narrowed his eyes, saying, Chen Ergo, you really want to start something here? His towering physique radiated an intimidating aura. Chen Huaibua's outstretched hand quickly retreated, his face twisting with discomfort. I was just about to advise Cheng Jianyong not to escalate things here, but before the words could leave my mouth, everything suddenly went black before my eyes. Then, everyone heard the system announcement ring in their ears. The new game update has been completed. In 3 minutes, all humans on Blue Star will be integrated into this game. Game notice, this is a world without land, where countless islands of varying sizes float in the sky. Each island conceals both opportunity and danger, but first and foremost, you must find a way to survive. Soon after, a hovering plot of land will be generated for every player. This is your core territory. The the foundation for building your sky island in the future. Once destroyed, you will lose everything. You can maneuver your territory through the air, approach islands shrouded in clouds, explore them to gather survival resources, or even occupy these islands to expand your domain. Islands may hold great fortunes, but they may also harbor terrible dangers. Each of you has only one life to live, the consequence of failure is death. Choose your actions carefully. Vulnerable groups such as the elderly and children will be placed with their respective relatives 1 month after the game begins. Now, welcome to Sky Island Paradise. When my vision cleared, I found myself floating at an altitude tens of thousands of meters high. Looking down, there was only emptiness, no land in sight. At this great height, a gentle breeze blew, clouds drifted by, and overwhelming fear flooded my mind. Then, a status panel appeared before my eyes. Name, Han Xing, race, human, class, none, level, LV0, strength, 3, agility, 2, spirit, 4, stamina, 5, skills, none, blessings, none. Immediately after, another system prompt followed. Please choose your class system as soon as possible. Currently divided into 5 major factions: warrior, mage, cleric, hunter, and rogue. When players reach a certain level, they can advance their profession using a class advancement scroll. I froze for a moment, my initial panic gradually faded, replaced by overwhelming excitement. We actually get to choose a class. What's more, these 5 class factions are identical to those in that mobile game I'd played before. Although I hadn't played that mobile game for long, compared to the others here, I had a deeper understanding of these classes. These 5 major classes each have their own specialties. Warriors excel in melee combat, capable of advancing into swordsmen or berserkers, with elite professions being sword masters and frenzied warlords. Mages manipulate elemental magic to deal damage, able to specialize as elementalists or illusionists, with advanced professions being elemental archons and weavers. The other 3 classes also each have 2 specialization paths and progression routes. Most people likely can only choose from these 10 professions. I thought to myself, I played as a hunter before, so sticking with hunter now will let me leverage my strengths. Moreover, when I played the mobile game, I overheard an NPC mention a hidden hunter specialization. That hidden class is called the Wildstalker. If the early game progression matches the mobile version, I'll gain the upper hand by securing this hidden specialization first. At this thought, I was just about to choose the hunter class when a solemn notification echoed in my mind. Player Han Xing's fate detected to be highly compatible with this world. Your innate talent, Legendary Artisan, has been activated. I had obtained an SSS tier talent, Legendary Artisan, SSS tier, hidden and unique. This talent was insane. Crafting any item would never fail, and the chance of producing high-quality items was significantly increased. I froze for a moment, unable to contain my shock. Holy sh! The system notified me that I had successfully selected the hunter profession, my initial equipment had been distributed, and my personal territory had been successfully generated. Suddenly, a square floating block measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height appeared thousands of meters high in the air. Standing on it felt like stepping on grass, but the sight of the vast height beneath my feet made my legs go weak. At some point, a faded wooden bow appeared in my hands, and a quiver holding 10 arrows materialized at my waist. Item information flashed before my eyes. This wooden longbow, white, was crudely crafted, with an attack power of 6 to 8 and no special effects. Made of oak and sinew, fully drawn it could damage ordinary 1-star creatures. The arrows X10, white, were equally rough, just sharpened wooden sticks with an attack power of 1 to 2 and no special effects. Gripping the longbow tightly, I finally felt a sliver of confidence now that I had a weapon. Looking around, I noticed many clouds of varying sizes and colors floating in the sky, some as massive as mountains, others no bigger than my current territory, roughly the size of a table. I know how this game works. Hidden among these clouds are floating islands where players must scavenge for early game resources like food and drinking water. I need to explore the other sky islands to find supplies as soon as possible, otherwise I'll soon die of thirst or starvation. I started manipulating the blocks beneath my feet to move forward. After more than 10 minutes, my lips had gone completely dry. These clouds may look close, but they're actually far away. Moving at the speed of these beginner-level blocks, my maximum progress is 10 km per hour, less than 3 meters per second. Although advancing the territory level would increase movement speed, right now it's painfully slow. 10 more minutes passed before I maneuvered my territory close to a small cloud. The crackling sound of electricity buzzed outside, and the system notified me that it contained active thunder elemental energy, asking if I wanted to enter. Where there's thunder elemental energy, monsters are likely lurking inside. After a moment's deliberation, I decided it was best to hold off for now. After all, this isn't a mobile game where you can respawn after dying. The system made it clear everyone only has one life. I shifted direction and kept floating. When I approached a gray thundercloud, the system warned me it seemed to conceal malevolent forces and pose danger. Without hesitation, I abandoned that path and floated off in another direction. After drifting like this for over 20 minutes an hour since entering the game, I realized navigating the Sky Islands not only drained stamina but also consumed substantial mental energy. Suddenly, stars danced before my eyes, and my throat burned with dryness. Scanning my status panel, I saw it had changed to thirsty, mentally exhausted, with an urgent reminder to rest soon. I hate this. I gritted my teeth angrily. How am I supposed to rest in such a high place? What's worse, the starting territory was barely a meter long and wide, hardly enough room to stretch without accidentally falling off. It wasn't just me. Many others had it worse. Within the first hour of arriving in this world, at least 1 million people had fallen to their deaths. No choice, I shook my head and steeled myself. I need to explore the floating islands fast, expand my territory. Eyes narrowed, I scanned the nearby clouds. At this moment, I saw a cloud about the size of my territory drifting toward me, tinged with faint streaks of green. A few minutes later, as it drew near, the system notified me that it harbored a faint vitality. My heart leaped with joy, there was hope. Without hesitation, I clicked to enter. The cloud dispersed, revealing a square patch of soil wrapped in verdant grass. At its center stood a tree less than 1 meter tall, yet with a trunk as thick as a grown man's thigh. Its crown was laden with numerous red fruits. Turns out, it was a berry tree. The berries on it could be eaten directly, replenishing both hydration and satiety. Tears of joy welled up in my eyes as I rushed to stuff the berries into my mouth. The sweet and sour juice burst forth like heavenly nectar. After eating several berries, my hunger and thirst were alleviated. There were still over 20 berries left on the tree. Rationed carefully, they could last me 2 days. Then the system prompted me, asking whether to merge this land into my territory. I immediately confirmed, and the merge succeeded. My territory expanded from a 1m x 1m x 1m cube to a 2m x 1m x 1m rectangular space, with one square still containing the berry tree. Though hunger and thirst were satisfied, my mind remained exhausted. I leaned back against the berry tree's canopy and lay down. Half an hour later, I opened my eyes to find myself having rolled to the edge of the territory without realizing it, one arm dangling in midair. I'd nearly fallen off. I gasped sharply, instantly wide awake, my heart pounding with belated fear. Couldn't help complaining. Can't even sleep in peace. How are restless sleepers supposed to survive? Simultaneously, a sense of urgency struck me. People must sleep eventually, and with the starting territory this small, the slightest movement risked a deadly plummet. Expanding the territory was critical for safety. I scanned the surrounding clouds again, most of them nearby concealed dangers, namely monsters. I knew I'd have to fight these monsters eventually, so I might as well take the initiative while I'm in good condition. But right now, I can use my advantages to boost my combat power. I've played this game before, not for long, but I know my advantage is the SSS tier talent activated upon entering the game, Divine Artisan. This talent lets me craft items without ever failing, with a high probability of producing top-tier gear. With the blueprint in the game, you can craft your own professional gear, meaning I can make equipment better than what the system gives. When I chose the hunter profession, it automatically recorded 2 equipment blueprints, wooden longbow, and wooden arrows. The wooden longbow requires logs and animal tendons, which I don't have right now. The wooden arrows are simpler to make, just tree branches will do. I looked at the berry tree behind me, broke off over a dozen branches, and the system notified me, acquired branches *17. I took a deep breath and clicked craft all. A progress bar appeared before my eyes, producing nearly 1 arrow per second. A flash of white light, and the arrows appeared. To my surprise, they were sharpened arrows, white, 17, **, high quality with an attack power of 2 to 3, plus a special effect, piercing. These arrows had a higher chance of penetrating the enemy's body, inflicting grievous wounds. Even though they were basic white tier equipment, the attack boost was significant, and the special effect was a rare bonus. Getting an effect like this was incredibly unlikely, even with green tier gear. These casual branches I'd picked up, enhanced by the Divine Artisan talent, had become special effect equipment. Truly worthy of an SSS tier talent, absolutely incredible. I picked up a wooden arrow, its tip as smooth as polished glass. A quiver could hold up to 30 arrows at most. If I could obtain some spatial storage items in the future, I'd be able to carry even more. I loaded all 17 freshly crafted arrows into my quiver. The comforting weight at my waist bolstered my confidence. My eyes locked onto a cluster of faintly glowing green clouds not far away. After trekking forward for over 10 minutes, the sky gradually darkened. I tilted my head upward, puzzled by the sight. Does this place have day and night cycles too? I murmured. I shook my head, deciding to push those thoughts aside for now. I needed to focus all my energy on the cloud mass right in front of me. When I got within a meter of that cloud, a system prompt appeared. An invisible force of elemental energy seems to be active inside. Enter. Taking a deep breath, I drew a sharpened arrow from my quiver, notched it on my bowstring, and drew back the bow. Once ready to attack, I clicked enter. As the cloud dissipated, a transparent, bouncing slime resembling a ball appeared before me. The system displayed that this was a 1-star creature, a slime, level 1, with strength 6, agility 3, spirit 4, constitution 5, and its skill was spit. The moment I saw the slime, I immediately shot the arrow in my hand. The wooden arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistle and plunged straight into the slime's gelatinous body. Startled by the sudden attack, the slime jumped several meters high in fright. I didn't hesitate and immediately loosed my second arrow, striking it dead center. The slime, having taken 2 arrows in quick succession, finally reacted. It appeared absolutely furious as it gaped its mouth wide, beginning to gather an amorphous cloud of elemental energy within. Yet before it could unleash its assault, my third arrow was already in flight. Thunk! This shot seemed to trigger a special effect. The sharpened wooden arrow didn't stop upon impact but continued driving deep into the slime's gelatinous body. Turns out this was the sharpened special effect of the carved wooden arrow. The slime's brewing attack halted mid-air, its body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. With a splat, its body suddenly burst apart, translucent mucus scattering like fireworks. I instinctively retreated 2 steps, shaking off a glob of glue-like liquid from my hand while more splattered onto my face. Pah! What the hell is this? Disgusting! As the words left my mouth, a system prompt appeared before my eyes. Level 1 slime successfully defeated. Your level has increased. Current level, LV1. Before I could react, the icy announcement of the system rang in my ears. Announcement: the first player in this region to kill a Sky Island monster has appeared. The regional channel is now open. According to the region, every 10,000 players will be assigned to the same area. Currently, players can communicate, trade, and gain more survival opportunities in the regional channel. I opened the panel and found myself assigned to Regional Channel 107. Just as I was about to enter the regional channel, the system's voice sounded again. As the first player in this region to kill a Sky Island monster, you have received the first kill reward, Spirit Core *50, Spatial Backpack, White, *1, Spatial Backpack Blueprint, White, *1. Seeing the description of the spatial backpack, I couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, it's a spatial type item. This spatial backpack has 20 inventory slots. I tried stuffing 30 arrows into it, and it only took up 1 slot, which means if I max out the capacity with arrows, I could carry 600 arrows on me. More importantly, I also got the crafting blueprint for the spatial backpack. The requirements are 1 star beast hide *1, spirit core *10, ether *20. The original success rate was 20%, but with my divine artisan talent bonus, it's now 100%. Sure enough, the success rate is still 100%. Doesn't this mean I can mass-produce spatial backpacks and trade them with other players? Spatial backpacks are extremely rare. Even after playing the mobile version for so long, I've never come across more than 2. If something like this appeared in the trading channel, it would definitely trigger a frenzy among players. But I also know now isn't the right time. In the early stages of the game, what players need most are food and water resources. Even if spatial backpacks appeared, they couldn't afford them. I entered the Area 107 channel, and the system prompt asked me, would you like to use the default name Han Xing to enter the area channel? I immediately clicked reject, then changed my name to Starry River in the area channel's personal information section. Not long after the area channel opened, the chat section was flooded with thousands of messages. These were sent by over 10,000 humans in channel 107. Is anyone there? Can someone tell me what's happening? How did I end up in the sky? Dear Buddha, oh Lord, aren't we supposed to go to heaven only after we die? Does this mean I'm already dead? But I haven't even finished paying my mortgage yet. Shen Mengting, where are you? It's your husband Wang Hongrui, respond if you hear me. Wait a minute, where's my husband? Too much was happening at once. Many people lost their composure and cried hysterically, while others desperately searched for family members and friends, hoping to find some comfort. I was sifting through all this information, knowing that suddenly finding oneself in such an unfamiliar world would indeed be hard to accept. But if they didn't adapt quickly, their fate would be exhaustion of supplies, dying of thirst or starvation. Of course, among the 10,000 survivors in Zone 107's channel, there were also some level-headed individuals who had already begun exploring this unknown world. Some started calling for help. Help! I just touched a cloud, and the system warned there's a foul-smelling presence inside. Does this mean there are monsters in it? We don't know either. Try going in and see for yourself. Fine, I'll go in and take a look. 2 seconds later, a panicked cry for help echoed through the chat channel. Holy shit, it's a sludge slime. Help! The slime jumped on me. It's stuffing me into its body. Glug, glug. The chat channel fell silent for a moment before someone cautiously asked, dude, did this guy get drowned by the sludge slime? No one responded, but this possibility was highly likely. Help! I encountered monsters too. Same here, there are so many monsters in the clouds. These monsters are terrifying. How did that server first killer manage it? Although these people adapted fairly well, compared to me, they were still a few steps behind. By the time I had already achieved the server first kill, most players were just encountering their first cloud. Of course, not everyone was so unlucky. Some of those clouds held no danger at all. Ha ha ha, you unlucky bunch. I didn't run into any monsters, found some food inside instead. If you want some, bring me water to trade. I didn't run into any monsters either, just opened a wooden crate and found a green tier stalker weapon inside. So fucking awesome. Don't ask me about trading, nothing but water and food, nothing else. I lowered my head and thought the most urgently needed resources right now must be water and food. I entered the trading channel, where densely packed transaction messages filled the screen. 20 crushed stone pieces can be thrown as hidden weapons, requires food. 10 units of slime residue magical material, exchange for 200 milliliters of water. 1-star beast hide *1, premium quality material, can be used to craft equipment or exchanged for 3 units of water or food. The words beast hide made my eyes light up. My newly acquired backpack blueprint required precisely 1-star beast hide among its materials. In Sky Island Paradise, each player could equip 2 backpacks, and I still had room for 1 more. Moreover, with my divine artisan talent bonus, the backpack I crafted would likely surpass the system-rewarded one in attributes, just like the wooden arrows. With good luck, if I can get another special effect, it would greatly boost my survival abilities. But this guy selling beast hides is asking for way too much, straight up demanding 3 units of water, which equals 3,000 milliliters. We've only just arrived in this world, who could possibly have that much water to spare all at once? I knew he intentionally set the price so high as a bargaining tactic, so I clicked on the private chat. His name was Emperor Griefwind. I sent a message over, bro, 3 berries for a 1-star beast hide. The Breeze Emperor replied, 3? Are you trying to beggar me off? I continued to persuade him, 3 is plenty. You don't have the blueprint to craft anything right now, so holding onto that hide is useless. Better to convert it into resources you can actually use. In this world, the most important thing is making sure you survive first. But the other party wouldn't budge, no way. I nearly lost my life getting this 1-star hide. It took every ounce of my strength, at least 10 berries, or no deal. Hearing this, I suddenly laughed. Ha, are you kidding yourself? A 1-star beast hide only drops from 1-star beasts. With your current stats, how could you possibly take one on? You must have gotten lucky picking this up from some other Sky Island. Emperor Sadwind looked shocked. How'd you know all these details? I chuckled, of course unwilling to tell him I'd actually played this game before. I continued. So you see, 1-star beast hide isn't particularly valuable. If you wait until after tomorrow to sell, you'd be lucky to get 3 berries for it. Truth was, I was lying to him. Beast hide had multiple uses as core crafting material, there'd never be shortage of buyers. The Emperor of Sorrowful Winds seemed to be intimidated by me and cautiously asked, "Oh really?" He seemed somewhat convinced. But 3 berries are still too few. How about you add a bit more? Fine, 5 berries. Any more and I won't take it. Deal, he hurriedly agreed. Immediately after, the system notification appeared. Survivor Emperor of Sorrowful Winds has sent you a trade request. I clicked agree, and both parties placed their items in the trade window, confirming the transaction. Soon, 5 berries disappeared from my backpack, and a fresh piece of animal hide appeared on the ground of my territory. A hint of joy flickered across my face. Great, now I have both materials needed to craft a spatial backpack. All that's left is the ether. Ether is a material that only drops from certain magic-type monsters. Scanning the trade channel, I noticed those selling it only wanted water and food in exchange. There are still 19 berries left on the berry tree in my territory. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, I can no longer trade berries with others. However, while I can't trade berries, I still possess another game changer, sharpened wooden arrows. I've already verified the arrow's potency during battle. With just 3 shots triggering their special effect, I instantly defeated a level 1 monster slime. In a regional channel with tens of thousands of players, there must be many who chose the hunter profession. They'd undoubtedly recognize the effectiveness of these wooden arrows. Sure enough, as soon as I posted the consignment information, it immediately caused a stir in the chat channel. Holy crap, fine quality wooden arrows, and they come with special effects. Damn, the attack power is almost double my wooden arrows. That's insane. Players who chose the hunter class are in luck. Give me a few of these arrows, and I dare to challenge the monsters in the clouds. Who's got ether materials? Go trade now. This pro is currently offering 1 arrow for 10 ether. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 of my consigned wooden arrows were traded out, netting me a total of 50 ether. Perfect. I've gathered all the materials for crafting a dimensional backpack. A smirk curled at the corner of my lips. Just as I was about to start crafting the dimensional backpack, 2 system notifications suddenly appeared before my eyes. Survivor Chang Jianyong requests to add you as a friend. Survivor Shinyun requests to add you as a friend. Wow! Shinyun exclaimed in surprise. Ha! You can actually add someone as a friend just by searching their name. Chang Jianyong shouted excitedly, Brother Xing, I finally found you. I've been searching everywhere for you. I said with a deadpan expression, unless I'm remembering wrong. It hasn't even been half a day since we last saw each other, right? Half a day? Feels like more than half a year to me. Brother Xing, you have no idea what I've been through. Chang Jianyong was whining like a resentful wife. Not wanting to listen to his lengthy complaints, I cut straight to the point. Let's talk in the group chat. After adding each other as friends, the 3 of us quickly created a shared discussion group. As soon as I joined, I got straight to business. How are you guys holding up now? Shin Yun replied immediately. I'm doing okay. Ever since entering the game, I've been approaching those islands shrouded in clouds and avoiding any that felt dangerous. I finally found a safe one just now and have already expanded my territory. I nodded. I'm around the same progress. Cheng Jianyong looked surprised upon hearing this. Damn, you guys are already merging islands? Every island I've encountered so far has been full of monsters. The system warned me I'm suffering from hunger and dehydration. My mouth feels parched and my head's getting foggy. You're such a noob, Shin Yun said disdainfully. Back in school you were always the worst at games. Now we're all in another world and you're still just as terrible. Cheng Jianyong gave an awkward chuckle in response. I said seriously, Jianyong, when you approach those clouds, pay close attention to the system prompts. You need to expand your territory quickly, or things will get dangerous once your mental state deteriorates further. Cheng Jianyong tensed up instantly upon hearing this. Danger? You mean if we faint and fall to our deaths? Yes. Shit. I don't want to die yet, I've got a wife and kids. Xing, Yun, save me. Cheng Jianyong's desperate screams echoed through the group chat. Come on, Shin Yun scoffed. With your star brother and Yun brother here, do you really think we'd let you die? Look what this is. On the local network, Shin Yun sent an item description. Spring water, 600 milliliters, drinkable directly. Holy shit, it's water. Cheng Jianyong exclaimed. Quick, give me a few sips, I'm dying of thirst here. Shin Yun chuckled. Want some water, eh? Sure. But you've got to call me something first. Cheng Jianyong instantly grasped his meaning and stammered awkwardly, Brother Yun, this isn't really appropriate. I'm a married man, after all. Say it or I'm drinking this myself. Godfather. Cheng Jianyong capitulated instantly. Shin Yun let out a hearty laugh before trading 200 milliliters of spring water to Cheng Jianyong. At this moment, I also received a trade request from Shin Yun. Brother Xing, drink some water to tide you over for now. I didn't decline. Although water is an incredibly precious resource right now, given the relationship between the three of us, there's no need to be so calculating. Besides, I genuinely needed to replenish some fluids right now. Though the berries were sweet, they couldn't satisfy my body's hydration needs. After the transaction was completed, a small puddle appeared on my territory. Since I had no container, I had to quickly drink the spring water from the ground. I drank all the spring water from the ground in one gulp, and my mind instantly cleared up a little. At this moment, Jian Young exclaimed excitedly, Damn, finally alive again. If only we had some food right now, that would be perfect. I've got food here, I'll trade it over to you. I plucked 10 berries from the berry bush and gave 5 to each of them. Thanks, Brother Xing. Thank you, Brother Xing. I smiled. The scene felt oddly familiar, bringing back memories of teaming up with them during our school days for gaming sessions. Shin Yun and Cheng Jianyong also seemed deeply moved. Shin Yun sighed, never thought there'd come a day when all of humanity would be transported to another world together. Right? What's even crazier is that even in another world, the three of us still ended up teaming up. Cheng Jianyong said with a touch of nostalgia, since graduating, it's just been endless work and overtime shifts. I'd almost forgotten what gaming even felt like. I chuckled. Alright, everyone, hurry up and explore the other floating islands, gather resources, and strengthen yourselves. I didn't tell the other two that I'd played this game before, it wouldn't make much difference anyway. At that moment, I checked the function panel and opened the blueprint section. All 3 materials needed to craft the dimensional backpack were now collected. Time to start crafting. I couldn't help but feel excited. With my divine artisan talent enhancing the dimensional backpack blueprint, I wondered what special effects it might bring. I reached out and clicked craft. Before my eyes, a 10-second progress bar appeared. Then, with a flash of white light, the system notification arrived. Successfully crafted spatial backpack, white, *1, spatial backpack, white, quality, excellent, storage space, 30, special effect, vitality, constitution +4. Damn, awesome. I couldn't help but exclaim at the attributes. Compared to the spatial backpack rewarded from the first kill bonus, this new backpack not only had a larger capacity but also came with an additional constitution boosting effect. And not just by 1 or 2 points, it was a whopping 4 points. You have to understand, after killing that slime and reaching level 1, my constitution had only increased by 2 points. But this backpack gave me 4 points, equivalent to leveling up twice in constitution. That's terrifyingly powerful. I cheerfully equipped the new backpack, causing my status panel to change. Name, Han Xing, race, human, class, hunter, level, LV1. Strength, 4, agility, 5, spirit, 4, stamina, 7 + 4. Skill, basic archery mastery. Talent, divine craftsman, SSS, condition, excellent. My stamina value has broken through double digits. Now I feel like I have boundless energy, even itching to perform chest-crushing boulders on the spot. Dealing with slimes would be much easier now. Controlling my Sky Island, I continued moving forward. After leveling up to 1, my Sky Island's movement speed increased significantly, reaching 5 meters per second. In the early stages, every level up grants a 2 meter per second speed boost. Though it's still somewhat slow, it's sufficient for now. Soon, I encountered a gray cloud. The system prompted, biological activity detected inside. Proceed to enter? Just like before, I drew my bowstring taut before confirming entry. This is the hunter's advantage. The clouds parted, revealing 2 blocks, and a creature with thick gray-brown fur emerged. Its slender limbs and exposed fangs clearly marked it as a wolf. Forest wolf, 1-star creature. Level, LV1, Strength, 5, Agility, 7, Spirit, 4, Constitution, 8, Skill, Bite. This forest wolf was clearly much stronger than the slimes encountered before, its imposing frame over 1.5 meters tall radiating intense pressure, with piercing eyes brimming with killing intent. Spotting me, it lunged forward in an instant. But fast as it was, I was faster. The moment it pounced, I released a finely sharpened arrow. The arrow struck true, hitting the forest wolf's right eye. At this moment, less than 3 meters separated my floating island from its own, with empty space between us. The wolf let out a pained howl as its eye was severely wounded, abruptly skidding to a stop and nearly tumbling from the great height. In the early stages of the game, hunters have few skills and must prevent enemies from closing in during combat. I quickly maneuvered the Sky Island territory to retreat and create distance. At that moment, the system prompted, warning, 1-star creatures have an aggro range of 10 meters. Beyond this distance, they will disengage from combat, and the Sky Island will revert to an unexplored state. An unexplored state means being shrouded in clouds, impervious to external attacks. 10 meters is plenty. I controlled the territory to retreat swiftly. Exhaling lightly, an arrow materialized in my hand as I notched it and fired again. 3 consecutive arrows, 2 hits, 1 miss. The timber wolf howled in pain, trapped within a 2 cubic meter block with no room to maneuver, clearly kiked by me. A classic hunter's tactic. I fired 4 more arrows, another 2 hits, 2 misses. I was fairly satisfied with this accuracy. Considering the 9-meter distance from the timber wolf, maintaining both safety and this level of precision wasn't bad. Choosing the hunter class had granted me the starter skill Basic Archery Mastery, which made bow handling instinctive. As I leveled up and agility improved, so would my accuracy. The forest wolf had 5 arrows sticking out of it, looking pitiful but still standing. Creatures on the floating islands had tenacious vitality. That slime earlier, I was just lucky the 3rd arrow triggered the sharpness effect. I shot 2 more arrows, and finally, the forest wolf whimpered and collapsed. Successfully killed forest wolf LV.1, gained 10 EXP. Seeing the notification, I let out a sigh of relief. I maneuvered my floating island next to the wolf's corpse and selected Disassemble. Successfully disassembled forest wolf corpse. Reclaimed arrows *7, obtained 1-star beast height *1, wolf meat 37 kilograms, beast bones 102 units. The forest wolf's corpse vanished, leaving behind hides, wolf meat, and bones on the ground. So much wolf meat. 37 kilograms of wolf meat could feed an adult for many days. Stretched carefully, it might last half a month. This directly solves my food crisis. Even if I can't finish it all, I can trade the surplus with other players. Currently on channel 107, I'm probably the only one capable of soloing a 1-star beast. Meat is undoubtedly a scarce resource, extremely sought after. I stashed the loot into my backpack and merged these 2 territories with my own, expanding the floating island into a convex shape spanning 5 cubic units. Now I could lie down flat without worrying about falling off. Just then, someone sent me a private message in the local chat channel. Sky Phoenix, hey expert, I saw the arrows you listed on the trading platform. You're a hunter class, right? Yes, I replied. Sky Phoenix, wow, expert. I've got something here, wondering if you'd be interested? Send it over. I've no patience for beating around the bush. The other party immediately tossed over the item details. Iron arrow blueprint, green, a green tier equipment blueprint, and for arrows no less. My pupils contracted, my heart brimming with desire. But I quickly regained my composure and asked, I can take it, what's your asking price? The other party visibly relaxed upon hearing this. He'd deduced my profession from my listings on the trade channel. The heavenly phoenix bird stated bluntly, I want water, lots of it. No less than 2 units. My heart stirred, but I kept my tone neutral. 2,000 milliliters of water? Do you know how precious water resources are right now? Sky Phoenix bird replied, I know. But this is a green tier equipment blueprint. Its value will skyrocket later. Soon you wouldn't even get it for 20,000 milliliters. I scoffed coldly. You said yourself prices rise later. Right now everyone's desperate for survival resources. I don't have water, but I've got some food. If you're serious about selling, name a price I can accept. Realizing his offer was outrageous, he conceded, food works too, but no less than 10 units. I kept sneering, 5 units at most. 5 kilograms of food will last you 2 or 3 days. The Sky Phoenix bird hesitated for a moment before gritting its teeth and saying, "Fine, 5 kilograms it is." The trade was quickly completed. Though 5 kilograms was a significant amount, I still ended up profiting. Successfully obtained fine iron arrow blueprint. Learn it now? I immediately chose to learn it, and the blueprint inventory gained a new green equipment blueprint. Iron broadhead arrow, green, crafting materials required, iron ingot *2. Feather *1. I pondered iron ingots can only be obtained from treasure chests in the early game. Wonder if any are available in the trading channel. I entered the trading channel and searched iron ingot, filtering 7 listings. These sellers wanted water or food in exchange. After haggling through private messages with each, I finally traded 3 kilograms of wolf meat and 4 berries for 12 iron ingots. Now only feathers were missing for arrow crafting. I asked in the group chat, "Brothers, lend me some feathers, need to craft something." "Hair, brother Xing, I'll give you some," Cheng Jianyong said in the group chat. "Let's trade." After the transaction, the system notified successfully obtained primate body hair *23. Staring at the black hairs in my hand, my lips twitched as I cursed, "Cheng Jianyong, are you out of your mind? Who the hell wants your leg hair? Damn it, you asked for hair but didn't specify what kind." Cheng Jianyong retorted angrily. I scattered the leg hairs irritably and emphasized, "Damn it, what I need are bird feathers. Plumage from avian creatures." Seeing the chat, Shinyun chuckled, "Brother Xing, I just stumbled upon a massive bird's nest while exploring the clouds, no creatures inside, but I managed to grab a few feathers. Perfect for you." Got it. After the trade completed, 9 grayish-white feathers appeared in my backpack. Pelican's feather, common material, with all materials gathered. I opened the blueprint and began crafting. A white light flashed. Successfully crafted, fine iron arrows, green, *6. Chapter 7, The Lion's Maw. Successfully crafted fine iron arrows, green, *6. Fine iron arrows, green, quality rare, attack power 5/7, special effect armor piercing. Armor piercing, when attacking high defense enemies, has a chance to trigger effect, ignoring partial enemy defense to deal damage. Damn, it completely ignores defense. How overpowered is this armor piercing effect? These well-crafted steel-tipped arrows alone add at least 5 attack points, almost matching the bonus damage of his wooden longbow. Keep in mind, that wooden longbow is his primary weapon, yet a single arrow nearly rivals it. Now factor in the additional armor-piercing effect, just imagine how devastating these things must be on impact. After crafting the fine iron arrows, Han Xing continued browsing the trade channel. His goal was to find hunter weapons or blueprints, wanting to replace this ordinary white-tier longbow in his hand. Once upgraded, his attack power would jump several levels. After circling around, he still couldn't find suitable targets. Although there were hunter's weapons listed, most were basic white-tier equipment similar to what Han Xing already had. He even saw some survivors putting up their system-gifted starter weapons for sale. As Han Xing was about to exit the trading channel, he suddenly spotted a hunter's weapon blueprint. Sandalwood longbow blueprint, white. Though it was just basic white-tier equipment, crafting it himself with the divine artisan talent bonus would still offer a significant upgrade compared to the wooden longbow he currently wielded. Han Xing clicked to initiate a private chat. The seller's name was Levi. This guy actually didn't choose to chat anonymously but used his real name directly. "How much for the longbow blueprint?" Han Xing cut straight to the chase. "Layway, 20 units of food, or 10 units of water." Look at this, what's called daylight robbery. This is the very definition of daylight robbery. Han Xing frowned. "Your price is too high, lower it a bit." If it were someone genuinely interested in trading, they'd take Han Xing's words as an opening to make some concessions at this point. But this opponent was the type who used their real name in chats, clearly no pushover. Levi sneered, "Take it or leave it. The price stays the same. Farewell." Han Xing wasn't about to indulge him either, directly exiting and preparing to close the private chat window. That Levi suddenly sent a message. "Wait, you're Xingha? The one selling those special effect wooden arrows?" Han Xing had no idea what this guy was playing at, but still replied, "That's me." Hearing Han Xing's acknowledgement, Levi's attitude instantly changed. "To create such an item so early in the game, you've got some skills, kid. Interested in joining our Lei Corporation?" "Lei Corporation? The one from Xinyang City?" Han Xing asked. "Levi, seems you've heard of us." "Oh right, I almost forgot, most people in this channel are from Xinyang City, so it's no surprise you know about Lei Corporation. It's been nearly 10 hours since we arrived in this world, and everyone has figured out the rules for regional division. According to the system, approximately 10,000 people from adjacent areas are grouped into the same channel. This means many of the 10,000 people in Channel 107 are from the same locality. Lei Wei continued, "Our Lei Corporation holds some influence in Xinyang City. This channel already has some of Lei Corporation's core team members. We've established a discussion group and formed an elite team where we help each other and share survival strategies. So, what do you think? Would you like to join us?" Lei Wei revealed his true intentions. "Not necessary," Han Xing declined outright. Levi fell silent for a moment, seemingly puzzled that someone would actually decline his invitation at a time like this. Humans are social creatures by nature, especially in an unfamiliar world where even survival is uncertain. In such moments, the comfort of companionship becomes an even greater solace. Levi continued, "You should understand that this is an entirely different world from the one we knew. Here, human life is as fragile as paper. I formed this team to unite everyone so we can survive more effectively." Levi's words sounded noble and justified. Without considering other factors, joining them would indeed seem like a sensible choice for most people. But Han Xing knew better. This Levi was one of the major shareholders of the Lei Group. At his core, the man was nothing more than a businessman. Businessmen chase profits. The years of social experience after graduation had taught Han Xing to see right through the true nature of such people. Their so-called organizations and teams were merely tools to seize control of the narrative and secure greater benefits for themselves. Moreover, Levi's condescending attitude from the very beginning had rubbed Han Xing the wrong way. He flat out refused. When Han Xing rejected him a second time, Levi instantly lost his temper. "You short-sighted fool. Don't you realize that across the entire Zone 107, besides us, multiple other factions are forming their own teams? Survivors banding together is an inevitable trend. If you don't join us, the only path left for you is certain death. Join our Lei Corporation and contribute your method for special effect wooden arrows, and I might even sell you the blueprints at a low price." This Lei Wei began with both threats and inducements, but the terms he offered made Han Xing feel like the guy was an idiot. Did he really think a plain white-tier weapon could buy him over? What a joke! Of course, it was also possible that having been accustomed to throwing his weight around in Xinjiang City, he'd subconsciously started viewing everyone else as fools. Han Xing sneered, "I told you, I don't want to join your organization. Stop trying to fool me with your nonsense. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Damn brat. If you refuse to join the Lei Corporation, don't even think about getting this weapon blueprint. You won't find shelter anywhere in Channel 107. Han Xing scoffed dismissively, "Keep your blueprint. It's just a plain white-tier weapon. Only an idiot like you would treasure such trash." Lei Wei wanted to say more, but Han Xing had already closed the private chat window. At this moment, Shen Yun spoke in the discussion group. "Xingge, Jin Yong, have you received any invitations from organizations asking us to join?" Cheng Jin Yong replied, "Yeah, some company executive just invited me, but I turned him down." Han Xing, "Same, I refused too." Shen Yun didn't respond, seeming to ponder something before asking after a moment, "Xingji, what are your thoughts on joining these organizations?" Han Xing replied, "No need. The rules of this world were made very clear when we entered. We simply need to explore other sky islands and expand our own territories." After some consideration, both men nodded in agreement. Just then, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said, "Looks like there's some drama on the local network. The Lei Corporation seems to be giving someone called Star River a hard time." "Starry River? Isn't this my own name? The Lei Corporation, could that be Lei Wei?" Han Xing hadn't told them his virtual name. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun had added him as a friend using his real name. Opening the chat channel, he indeed saw that Lei Wei had mentioned him in the local network. "Levy, at Starry River, you little brat, how dare you insult me? You ungrateful wretch, listen up, starting today, don't even think about trading supplies with anyone from our Lei Corporation. Bamboo Rat, backing the boss up. The entire Lei Consortium is blacklisting you. Slow drifting clouds, support. Old 6, at Starry River, kid, show yourself and speak." Chapter 8, Huge Profit. Han Xing's face was full of speechlessness. He had indeed exchanged a few words with that Levi just now, but he never expected this guy to be so petty as to post about him on the local network. However, seeing them threaten to boycott him and refuse to trade supplies with him, Han Xing almost laughed out loud. He opened the consignment channel and listed an item for sale. The entire Channel 107 trembled the moment the item was listed for consignment. Consignment item details: spatial backpack white, seller's requested item, any blue equipment blueprint. Consigner, Star River. Chat channel. Holy shit, a dimensional backpack? Which god-tier player got their hands on such a powerful item this quickly? The consignor appears to be Star River. Isn't that exactly who Thunder Corporation just publicly announced their blacklisting? The local network chat had taken on a strange atmosphere. At that moment, someone else exclaimed, "Wait a second, the master just uploaded something new again. Ugh, these are actually rare quality iron arrows, plus a huge amount of wolf meat. So much wolf meat. Quick, check what he needs. He wants green tier equipment blueprints, beast hides, spirit cores, plus water and refined iron. Whoever has these, go trade with the expert now." After Han Xing continuously posted his listings, the people from Lei Corporation suddenly fell silent. Even if they wanted to speak, their voices were quickly drowned in the flood of chat messages. The main point is that the items Han Xing brought out were simply overpowered for the current stage of the game. The spatial backpack goes without saying, it was a reward for the first server-wide boss kill. Though he now has better gear, for regular players, this item might as well be a legendary artifact. Then there were the fine quality iron arrows, where a single arrow's attack power rivaled that of a primary weapon. To put that into perspective, even the most clueless observer could recognize just how devastating they were. Add on top those special effects, and they were enough to make survivors who hadn't chosen the hunter class green with envy. Then Han Xing sold another 10 kilograms of wolf meat at once, which was exactly the most scarce resource everyone desperately needed. The chat channel instantly erupted into a frenzy of grabs. Ha ha ha, I got it. Traded a beast hide for an iron arrow. I got some too. Exchanged 5 spirit cores for 300 g of wolf meat. Finally got something to eat. Woo woo. Brothers, isn't trading 10 refined iron for 1 iron arrow a total steal? The lively chat channel chatter gradually died down only after Han Xing's consigned items were all traded. Now, only one, spatial backpack, remained unclaimed on the listings. After all, blue-tier equipment blueprints were extremely rare treasures in the early game. There might not even be a single one in the entire Channel 107. On a certain floating island territory, a middle-aged man with a brutish face stared at the local network messages, his expression growing increasingly somber. He was none other than Lei Wei, the CEO of the Lei Corporation. At this moment, Lei Wei was reading the messages in his discussion group. Someone cautiously asked, "Boss Lei, is this kid Xinghe trying to challenge us?" Levi snorted coldly and stopped speaking, silently committing the name Xinghe to memory. Han Xing gazed at the dazzling array of tools on the floating island territory, unable to contain the grin on his face. Obtain Spirit Core *17, 1-star Beast Hide *3, Refine Iron *32, Ether *108, Drinking Water 400 milliliters. These were the materials Han Xing had exchanged for using 4 iron arrows and 10 kilograms of wolf meat and absolute steel. 10 kilograms of wolf meat might seem like a significant sacrifice, but Han Xing knew that by converting these supplies into combat strength, he stood to gain far more. Initially, he had also planned to trade this food for the resources he needed. Then, using those resources, he would continue crafting equipment to strengthen himself, creating a virtuous cycle. As for suppressing those from the Lei Corporation, it was merely a side task Han Xing never gave them much thought to begin with. It's a bit of a pity he didn't exchange for any green-tier equipment blueprints this time, but it's still quite good. After all, other survivors aren't fools. Very few people possess green-tier gear at this stage. Let me see. Right now, there are enough materials to craft 11 refined iron arrows and 3 spatial backpacks. Not bad, not bad. Han Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction. Then, he proceeded to click and craft all these items in one go. Green and white light flashed in succession. When the success notification appeared, Han Xing checked the attributes of the spatial backpack and was immediately surprised. Spatial backpack, white, quality fine, storage space 30, special effect, sturdy, strength +4. Unlike the previous backpack, this one's special effect attribute added 4 points to strength. Han Xing noticed that one of the other 2 backpacks also boosted strength, while the other increased agility. Oh, the backpack's special effect randomly boosts 4 attributes? Han Xing equipped the agility-boosting backpack and immediately felt a peculiar surge of power coursing through his body. Agility attribute increased. Though only 2 backpacks can be equipped, they still boost quite a few attributes. Dealing with regular level 1 monsters shouldn't be a problem now. Too bad, I didn't find a good weapon. Han Xing felt a tinge of regret in his heart, then shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. As for how to deal with the 2 extra backpacks, Han Xing pondered for a moment before opening the group chat. The moment he entered, he heard Cheng Jianyong shouting inside. "Brothers, I think I've discovered something precious." "What is it?" Xin Yun asked. Chen Jianyong grinned and said directly, "A bronze treasure chest." Holy shit! Both Han Xing and Xin Yun were quite surprised. According to Han Xing's understanding of the game's Sky Island Paradise, treasure chests are divided into 5 levels: wooden chests, bronze chests, silver chests, gold chests, and diamond chests. The probability of finding a treasure chest on an unclaimed Sky Island is incredibly low, especially in the early stages of the game. Spotting even a wooden crate would be considered fortunate. Yet Cheng Jianyong had miraculously discovered a bronze treasure chest. His luck was absolutely off the charts. Xin Yun urged excitedly, "Quick, open it. What's inside?" "Alright," Cheng Jianyong responded briskly. Han Xing and Xin Yun waited silently. Moments later, they suddenly heard Cheng Jianyong yell, "Got it, I got it." "Damn it, what did you get?" Xin Yun demanded angrily. "Spit it out." "Good stuff." Cheng Jianyong immediately posted the information of what he had found in the group chat. Spirit Core *4, Fine Iron *8, Rare Earth *13, Dried Beast Meat *7 kg, Drinking Water *400 ml, Fine Iron Longbow Blueprint, green. Ah! Seeing the information above, Han Xing and Xin Yun simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. Xin Yun, forget about those materials and food for now. To even get a blueprint for green-tier weapons, this guy's luck is truly heaven-defying. Han Xing, indeed. Cheng Jianyong burst into laughter upon hearing their astonished praises. Then, Han Xing suddenly received Cheng Jianyong's trade request. "Brother Xing, it's a longbow blueprint. I'm a warrior class, and Brother Yin chose the priest class. Neither of us can use it. you take it first. Shin Yun remained silent. Everyone knew how precious the blueprint for a green weapon was during the early stages of the game. That Lei Wei dared to charge exorbitant prices for plain weapon blueprints. If Cheng Jianyong's green weapon blueprint appeared in the trade channel, it would definitely cause quite a stir. But some things cannot be measured by their value. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xing clicked accept. Obtained fine iron longbow blueprint, green. Han Xing immediately clicked learn, and now the blueprint became the fourth one in his schematic collection. Then, Han Xing sent each of them a trade request. When Cheng Jianyong and Shin Yun saw the items Han Xing had placed in the trade window, they both shouted in unison, "Holy shit!" Chapter 9, Powerfully Strong Equipment Attributes. Han Xing traded the extra backpacks to them. Cheng Jianyong, holy shit, a dimensional backpack, and it comes with special effects attributes. Shin Yun, brother Xing, this thing is too precious, you. Han Xing cut them off directly and said, "Shoo, remember not to tell anyone." Cheng Jianyong and Shin Yun solemnly agreed. They also knew how absurd it was for a dimensional backpack with special effects to appear at this moment. Shin Yun stared at the trading channel where the white spatial backpack was listed for sale, his expression turning contemplative as Han Xing's name came to mind. After closing the discussion group, Han Xing looked at the fourth blueprint in his crafting menu, barely able to contain his triumphant grin. Just when he'd complained about lacking a decent weapon, Cheng Jianyong had miraculously produced one. This wasn't just perfect timing, it was like scarfing down a lazy burger and immediately stumbling upon a public toilet. Han Xing happily looked at the blueprint interface. Fine iron longbow blueprint, green. Materials required, fine iron *15, spirit core *5, rare earth *20, 1-star beast tendon *1. Success rate 20%, affected by divine craftsman talent. Success rate has reached 100%. Hunter's main weapon, and it's still green tier equipment. This is amazing. Han Xing was so thrilled that he even considered crafting one right then and there. However, he didn't have enough materials yet, mainly lacking the new rare earth material and 1-star beast tendons. But it didn't matter, he could search the trading channel for them. After walking around for a while, Han Xing quickly found his target and began negotiating expertly. Perhaps due to the earlier consignment incident, the name Starry River had already been remembered by many survivors in Channel 107. The bargaining process went remarkably smoothly. He exchanged just 1 kilogram of wolf meat for 2 1-star beast tendons, then traded another kilogram of wolf meat for 47 units of rare earth. The current materials are sufficient for him to craft 2 fine iron longbows. Han Xing opened the blueprint interface and directly began the crafting process. A green light started blinking as a 30-second progress bar appeared before his eyes. When the progress bar reached completion, a fine iron longbow with a jet black iron frame, measuring over 1 meter in length, materialized within the territory. Item information appeared before my eyes. Steel longbow, green, quality fine, attack 1520, special effect, powerful shot. Powerful shot begins charging when the bowstring is fully drawn, with a maximum charge time of 1 second, dealing an additional 30%-50% damage. So powerful. Han Xing couldn't help but marvel, as expected of a green tier weapon. Its attack power alone is more than double that of plain white weapons, not to mention the special effect. With just one shot, I feel like I could instantly take down those level 1 mobs. Han Xing was quite pleased when, suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him. Based on my past experience, crafting from a green tier weapon blueprint can only produce rare quality equipment at best. But this primary weapon is superior grade, which means there's still room for improvement. Staring at the materials in her backpack, Han Xing hesitated briefly before clicking the craft button once more. This is his advantage, he never has to worry about failure or crafting subpar, mediocre weapons that would just waste materials. This time, the moment production began, a dazzling green light appeared. As the progress bar advanced, the green light grew increasingly blinding. Such a big commotion, could it be? No sooner had these words been spoken than, snap, a weapon dropped in front of Han Xing. Iron longbow, green, quality rare, attack power 2025, bonus effect power shot, bonus effect 2 precision. Power shot begins charging when the bowstring is fully drawn, with a maximum charge time of 1 second, delivering an additional 30%-50% damage. Precision increases hit rate by 10% and critical strike chance by 20% when attacking. Rare quality. At this moment, Han Xing felt his heartbeat momentarily skip, all because the attributes of the steel longbow were overwhelmingly powerful. With formidable attack power plus 2 special effects, even ordinary blue-tier equipment couldn't match the stats of this steel longbow. Han Xing didn't hesitate to equip the rare quality steel longbow, which significantly increased his damage output once more. The longbow slung across his back looked steady and imposing, with its curved frame, taut bowstring, and undeniable tension and lethality on full display. Compared to just a few hours ago, Han Xing could now be said to have transformed completely, his strength having undergone a massive improvement. Carelessly listing the now obsolete wooden longbow in the consignment channel, Han Xing then posted another steel longbow for sale. Though not as good as the one in his hand, its formidable stats still caused quite a stir among the hunters. However, due to Han Xing's listing condition requiring green-tier equipment blueprints, no one could afford to trade for it yet. At this moment, Han Xing raised his head to glance at the sky. The moon cast sparse shadows, its cold light layering upon itself. It's getting late, just explore a few more sky islands before calling it a night, Han Xing thought. In this world, although human physical abilities have been enhanced, rest is still necessary. Plus, exploring sky islands at night is more dangerous than during the day. With that in mind, Han Xing quickened his pace. As he approached a small cloud no larger than 2 cubic meters in size, the system prompt appeared. There's the sound of wind inside. Proceed? Inside, he found a patch of lush green bluebells, which Han Xing promptly collected into his backpack. Obtained bluebells *23, territory area has expanded. There seemed to be an echoing void inside. Enter. Acquired loudspeaker stone *3, territory area expanded. Acquired 1-star beast hide *1, acquired rare earth *3, acquired shining stone *7. Han Xing pressed on without pause, successively interacting with 4 or 5 smaller clouds in the vicinity. Along the way, he encountered 3 monsters, but with their attributes capped at level 1 at most, they were no match for present-day Han Xing. Each fell with a single arrow shot, instantly defeated. Han Xing had already crushed everything with his overpowered equipment. Meanwhile, his territory was expanding at an astonishing rate. After a full day of exploration, the tiny patch of dirt beneath his feet had now transformed into a massive 4-meter by 4-meter platform spanning 16 square meters. Ha! Catching his breath, Han Xing glanced back only to realize he'd already scavenged all the smaller clouds within dozens of kilometers around him. Now, there remained only a cloud emitting faint red light in the distance that hadn't been approached yet. This cloud was noticeably larger than the others, roughly estimated at 2 meters by 2 meters, about 4 square meters in size. When Han Xing first arrived in this world, he had deliberately avoided it, sensing a hint of danger emanating from it. But now, it might be worth attempting to make contact. Thinking of this, Han Xing opened his backpack, took a few sips of water, and plucked 3 berries from the tree, tossing them into his mouth. After completing these preparations, the floating island territory began moving closer to that cloud. Moments later, a system notification appeared. A scorching force is brewing inside. Proceed? Scorching force? Could there be a fire source inside? Han couldn't help feeling a sudden surge of anticipation. In the early stages of Sky Island Paradise, while fire sources weren't as scarce as water and food, they remained essential items. Whether for ignition or warmth, fire served tremendously useful purposes. With this thought in mind, Han immediately clicked to enter. The next moment, a plump, crimson-colored creature bounced into view before Han Xing. Flame Slime, 1-star creature. Level, LV2. Strength, 9, Agility, 5, Spirit, 7, Constitution, 6. Skill, Fireball Spit. Chapter 10, Dark Fire Ore. Flame Slime, a level 2 creature with elemental attributes. Compared to ordinary level 1 slimes, this flame slime displayed significantly stronger aggressive tendencies. The moment it spotted Han Xing, its tiny O-shaped mouth gaped open, revealing swirling tongues of fire gathering within. Han Xing didn't underestimate his enemy, quickly creating distance between them. In the next instant, the tempered iron arrow released with accumulated force. The bowstring snapped taut, emitting a tremor in the air. The fired arrow struck true, hitting the flame slime square in the forehead with swift precision. Put! The attack hits. The flame slime's beady eyes suddenly bulge wide, visibly startled by something. Thud! Thud! 2 fireballs shoot toward Han Xing with speed rivaling arrows. Right at that moment, Han Xing moves. With a swift movement, he instantly dodged the flame slime's attack. The special effect attached to the dimensional backpack came into play at this moment. The additional 4 points to agility brought his total agility attribute to 8. This was practically the attribute level that most hunters wouldn't achieve until level 3. Thwack! Thwack! The fireball missed its target, exploding at Han Xing's feet and scorching 2 patches of ground charcoal black. Han Xing continued drawing his bow, then began charging his shot. A second later, the heavy strike effect imbued in the fine iron longbow took effect. Han Xing could clearly sense this arrow packed far greater destructive power than before. The flame slime was still gathering energy for another fireball attack. The power strike effect attached to the arrow was triggered, as the iron arrowhead plunged deep into the flame slime's body, dealing significant extra damage. Moreover, the arrow maintained its momentum. With a wet splat, it completely pierced through the creature's form. This single shot even activated the arrow's armor penetration effect, instantly elevating the damage output by several levels. The flame slime's attack suddenly ceased, as the previous assault had left it severely wounded. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Strike while the iron is hot, finish it off when it's weak. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Iron-tipped arrows flew one after another in rapid succession. The level 2 flame slime, despite its strength, couldn't withstand Han Xing's repeated assaults. When the 7th arrow hit its mark, the flame slime froze in place before its body began to swell ominously. Oh shit, it's gonna blow. Han Xing's expression changed instantly. Drawing from prior experience, he immediately turned tail and sprinted for his life. He retreated directly to the edge of the territory. By now, the flame slime's body had swollen to its limit, like a red balloon about to burst. Then pop a sharp explosion rang out. Sparks scattered in all directions as the slime burst into fragments. You have defeated Flame Slime LV2 and gained 20 experience points. Finally finished off this guy. Han Xing glanced at the experience bar. It had already reached 80% of level 1. Han Xing began advancing toward the flame slime's territory. Where it had self-detonated, several crimson stones and clusters of translucent material remained on the ground. Those transparent substances are ether materials, which only drop from magical creatures like slimes. Picking up the items from the ground, a system notification appears. Acquired Flint *4, Ether *8, Slime Mucus *17. Flint, a mineral imbued with scorching energy that seems usable for crafting special devices, or can serve as a fire starter. Han Xing merged this 4-cubic sky island into his own territory, which now measured 4 meters by 5 meters, totaling 20 square meters. This area wasn't exactly large, but it wasn't small either. In some first-tier cities on Blue Planet, it could even be considered a spacious home. However, his current territory looked rather barren, with only a low-lying berry tree serving as decoration. As Han Xing surveyed his land, he happened to notice something unusual about the 4 newly merged territories. These are a few geological rock blocks. The bluish-gray stones appear to have dark red speckles on their surfaces. As Han Xing approaches, he can clearly feel the temperature gradually rising. Oh, Han Xing becomes curious and steps onto these rocks, discovering their hidden secret. Indeed, the dark red patches buried beneath the stones are continuously radiating heat. Could it be some kind of ore? Han Xing's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to try digging out these dark red stones. Mining ore would damage the territory. In severe cases, this piece of land might even shatter into fragments floating midair, reducing the overall size of the territory. But if the ore turned out to be valuable, sacrificing a few sections of territory wouldn't be too bad. Han Xing decided to mine, but mining required a pickaxe, which he didn't have in his backpack. So he entered the trade channel directly and exchanged materials for a few iron pickaxes with others. Then, Han Xing rolled up his sleeves and started digging without hesitation. Ding, ding, ding. High above, the constant clanging of metal striking stone echoed continuously. 80, 80. Following the rhythm, Han Xing chanted the slogan. Debris flew everywhere, and a few minutes later, the dark red stone hidden beneath the rocks was revealed. A system notification appeared. Shadowflame stone, a rare ore that appears to contain peculiar energy, capable of continuously emitting heat and powering certain devices. Note, when a certain concentration of Shadowflame stones gathers in one area, it may give rise to unique elemental creatures. After reading the description, Han Xing understood immediately. That slime creature must have been spawned by the Shadowflame stones. By absorbing heat, this slime would continue to grow stronger. But clearly, it hadn't grown powerful enough before Han Xing set his sights on it. Han Xing picked up the stone from the ground, obtained Darkfire Stone ×12. After mining the ore, Han Xing felt a sudden wave of exhaustion wash over him. The body's biological clock is signaling that it's time to rest. The night was bleak as water, with the high-altitude temperature dropping abruptly. The breeze made people instinctively hunch their shoulders. Humanity's first day in this world was drawing to a close. Many people's territories had grown to 3 to 4 cubic meters in size, still quite cramped, but at least large enough to lie down and sleep. Of course, if you're restless in your sleep, then you can only pray for good luck. Many survivors huddled together, shivering from the cold mid-air. Compared to them, Han Xing was in a much better condition. Within the 20 square meter territory, there was no worry at all about the risk of falling. 2 dark fire stones were placed on either side of the territory, not only providing illumination but also continuously radiating heat like stoking a furnace in freezing weather, creating an incredibly warm atmosphere. At the heart of the territory stood a berry tree, now stripped of many branches. Its canopy rustled softly whenever the wind blew. Han Xing leaned against the berry tree and lay on the ground, gazing at the star-studded sky. Sleeping at such a height was truly an extraordinary feeling. It felt as if I could reach out and touch the sky, with clouds drifting all around. Before sleeping, Han Xing still retained his habit from Blue Star, checking his messages one last time. Although there was no phone, he could still access the local network to browse other survivors' chats. Most survivors had finished their daily explorations, making the local chat channel livelier than ever. They were all discussing how to sleep on the first night. Shovel, anyone need a shovel? You can dig a hole in the ground and bury yourself, won't have to worry about rolling off in the middle of the night. Rope, I've got rope here, you can tie yourself up so you don't toss and turn in your sleep. Anyone want slime glue made from slime mucus? Chapter 11, Skill Book and Grilled Meat. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Han Xing's lips. Indeed, human adaptability adaptability was truly remarkable. After just one day, most people had more or less come to terms with the fact that they had arrived in an entirely new world. Turning off the local network, drowsiness washed over him. In the warm surroundings, Han Xing fell into a deep sleep. However, before he could sleep for long, Han Xing was suddenly startled awake by a friend's message. It was from Xin Yun. Xin Yun, brother Xing, are you asleep? Just fell asleep not long ago, Han Xing replied. Xin Yun seemed somewhat embarrassed, apologizing. Sorry about that, Xing. Han Xing laughed and scolded. What's there to be sorry about? How many times did you guys wake me up back in the dorm? Xin Yun chuckled. That's true. Speaking of which, you two disturbed my sleep more often, didn't you? Really? I forgot about that. Ha. Han Xing changed the subject. So what's up? Needs something? Xin Yun said, nothing much. I just found something and wanted to show you. What is it? Han Xing asked curiously. For Xin Yun to contact him so urgently late at night, it must be something good. Xin Yun immediately sent a trade request. Then, Han Xing saw him place a white book on the table, bearing the words double arrow on its cover. Skill book. Han Xing recognized it instantly, his heart racing with shock. Exactly. And it's for the hunter class. I figured you could put it to good use, Xin Yun said cheerfully. Han Xing fell silent for a moment. At this stage, skill books are even rarer drops than equipment or blueprints. Though they're just basic skills for the 5 major professions, currently everyone only possesses fundamental weapon proficiencies and can perform mere slashing motions in combat. The value of a single skill book even surpasses that of his dimensional backpack. Starbro, take it quickly, Xin Yun urged as he directly clicked the confirm trade button. Han Xing clicked accept to complete the transaction. Skill book obtained, double arrow, hunter exclusive. Thank you, Han Xing said solemnly. With this skill, Han Xing's strength would rise to another level. No need to be polite. Didn't you give me a backpack too? Han Xing didn't say more. He knew Xin Yun was that kind of person, though he wouldn't voice it. He'd firmly remember every favor received, repaying it at the first opportunity when able. This wasn't cold-heartedness but a principle of conduct. As the saying goes, even brothers keep clear accounts. In any relationship, one party shouldn't endlessly give without balance. The same went for Jin Yong. This self-awareness was precisely why Han Xing valued their friendship. At this moment, Han Xing said, it's getting late. You should get some rest. Xin Yun smiled and replied, Brother Xing, I'd like to sleep too, but I just can't. Can't sleep? Han Xing asked, puzzled. Yes, Xin Yun said somewhat sheepishly, because I'm too excited. I never dreamed that one day, I'd be freed from repetitive routines and dull routines, just like I've always fantasized, starting anew in another world. Brother Xing, you might think I'm a bit mentally unstable, but this is truly how I feel in my heart. Although this world isn't safe, and there's even life-threatening danger at any moment, only now do I feel like I'm truly alive. After ending his conversation with Xin Yun, Han Xing fell back asleep. The next day, when Han Xing opened his eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky. According to Earth's timeline, it must already be past 10 o'clock. At this moment, he suddenly began to understand what Xin Yun had meant. Really, since entering the workforce, had he ever slept in naturally and woken up like he did today? Wasn't every single day before this spent being startled awake by the same alarm clock, with even holidays constantly interrupted by calls from clients and superiors? Just as Han Xing was sighing in admiration, his expression suddenly changed. Damn, I need to take a shit. The first thing he did every morning was to clear his bowels, a lifelong habit Han Xing had maintained. He quickly stood up and scanned the floating island territory but couldn't find a suitable spot. His face had turned crimson from holding it in. Damn it, I can't hold it anymore, gotta take care of it here. Han Xing quickly dug a hole in the soil at the edge of the territory. Moments later, Han Xing let out a long sigh of relief. After handling this top priority, Han Xing clapped his hands and stood up. Just then, a system notification appeared. Fertilization successful. This plot of land will now provide more nutrients for crops. Han Xing's face was full of question marks. Damn, even fertilizer made an appearance. Han Xing shook his head. Whatever, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on these trivial details. Because right now, he had a far more pressing life matter to deal with. Namely, getting some food. Yesterday, he'd been eating nothing but berries all day, and now his mouth was so bland it felt like a bird might fly out of it. He desperately craved some meat. So, Han Xing pulled out 2 pieces of flint and a couple of logs. Click! A light strike of the flints sent sparks flying onto the wood, igniting the logs in no time. At the heart of his territory, Han Xing built a campfire, steadily feeding it with more firewood. When the fire grew strong enough, he took out a small piece of wolf meat from his backpack, skewered it directly onto an arrow, and propped it over the fire to roast. After about 10 minutes, the aroma of grilled meat began to spread. Only when the wolf meat turned golden brown, its surface glistening with golden oil, did Han Xing wrap the end of the arrow with a piece of animal hide and remove the roasted meat. The rich aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils. Han Xing took a deep breath in. Ah, so delicious. He immediately began wolfing it down. The wolf meat had a pleasantly chewy texture, each bite requiring lengthy chewing before it could be swallowed. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but think how nice it would be to have some seasoning. After finishing one piece, he took out several iron arrows and continued roasting meat. As he cooked, he opened the regional channel where hundreds of private messages popped up. He listed 3 items in the trading channel. Besides that wooden longbow, there was also a fine-quality iron longbow and a spatial backpack. Each of these items was extremely valuable at the current stage, which attracted many survivors. Click on a few randomly. Bro, selling that dimensional backpack? I'll trade you some fertile soil. Big shot, how about 1 unit of water for that fine iron longbow? Hey cutie, won't you just give that dimensional backpack to me? After scanning the area, Han Xing couldn't help but wear a look of utter speechlessness. So far, none of these people's offers had caught his eye. Well, it was just the first day, understandable. Shaking his head, Han Xing directly extinguished the campfire and slung his longbow over his shoulder. We've explored most of this cloud area. Time to venture further out today. Han Xing slowly steered his territory forward. 1 hour later, ahead appeared a car-sized cloud, roughly estimated at 8 cubic units in volume. As the system prompt appeared, Han Xing immediately clicked to enter. After the clouds dissipated, a stretch of golden wheat ears came into view, flourishing splendidly. Wheat? Han Xing maneuvered his territory closer and harvested all the wheat from these 8 plots of land. Obtained wheat *67, acquired wheat seeds *14. Are there seeds too? Han Xing exclaimed in surprise. Does this mean I can start farming mode right now? Chapter 12, Wheat Seeds and the Bronze Treasure Chest. When personal territories reach the mid-game stage, if there's no major change in gameplay, many survivors would undoubtedly choose to activate farming mode. After all, compared to fighting those monsters for resources, farming is indeed a much safer development path, at least there's no life-threatening danger involved. Of course, farming would require a large area of land, but farming isn't really my style. Let's see if they need seeds. Han Xing opened the group chat and asked directly, guys, want some seeds? Cheng Jianyong, seeds? Yes please, send them over quick. Xinyun, whose lesson notes are those? Send me a copy too. Han Xing, they're wheat seeds. What were you two thinking about? Hearing this, both of them sighed disappointedly. Cheng Jianyong, TSK, I thought we might get to see those classic masterpieces in this world too. Xin Yun, yeah, I was really looking forward to it for so long. Han Xing looked exasperated. Do you guys want it or not? Cheng Jianyong, no way. My place is so tiny you could get arrested for high-altitude littering just taking a shit. There's no room for farming. Xin Yun, I don't want it either. Got it. Han Xing closed the discussion group interface. The Sky Island continued moving forward. This time, Han Xing targeted another cloud of similar size to the previous one. The system prompted, there are signs of multiple creatures inside. They seem to be guarding something. Han Xing keenly noticed that this system prompt was different from the previous ones. Multiple creatures means there's more than one monster inside. As for what they're guarding, it's likely some kind of precious material, or perhaps even a treasure chest. Let's go in and take a look. Han Xing drew back his bowstring, preparing for battle. But this time was different. Between his fingers, he firmly gripped 2 iron arrows. Skill, twin arrows, can fire 2 arrows simultaneously. After activation, there's a 5-second cooldown period. Han Xing focused intently. At a moment like this, he wouldn't permit the slightest carelessness. As the clouds dissipated, 3 elongated green figures suddenly appeared within them. Each measured over 2 meters in length, their log-like bodies covered in green scales. These physical characteristics confirmed they were 3 pythons. Jungle Green Python, 1-star creature. Level, 2. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Spirit, 5. Constitution, 6. Skill, Assault, Neurotoxin. A 1-star creature with 2 skills, and 3 of them appeared at once. This was the most formidable wave of enemies Han Xing had faced since arriving in this world. The 3 pythons arched their bodies the moment they saw Han Xing, then sprang forward like coiled springs. Hiss, hiss. The green python emitted a low hissing noise, and Han Xing could even see its gaping maw, complete with a pair of curved fangs protruding from both upper and lower jaws. Han Xing remained calm, focusing on his target. Whoosh, whoosh. The double shot skill activated, and 2 iron arrows flew from his grip simultaneously. One jungle green python was instantly pierced through by an iron arrow, while the other was struck in the tail. Hisses. Hit by the shots, the 2 jungle boas instantly recoiled in pain, raising their heads with agonized hisses. Yet amidst the carnage, one anaconda breached the defenses, covering several meters in the blink of an eye before landing squarely within Han Xing's territory. Han Xing frowned deeply. This was the first time he had let monsters invade his own territory, and the situation was quite precarious. He suppressed his inner fear, pulling an arrow from his backpack as he prepared for a second wave of attack. The jungle green python possessed high agility, and even with his backpack equipped, Han Xing's speed barely matched it. In the next moment, the green python twisted its flexible body, swiftly lunging toward Han Xing, the distance between man and serpent now less than 2 meters. Han Xing took a deep breath, his gaze firmly locked onto the python's gaping maw. Then, the iron arrow that hadn't been fully drawn was abruptly released. Put! The sound of flesh being pierced reached Han Xing's ears, bringing a surge of delight to his face. He clearly saw the arrow strike the green python's throat, entering through its mouth, puncturing the windpipe, and exiting cleanly through its body. Armor-piercing hit. Precise. 2 special effects triggered simultaneously, combined with hitting a critical spot, made this arrow's damage skyrocket off the charts. The emerald python suffered grievous wounds, its massive serpentine body thrashing wildly on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Han Xing didn't pause for even a moment after striking the green python. He swiftly drew another arrow, taking aim at the 2 emerald pythons already pierced by his dual-shot attack. At this moment, they attempted to imitate the first python's actions and charged toward Han Xing's territory. Han Xing immediately shot an arrow. Thunk! The iron arrow pierced the head of the fastest-charging green python, abruptly halting its advance. After increasing the agility attribute and combining it with the longbow's precision effect, Han Xing's hit rate improved significantly. Now, with 2 green pythons severely wounded by his arrows and rendered combat ineffective, the outcome of the last one was a foregone conclusion. Once the battle ended, a system notification appeared. Defeated Jungle Green Python LV2*3, gained 60 EXP. Your level has increased. Current level, LV2. Level up. Han Xing clenched his fists, visibly excited. He could feel a surge of power coursing through his body, with all his attributes showing improvement. Checking his status panel, he saw agility had increased by 2 points, strength by 1 point, and both constitution and spirit by 1 point each. For a hunter, the most important attribute is agility. With the backpack's bonuses factored in, it's finally broken into double digits. Time to deal with the spoils of war. Han Xing approached the corpses of the 3 green pythons and began dissecting them one by one. Successfully dismantled jungle python carcass *3, recovered fine iron arrows *7, obtained 1-star snakeskin *3, acquired 58 kilograms of snake meat, harvested venom sacs *3. The loot from the green python's corpse was decent. The 58 kilograms of snake meat brought his food reserves back to a comfortably full state, while the 3 venom sacs that finally dropped gave Han Xing a pleasant surprise. Venom sac, special material, seems to be some kind of alchemical ingredient, or can be directly applied to weapons to add neurotoxin effects. Interesting. Han Xing examined the 3 bluish-black venom sacs on the ground, each as large as a fist. The description noted they could be directly applied to weapons, meaning his arrows could also be enhanced with poison effects. That's truly poisoning an arrow with feces, guaranteed to kill whoever it strikes. After disposing of the 3 green pythons' corpses, Han Xing turned his gaze toward the distant floating island. There lay a 3M*3M platform, at whose center stood prominently an ancient bronze treasure chest. A bronze treasure chest, Han Xing exclaimed, feeling his luck wasn't half bad. However, with 3 level 2 jungle pythons as guards, it's only reasonable to find a bronze treasure chest inside. Han Xing walked up to the bronze treasure chest and rubbed his hands together excitedly. This is my first time opening a treasure chest, bless me with luck. May I pull something legendary? Blueprints, weapons, gear, anything will do. With a pounding heart, Han Xing opened the treasure chest. Before his eyes lay an astonishing array of materials, and beneath them, he spotted a white-bound book. Obtained, Spirit Cores *5, Refined Iron *9, Rare Earth *11, Drinking Water 300 milliliters, Holy Light Recovery, Cleric Exclusive. Holy shit, it's actually a skill book. Chapter 13, Water Crisis. Skill book obtained, Holy Light Mend, Saints Exclusive. Though it wasn't a hunter's skill book, Han Xing remembered that Xin Yun had chosen the saint profession. At that moment, someone suddenly sent him a private message in the trade channel, wanting to exchange for his green longbow. Oh, did someone finally get a green equipment blueprint? Han Xing opened the private chat and saw that it was sent by someone named Clever Lamb. A voice message appeared in the private chat window. Han Xing clicked to play it. Hello, I'd like to trade for your weapon. Are you available now? It sounded like a young girl's voice, soft and tender, yet completely natural without any affectation, as if it were her genuine tone. Han Xing replied, yes, what do you plan to trade with me? Smart little lamb. I noticed you need a green equipment blueprint. I happen to have one, maybe, you'd like to take a look? She seemed somewhat afraid of Han Xing, or perhaps she simply didn't know how to communicate properly with others. Send it to me, Han Xing said directly. Oh, okay, Survivor Clever Lamb has initiated a trade request with you. Han Xing, aren't you going to send me the blueprint to check? Why trade directly? Clever Lamb quickly explained, huh? Don't you need to receive the item to see its stats? Han Xing, what are you talking about? Just hand over the stuff and the deal's done. If I ran off with your things, who would you trade with then? Clever sheep? And no way. You wouldn't actually steal my stuff and run, would you? Han Xing found this utterly ridiculous. This woman didn't seem quite right in the head. He really wanted to say, I will, but after some thought, he still replied, forget it. Put the item in the trade window, and let me check its stats. Ha, oh, okay, Clever Lamb responded haltingly. Then, Han Xing saw a green blueprint appear in the trade window. Hide code blueprint, green. As expected, it's a green equipment blueprint, and for an upper body piece at that. Han Xing immediately had the thought of acquiring it. Previously, Han Xing would normally haggle with the seller for a while to squeeze out more concessions, but considering this woman seemed a bit dull, he gave up on the idea outright. Han Xing directly placed that high-quality longbow up for trade and completed the transaction. Obtained Beast Hide Code Blueprint, green. Would you like to learn it? Study. A fifth blueprint appeared in the blueprint column, and a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Han Xing's lips. At that moment, the clever sheep sent a message to Han Xing. Thank you. Han Xing replied, no need to thank me, we each got what we wanted. Just remember not to trade your stuff so casually next time. Clever sheep, thank you. After closing the private chat, Han Xing's expression changed as he looked again at the blueprint section, unable to suppress his excitement. Materials required for crafting beast skin coat, 1-star beast hide *3, spirit core *20, ether *50, warrior badge *1. The materials needed to craft the beast skin coat were substantial, requiring 3 pieces of 1-star beast hide alone. However, the 3 snake hides he had just obtained through decomposition could serve as substitutes. Additionally, it requires 20 spirit cores, 30 units of ether, and 1 warrior's badge. He had the first 2 materials, but as for the last item, the warrior's badge, Han Xing had never heard of it before. So, he continued searching for relevant information in the trading channel. Soon, he found a survivor named Kola who happened to be selling the warrior's badge. The condition was 500 grams of food. The price seemed reasonable, so Han Xing immediately clicked to open the private chat. 500 G of snake meat in exchange for a warrior badge. 2 seconds later, Kola immediately replied, dude, I don't want food anymore. Do you have water? Give me 400 milliliters. No, 300 milliliters will do. Han Xing checked the drinking water in his backpack. After deducting what he'd consumed, he now had less than 600 milliliters left. Speaking of which, after exploring for so long, he really hadn't found much drinking water. This was even with Han Xing constantly exploring and fighting. For other survivors, the amount of water they could obtain would be even less. Han Xing estimated that everyone was now in a state of severe water shortage. Glancing at the trade channel, he indeed saw a flood of people changing their listings to water. The chat channel was also filled with cries of despair. I'm so thirsty, so thirsty. I'm parched too. Water is way too scarce in this world. If this keeps up, we're all going to die of thirst. Does anyone have water? I can't hold on much longer. Han Xing suddenly remembered that when he had played this game on his phone, his character had indeed nearly died from dehydration, almost resulting in a game over. It wasn't until he struggled through several difficult days that a sudden heavy rain finally arrived, solving his water shortage problem. Han Xing didn't know about the situation in other regional channels, but at least in Channel 107, they would have to wait for a heavy rain before the water crisis could be relieved. But how many people could actually endure until that moment? Thinking of this, Han Xing directly said to the survivor named Kola, buddy, I don't have much water here either. At most, I can only give you 200 milliliters. Han Xing had to consider his own survival. Trading away 200 milliliters of water would leave him with just enough to scrape by for one more day. I expected him to haggle with me, but to my surprise, the sprite exclaimed excitedly, deal, 200 milliliters it is, let's trade immediately. As if afraid Han Xing might change his mind, the other party immediately sent him a trade request. Transaction completed. You have obtained Warrior Badge *1. You have lost 200 milliliters of drinking water. Han Xing held a leather-textured badge in his hand, lost in thought. At the same time, somewhere in the floating island territory, Lei Wei stared grimly at the discussion group he had formed. Many members had voiced objections to the decision he had just made. As a major shareholder of the Lei Group, Lei Wei stepped forward and said, everyone, listen to me. The Lei Group is one big family. Since you've joined us, we're all family now. I know everyone is currently facing water shortages. Asking you to hand over your water to me isn't about hoarding resources for myself, but about fair distribution. to help those family members without water who are on the verge of dying from thirst in this urgent crisis. In these difficult times, our lay group must stand united more than ever to overcome these challenges together. You have my word, those who voluntarily contribute water now will have their sacrifices recorded. I won't forget your contributions and will make sure you're properly rewarded later. The discussion group fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere turning peculiar. Then, a man named Chen Anjiang spoke up. Boss Lei, when you previously asked us to hand over materials and equipment, everyone complied. We even surrendered a significant portion of our food supplies. This was because we trusted you to lead us toward collective development and survival. But water, that's our lifeline now. None of us even have enough for our own use. Chapter 14, Camp of the Fallen. Chen Anjiang's meaning was clear to everyone. He had no intention of handing over the water resources. Lei Wei was visibly displeased but forced his tone to remain restrained. Chen Anjiang, if I recall correctly, you were the manager of our operations department at Lei Corporation. After all these years working under me, do you still distrust my character? Chen Anjiang appeared unwilling to mince words any longer and responded bluntly, Boss Lei, you said the exact same thing when demanding we surrender our food supplies, claiming resources would be distributed equally. But when we asked you to provide an itemized list of collected supplies, you refused. To be frank, Boss Lei, we've secretly done the math. After deducting what's been distributed to the team, you're still holding at least several dozen units of food reserves. Why not trade these for water to help everyone survive this crisis? Chen Anjiang's words were equivalent to exposing Lei Wei's dirty laundry. Lei Wei had never been known for his good temper. Seeing Chen Anjiang show him no respect, he flew into a rage. Chen Anjiang, you ungrateful bastard. What nonsense are you spouting here? If you're unwilling to hand over the resources, then get out of our discussion group right now. Stop spouting rubbish here, and from now on, the Lei Corporation won't welcome you either. The atmosphere in the discussion group grew intensely oppressive. Before this, Lei Wei's intimidation tactics had always been brutally effective. The other members of the discussion group had been furious but didn't dare speak out. After all, no one wanted to be isolated from the group in this unfamiliar world. But now, the situation has changed. A moment later, a notification appeared. Chen Anjiang has left the group chat. Not only that, Chen Anjiang's departure seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Wang Pang, Lu Faroe, Zhang Yamen. One by one, familiar names kept leaving the group chat. Lei Wei's face turned ashen with rage, and an oppressive silence settled over the discussion group. No one dared to speak. The same scenario played out across numerous teams, both large and small. When it truly comes down to matters of life and death, who cares if you're a CEO or a manager? Nothing compares to preserving your own skin when survival is at stake. The teams they'd so carefully assembled proved utterly fragile in the face of crisis. The chat channels even descended into multi-sided flaming wars, plunging into complete chaos. Han Xing watched their argument with amusement. Right at that moment, Cheng Jianyang suddenly sent a message in the group chat. Guys, we need to conserve water. I've seen people in the chat channel going crazy over even a drop of water. I still have 800 milliliters of water here. If anyone's running low, let me know. Hang in there, we just need to tough it out through this challenge. Xinyan spoke up then. I still have about 500 or 600 milliliters here. That should get us through today. What about you, brother Xing? Han Xing responded, I've got a few hundred milliliters left too. Don't worry about me. You should conserve what you have. The two solemnly agreed and exchanged words of encouragement. Then, Han Xing found Xinyan and traded him the skill book he had just obtained. Holy Light Heal, being the only healing skill available to priests in the early stages, could be life-saving at critical moments. Xinyan naturally understood the value of this skill book and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Han Xing closed the discussion group. He examined the attributes of the badge he had just acquired through the trade. Warrior's Badge, a medal awarded by a certain tribe to its warriors. When equipped, it grants +1 to strength attribute. There's actually an attribute bonus effect? Han Xing was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought it was just an ordinary crafting material, never expecting this pleasant surprise. By now, the materials for crafting the green quality beast hide coat were all gathered, and Han Xing directly clicked the craft button. A flash of green light passed before my eyes, followed by a 30-second progress bar appearing. When the progress bar completed, a system notification popped up. Successfully crafted fur coat, green. Fur coat, green, quality fine, defense 3-5, strength +1, bestowed by Warrior's Badge, agility +2, special effect, minor magic resistance. Basic magic resistance, reduces received magic damage by 10%. Great stats, Han Xing exclaimed sincerely. He equipped it directly. The next moment, Han Xing suddenly felt the cool touch of a leather jacket being slipped onto his shoulders. This leather jacket is crafted from the skin of a jungle green python, hence its surface is entirely covered with green scales. On the chest area, there's a leather badge stitched onto it, bearing the pattern of an ancient tree. Though its appearance might seem somewhat unsettling, when worn, Han Xing feels waves of security enveloping him. Now equipped, Han Xing resolves to press on with his exploration. Ahead of him floated two clouds, one large and one small. The larger one was about the size of a helipad, roughly estimated to be at least 30 square meters, even larger than Han Xing's entire territory. The smaller cloud spanned only 5 or 6 square meters. Han Xing set his sights on that petite cloud. However, as he passed near that large cloud, he seemed to faintly hear the sound of flowing water in his ears. Water? Han Xing immediately stopped in his tracks and listened carefully. Gurgle. It really is water. Han Xing was certain he hadn't misheard. The sound coming from the clouds clearly indicated the likely presence of freshwater resources inside, and in substantial amounts. He cautiously moved closer, and a system prompt appeared. Inside resides a group of fallen beings conducting some sinister ritual, attempting to summon an ancient entity. Proceed? Fallen beings? A summoning ritual? Han Xing sensed something unusual from the system's notification. In other words, there might be unforeseen dangers within. However, although Han Xing felt the presence of danger within this cloud, it wasn't as intense as he had imagined. At this moment, he found himself torn with indecision. There's no doubt that among the nearly 10,000 survivors currently in Channel 107, the most scarce resource is water, even for Han Xing himself. Food takes a back seat in comparison. In the trading channel, water has been pushed to an outrageous price, with all kinds of equipment and blueprints being put up for sale. Anyone holding water practically holds the power to dictate the entire trading floor. After a moment's deliberation, Han Xing gritted his teeth and decided, let's do it. If I can conquer this place, I won't have to worry about drinking water for a while. Moreover, with enough resources, I could even go to the trading channel and stockpile materials and equipment in bulk, laying the foundation for my future progress. With these thoughts in mind, Han Xing took a deep breath and clicked to enter. As the mist dissipated, the outlines of several humanoid figures suddenly emerged within. Long ears, slender limbs, and that ebony skin, these features instantly helped Han Xing recognize them. Dark Elves. Legend has it that centuries ago, the strongest race in this world was the elven kind. With the support of a sacred artifact from their race, they gathered countless fragments of this world and forged a vast continent. Numerous elves thrived and multiplied on that land, giving rise to a grand civilization. But this prosperity did not last long. Later, due to certain reasons and several major historical events, the sacred relics of the elf race were lost, and countless elves perished in the horrors of war. It wasn't until that critical turning point in history that the elven continent was ravaged by war and collapsed entirely. To survive, some elves chose to sacrifice themselves to the abyss, giving rise to a corrupted branch of their race, the Dark Elves. Han Xing had incidentally heard this backstory from an NPC while playing Sky Island Paradise, though its authenticity remained unverified. At this moment, Han Xing refocused his attention on the battle before him. Dark Elves are wicked, fanatical creatures who harbor deep-seated hatred towards everything in this world. So, the instant they spotted Han Xing, these Dark Elves immediately brandished various weapons, staffs, bows, great hammers, long swords. It's a human. Do not let him disturb the arrival of the monarch. Kill him. Chapter 15, Fierce Battle Against the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves charged toward Han Xing. Their faces were twisted with ferocity as they uttered complex syllables, yet strangely, Han Xing could actually understand their speech. Han Xing silently counted in his mind. 1, 2, 6 Dark Elves in total. Among them, 1 Dark Elf Hunter, 2 Dark Elf Mages, 2 Dark Elf Warriors, plus 1 Dark Elf Priest. This configuration is truly formidable as it stands. Not a single human survivor can last more than 2 rounds against these Dark Elves. Han Xing took a deep breath. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for so many Dark Elves. But he knew his advantage. It was attack power far surpassing others of the same tier. Compared to wild monsters, the Dark Elves' defenses were noticeably weaker. Moreover, this group of Dark Elves lacked teamwork, giving Han Xing the perfect opportunity. In the next instant, 2 arrows he'd been preparing for this moment shot forth simultaneously. Double shot. Power strike. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 Dark Elf warriors charging ahead never expected such immense power to erupt from this seemingly weak human. The arrows came too fast for them to react. Yet it must be said, these Dark Elf warriors possessed exceptional combat instincts. In that split second, they made the most prudent decision to dodge sideways. The next moment, the verdant-tipped steel arrows found their mark. 1 Dark Elf warrior was struck by an arrow in the shoulder, while another took the hit in the abdomen. Fortunately, none of the wounds were fatal. The 2 Dark Elf warriors felt like they had narrowly escaped death, then angrily glared at Han Xing. Damned human! I'll chop off your head and use it as a piss pot. However, a smirk curled at the corner of Han Xing's lips at that moment. Did these 2 really think they'd be fine just by avoiding vital spots? Little did they know. His iron arrows had been smeared with green python venom in advance. Now, that neurotoxin had entered their bloodstream through the wounds and was beginning to take effect. Sure enough, in the next moment, the two Dark Elf warriors' expressions changed abruptly. They suddenly felt waves of numbness spreading from their wounds, as the surrounding flesh rapidly turned black and purple, spreading uncontrollably. The two Dark Elf warriors, faces filled with terror, shouted in alarm, "Deceitful humans! You actually poisoned the arrows!" Their weapons clattered to the ground, and they collapsed, completely incapacitated. At that very moment, a wooden arrow and a fireball simultaneously shot over from afar. It was the Dark Elf hunters and mages. While Han Xing was dealing with the two Dark Elf warriors, they had completed charging their attacks. The two attacks rapidly expanded before his eyes, arriving from tricky angles. In this critical moment, Han Xing abruptly ducked his head. The wooden arrow whizzed past overhead, but that fireball attack was already unavoidable. Click! With a booming blast, the fireball exploded against Han Xing's chest, charring his python skin coat black. The force of the explosion sent him tumbling backwards several meters. Han Xing quickly pushed himself up, muttering to himself how close a call it had been. Fortunately, he had crafted this animal hide coat before entering the battle. Otherwise, that single fireball would have been enough to blast him into critical condition. Whoosh! As he rose to his feet, Han Xing's bow released another arrow in an instant. The Dark Elf mage who had just launched the fireball attack seemed caught off guard by how swiftly Han Xing counterattacked. The arrow pierced through his forehead before he even realized what was happening. The Dark Elf mage's body went limp and collapsed. The remaining Dark Elves glared with eyes bulging in rage, itching to cut Han Xing down on the spot. By the holy light, the Dark Elf priest raised his wooden hammer, gathering some kind of radiant energy, seemingly attempting to heal the two Dark Elf warriors and dispel the toxins within their bodies. However, Han Xing would never let him succeed. When life is threatened, humans can awaken unprecedented potential, just like Han Xing, now fully immersed in battle mode. His mind raced frantically, simultaneously tracking the distant Dark Elf ranged attacks while monitoring his skill panel. At this moment, the 5-second cooldown for dual arrows had ended. 2 arrows were instantly snatched into his hands as the bowstring drew taut. "Fly!" Han Xing shouted sharply. Thunk! Thunk! The arrow struck the Dark Elf cleric's body. The clad in wooden plate armor, its defense proved as frail as paper against Han Xing's formidable offensive power. Both arrows found their mark, instantly slaying the Dark Elf cleric. Instant kill! Such was the devastating attack power Han Xing currently possessed. With 12 agility, 9 strength, and a rare quality green longbow, he now possessed the capability to one-shot level 2 monsters. In the blink of an eye, for Dark Elves had already been rendered combat ineffective. On the field, only a Dark Elf mage and a Dark Elf hunter remained standing, both seemingly dazed by the sudden turn of events. These two Dark Elves never anticipated the battle situation could shift so rapidly. What had been an absolute advantage was overturned in an instant by this human hunter. That human's strength and reflexes had completely surpassed all their expectations. When Han Xing's hawk-like gaze swept over them, even these vicious Dark Elves instinctively took a step back. Yet, the deep-seated hatred in their bones once again robbed them of reason. Human, die! 2 Dark Elves attacked simultaneously, but Han Xing's arrow was faster. At the cost of enduring another wave of attacks from the Dark Elf mage, Han Xing's arrow struck the Dark Elf hunter. From this moment, the battle lost all suspense. When the last Dark Elf mage fell to the ground, the battle ended, and a system notification appeared. Killed 6 Dark Elves, gained 120 EXP. You destroyed a Dark Elven outpost, Elf faction reputation +1. Han Xing was currently sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The battle hadn't lasted long, but it had drained both his stamina and mental energy tremendously. He felt his body was on the verge of exhaustion. Elf clan favorability? What the hell is that? When Han Xing played on his phone, there was no such thing as favorability involved. Could this be a new feature unique to this world? Han Xing stood up at this moment, surveying the chaotic battlefield around him, and sighed with relief. Though extremely perilous, all this was worth it. He walked over to the bodies of the Dark Elves and attempted to dismantle them. However, the system displayed an unusual prompt instead. Humanoid creatures cannot be dismantled. Hint: you may search their bodies, you might find unexpected surprises. Can't disassemble? Does that mean we can loot the corpses? Han Xing thought for a moment, then came to terms with it. After all, Dark Elves look too much like humans. Even if they were really disassembled into chunks of meat and human tissue, he wouldn't be able to stomach eating them. So, he crouched down and started rummaging through these Dark Elf corpses. Chapter 16, Terror Descends. Han Xing searched each of these Dark Elf corpses one by one. Obtained damaged wooden plate armor, white, *1. Obtained wooden maul, white, *1. Obtained spirit core *1. Obtained corrupted blood *1. Obtained damaged wooden staff. Obtained spirit core. Obtained wooden bow. Obtained corrupted blood *1. These Dark Elves carried nothing of value, just some plain equipment, a few spirit cores, and a peculiar drop of blood. Corrupted blood? What the hell is this? Seeing several drops of blue-black blood suddenly appear in his inventory, Han Xing was puzzled. But since the material had no annotations whatsoever, he simply set it aside for now. Han Xing continued looting the corpses. When he reached the last dark elf, the mage he had shot through the head with an arrow, his eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the dark elf's pouch, he found a booklet. Skill book, Fireball spell. It's actually a mage's skill book. Han Xing instantly grew excited. As a perennial class in many games on Blue Star, the mage has lured countless unsuspecting players into the pit during early stages. In their imagination, mages were beings capable of manipulating lightning and flames, summoning wind and rain. But they would soon discover this mage was completely different from what they'd envisioned. In the early stages, human survivors had no means of attack other than a basic airburst skill. Only after learning their first skill could they perform simple elemental attacks, at which point their damage output would improve by leaps and bounds. Thus, Fireball and Ice Arrow spells are both desperately needed skills for mages in the early game. This Fireball skill book would definitely spark fierce competition among mages if placed in the trading channel. Of course, the skill book was merely an unexpected delight. Han Xing's initial goal was the possible water source within this dark elf territory. At a glance, right in the center of this 5M*6M platform, there was unmistakably a pond the size of a table. Roughly estimating, there must be at least 4 square meters. Although the depth was less than 40 centimeters, a quick calculation confirmed there must be at least 1,500 liters of water in there. 1,500 liters, not milliliters. Han Xing could feel his breathing becoming slightly rapid. We're rich. We're seriously rich now. How long would all this water last him? How many resources could it fetch on the trading channel? Han Xing could scarcely believe it. But after the initial excitement faded, Han Xing sensed something unusual about this pool of water. Bubbles gurgled on the water's surface, with occasional plumes of black smoke rising. Han Xing suddenly recalled the system had given some sort of warning before they entered. These dark elves seem to be summoning something. Could this very pool be their summoning medium? Upon closer inspection, a system notification indeed appeared. Spirit spring water contaminated by dark aura, no longer drinkable. Han Xingyue's leaping heart instantly turned to disappointment. However, the wave of disappointment didn't last long, because thick black mist suddenly rose before his eyes, wafting up from that very pool. Something's off. Han Xing abruptly took several steps back. Immediately, a second system prompt appeared. The Dark Elf's sinister ritual has reached its final stages. A powerful entity from the abyss has been summoned. Human survivor, you now face 2 choices. 1. Continue pouring corrupted blood into the ritual to complete the summoning. 2. Infuse spiritual cores into the ritual to purify the dark aura from the spirit spring water. Please make your choice quickly. Summoning ritual or purification? Han Xing frowned deeply. As someone who had played Sky Island Paradise for a while, he quickly realized he might have triggered a side quest. Just hearing the description of this side quest makes it seem incredibly significant. Han Xing knew that his next choice would likely determine the course of the mission. The Abyss, a powerful entity. Han Xing pondered the system's hint. At that moment, the black smoke rising from the pool of water on the ground grew increasingly dense and rapidly spread outward. Han Xing didn't know what kind of existence selecting the first option would summon. But at this moment, out of safety concerns, he instantly made his decision. I choose option 2, purify. The system prompt displayed a string of ellipses. A bad premonition suddenly rose from the depths of Han Xing's heart. This was a sight he had never encountered before. System, what's wrong with you? Say something, you're scaring me like this. Han Xing's voice trembled as he shouted. At that very moment, he suddenly saw that the dark elf corpse previously lying on the ground vanished without a trace after being shrouded in black smoke. The next instant, the system prompt before his eyes sent his heart plummeting straight to the abyss. Summoning ritual complete. Demon Overlord Julius is about to descend. What? Han Xing's face was covered in question marks. At the same moment, frightening murmurs and whispers suddenly filled his ears. Hatred, rage, terror, spite. Negative emotions surged like a tidal wave, flooding Han Xing's mind. He felt as though his head was about to explode, his vision growing darker. He could even see countless tormented spirits wailing in anguish. Torn space, heart-wrenching screams. The mental defenses were shattered effortlessly in this moment. Holy shit! Han Xing clutched his head, struggling to stay conscious. Can't stay. Gotta get out of here fast. Otherwise, we'll really die. Han Xing took a deep breath, mustering the last of his strength to steer his territory away from this place. However, when he accidentally glimpsed the scene behind him, his heart sank into utter despair. From the black smoke-spewing pool of water, a massive bone-white horn slowly emerged. The moment just the tip of this horn appeared, Han Xing felt his breathing grow laborious. An overwhelming aura began to spread. In that instant, the sky across hundreds of kilometers darkened as if night had fallen prematurely, the sinister energy staining every cloud pitch black. Before this terrifying force, Han Xing seemed utterly insignificant. Then, he heard a burst of maniacal laughter. Ah ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After 3,500 years, at last, the great demon lord shall emerge once more from that accursed abyss. Lowly elves, weep and wail. I shall make you relive the terror and suffering of days gone by. Ah ha 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 ha, boom! Han Xing could feel the ground beneath him trembling violently, as if something was about to burst forth from the earth. At this point, the terrifying entity had already revealed an entire horn. The horn measured nearly 20 meters in length and about 2 meters in thickness. From just this enormous horn, one could imagine how massive the creature's entire body must be. The dreadful being continued to laugh maniacally, its aura of darkness growing ever more dense. The shadow of death loomed over them all. Only 2 words popped into Han Xing's mind at that moment. We're doomed. Chapter 17, The Demon Archduke. The demon's laughter pierced their minds as the aura of death spread relentlessly. Han Xing clenched his teeth, desperately trying to maneuver the floating island to escape. Before him, the massive white bone horn trembled slightly as the demon sneered coldly, "Oh, to think there are still wretched humans here. Very well, you shall serve as this king's first blood sacrifice upon my descent." Han Xing's expression twisted violently upon hearing this. The white bone horn shook violently, the demon was about to arrive. Just as he thought his doom was certain, the tremor from the white bone horn abruptly ceased. Han Xing froze. The current scene was like the eerie calm before a storm, unnervingly oppressive. He thought the other party was brewing something and had already prepared himself to face the demon head-on. Yet after waiting a few seconds, that terrifying presence remained completely motionless. Han Xing clearly sensed something was wrong. He lifted his head, staring at the horn that pierced the sky, at least 20 meters tall, and in his mind, he roughly estimated the size of the dreadful being beneath it. According to estimates, this demon stands no less than 100 meters tall just from its height alone. Compared to its massive body, the summoning circle on the ground, measuring only 4 square meters, seemed utterly disproportionate. It was like a human stretching their arm into a narrow pipe and still vainly attempting to crawl out from within. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly had a bizarre suspicion. Is this guy stuck or something? Han Xing voiced his thoughts without realizing it. The previously motionless demon horn suddenly trembled upon hearing Han Xing's words. The demon sneered, "Humph, insignificant humans could never comprehend the greatness of a demon overlord." Hearing the demon's response, Han Xing felt certain in his heart this creature was truly trapped. The premonition of death that had been weighing on him dissipated instantly at this moment. Han Xing's lips twitched several times before he suddenly erupted into unrestrained laughter. Ha, ha ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious. I've never heard of a demon getting stuck in a summoning circle before. This is hilarious. Ha ha. Han Xing doubled over with laughter. You're really embarrassing the entire demon race. Human, shut your mouth, or I'll crush you like a bug, roared the demon lord. However, Han Xing was now certain that the demon truly couldn't emerge, and he grew even bolder as he spoke. I told you. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. Ha ha ha. Han Xing stood with his arms akimbo, letting out unrestrained laughter while taunting. Damn it! The demon lord seemed provoked by his laughter and roared angrily, "Human, don't let me catch you, or I'll imprison your soul in the abyss for eternity, forcing you to endure 10,000 years of torment." Upon hearing this, Han Xing's laughter abruptly ceased. He wasn't intimidated by the demon lord's threat at all. Instead, he turned his head and glared, "Damn, you embarrassing piece of crap. You dare threaten me? You're called Julius, right? Just you wait. I'm gonna record this scene and show everyone how the mighty demon lord got himself stuck in a summoning circle. Oh, and I'll tell the elves too," Han Xing threatened. Every survivor's system interface came equipped with recording and photo functions, and Han Xing had indeed hit record the moment the demon appeared. Do not tell the elves. Those lowly creatures are unworthy of gazing upon this monarch's visage. The demon lord flustered, hastily speaking. You say don't tell and I won't? I'm absolutely telling the elves, Han Xing declared with unwavering resolve. You? The demon lord seemed thoroughly incensed by this human before him. After a moment's silence, he sighed reluctantly, "Very well, human. You win. Name your terms." Han Xing froze for a moment, but quickly grasped the implication behind the other's words. Was this guy trying to buy his silence with benefits? Damn it, did he think Han Xing was that kind of person? Fuming with indignation, he declared righteously, "Listen here, don't even think about swaying me with benefits, unless you give me blueprints. A large number of divine artifact equipment blueprints." The demon lord across from him was also momentarily stunned before asking, "You mean those little toys made by the dwarves when you say divine artifacts?" Han Xing looked puzzled, not particularly familiar with this world's background, and replied, "Probably, yes." The demon lord scoffed disdainfully, "Those toys made by the dwarfs are utterly worthless compared to the abyssal demonic artifacts. Moreover, the strongest aspect of our demon race lies in our own physical bodies. We despise using those things to begin with. So, I don't have the blueprints you seek." "No?" Han Xing pressed on. "Then what terms do you have left to negotiate with me? Farewell, I shall now spread the footage among the elven clans." With that, he turned on his heel and made to leave the place. The truth was, Han Xing simply didn't want to deal with this guy any further after all. the fellow was downright terrifying. With his formidable strength, he could probably obliterate me thousands of times with just the slightest release of power. Sensing Han Xing's aura gradually fading, the demon lord grew impatient and hastily called out, "Human, come back." "Fine, tell whoever you want, but first, help me undo this summoning ritual before you leave." Yet Han Xing ignored his pleas completely. Finally, in desperation, the demon lord declared, "Human, if you help me cleanse the summoning ritual, I'll grant you a drop of demon's blood right now." Han Xing continued pretending not to hear. He had no idea what demon's blood was anyway. The demon lord grew more impatient. "I still have a greatsword once wielded by this king here, oh, and earlier in the interspace, I picked up a strange beast's egg that I can give you too." Han Xing finally stopped in his tracks. When he turned around, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. "You have triggered an additional side quest, the Demon Lord's Plea. Quest introduction: the Demon Lord is trapped in a dimensional rift and can no longer invade your world. Only by dispelling the summoning ritual can he return to the abyss." The noble Julius bows his head at this moment, begging you to free him from his predicament. Quest rewards: choose one from Demon's Blood, Demon Emperor's Greatsword, or Mysterious Beast Egg. Warning: this quest is not system generated. Survivors, please verify the quest information carefully. Did we really trigger the quest? Han Xing's eyes flickered with suspicion. He had always been wary of this monster, thinking it was deliberately luring him closer. Only now did he realize this demon lord seemed genuinely stuck. The creature now found itself in an awkward predicament, unable to enter Han Xing's world, yet equally incapable of returning to its abyssal domain. At the same time, Han Xing also saw the attributes of the 3 mission rewards. Demon's Blood, the heartblood of a high-ranking demon. After fusion, your lineage will be replaced with demon blood, granting powerful demonic abilities. All attributes increase tenfold, level up attribute gains tripled, and automatic advancement to the hidden class, Demon Hunter. Demon Monarch's Greatsword, red, abyssal artifact, quality, epic, attack power 10, 780, 415, 462, all attributes plus 3333, special effect, sovereignty. Equipping this weapon renders you immune to damage from demonic creatures below the rank of high-ranking demons. Special effect, judgment. As a high-ranking demon, you wield supreme authority, dealing triple damage to creatures of lower rank. Special effect, infernal flames. Attacks inflict a 10-second burning effect. Special effect. Equip requirement, level 60. Unknown Beast Egg, attributes unknown, species unknown. Capable of traversing alternate dimensions and appears to possess partial void energy abilities. Upon seeing the mission rewards, Han Xing gasped sharply, not for any trivial reason, but because every one of these 3 reward items possessed utterly game-breaking attributes. Among them, the Demon's Blood seemed to be an item linked to a hidden class. Merely by fusing with it, one could directly advance into the powerful Demon Hunter profession. That Demon Monarch's Greatsword goes without saying. It seems to be this demon's personal weapon, with attributes so ridiculously powerful they defy description. As for the final exotic Beast Egg, the system's explanation was somewhat vague, but without a doubt, anything that could catch a demon monarch's eye couldn't possibly be ordinary. At this moment, Han Xing stared at that towering horn and finally felt his resolve waver. Chapter 18, 3 Choices, Astonishing Rewards. Facing the rewards offered by the Demon Lord, Han Xing took a deep breath. He had to admit, his heart had skipped a beat just then, but he didn't fully trust the demon's words either, so he asked, "I can help you, but how can I trust you won't break your word and just leave once you're free?" The demon monarch opposite scoffed, "Are you questioning my honor?" "Yes." Han Xing nodded bluntly. "Given how humiliating your current situation is, why would you care about honor anyway?" The demon monarch was furious but suppressed his anger, saying, "I can sign a contract with you using my true name. Just dismantle the summoning array, and I swear you'll be richly rewarded." True name contract? Han Xing's eyes lit up. After all, for the demon race, one's true name was of utmost importance. Though it wasn't as extreme as those stories where knowing someone's true name granted control over life and death, swearing by one's own name still demonstrated considerable sincerity. "Fine, let's sign it then," Han Xing readily agreed. System prompt appears. The Demon Lord Julius, sworn by his true name, requests your assistance in canceling the summoning ritual. As compensation, you may choose one item as a reward. Will you accept? Sign. Han Xing immediately clicked accept, then asked, "How do I cancel the summoning ritual?" The demon's tone returned to calmness. "Invest the spirit core to purify the dark energy within the spirit spring water, and the summoning ritual will naturally cease." Han Xing nodded. He didn't doubt the words of the Demon Lord, because from the beginning, option 2 of the system mission also pointed to this method. Han Xing remained cautious. Even after accepting the mission, he didn't attempt to approach the summoning circle, because he wasn't sure if this demon still had other tricks up its sleeve. He pulled out a wooden arrow, then tied a spirit core to its tip with rope, launching the cores one by one into the water with his bowstring. The demon archlord responded to Han Xing's wariness with a cold sneer. As each spirit core sank into the pool, the dark energy ceased spreading and instead transformed into clarity. The towering horn began to fade at this moment, as if on the verge of vanishing from this space altogether. It wasn't until Han Xing fired his 37th arrow that the black mist finally stopped rising from the spirit spring in the pool. The demon lord's horn slowly sank beneath the water, on the verge of disappearing. At that moment, Han Xing urgently shouted, "Demon, my reward." The demon lord contemplated going back on his word, but remembering the true name contract he'd signed, he grudgingly responded, "Human, name your desired reward." Hearing this, Han Xing quickly weighed the pros and cons of the 3 rewards in his mind, finding it difficult to make an immediate choice. "You'd better decide quickly. Once the ritual dissipates, you'll no longer be able to commune with me, your majesty. By then, it won't be me breaking the contract." The demon sneered with a sinister chuckle. Recalling the cunning nature of this creature, Han Xing gritted his teeth and swiftly made his decision. "I choose the exotic beast egg." The other side seemed momentarily stunned. The demon lord asked, "Are you certain you don't want this king's sword or demon blood?" Han Xing nodded firmly, "I'm sure. Hurry up and give it to me." The demon scoffed coldly, "As you wish." A moment later, as the demon lord vanished completely, the previously darkened sky brightened once more. Han Xing collapsed to the ground at this moment, utterly spent as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. At that moment, a system notification appeared. "Demon Lord Julius has returned to the abyss. Survivor, you have accomplished a magnificent feat of repelling the enemy. World influence increased by 32. You have obtained 10 legend points. What the hell is legend points?" Han Xing was utterly baffled. He checked his character interface again. There was indeed an extra legendary point now, but no explanation was provided about what the legendary point could be used for. Shaking his head, Han Xing decided to set the matter aside for the time being, because right now, his attention was completely captured by the sight at the center of the Dark Elves' territory. Floating atop the crystal-clear pond was a gigantic black egg. Han Xing's eyes widened. He quickly moved toward the pond, then snatched up the giant egg in his grasp. A system notification pops up. "Unknown species alien beast egg obtained. Begin incubation?" Warning, once the incubation process begins, the creature within this exotic egg will automatically bind as your pet. Each survivor can only bind one pet at the current stage. Please choose carefully. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing pondered thoughtfully, "Can we only bind one pet? Who knows exactly what kind of creature is inside? Although anything the demon lord fancies probably isn't bad, but there's always that tiny chance." For no apparent reason, Han Xing suddenly felt a twinge of regret. "Perhaps I should have chosen the demon blood or the monarch's greatsword instead of this exotic beast egg? Percent. But the next moment, as if he had thought of something, his expression drastically changed. When selecting the rewards earlier, that demon seemed more eager for him to choose either the demon's blood or the monarch's greatsword, even going so far as to confirm it with Han Xing again. That bastard definitely wasn't being so kind. The only possibility was that the demon had a scheme. Han Xing's voice trembled as he spoke. "I remember. The description of the demon's blood said that after fusion, one would gain demonic power, but their bloodline would also be replaced with that of a demon. In other words, I would become one of the demon race. Demons are creatures with a strictly hierarchical order. Higher-ranking demons hold absolute power of life and death over lower-ranking ones. If I were to become a demon, would I too fall under its control? And that demon monarch's greatsword, as a weapon it has wielded for years, it must have embedded some means of control. Perhaps it could directly manipulate my soul through the sword and seize my body." Holy shit! Han Xing jolted awake. He realized that his guess was likely correct. The demon's initial target had always been to control him. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he hissed angrily, "What a cunning bastard!" Yet at the same moment, overwhelming relief washed over him. "Thank heavens, I accidentally made the perfect choice." When Han Xing looked again at the colossal black egg ahead, the ache of regret in his chest had significantly dulled. After all, compared to one's own life, what do these things even matter? With this thought, Han Xing clicked on the incubation without hesitation. A system prompt appeared. "Incubate unknown mysterious beast egg? This incubation will take 100 hours. 100 hours? That long?" It was taking a very long time. Han Xing clicked confirm, then said expectantly, "I hope it hatches a powerful pet for me. I wouldn't even mind getting a dragon." Though, Han Xing also knew he was full of wishful thinking. This giant egg, from appearance to size, has absolutely nothing to do with dragons. The chances of it hatching a dragon are extremely low. Incubation in progress. Remaining time, 99 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. After dealing with the giant egg, Han Xing turned his gaze with burning intensity toward the pond ahead. He hadn't forgotten his original purpose. The reason he'd risked challenging those dark elves in the first place was for the water source at the heart of the territory. Though there had been twists and turns, even a battle of wits with that terrifying presence, in the end, success at last. Now, as long as he merged this territory, he would instantly gain an abundant water supply. completely resolving the water crisis. Not only that, if this batch of spirit spring water appeared in the trading market, it would surely trigger a frenzy throughout District 107. And I could also reap enormous profits from this. Chapter 19, We're Rich. Faced with such abundant water resources, Han Xing's spirit soared as he eagerly annexed this floating island territory. You have successfully merged with the Dark Elf territory. Territorial area has expanded. You have obtained territorial resources, 1,532 liters of spirit spring water. Spirit spring water, a pure drinking water that seems to contain traces of life essence. After drinking, it can slowly restore injuries. Upon seeing the annotation, Han Xing was instantly shocked. Initially, he thought this was just ordinary drinking water, but the additional attribute instantly elevated the prestige of this pool of water by several levels. What does it mean to recover from injuries? In this world, there are no doctors, nor the healing magic of holy priests. If you're unlucky enough to get injured, you either rely on your own constitution to heal or simply wait for death. Currently, many human survivors have been wounded in battles with monsters, yet they cannot receive proper medical treatment. Those severely injured survivors who got wounded at this moment would effectively lose their combat capability, equivalent to being sentenced to death by this world. Especially among the close combat professions, the casualty rates were even higher. However, the emergence of this spiritual spring water has given them new hope. One could imagine how tremendous a stir it would create when the spiritual spring water appeared on the trading channel. This isn't a pool of water, it's practically a pool of liquid gold. Han Xing was thrilled and couldn't wait to take the first sip. As the cool spring water flowed down his throat, Han Xing instantly felt a refreshing chill permeate his entire body, from head to toe. So refreshing. The spots on both arms where he had been burned by the exploding fireball's splash damage now began to itch intensely. The wounds are healing, such a noticeable effect. After verifying the effects of the spirit spring water, Han Xing suddenly had an idea. Now is the time when everyone is most desperate for water. This is a perfect trading opportunity. At this thought, Han Xing decided there was no time to lose. He would start stockpiling resources immediately. He opened the chat channel, ready to assess the current market situation. However, contrary to expectations, there weren't scenes of everyone desperately buying water resources. Instead, many were discussing a particular water-selling survivor. The chat channel flooded with messages. Look, the Soulbinder Big Shot is selling water again. This time it's still 100 milliliters. He needs a stalker's green tier weapon. Who's got weapons? Go make the trade now. The trading channel erupted into another frenzy as numerous survivors began privately messaging the player called Soulbinder. The 100 milliliters of water was nearly sold out in an instant. Did someone discover a large water source? Han Xing keenly sensed that someone might have beaten him to selling water first. A quick scroll through the chat messages confirmed Han Xing's suspicion. Indeed, there was a survivor calling themselves Soul Beguiler who was trading water. However, their asking price was outrageously high: 100 milliliters of water for either 10 spirit cores, 5 kilograms of food, or green tier equipment. Here, any single item would be enough to completely empty the life savings of today's human survivors. The goods they painstakingly gathered from non-hazardous floating islands still had to be traded away just for a sip of water. Yet, even so, crowds still clamored to buy them. After all, compared to one's own life, these things were utterly insignificant. Han Xing lowered her head in thought. Selling only 100 milliliters at a time, is this some kind of scarcity marketing tactic? It said this is the 7th time that Illusionist has sold water resources. That means he must still have quite a reserve of water on hand. But definitely not as much as I have. After all, Han Xing currently had a full 1,500 liters of water in her possession, which converts to 1.5 million milliliters. He believed that currently, no one on Channel 107 could surpass him. If there had been, they would have already traded in bulk by now. With this thought, Han Xing immediately opened the trade channel and posted a listing. Listed item, Spirit Spring Water, which replenishes hydration and has mild healing properties for injuries. Inventory, plentiful supply. Exchange rates: 1 spirit core for 10 milliliters of spirit spring water, 1 refined iron bar for 5 milliliters of spirit spring water, 1 animal hide for 100 milliliters of spirit spring water, etc. Consignor: Starry River. Han Xing continuously input various material information while establishing different trading rules. From various ores to equipment, skill books, blueprints, and even unopened treasure chests, everything had a clearly marked price. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once the survivors on Channel 107 weathered this period and solved their water supply issues, any large-scale acquisitions would become impossible later on. Hoarding these materials wouldn't put Han Xing at a disadvantage either. Moreover, their value would only continue appreciating with time. Han Xing had even considered that even if he couldn't use them all, he could craft them into equipment and sell them to people in Channel 107, continuing to harvest resources from them to form a virtuous cycle. By then, perhaps nearly 10,000 people in the entire Channel 107 would rely on him to provide their equipment, and Han Xing would be rolling in wealth. The moment the consignment information for the Spirit Spring water went up, many survivors rubbed their eyes cautiously, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Though filled with doubts, they clicked on the trade without hesitation, fearing someone else would snatch it up if they delayed even a second. When the first survivor successfully traded 5 spirit cores, 8 refined iron pieces, and 30 rare earth minerals for 120 milliliters of Spirit Spring water, he nearly leapt with excitement. He shouted ecstatically in the local network, "Holy shit, I got it, I got it. There's someone selling water in the trade channel. Anyone with materials can trade, hurry." What? With the first one, there was immediately a second. Han Xing Spirit Spring water quickly triggered a frenzied rush. At the same time, the local network chat channel erupted with unprecedented fervor. Many survivors inside were overcome with excitement. "Holy shit, I actually got it swapped, thank you, kind soul. Oh my god, this isn't ordinary water, it's Spirit Spring water. It's better than regular drinking water and even has healing properties. Folks, hurry up, get it while you can, it's a steal, and when it's gone, it's gone." The chat channel went completely wild. Han Xing's screen was completely flooded by a dense stream of system notifications. Transaction successful, you obtained refined iron *6. You lost 30 milliliters of Spirit Spring water. You obtained a bronze treasure chest *1. You lost 500 milliliters of Spirit Spring water. Acquired mage robe blueprint, green, *1. You lost 300 milliliters of Spirit Spring water. Han Xing said very reasonable exchange rates. Even if you only had one material, you could still trade it for Spirit Spring water with him. With clearly marked prices, Han Xing eliminated the need for bargaining. Water-starved survivors began frantically buying up supplies. As system notifications continuously scrolled across the screen, vast quantities of materials poured into his inventory. Within just 5 minutes, his refined iron reserves surpassed 1,000 units, spirit cores exceeded 500, while rare earth elements, ether, and other materials broke through 3,000 units. And this number was growing at an alarming rate. The 60-slot inventory was quickly filled to capacity. Han Xing had no choice but to start piling the materials directly on the ground. Before long, small mountains of stacked materials began forming before his eyes. Han Xing's face was practically blooming with joy at this moment. "We're rich. We're really rich now." Chapter 20, The Monopoly's Windfall. Han Xing rubbed his hands together excitedly, his voice trembling as he spoke. Just how long can these materials last me, and how many pieces of equipment can I craft with them? As of now, he had exchanged for a total of 1,052 spirit cores, 4,362 rare earth metals, 3,742 refined iron, 5,763 ether, 3 skill books, 5 unopened bronze treasure chests, 32 unopened wooden chests, 7 green tier equipment blueprints, and thousands of other miscellaneous materials. All Han Xing had spent was merely 37 liters of Spirit Spring water, and his remaining reserves of Spirit Spring water stood at 1,502 liters. It didn't even make a dent in his surplus. Is this the benefit of monopoly? Absolutely amazing, Han Xing exclaimed. Now in the entire Zone 107, he was the only one massively selling water resources, facing absolutely no competition. If this continued, Han Xing could potentially gather almost all the resources harvested by the 10,000 players in Channel 107 over these 2 days into his own hands. It would be equivalent to all these players working for Han Xing during these 2 days. Looking at the growing pile of materials on the ground, Han Xing pondered for a moment before temporarily removing the consignment listing of the spiritual spring water. In the consignment channel, the frenzy that had lasted for 10 minutes came to an abrupt halt. The survivors who were still waiting for their transactions were suddenly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why was it suddenly taken down? At Stellar, God-tier player, is it about not having enough water reserves? I haven't traded for any yet. At Stellar, bro, what's happening? Tell us something, man. I'm getting really scared. In the chat channel, many people were frantically tagging Han Xing, but he was currently preoccupied with organizing his territory and temporarily wasn't checking messages. With no response from Han Xing, the group grew increasingly panicked, especially those survivors who had been on the fence earlier, hesitating whether to trade what they held in their hands, now regretted it bitterly. They could have kicked themselves for missing out on such a golden opportunity. If Han Xing stops selling, where are they supposed to get water from? Damn it, the master player didn't reply, they must have really sold out. Damn, I initially thought his prices were too high and it wasn't worth swapping, but now, I feel like slapping myself twice over. I feel the same. Those who failed to make the exchange were filled with regret and heartache, while the survivors who had promptly traded for spiritual spring water when it was listed on Han Xing were secretly elated, even taking to the chat channels to mock others mercilessly. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of fools, what good are materials and equipment compared to your own life? If you lose your gear, you can always farm more drops, but if you die, that's it for real. Absolutely right. Plus, the spiritual spring water heals injuries, it's like an extra life in an emergency. No matter how you calculate it, we got the better deal. Listening to their mockery, the onlooking survivors were practically sick with regret, but some still refused to give up. They tried summoning Han Xin again, hoping he would list just a bit more of the spirit spring water. Misu, at Starry River, Great One, just put up a tiny bit more, I swear I won't hesitate this time. Sanwang Mountain, at Starry River, bro, you're our savior, the whole channel 107 is counting on you. Please sell us some more water. Whirlwind Potato, at Starry River, daddy. Rainstone, dude upstairs, you're ruthless, at Whirlwind Potato. Whirlwind Potato, what did I do? Right now, anyone willing to sell water is my savior, my second parent. From now on, he's my Starry River daddy. At that moment, a familiar name appeared in the chat channel. Xingha, ahem, what happened? Han Xing coughed awkwardly twice. At the sight of Han Xing's message, the entire channel 107 momentarily froze. Whirlwind Potato, at Xingha, Dad, did I summon you? Primordial Spirit Master, the Grandmaster has finally appeared. We beg you, please put up more spirit spring water. Han Xing checked the chat history above and finally understood what had happened in the channel. He said with a smile, don't worry, everyone, there's still more spirit spring water. I'll be listing another batch soon. Bean Sprout, at Starry River, really, Great Master? I'm counting on your spirit spring water to save my life. Lost Path, that's great news. This time, I won't hesitate for sure. Many survivors in the chat channel breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. They had initially thought Han Xing's spirit spring water was sold out, missing a golden opportunity only to discover he still had some left. Galaxy God, how much spirit spring water do you have in reserve? Will the price remain the same as before? Han Xing replied, no need to worry. I'll restock the spirit spring water, but the trading conditions will be adjusted slightly. Hearing Han Xing's words, the survivors on channel 107 thought he was about to raise prices, their hearts nervously clutching in anticipation. Han Xing seemed aware of their worries and directly stated, don't worry, it's not a price hike, just some additional exchange conditions. Anyone who has furniture, houses, territory facility blueprints, or similar items can trade them with me for spirit spring water at favorable rates. Oh, and if anyone has storage boxes or storage box blueprints, you can now get priority access to trade for spirit spring water. White-grade storage boxes can be directly exchanged for 500 milliliters of spirit spring water, while blueprints can get you 2,000 milliliters. Green-grade storage boxes qualify for 2,000 milliliters, and their blueprints can be traded for a whopping 10,000 milliliters of spirit spring water. This was exactly why Han Xing clicked into the chat channel. Now his territory is overflowing with too many materials, and he must gather them using several storage chests. Hearing the exorbitant payment Han Xing was offering, many survivors were utterly astonished. You see, before Han Xing's pricing, a bronze treasure chest could only be exchanged for 500 milliliters of spirit spring water, while even a green-grade equipment blueprint could fetch just 300 milliliters. Now, a white-tier storage box blueprint was being offered at the staggering price of 2,000 milliliters, while a green tier 1 went for 10,000 milliliters. Many couldn't help wishing they could magically produce such a blueprint right now to trade with Han Xing. Storage box blueprint, who's got one? Hurry up, the legend has needs, whoever's got storage boxes or blueprints, bring them out quick. In the chat channel, people were so worried Han Xing might not get the storage box blueprint that they'd stop selling spirit spring water. They all started anxiously urging him on his behalf. But the drop rate for this blueprint seems rather low. After all, storage boxes are spatial items like dimensional backpacks, but with larger capacity. The drawback is they can't be carried around and must be placed within territory boundaries for storage. Just then, a survivor named Cream Puff slowly typed, I think I have a storage box blueprint here, it's green tier quality. Would that work? Han Xing laughed and said, deal then, let's trade. He promptly sent a trade request to the other party, who readily accepted. Then, a system notification appeared. You have obtained storage box blueprint, green, you have lost 10 liters of spirit spring water. The spirit spring water reserves fell below 1,500 liters, but to Han Xing, it was utterly insignificant. At that moment, the Cream Puff excitedly announced in the chat channel that they had managed to exchange for a full 10,000 milliliters of spirit spring water, sparking envy among the other survivors. Just then, Han Xing chimed in on the local network, everyone, stay calm, I'll be listing another batch of spirit spring water soon. Deal directly with me when the time comes. Got it, Master, we'll be waiting. At Starry River, thank you, Starry River God, you're the savior of our channel 107. In the chat channel, Han Xing smiled at the crowd's flattery. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly noticed a familiar name tagging him. Lei Wei, at Starry River, what's going on? Why did you reject my trade request directly? Chapter 21, Bountiful Harvest. Levy questioned Han Xing in the chat channel. At that moment, another person named 5-Day Thunder said, even members of our Lei Corporation were rejected when trying to trade with you. What are you trying to do, giving up on business? Facing their questioning, Han Xing chuckled lightly, I'm not trying to do anything. I just don't want to trade with people from your Lei Corporation, that's all. The other survivors keenly sensed the unusual implication in Han Xing's words. This big shot seems to have some beef with the people from the Lei Corporation. Just then, they remembered the person Lei Corporation was clamoring to boycott in the chat yesterday was actually Xingyi. Well, damn. These idiots offended a pro. And now they've been cut off from trading altogether. Many secretly mourned Lei Corporation's loss for a few seconds in their hearts. At this moment, Levi also knew Han Xing was holding a grudge from yesterday. Suppressing his anger, he said in a low voice, Kid, no need to be so petty, is there? Though we had our differences before, that was just me alone. No need to drag the rest of Lei Corporation into this, right? However, Han Xing replied with a smile, Oh, I remember yesterday, it was a whole group from your Lei Corporation who jumped out, shouting about boycotting me and refusing to trade supplies. Well, congratulations then, you've succeeded. Levi froze for a moment before replying in a low voice, Star River, don't push things too far. If you refuse to sell us water, dozens of lives from the Lei Corporation will be on your hands. The atmosphere in the chat channel was eerily unsettling. This Lei Wei had outright dragged dozens of lives into the discussion, attempting to pressure Han Xing into selling water. However, Han Xing sneered coldly, Lei Wei, I told you, don't try to fool me with your tricks. Do you really think moral blackmail would work on me? You're their leader, you're responsible for the people under you. Since this was your decision, you'll bear all the consequences. If you can't handle them, it just proves your incompetence. With that, Han Xing didn't want to waste any more words on this Levi. He exited the chat channel directly. All that remained was Levi, his face livid, trembling with rage as he stared at the chat channel. As for the other members of the Levi Corporation, each one had turned as pale as paper. Meanwhile, back in Han Xing's floating island territory, he squeezed his way out from a pile of materials. Ravi's persuasive tactics had no effect on him, despite deliberately painting the situation as dire. But Han Xing knew that while water resources were scarce in Channel 107, some individuals still held reserves. The Lei Corporation could easily negotiate with these people for supplies, they'd just have to pay a higher price. It all came down to whether Ravi was willing to sacrifice more. Shaking his head, Han Xing stopped thinking about those people. Instead, he looked at the territory that had nearly doubled in size again and grinned, revealing a row of sparkling white teeth. Before this, his territory had been 32 square units in size. After merging with the Dark Elves' floating island, it expanded directly to 64 cubic units. An 8-meter by 8-meter giant platform floated suspended high in the sky. The space was quite large, but the massive amount of materials still made the platform extremely crowded and chaotic. Han Xing finally managed to break free from the piles of materials and found 2 empty spots at the edge. Then, he checked the blueprint section to see the crafting requirements for storage boxes. Storage box blueprint, green. Required materials for crafting, spirit core *50, pure iron *100, mithril *10, rare earth *100. Success rate, 10%, affected by divine craftsman talent. Success rate has reached 100%. It actually requires mithril as a material. Han Xing lowered his head in thought. There aren't many sources for mithril. Aside from the small chance of obtaining some from bronze treasure chests, you can only depend on luck to find a few mithril or veins. I wonder if Channel 107 has it now. Han Xing was somewhat uncertain, but when he returned to the chat channel and expressed his intention to purchase mithril, he still received responses from many people. In the end, he successfully traded 2,000 milliliters of spirit spring water for 21 pieces of mithril. As expected, there's strength in numbers. Even with low odds, there are always a few lucky individuals who manage to obtain these materials. With all the required materials for the storage box gathered, Han Xing clicked on the craft button without hesitation. A dazzling green light flashed, and a small portion of the material pile on the ground vanished. Before my eyes, a 180-second progress bar appeared. Since it was tool production, the required time was somewhat longer. After waiting for 3 minutes, a system notification arrived. Successfully crafted storage box, green, *2. Storage box, green, quality fine, storage space 350, effect, expansion, additional 50 storage space. Storage box, green, quality rare, storage space 400, effect, intermediate expansion, additional 100 storage space. 2 storage boxes, 1 fine quality and 1 rare quality. With the effect bonuses combined, they've added a total of 750 storage slots. The God-tier craftsman talent once again demonstrated its formidable power. Excellent, now we have more than enough space. No sooner had he spoken. Clang! With a hollow clang, 2 refined iron storage chests measuring approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter wide materialized before Han Xing. Since the chests were entirely forged from refined iron, they appeared jet black, adorned with intricate white patterns formed by mithril inlays. Han Xing stuffed all the mountain-like piles of materials on the ground into the storage box. After a moment, the territory became spacious again. Han Xing clapped his hands and reopened the consignment channel to sell the spirit spring water. Channel 107 was once again thrown into an uproar. Many people began scrambling to trade resources with Han Xing, and within just a few seconds, over 100 trade requests appeared. In fact, compared to the first time, the trading frenzy was even more intense. Han Xing clicked through the trade offers so fast his fingers grew sore, thoroughly enjoying the busywork. Trade successful. You obtained the complete furniture blueprint collection. You lost 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. Transaction successful. You have obtained the animal hide boots blueprint, green. You have lost 300 milliliters of spirit spring water. Trade successful. You obtained the warrior's pendant blueprint, green. You lost 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. Because Han Xing had altered the transaction terms, this time he removed all equipment requests, instead collecting various blueprints, skipping duplicates outright. The trading frenzy lasted for nearly 2 hours, and Han Xing felt his fingers were about to cramp from all the frantic clicking. When the final transaction was completed, Han Xing collapsed onto the ground as if he had just fought a major battle. Though exhausted, his face bore an expression of exhilaration. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled to see over a dozen skill books and dozens of blueprints for equipment and weapons quietly resting in their backpack? Not only that, but at the edge of the territory, 4 storage chests occupying 8 square meters stood as further testament to his gains. Han Xing had to quickly make 2 more because the storage was already full. Now, with 4 storage chests and nearly 3,000 slots, every inch of space was packed with various materials. Chapter 22, Territory Ranking, activated. Earlier, during the first 10-minute trading session, Han Xing had exchanged 37 liters of spirit spring water for tens of thousands of materials. In just 2 hours of trading, Han Xing had expended over 400 liters of spirit spring water. One could only imagine how much material and how many spirit cores he had stockpiled. This round, I've struck it rich. Han Xing excitedly sprang to his feet. As for these materials, rare earth and ether go without saying. Being special resources, they have extremely wide applications and will be indispensable for crafting large-scale engineering props and magical devices in the future. More importantly, there's the spirit core. Han Xing had already discovered that the more powerful the equipment crafted, the more spirit cores required. These cores also had remarkably versatile applications. After reviewing these materials, Han Xing shifted his gaze to the 17 skill manuals. The Stalker skill books include 5 volumes, covering basic abilities like stealth, backstab, and throat slitting. Warriors have 4 volumes, featuring skills such as charge, aerial slash, and horizontal cleave. Clerics possess Holy Strike, Orb of Light, and Purification among their divine abilities. For mages, there's Frost Arrow, Fireball, Wind Blade, and Thunderstrike, all essential offensive spells the class desperately needs. What Han Xing looked forward to most were the 3 skill books for the Hunter class. Wind Chasing Arrow fires an extremely swift arrow, dealing 130% damage to the enemy. Multi-Shot rapidly fires 5 arrows in succession, each dealing 80% damage. Roll performs a quick roll during combat. Excellent! Han Xing clenched his fist. Now, except for Weakness Strike, I've gathered all the hunter's basic pre-advancement skills. Next was that pile of blueprints. Han Xing couldn't be bothered to examine them one by one and simply clicked to learn them all. Since Han Xing hadn't traded duplicate blueprints, all these schematics were new to him. Leather boots, leather shorts, traveler's ring, warrior's pendant. Among them, the leather armor offered the highest agility bonus and was the preferred choice for hunters and sneaks. After setting aside what he could use himself, he straight up ignored the remaining green-tier robes, light armor, and forged iron plate armor. Now, he practically possessed a full set of 1-star green equipment with only the helmet and gauntlets missing. With materials in abundant supply, Han Xing produced 7 or 8 complete sets in one go. After filtering out some superior quality green items, what remained were all rare quality green gear. A total of 4 rare quality green items. Beast Hide Shorts, green, quality rare, defense 2-4, agility +3, special effect, basic magic resistance. Beast-Hide boots, green, quality rare, defense 1-2, agility +6, special effect, sprint, active ability. Increases running speed by 50% for 10 seconds when activated. Warrior's Pendant, green, quality rare, strength +6, constitution +2, special effect, Warrior's Roar. When attacked, 50% chance to trigger Warrior's Roar state, increasing your attack power by 10% for 10 seconds. Traveler's Ring, green, quality rare, strength +2, agility +2, spirit +2, constitution +2, special effect. Han Xing equipped them one by one, and his attributes received a significant boost. His stats panel had changed. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Occupation, hunter. Level, LV2. Strength, 6+9, Warrior Pendant +6, Traveler's Ring +2, Beast Leather Coat +1, Agility, 6+15, Spatial Backpack +4, Beast Leather Boots +6, Beast Leather Shorts +3, Traveler's Ring +2, Spirit, 5+2, Traveler's Ring +2, Constitution, 8+8, Spatial Backpack +4, Warrior Pendant +2, Traveler's Ring +2. Skills, Basic Archery Proficiency, Dual Shot, Wind Chasing Arrow, Rapid Multishot, Roll Dot. Talent, Divine Artisan, SSS. Looking at his stats, Han Xing suddenly sighed and said, "I'm so awesome." For now, Han Xing's gear truly qualifies as exceptionally formidable among the survivors. His stats are more than enough to dominate other level 5 survivors. Beyond his attributes, he's also mastered 3 hunter skills. Coupled with the temporary attack boost from the newly crafted Warrior's Pendant and the sprint effect from his short boots, his combat effectiveness has seen a dramatic upgrade. Next time we encounter a Dark Elf squad, the fight won't be so close call dangerous. Han Xing thought gleefully. As he was organizing these materials, several more hours slipped by unnoticed, and the sky gradually darkened. The second day of the human survivors' arrival in this world was drawing to a close. During this time, Han Xing also opened all those dozens of bronze treasure chests. Of course, the bronze treasure chests could only yield green-tier equipment and blueprints at most, with a small chance of dropping skill books. He lacked none of these things now. He stuffed all the loot haphazardly into the storage chest. Han Xing glanced at the sky and pondered for a moment before saying, "It's getting late. Let's not explore any more floating islands today. Balancing work and rest is important too." Han Xing wasn't in a hurry. He opened the newly acquired book titled Complete Guide to Furniture Making. Time to start crafting furniture. Han Xing opened the Complete Guide to Furniture Making and began by making himself a bed, a pillow, and a blanket. A few more pieces of furniture were added: stools, tables, torch stands, grills, fire pits, and so on. The 66 square meter platform was already quite spacious, more than enough for him to place all these facilities. The once empty territory now began to carry a faint sense of home. 1-meter-high torch stands were planted at each corner of the territory, each holding a shadow firestone. The flickering light cast a warm, drifting glow. Han Xing checked the incubation progress of the exotic beast egg, as prompted by the system. Incubation in progress. Time remaining until full hatching, 94 hours, 47 minutes, 32 seconds. 94 more hours to go. After a brief glance, he shifted his attention away and comfortably laid down on the bed. Gazing at the starry sky, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, a system announcement jolted all survivors awake from their dreams. Announcement: the number of level 2 survivors in local channels has surpassed 1,000 for the first time. The territory leaderboard is now unlocked. Territory leaderboard rules: survivors earn 1 point for every cubic unit of territory expanded. The first 100 survivors in each region to reach 1,000 points will receive ranking rewards. Meanwhile, survivors from Blue Star assigned to different regions erupted in murmurs of confusion. Territory leaderboard? There are already over 1,000 level 2 survivors? Which district improved so fast? At this moment, people in Zone 107's channel shared the same confusion, but the next instant, they discovered exactly which district had progressed so rapidly. Announcement: as 1,000 survivors in your Zone 107 have reached level 2 first, you have been granted the Valiant Struggle status effect. Brave and tenacious, during the scoreboard duration, survivors gain a 10% increase in all attributes. Holy shit, it's our Zone 107. Damn, you guys are unstoppable. Ranked first in the entire server. So damn impressive. Chapter 23, The Hidden Profession Scroll. The sudden system announcement startled Han Xing awake. He noticed the Valiant Battle status effect appearing on his status bar, and a faint smile crossed his lips. Impressive. Looks like everyone in our Zone 107 are grinders, night owls who never sleep. Seriously hardcore, Han Xing exclaimed with genuine admiration. Little did he know, his own efforts had partly contributed to District 107 securing the server-wide first place. At a time when all human survivors suffered extreme water shortages, Han Xing eliminated a dark elf squad and outwitted a powerful demon before finally discovering abundant water sources. Though only a few hundred liters of water were traded out, seemingly negligible when divided among thousands. Even this small amount revitalized them, restoring their combat capabilities. Having experienced it once, they understood even more clearly that they must actively explore the Sky Island and gather more resources while they were still in good condition. And this was also one of the reasons why Area 107's channel was able to stay ahead of other regions. Han Xing immediately opened the regional territory scoreboard. To his surprise, the person currently ranked first in the entire Area 107 channel was none other than himself. First place, Stellar River, territory points 66. Second place, Black Hawk, territory points 42. Third place, The Whisperer, territory points 35. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 32. Han Xing's personal territory points far outpaced the others in the top 100 rankings, though the other survivors aren't doing badly either. Every name on that leaderboard represents territory points that have broken into double digits. This means they've survived at least one battle, maybe several, and are gradually adapting to the rhythm of this world. A points leaderboard? What's the reward for making it? Han Xing stared at the rankings interface when suddenly, another system notification appeared. Territory ranking rewards updated. Rank 51 to 100, 10 units of food, 5 units of fresh water, 100 spirit cores, and 1 random advanced profession scroll. Rank 21 to 50, 20 units of food, 10 units of fresh water, 200 spirit cores, 1 self-selected green tier weapon, and 1 random advanced profession scroll. Rank 11 to 20 rewards, food asterisk 30 units, fresh water asterisk 15 units, spirit core asterisk 300, self-selected green tier weapon asterisk 1, self-selected green tier equipment asterisk 1, self-selected advanced class scroll asterisk 1. Rank 4 to 10 rewards, food asterisk 50 units, freshwater asterisk 20 units, spirit core asterisk 500, self-selected blue tier weapon asterisk 1, self-selected advanced class scroll asterisk 1. Third place rewards, food asterisk 100 units, freshwater asterisk 50 units, spirit core asterisk 1000, self-selected blue tier weapon asterisk 1, silver treasure chest asterisk 1, self-selected advanced class scroll asterisk 1. Second place rewards, food asterisk 200 units, freshwater asterisk 50 units, spirit core asterisk 1000, self-selected blue tier weapon blueprint asterisk 1, silver treasure chest asterisk 1, self-selected advanced class scroll asterisk 1. Seeing the rewards above, Han Xing was astonished. Silver treasure chests, blue equipment, and even an advanced profession scroll, these rewards would probably make countless people fight tooth and nail for them, wouldn't they? However, when he saw the first place prize, his eyes instantly widened in disbelief. First place reward, food asterisk 500 units, fresh water asterisk 200 units, spirit cores asterisk 1000, self-selectable purple weapon blueprint asterisk 1, silver treasure chest asterisk 1, hidden profession scroll asterisk 1. Han Xing completely ignored all the previous rewards, his gaze firmly locked on the final line. Hidden profession scroll. When selecting his initial profession, Han Xing had already decided that he would later aim for the hunter's hidden specialization, Wild Ranger. But at present, it appears he hasn't found any clues regarding the trigger conditions for this hidden class. According to Han Xing's estimation, he would need to reach at least level 8 or 9 before having the capability to attempt the Wild Ranger's job change quest. Yet now, an opportunity has unexpectedly appeared before him. By securing first place on the leaderboard, he wouldn't need to painstakingly search for the Wild Ranger's trigger quest. Instead, upon reaching level 10, he could directly advance to this powerful hidden class. In Sky Island Paradise, no one knows exactly how many hidden professions exist. But since they're hidden, they can't be said to be definitively stronger than other professions, though they certainly possess something extraordinary. In that instant, Han Xing became determined to claim first place. The moment the point rewards were updated, it wasn't just Han Xing who saw the reward details. The other survivors also caught sight of the astonishing rewards for first place, and their eyes burned with envy. The chat channel was flooded with messages at this moment. So many rewards. Even food and water are rewarded as standard units. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 basically won't have to worry about food and drinks anymore. That's right. More importantly, they're even giving out advanced vocation scrolls. I saw it mentioned in the game interface earlier. Once you reach level 10, these advanced vocation scrolls are needed to break through further. You can then become an advanced profession holder, and your power will undergo a qualitative transformation. Not only will your attributes skyrocket, but you'll also be able to learn higher tier skills. Dealing with these level 10 creatures will be like taking candy from a baby. Hearing about the advanced class introductions, many survivors' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Damn, the top 10 actually get blue weapon rewards, and the top 3 even get a silver treasure chest? That's way too tempting. Yeah, if I could just land in the top 3 rewards, I'd be more than satisfied. The survivors in District 107 were all talking about the top 10 rewards, but strangely enough, hardly anyone mentioned the first place prize. Finally, someone asked, why isn't anyone talking about the first place reward? It's a hidden class, and a purple tier weapon we haven't even seen in this stage of the game yet. Don't even think about it, newbie. Haven't you seen who's currently in first place? That's our District 107 savior, the legendary god of stars and rivers. Whirlwind Potato, that's my dad. Nobody steal first place from my dad. At the same time, in Zone 107, several emerging organizations had all begun emergency meetings. The Whisper of the Gods discussion group. As you all must have seen, the rewards for the top 100 are quite tempting. If just a few of us from Whisper of the Gods make it into the top 100, our survival issues would basically be solved. The speaker was none other than the third-ranked player on the leaderboard, the Whisperer, a mage class. The Whisperer continued, so those who still have energy must thoroughly explore the clouds around you to expand your territory. As for me, I'll redouble my efforts to maintain my third-place position, though claiming the top spot is ultimately my goal. That's why I hope to earn your support. Other guild members chimed in one after another. Boss, just say what you need, we've got your back. That's right, support Whisper Boss. The Plain Brothers group chat. Let's all get pumped up. Our Plain Brothers already have 3 members in the top 100 leaderboard. Let's push for more. We must ensure that Papaya Star Spirit Boss maintains his top 10 position. Secure the top 10, aim for the podium, and strive for number 1. We support you, Boss Papaya Star Spirit. Chapter 24, Preparing to Charge the Rankings. Compared to the enthusiastic atmosphere in other discussion groups, another group in District 107 seems somewhat peculiar. That would be the Twilight Mercenaries discussion group. In the discussion group, a survivor named Vulture asked, Captain, do you have a chance to take first place this time? Meanwhile, on a floating island territory, a man clad in a full set of stalker gear paused in his tracks, his gaze dark and brooding. He was none other than the second-ranked player on the leaderboard, Black Hawk. Seeing the message in the group, he didn't respond immediately but instead replied with characteristic brevity, hard, we'll try. The others responded somewhat incredulously, Captain, even you don't have confidence in taking first place in that stellar river ranking? But you're. The shadowy figure fell silent for a moment before replying again, he's strong. I can't see through him, but I'll do my best. Han Xing rose from his bed, his motivation fully restored. Seeing the enthusiastic conversations in the LAN chat, all survivors in Channel 107 were fired up. Excellent, looks like everyone's in high spirits. Han Xing stretched his body and clenched his fists. I'm going to start climbing the rankings too. But before we rush the leaderboards, there are still a few things to take care of. He opened the blueprint tab and crafted over 500 refined iron arrows in one go. It consumed a whopping 1,000+ pieces of refined iron, but compared to his current material reserves, it was negligible. Then, Han Xing began mass-producing containers, with the relevant blueprints found in the Furniture Encyclopedia. He crafted glass bottles in 3 sizes, small, medium, and large. The small glass bottles hold 100 milliliters, the medium ones 500 milliliters, and the large bottles 1000 milliliters. Since it was made of special material, though being a glass bottle, it possessed remarkably strong resistance to drops and impacts. After scooping up all the spiritual spring water from the pool on the ground and storing it in the inventory box, Han Xing clapped her hands and stood up. Perfect. Now I don't have to worry about monsters rushing onto my territory during battle and destroying our spiritual spring water reserves. With these tasks completed, Han Xing pondered for a moment before opening the chat group shared by the 3 of them. Han Xing, guys, did you see the announcement? Want to go for it and try to crack the top 10 together? Cheng Jianyong, Xing, you're giving us way too much credit, man. My territory points just hit 12. Not even in the top 100 yet. As for Yun, he might have a shot. He's already at 20 points, ranked 91st. Han Xing was surprised to hear that. You've already made it into the top 100? Not bad at all, Xiao Yun. Xin Yun also replied at this moment, it's alright. The skill book Brother Xing gave me was a huge help. With Sacred Light Healing, I've dared to explore places I wouldn't have before. Plus, I've relied on this skill to recover from injuries several times already. Early on, a skill book can make a huge difference. Cheng Jianyong listened with envy, then said somewhat resentfully, so envious. Brother Xing treats you really well. If I had a skill book too, I might have cracked the top 50 by now. Xin Yun scoffed at this. Yeah, right. District 107 has nearly 10,000 players, and there are definitely hidden dragons and crouching tigers among them, plenty of masters. Don't underestimate others. But Cheng Jianyong refused to back down. Just give me a skill book, and I swear I'll break into the top 50. With that, he said somewhat dramatically, Emperor Jin Yong is second to none. Han Xing, Shun Yun. Han Xing said helplessly, Cheng Jianyong, stop being cringe. Cheng Jianyong smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Han Xing continued questioning, seriously, if I gave you a skill book, Could you really break into the top 50? Upon hearing this, Cheng Jianyong suddenly realized something and exclaimed joyfully, Brother Xing, don't tell me you're. Han Xing chuckled. Cheng Jianyong eagerly asked with anticipation, Brother Xing, do you really have it? Quick, show me what a warrior's skill book looks like. His voice was full of longing, but Han Xing replied, hold on, I haven't finished speaking yet. You just said one skill book could get you into the top 50, but what if I gave you two? Cheng Jianyong's breath hitched, then he cautiously responded, T2, 2 books. Then top 20? 3 books. At this moment, not only was Cheng Jianyong shaken, but even Xin Yun was breathing heavily with excitement. Their eyes now gleaming with desire, Cheng Jianyong blurted out eagerly, Xingji, from now on, you're my real brother. Tell me to do anything, and I'll do it. If you say east, I won't go west, I'll be your #1 fanboy. From what they knew of Han Xing, they understood he wouldn't joke about something non-existent. Since he dared to mention it, it meant he genuinely had it. At this moment, Xin Yun also pitched his voice high and said, Xingji, I want some too. Hearing this voice instantly gave both of them goosebumps all over. Cheng Jianyong cursed, holy shit, Xin Yun, you're seriously disgusting. You'd throw away all shame just for a skill book. Yet Xin Yun immediately fired back, Cheng Jianyong, how dare you criticize me? You're hardly any better yourself. You're disgusting. You shameless bastard. Listening to their bickering, Han Xing chuckled and said, alright, enough teasing you two. You've both got yours, not just skill books, but green tier gear, weapons too. I have everything ready and will trade it to you right away. Han Xing sent them a trade request. Watching as stacks of skill books appeared in the trade window, covering nearly every early game class skill, followed by armor and weapons, Xin Yun and Cheng Jianyong both felt a surreal disbelief at that moment. Brother Xing, are these all for us? Their voices were tinged with uncertainty. They knew full well the value of these items. But before they could recover from their shock, they spotted another 20 liters of spirit spring water added to the trade window. Xin Yun and Cheng Jianyong's awestruck gazes froze in utter bewilderment. They weren't fools, seeing so much precious spirit spring water and recalling recent events in the chat channel. The two had already guessed Han Xing's true identity in their hearts. Cheng Jianyong ventured cautiously, Xingji, that guy at the top of the leaderboard, Xingha, that wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Exactly. Han Xing openly admitted it, telling them his virtual alias wasn't a big deal. It wasn't some earth-shattering secret anyway. Hearing Han Xing confess this personally, the two simultaneously drew in sharp breaths. Xin Yun also exclaimed in shock, I had my suspicions before, but never dared to confirm it. Who would have thought that person was actually Brother Xing? Cheng Jianyong added with a touch of resentment, so Brother Xing is the legendary celestial river expert. I was wondering who could possibly be so capable, suddenly producing such an abundance of water resources. Han Xing laughed heartily, well, you never asked. Alright, let's take care of this quickly. We need to focus on climbing the leaderboards. Drink the spirit spring water freely and without worry, I've got more if you run out. Just don't go dying on me. Han Xing closed the group chat. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun were still chatting. Cheng Jianyong said, damn, this is intense. Brother Xing just handed us so much stuff, now we've got no choice but to go all out. Xin Yun also nodded in agreement. With this equipment and skills, breaking into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. You should step up your game too, don't let Brother Xing down. Ha, no way, Xin Yun, I promise you, within 2 days, I'll surpass you for sure. Ha, anyone can brag. You'll never surpass me. Let's see who's better. The two felt their confidence boosted. Just as they were about to log out, Xin Yun added one last thing. Oh, and don't tell anyone about Xingji's identity. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. At that moment, Han Xing began maneuvering the floating island territory forward. The nearby clouds within a range of several dozen kilometers were all roughly similar in size. The smallest were about a dozen cubic meters in size, while the largest, comparable to those in the Dark Elf camp, spanned over 30 cubic meters. For Han Xing, the creatures within clouds of this size no longer posed any threat. He approached one of the cloud clusters and made contact, triggering a system prompt. A chilling aura seems to be incubating inside. Will you enter? Han Xing clicked straight to enter. Chapter 25, Elite Creature, Advanced Zone Unlocked. As the clouds dissipated, an entirely snow-white monster was revealed within. Frost Slime, 1-star creature. Level, LV3. Strength 10, Agility 7, Spirit 8, Constitution 8. Skills, Frost Armor, Snowball Spit. When this round creature emitting faint wisps of cold air appeared, Han Xing didn't hesitate to loose an arrow. Wind chasing arrow, go. The iron arrow carried the breath of wind, moving with unimaginable speed. Its formidable penetrating power instantly pierced through the slime's crystalline shell. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ice crystal shattered. The entire arrow, including its feathered end, plunged completely into the slime's gelatinous body. The frost slime immediately began convulsing violently. Han Xing's eyes lit up, he'd struck the slime's weak spot. TSK. After swapping a few equipment pieces, the attack power makes all the difference. Who'd have thought a single arrow could reduce a level 3 monster to critical condition? Lucky for you that you're a slime. If you were a humanoid with a head, this arrow would have blown your brains out right now. Hee hee hee. Hearing Han Xing's eerie laughter, the frost slime ahead widened its eyes in terror. Poor little slime, let me shoot. Let me free you from your misery. Han Xing drew his bowstring and loosed a second arrow. Then the system notification appeared. You have defeated Frost Slime LV3, gain 30 EXP. Your territory has expanded. After merging this slime's territory, Han Xing's domain reached 72 cubes, maintaining his top position on the leaderboard. Without pausing, Han Xing immediately moved to approach other clouds. You have slain a red firefox LV3, gain 30 EXP. Your territory has expanded. You have slain a black-maned boar LV3, gain 30 EXP. Your territory has expanded. You have slain. System notifications popped up one after another. From morning until the sun was about to set, Han Xing barely took a moment's rest. As he continued exploring the clouds, he encountered numerous monsters along the way. Jade frogs, lightning slimes, hunchbacked wild boar herds. One by one, the monsters fell beneath his arrows. Han Xing gained a wealth of experience, and the experience bar on his character panel reached 90% of level 2. At the same time, his territory had expanded by nearly double its original size. On the territorial leaderboard, Han Xing firmly held the top position with 129 points. He was also the only one whose territory size had surpassed 3 digits. Currently, the second place was held by Papaya Starlight, who had overtaken the original Whisperer and Black Eagle with 95 points. However, their gaps weren't particularly large, with the other two competitors still hot on their heels. Han Xing pondered, it seems the competition on the leaderboard is quite fierce. Far beyond just fierce, unbeknownst to him, the chat channels in Zone 107 were nearly erupting with arguments over these rankings. The second, third, and fourth spots on the leaderboard were all held by influential figures, along with several other powerful factions in the top 10. With some deliberate instigation, what seemed like an attempt to disrupt the competitors had already escalated into a heated war of words in the chat channels. Except for the Twilight Mercenary Corps where the shadow was located, which remained relatively low-key, the other teams had all joined the shouting match. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Han Xing. The sun set in the west, and a crescent moon climbed up the branches. Under the moonlight, a human clad in leather armor and wielding an iron bow was locked in combat with a giant gray rock wolf. His nimble figure leapt back and forth across the floating platforms, repeatedly evading the gray rock wolf's pounces, then seizing the moment of distance to draw his bow and fire. This person was none other than Han Xing. Wolfie, faster, run faster. Didn't you eat? Even my dog runs quicker than you. Are you really a wolf? Or just a little mongrel wrapped in wolf skin? Han Xing kept taunting the giant wolf while wrestling with it. Though he didn't know if the beast could understand him, his distraction tactics were clearly working. The wolf's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, veins bulging crimson. Enraged beyond measure, it roared and lunged at Han Xing with renewed fury. At that moment, the human hunter across suddenly narrowed his eyes, and an arrow tinged with green streaks shot forth with terrifying speed, tearing through the air in an instant. The Greyrock direwolf had no chance to dodge, forced to endure the arrow piercing its abdomen. Got it! Han Xing exclaimed excitedly. Watching the Greyrock direwolf's movements grow increasingly sluggish, he knew the neurotoxin smeared on the arrowhead had taken effect. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this elite monster is really tough, it's still jumping around after taking so many of my arrows. Indeed, this Greyrock direwolf was an elite wild monster. Han Xing encountered and fought it while clearing the last cloud in the surrounding area. Before his eyes, the monster's stats appeared. Greyrock direwolf, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV3. Strength 15, Agility 20, Spirit 11, Constitution 18. Skills, Savage Pounce, Rend, Bloodlust. An elite creature with a full 3 skills, combined with its formidable attributes, meant that at this current stage, any human survivor who encountered it would almost certainly meet their end. Han Xing knew this was likely related to his exploration speed. He had already conquered most of the clouds in this area, and this giant wolf was probably the strongest monster here besides the Dark Elf Squad equivalent to a minor regional boss. By now, the Greyrock direwolf had 7 or 8 iron arrows lodged in its body. Though none had struck vital spots, the steadily working neurotoxin was making it increasingly weaker. The Greyrock direwolf's movements grew progressively slower, as if in this moment it too understood its fate was sealed. A glimmer of clarity returned to the savage beast's eyes as it glanced at Han Xing, then surveyed its surroundings. The Greyrock direwolf seemed to reach some resolve. Throwing its head back in a final defiant howl, it leapt abruptly into Han Xing's territory. Witnessing this, Han Xing narrowed his eyes into calculating slits, bracing himself for the impending wolf's charge. But at this moment, the Grey Rock direwolf's target wasn't him, it charged straight toward the 5 storage chests at the edge of the territory. Cunning creature, trying to wreak havoc on my territory before death? Han Xing showed no panic, instead raising his bow and arrow. The next instant, the multiple rapid shot skill activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 sharp whistles cut through the air as iron arrows shot toward the massive Grey Rock wolf at terrifying speed, one after another. Plop, plop, plop. 4 out of the 5 arrows found their mark. Already dazed and disoriented, the Grey Rock wolf staggered under the relentless assault before finally collapsing to the ground. You have slain Grey Rock Wolf, Elite, LV.3, 150 EXP gained. Your level has increased. Level up. Upon reaching level 3, Han Xing checked his status panel and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Agility increased by 3 points, while Strength, Spirit, and Constitution each gained 1 point. Over the past 2 days, he had more or less figured out the level up stat distribution pattern for human survivors. From levels 1 to 10, before advancing to an elite class, each level up awarded approximately 4 to 6 attribute points in total. Then, based on your professional expertise, the corresponding attributes will increase more significantly. For example, agility for hunters, strength for warriors, spirit for mages, and both stamina and spirit for clerics. Just then, a different prompt appeared compared to earlier. You have slain an elite monster in this area and may now explore higher level regions. Warning, monsters in advanced zones will become significantly stronger. Survivors, please exercise caution when exploring. Chapter 26, Fierce Competition, Narrowing Gaps. Warning, monsters in advanced zones will become significantly stronger. Survivors, please exercise caution when exploring. Higher level zones? Han Xing looked around and noticed there were indeed many more clouds of varying sizes scattered across the distant sky. The quantity far exceeded those in his current area. So I've been stuck in the beginner zone all this time. Only by defeating the most powerful monster in this region can I advance to higher level maps. Han Xing seemed to have figured out some of the game's mechanics. He shook his head. Never mind. That area's still too far from here. At my current travel speed, it'd take at least 4 or 5 hours. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to deal with the spoils before him first. He walked over to the corpse of the Ashrock direwolf and directly dismantled it. Successfully dismantled Ashrock direwolf corpse. Retrieved 13 refined iron arrows, obtained 1x 1-star premium beast hide, obtained 104 kilograms of thick wolf meat, obtained 1x beast heart, obtained 5x warrior's blood. Premium beast hide? Han Xing looked at the thick fur on the ground. I remember this can be used to craft blue-tier leather armor. What a great find. As for the other loot, the beast's heart and the strong blood, he hadn't figured out their uses yet, so he temporarily stored them away. The territory of this Grey Rock direwolf held little of value, but when Han Xing merged the floating islands, he stumbled upon some pleasant surprises. Under the moonlight, at the edge of the direwolf's territory, a few rocky landmasses shimmered with a silvery glow. Treasure! Han Xing's eyes lit up. He walked over and crouched down to examine it. Han Xing said somewhat uncertainly, there should be some kind of ore inside this. Shall we dig it out? Thinking of this, Han Xing took out an iron pick from his backpack and began striking vigorously. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal hitting stone echoed continuously. When Han Xing had chipped away the surface stones from these chunks, they finally revealed glittering silver were within, just as a system notification appeared. Mithril ore requires smelting to extract the mithril contained within. Smelting? Han Xing was puzzled. But I don't have the equipment. Could it be that I need to build a smelting workshop? Though mithril is indeed valuable, being essential material for crafting other blue-tier equipment, it appeared survivors at this current stage still lack the means to refine such metal, unless future version updates introduce territory construction features. When implemented, survivors will be able to build various facilities in their territories, such as smelting workshops, weapons research labs, defensive fortifications, and even taverns. Currently, mithril can only be obtained with low probability from treasure chests. Han Xing previously acquired over 20 mithril ingots thanks to the efforts of those exceptionally lucky players, though such occurrences remain extremely rare. Since they couldn't refine mithril for now, Han Xing stuffed the pile of mithril ore into the storage box. Then, he checked the points leaderboard. First place, Star River, territory points 184. Second place, The Whisperer, territory points 162. Third place, Black Eagle, territory points 123. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 115. Fifth place. That Whisperer is catching up fast, and Black Eagle has surpassed Papaya Star Spirit to take the third spot? Han Xing was somewhat surprised upon seeing the leaderboard. The gap between him and the Whisperer was gradually narrowing, with the latter also striving to catch up, but upon reflection, it made sense. Although he was now equipped with almost a full set of green-tier gear, the actual attribute advantage over other survivors wasn't that significant. As survivors continued to explore outward, they would discover various pieces of equipment, skill books, and more in other territories. Even if some items weren't usable by them personally, they could still be exchanged through the trading channels. The survivors' strength has been steadily increasing, especially those top-tier individuals who have shown particularly rapid improvement. Of course, this progress comes with corresponding costs. Han Xing noticed that the 10,000 survivors in Area 107 had dwindled to 9,632. This meant that in just 3 days, over 300 people had lost their lives in their area alone. At this rate, the number of deaths among human survivors has likely already reached a terrifying figure. Although most of these deaths were accidental, as survival difficulty increases and the monsters encountered grow stronger, this number will continue to skyrocket. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong chimed in the group chat, "Xing, that whisperer is something else, they're almost catching up to you." Ever since learning that Han Xing was Stellar River, Cheng Jianyong had been closely monitoring the leaderboard. Han Xing replied, "Yes, indeed very strong. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a mage class." "A mage?" "Yes," Han Xing affirmed. "A mage's first 5 skills, 4 of them are offensive abilities. As the leader of the Whisperer's team, he's likely gathered all of them with his teammates' help. Combined with equipment boosts, mages do have a much faster exploration speed compared to other classes early on." "I see." Cheng Jianyong suddenly understood, then continued asking, "Xing, how do you know all this?" "Just check out the game introduction, and you'll figure it out." Han Xing paused for a moment before continuing, "By the way, what are your current rankings now?" "Ha?" Cheng Jianyong seemed puzzled. "Brother Xing, haven't you checked the leaderboard? Both Brother Yun and I made it onto the list. You didn't even tell me your in-game names, how was I supposed to know what to call you?" "You didn't ask either." Han Xing, stop fooling around, just tell us what it's called. Cheng Jianyong laughed heartily. "Alright, mine is Lonely Warrior, and Brother Yun's is Yun Tianming." Han Xing, such cringy names, right? I also think Yun Tianming is super cringy. "I'm talking about you, Cheng Jianyong." Shen Yun was still grinding territory points overnight and hadn't seen the conversation between the two in the group chat. Otherwise, he would have definitely quarreled with Cheng Jianyong for at least half an hour. Han Xing opened the ranking list and was startled to see Lone Brave already ranked 65th with 33 points, and Yun Tianming, also known as Shen Yun, had actually surged into the top 40, securing 37th place with 57 points. Han Xing was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, it was within expectations. After all, he had provided them with almost a complete set of high-quality green equipment, along with numerous skill books and a large supply of spirit spring water, allowing them to explore almost without restraint. Such a rapid climb up the rankings was only natural. After closing the chat, Han Xing continued moving toward other clouds. After reaching level 3, the speed of the Sky Island increased to 8 meters per second, equivalent to 28.8 kilometers per hour, already quite fast. While the Sky Island was moving, Han Xing took a moment to glance at the chat channel. After a full day of battles and exploration, survivors were sharing their experiences inside. "Damn, today's luck is rotten. I ran into an elite jungle tiger while exploring the territory and almost got mauled to death. If it weren't for that ancestral sliding tackle move I know, I'd have been done for right there. Upstairs guy, you call that rough? Today I ran into a massive grizzly, swiped me once and snapped a dozen ribs. Lucky for me, I'm an athlete. Ended up carrying that bear for miles until it got tired and finally let me go. You guys are amazing. Compared to you, getting bitten by a pit viper seems like nothing. Bro, you got bitten by a 5-step snake and can still talk? Oh, because I pulled out its fangs. It's fine to let it bite now, actually feels nice thinking of keeping it as a pet. Dude, you're seriously messed up." The chat channel flooded with speechless emoticons. Just then, someone chimed in, "Stop joking around, look, Pawpaw Star Sage just dropped another guide." The expert posted another guide? Last time I followed his tips and dodged several monster-infested clouds. I feel the same, thanks to Papaya Star Spirit's guide. It made it easy for me to open a bronze treasure chest. Quick, see what we've got this time? Everyone clicked in to look, and there it was, a guide post published by Papaya Star Spirit, already racking up hundreds of replies in a short time. But the post's title was different from before, carrying a tone of seriousness instead. "Beware, the Dark Elf Squad." Chapter 27, The Whisperer. The post title read, "Beware, the Dark Elf Squad." Upon clicking, there were several startling images of monsters along with their attributes. Their slender figures and pointed ears clearly identified them as dark elves. The composition of the Dark Elf Squad encountered by Papaya Starlight was quite similar to the one Han Xing had faced. In the forum post, Papaya Starlight particularly emphasized these dark elves' formidable strength and aggressive tendencies. He too had narrowly escaped death, nearly meeting his end during that encounter. Then, he cautioned the other survivors to pay attention to the system's alerts. If there were any mentions of fallen creatures, they must not proceed, or it would spell certain doom. After reading the post, many survivors couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Dark elves, such formidable monsters. Let's hope we don't cross paths with them. Exactly. Luckily, the Papaya Star Spirit expert was generous enough to share this intel. Thank heavens he's so powerful. If it were us, we'd probably be dead at the first encounter with those dark elves. After reading the messages in the chat channel, Han Xing fell into thought. The Papaya Star Spirit also encountered a squad of dark elves, but what these dark elves were guarding didn't seem to be spirit spring water, it was a silver treasure chest. So it seems not all dark elves are guarding water sources, some might be protecting other treasures. At this realization, Han Xing felt slightly more at ease. This indicates his spiritual spring water can maintain its monopoly for a while longer. However, this also serves as a reminder that the survivors' capabilities are gradually improving, and they'll soon be able to solve their water problems on their own. Han Xing immediately thought, I need to hurry and sell another batch of the spiritual spring water I have. Once people stop worrying about water sources, it won't be worth much anymore. Thinking of this, Han Xing opened the trading channel. Compared to yesterday, there were thousands more trading posts. A faint smile curled at the corner of Han Xing's lips. How diligent everyone is. They must have gathered quite a few materials today too? You must be quite thirsty after working so hard? Would you like a refreshing sip of magical spring water now? Han Xing let out a sinister chuckle before catching himself. He hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Then, he restocked the magical spring water once more. Compared to yesterday, more conditions have been added to the exchange for spirit spring water. The exchange for green equipment blueprints was removed, replaced by other blueprints such as various territory buildings, defensive structures, and the like. Additionally, exchanges for strong warriors' blood, various medicinal herbs, mithril, and other materials were introduced. The appearance of the spirit spring water once again caused a sensation. Though not as frenzied as yesterday, Han Xing still managed to exchange for a considerable amount of materials. After a trade lasting 2 to 3 hours, Han Xing spent a total of 432 liters of spirit spring water and obtained materials that filled 3 storage boxes, occupying 2,550 storage slots. Among them were 21,643 spirit cores, 45,387 refined iron ingots, 103 one-star beast hides, 86,646 rare earth pieces. There were also materials like ether, dark firestones, moonlight grass, and others, truly a colossal haul. Of course, he didn't manage to exchange for any blue equipment or blueprints. The other survivors weren't fools either, they naturally understood how precious these items were. Unlike yesterday when the trading channels were utterly devoid of water, some teams had now managed to find drinkable water in varying amounts. However, the healing properties of spirit spring water remained completely unrivaled for the time being, with no competitors whatsoever. Han Xing pondered at this moment. There are still over 800 liters of spirit spring water left, enough for one more sale, which means tomorrow. After this final sale, the spirit spring water market will begin shrinking, and we won't be able to keep harvesting materials from players. But it doesn't matter. The groundwork has been laid. Once I secure a batch of blueprints, I can mass-produce equipment with these materials and sell them to other survivors, starting a new cycle of harvesting. Then I'll stockpile most of the materials. Once my territory reaches a certain scale, I'll begin constructing large-scale fortifications en masse, turning my domain into an impregnable stronghold. Then we'll obtain new equipment blueprints and keep this cycle going, expanding and growing stronger. At this thought, Han Xing's smile was nearly impossible to contain. Han Xing had roughly mapped out his future development plans, though unexpected situations might arise along the way, things like version updates, for example, so he'd need to adapt accordingly. However, no matter the changes, he possessed an advantage that other survivors didn't have. That's a 100% crafting success rate. As long as he has the corresponding blueprint, he can mass-produce even legendary artifacts. He didn't believe other survivors could resist these higher quality, more powerful equipment with superior attributes. And as long as there was demand, Han Xing could reap enormous profits from it. Thinking of this, Han Xing looked up at the sky. By now, it was deep into the night. After a full day of exploration and consecutive battles, he was starting to feel exhausted. That's enough for today. Fighting in a fatigued state isn't wise. He glanced at the system interface where the alien beast egg was incubating. Remaining incubation time, 76 hours 17 minutes and 48 seconds. Still over 70 hours until hatching. I hope whatever's inside this monster egg won't disappoint me. Han Xing lay back on the bed, ready to fall asleep once more. At the same time, not long after Han Xing fell asleep, in the floating island territory of the other survivors, a middle-aged man in mage robes, gripping a bronze staff in his hand, was battling a pack of jungle boars. With a swing of his staff, a fireball the size of a wash basin gradually took shape before him. Without hesitation, he hurled the fireball straight into the boar pack. A thunderous explosion followed, accompanied by the agonized squeals of the scorched boars. In the next moment, several frost arrows as thick as thumbs shot forth, instantly piercing bleeding holes through the bodies of the wild boars. At that moment, a massive elite monster surged forward from the wild boar herd. With blood-red eyes blazing, it charged at the human mage like an onrushing hill. The human mage calmly waved a hand, casting a burst of wind to widen the gap between himself and the wild boar. Then a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, hitting the elite boar dead center. Click! The elite boar froze instantly, black smoke billowing from its body as the human mage nearby even caught the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The elite boar collapsed, leaving only common boars remaining within the floating island territory. The outcome of the ensuing battle was now beyond doubt. When the entire boar horde had been eradicated, the human mage pushed back his hood, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This was none other than the leader of God's Whisper, the Whisperer himself, currently ranked second on the points leaderboard. The Whisperer crouched on the ground, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Excellent. This Sky Island has a full 12 square units of area. That'll add quite a few points to my score." He swiftly merged this wild boar territory with his own Sky Island. On the leaderboard, the Whisperer's territory points instantly jumped from 164 to 176, leaving him just 8 points short of surpassing Han Xing to claim the top spot. The Whisperer mused thoughtfully, Star River's score hasn't changed for quite some time. Could it be that guy's gone to sleep? He suddenly thought of something and chuckled softly, how leisurely, but this gives me the perfect opportunity. Star River, while you're asleep, I'll surpass you and take first place. That hidden class scroll will definitely be mine. After murmuring these words, Whisperer steered his floating island onward to the next destination. But what he failed to notice were the bloodshot veins that had already spread across his eyes. On the other side, Black Hawk ranked third and Pawpaw Star Spirit ranked fourth were also racing against time to explore. By the early morning hours, the top 3 positions on the leaderboard had quietly shifted. Chapter 28, Shifting Leaderboard. The next day, as Han Xing opened his eyes, he was greeted by numerous private messages from other survivors. In the group chat, Chang Jianyong and Xin Yun were also mentioning him. "Ha, so many people looking for me?" Curious, Han Xing clicked into the group chat. Soon, he understood the whole story. It turned out that while he was asleep last night, the entity known as the Whisperer had been grinding nonstop and finally surpassed him in territory points at dawn, seizing the top spot. Moreover, the Whisperer promoted his team, Divine Whisper, in the chat channel, actively recruiting other survivors to join. The effect was remarkable. Many survivors had already joined them, and now, Divine Whisper was on the verge of becoming the largest team in Zone 107. Han Xing chuckled. This Whisperer really puts in the grind, huh? Speaking of which, how can he stay up all night without feeling tired? How long can he possibly keep this up? He stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chang Jianyong was frantically tagging Han Xing in the group chat. At Starry River, Brother Xing, wake up! You've lost first place. Brother Xing, my bro. Han Xing helplessly opened the group chat and replied, "What's there to panic about? The leaderboard only opened 2 days ago. There's still plenty of time to reach 1,000 points." Seeing Han Xing's response, Chang Jianyong quickly said, "But didn't you say this Whisperer is probably a mage class and could explore much faster than you? Now that he's pulling ahead, it'll be tough to catch up later. Plus, on the current rankings, that Black Eagle and Papaya Star Spirit are about to overtake you too." Chang Jianyong seemed even more anxious than Han Xing. Yet Han Xing replied unhurriedly, "No need to rush, it won't help. Let them compete if they want. We just need to maintain our own pace. Don't take risks with dangerous clouds just for leaderboard rankings. They can't sustain this state for long. No matter how strong-willed people are, they can't maintain high-intensity combat without rest." Beside him, Xin Yun also chimed in, "Brother Xing is right, they're in a terribly dangerous state right now. I experienced it myself just the night before last, stayed up all night grinding levels, and the next day my combat performance dropped drastically. There were several times I nearly got myself killed by monsters." At this point, Xin Yun added with lingering fear, "So don't be fooled by how aggressively they're charging now. In reality, they're walking a tightrope, the slightest misstep could cost them dearly." Chang Jianyong realized then how rash he'd been and let out 2 awkward, embarrassed chuckles. At this point, Xin Yun seemed to recall something and said, "Xin Jianyong, you should take it easy too. Don't risk your life just to climb the rankings. Do you remember what the system warned us?" Chen Jianyong suddenly remembered as well, his face draining of color. "Holy shit, I almost forgot. The system said it would send vulnerable groups to their loved ones after a month. That means my wife and kid will be brought to this world in a month. If something happens to me now..." Chang Jianyong broke into a cold sweat instantly. "Sweating bullets now, little bro?" Xin Yun mocked. Chang Jianyong remained silent. In his heart, his family was of utmost importance, but having arrived in this world only recently, everything was still too unfamiliar, leaving him no time to even consider such matters. Now, it suddenly dawned on him that in a month, he would be reunited with his family in this world. In his heart, Chang Jianyong secretly made a decision. He absolutely couldn't let his family experience the same dangers as he had, nor could he die in this world before they even arrived. Then, Chang Jianyong said in the group chat, "You're right, I mustn't let anything happen to me here. I need to protect Qianqian. Brother Yun, brother Xing, you two stay safe too." Xing Yun shrugged carelessly, "I'm fine, just my old man and mom at home, both still in good health." But brother Xing, Han Xing's situation was unique. Everyone knew he'd grown up alone since childhood, without parents. Han Xing chuckled wryly, "Worry about yourselves. After living this long, I'd rather not have some strangers show up next month claiming to be my parents." Shen Yun and Chang Jianyong fell silent, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation any further. After a pause, Han Xing continued instructing, "Now, the monsters everyone encounters are getting stronger. If you come across creatures you can't defeat, remember to prioritize escape, never take unnecessary risks. If you get injured, drink the spirit spring water immediately without worrying about running out. I have as much as you need here. Most importantly, don't you dare die." Han Xing gave solemn instructions, and the two nodded seriously in agreement. Meanwhile, the other survivors were also discussing Han Xing's ranking. The Whisper of the Gods discussion group. A survivor named Moonlit Cat remarked that Starry River guy's ranking still hasn't changed. He's probably still lazing around in bed. Our boss, the Whisperer, is so much more diligent. With this momentum, he's definitely going to take first place. Other members of the discussion group also chimed in, "Absolutely right, Whisperer is the strongest. Heaven rewards the diligent, our boss is destined to claim first place." Whisperer had just surpassed 200 points. Seeing the chat in the discussion group, a faint smile appeared on his pale face. Clearing his throat lightly, he said, "If we really do take first place, it won't be my accomplishment alone, it's all thanks to everyone's help. If it weren't for you helping me collect those wizard skill books and equipment, I wouldn't have been able to surpass Stellar so quickly." The team members listened and quickly showered praise. "Boss, you're being modest, your skills are truly unmatched." "You're absolutely right. Whether it's Star River or Black Eagle, none of them stand a chance against the boss's true power." The Whisperer's smile grew even wider, as if he was thoroughly enjoying the flattery from the crowd, especially when he looked at the leaderboard and saw that Starry River, currently the hottest name, had been trampled under his feet. Waves of satisfaction surged in his heart, even the exhaustion from last night's all-out battle vanished in an instant. But to avoid showing it, he still said in the LAN chat, "Let's not get too complacent. Focus on exploring the clouds. I hope a few more of us from Whisper of the Gods can break into the top 100 rankings." "Got it, boss." The Whisperer's words drew enthusiastic responses from many. In District 107, he had truly achieved the kind of influence where a single call could rally 100 followers. At that moment, someone in the discussion group exclaimed, "Look, Xinghe's points have changed." Just moments ago, they witnessed Han Xing's territory points surge from 184 to 196 in an instant, a sudden increase of 12 points. The Whisperer's heart sank as he realized Han Xing was starting to make his move. With this thought, he closed the discussion group chat, took a deep breath as if dispelling his fatigue, and turned his gaze once more to the distant clouds. Not just in Divine Whisper, but also in survivors from other discussion groups, everyone began sprinting forward. All were unconsciously accelerating their exploration progress. In just one morning, the rankings list kept shifting incessantly. New names kept storming onto the leaderboard, with some soaring over a dozen ranks in the blink of an eye. The competition was fierce. Yet after a morning of exploration, Han Xing not only failed to climb the ranks but plummeted straight to third place. At that very moment, Black Eagle overtook him as well. Now that everyone's attributes were catching up, and with skills and equipment being roughly comparable, everything came down to sheer combat instinct. In this regard, Han Chang was clearly not adept, at least not compared to their top-tier counterparts. Before descending into Sky Island Paradise, these people might have already possessed unique identities and specialties. For instance, soldiers, boxers, mercenaries, and so on. These backgrounds enabled them to survive more effectively in this world. The regional chat channel erupted with discussions about the ranking changes. Oh no, Star God dropped another spot, and even Papaya Star Spirit is catching up soon. Could he actually fall out of the top 3? That's entirely possible. Star River exchanged so much water for equipment at the beginning, which gave him his early advantage. Now that everyone's gear and skills have caught up, his edge has been significantly weakened. I see. I really thought Star God was guaranteed to take first place this time. How is that possible? Our Zone 107 still has many top-tier players. For Star River to take first place would be extremely difficult. Regarding Han Xing, the local network was filled with nothing but pessimistic voices. Chapter 29, Torrential Rain Descends. The chat channels were flooded with nothing but doomsaying comments. But Han Xing, the very subject of all this heated discussion, stood there nonchalantly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. At his feet lay several giant pangolin-like monsters, already defeated. After half a day's journey, Han Xing had finally arrived at what could be called the high-level zone. Here, the survivors were truly stepping out of the beginner's protected area. The clouds in this vicinity are more expansive, where one could easily encounter clouds spanning dozens of square meters, and the strength of the monsters within rises sharply. Han Xing didn't take risks, nor did he explore those large patches of clouds just to compete for the leaderboard. The experience in the Dark Elf territory earlier still felt vivid in his mind. He chose to play it safe, deliberately maneuvering the floating island to approach only those clouds measuring about 10 square meters. Compared to the leaps of dozens of square meters by the top 3 on the leaderboard, Han Xing's progress could only be described as tortoise-paced. But he wasn't in a hurry. It was only the second day since the scoring system began, and the current top player, Whisperer, had merely accumulated over 260 points. At this rate, with a maximum daily growth of 1 to 200 square meters, it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to reach 1,000 points, while everyone was absorbed in their exploration. As the sun set in the afternoon, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. At that moment, all survivors stopped what they were doing and instinctively looked up. The same thoughts simultaneously arose in everyone's minds. It's going to rain. When this realization struck, all the survivors momentarily froze before their faces broke into ecstatic joy. For if the rain truly falls, it means their days-long water scarcity crisis will finally be resolved. This also served as a signal. Han Xing's spirit spring water might not sell anymore. Although its healing properties remain unparalleled, it can no longer be priced at will like before. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the sky as lightning streaked through. The next moment, droplets of clear rainwater began falling upon everyone's heads. Then, the rain grew heavier and more relentless. Crash! As the downpour intensified, countless survivors erupted into joyous celebration right where they stood midair. Some survivors even tilted their heads back, catching the falling rain directly in their mouths. This world's air quality and environment were so pristine that even its rain carried a sweet, refreshing taste. The survivors erupted into hearty laughter. After days of struggling with water shortages, this rainfall was truly like sweet rain after a long drought. The clever ones immediately brought out every available container to collect rainwater, stockpiling drinking water for themselves. Those without proper tools even dug pits on the spot to serve as makeshift containers. The chat channel was buzzing with excitement as many survivors eagerly discussed the latest development. Sniff, it's finally raining. These past few days have been sheer nightmare. Thank heavens, we've finally made it through. At last I can take a bath. Even I can't stand my own stench anymore. Let me smell this. The survivors were all shouting excitedly. The celebration in the chat channel lasted nearly half an hour when someone suddenly spoke up. Fantastic. We won't have to buy Sky River's expensive spirit spring water anymore. His prices were downright predatory. The land chat fell silent for a moment, because this was the first time someone openly criticized Han Xing's pricing policy in the chat channel. Before this, everyone had spoken positively about Han Xing, even heralding him as the savior of District 107. Even when Han Xing's point ranking dropped, it hadn't shaken his standing among the survivors. After all, he held the lifelines of thousands in his hands. But now, with the water issue resolved, everyone suddenly realized Han Xing's role didn't seem quite so crucial anymore. At that moment, a survivor called Shadowfire chimed in. Actually, I've been meaning to say this too. Galaxy River's prices are ridiculously high. A single trade nearly empties out all our gains from the past 2 days. He never considers how we're supposed to survive the upcoming battles without proper gear. All he cares about is selling water at outrageous prices, completely ignoring whether we live or die afterward. At that moment, a survivor angrily retorted in the chat channel. Whirlwind Potato, at Dark Fireworks, bullshit. If it weren't for Star God selling water these past 2 days, would you even be alive right now? Your miserable life was saved by them, and now you've got the nerve to bite the hand that feeds you? Dark Fireworks, at Whirlwind Potato, what did you say? It's common knowledge that Star River's water is overpriced. Why shouldn't we be allowed to say it? Whirlwind Potato, at Dark Fireworks, common knowledge my ass. Only an ungrateful snake like you would say that. Don't drag the rest of us into this. Dark Fireworks, I hashtagged $**. The two began hurling insults at each other. At that moment, another survivor chimed in. The guy above is right. Galactic River's water prices are ridiculously high. I traded a warrior's skill book for less than 500 milliliters of water. How's that for robbery? Cyclone Potato snapped. You're full of crap. Why didn't any of you complain about the price back then? Now you're all barking like mad dogs. Only Manhwa shot back. Is Whirlwind Potato your daddy, Galaxy River? Why are you defending him so fiercely? You're absolutely right, he is my dad. Let me tell you, my dad holds grudges. Better watch out, or he'll note down all your names and never trade with you again. Whirlwind Potato's threat seemed effective. Remembering the incident with the Thunder Corporation, the survivors who had criticized Han Xing suddenly fell silent. At that moment, some among the onlookers stepped forward to voice a few fair words. It's not really that shady. In that kind of situation, anyone who could produce water at all was already doing pretty well. Yeah, if it's expensive, just don't buy it next time. From now on, none of us will be short on water, so there's no need to point fingers at each other anymore. On the local network, there were still many rational and sensible people who spoke up in defense of Han Xing. On the other side, those who thought the price was too high also fell silent. A dispute gradually dissipated into thin air. However, as today passed, Han Xing's monopoly would be overturned, and his popularity would fade along with it. Not even his fall out of the top 3 sparked any further discussion among others. Now, everyone's eyes are on the Whisperer, Black Hawk, and the others. Han Xing naturally also saw the discussions about him in the local network. Unfazed, he laughed and said, "Since when did I have such a big son like you, Whirlwind Potato? Acting like it's real, I haven't even had a girlfriend yet." At this moment, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun were busy exploring the floating island and didn't see the argument in the chat channel. Otherwise, given their personalities, they would have argued with those guys until dawn. However, at this moment, Clever Little Sheep suddenly sent him a message. Han Xing clicked to check it. The message read, "Good luck, I support you." She even added a super cute motivational sticker at the end. A knowing smile tugged at Han Xing's lips as he guessed that the young girl must have seen some unflattering comments about him on the local network and was trying to cheer him up. Shaking his head, Han Xing didn't take these people's gossip to heart. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Surely those guys don't think they'll never need to buy anything from me again just because they've got the Spirit Spring water now? Suddenly, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of startled realization as he exclaimed, "Damn it, forgot to bring in the laundry when it started raining, the bedding and furniture are all soaked." At this stage, Han Xing possessed no architectural blueprints. Most of his furniture sat exposed to the elements, placed directly within his territory's open expanse. The heavy rain poured down, completely drenching them. After the rain, winds swept clouds across the sky. The next day, Han Xing maintained his usual rhythm, gradually clearing away the small clouds in this area. His ranking steadily dropped from 4th place all the way to 6th. Currently, Whisperer still holds the top spot. After 2 sleepless days straight, Whisperer's territory points have reached 348, surpassing 2nd place Black Eagle and 3rd place Pawpaw Star Spirit by more than 50 points. However, Han Xing's ranking changes no longer stir widespread discussion. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the heavier the disappointment. They now believe it would already be quite an achievement if Han Xing manages to stay within the top 10. By nightfall, Han Xing's ranking had indeed dropped beyond the top 10 as he wished. Early morning of the 3rd day, Han Xing's territory points stood at 260, placing him at 13th position. Meanwhile, the Whisperer's territory points, after a night of intense grinding, had already surpassed 400. The 2nd-ranked Black Eagle and the 3rd-ranked Papaya Star Spirit followed closely, now with less than a 50-point gap separating the 3 of them. Everyone was engrossed in their exploration. By the end of the 3rd day, the Whisperer's points had skyrocketed past 600. Black Eagle and Papaya Star Spirit had also surpassed 500 points. Now, in the chat channels, the reputation of these 3 individuals is skyrocketing, along with their teams which have begun massive recruitment. Chapter 30, The Recipe of Life Elixir. Please follow for updates. Divine Whispers, Twilight Mercenaries, Airman Squad. The 3 major factions of District 107 have entered a period of rapid development. The number of members in their discussion groups increases daily, clearly showing a trend of tripartite confrontation. As for Han Xing, ever since falling out of the top 10, he hadn't shown any signs of recovery. So far, Han Xing's territory points had just broken through 400, barely maintaining a position in the top 20. The chat channels had largely stopped discussing Han Xing, as if he was about to fade into obscurity. On the morning of the 4th day, Han Xing's territory points reached 456, having already fallen out of the top 20. However, this was also Han Xing deliberately slowing his pace. If he truly sprinted seriously, he could still maintain his position within the top 10, but that alone wouldn't meet his expectations. The rewards for the top 10 and the top 20 weren't much different. His goal had always been 1st place, so Han Xing was waiting for an opportunity, the incubation of his pet. At this stage, when everyone is fighting alone, having an additional pet, no matter how weak it may be, can still provide significant assistance to a survivor. As for Han Xing's pet egg, it was a treasure snatched from the hands of a demon lord, so it definitely wouldn't be weak. Only then will it truly be time for him to make his final sprint. On the leaderboard, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun were also pushed out of the top 50. In the group chat, Cheng Jianyong was venting early in the morning. "Damn, these guys are insane. I've already limited my sleep to under 6 hours a day, spending every other moment exploring the floating islands, and I still can't keep up with them. These workaholic monsters." Han Xing chuckled and said, "It's pretty normal." During the event, all survivors in our Zone 107 get a Valiant Struggle buff, making combat much easier. Of course they'd go all out exploring the islands while this buff lasts. However, Xin Yun pondered thoughtfully and remarked, 4 days. Today marks the 90th hour since the event began. those top 20 grinders probably haven't slept much at all. No matter how strong-willed someone is, they must be hitting their limit by now. After listening, Chang Jianyang said dejectedly, "What's the use? The gap between us is too huge now. Even if some people can't hold on and take a break for a few hours, we still won't catch up. Forget about first place altogether. That whisperer has already broken 800 points today, probably going to hit 1,000 soon and claim the top prize." Yet Shinyan shook his head and said, "No, you don't understand. Right now, those guys on the leaderboard, especially the top 10, wouldn't dare rest no matter how exhausted they are. They dreaded that just a few hours of rest would undo all their hard work, causing their carefully maintained rankings to plummet overnight. So, the coming day would truly determine the final standings. It all hinged on whether they could hold out. And let's not forget, there are still those formidable regional bosses lurking out there." Shin Yun was absolutely right, and at that very moment, in other survivor territories, the Whispering Mage in full set, the Rogue Black Eagle, the Warrior Papaya Star Spirit, and several other top-ranked survivors. At this moment, they were all fighting against the monsters on the Sky Island with bloodshot eyes, clenched teeth, and their last shred of spirit. But no matter how hard they struggled, their exhausted bodies and sluggish movements betrayed them. At that moment, a young-looking man wielding a greatsword experienced sudden blurry vision while battling a giant lizard. He blinked hard, but his consciousness seemed to fragment in disjointed segments. By the time he forcibly gathered his wits, the giant lizard had somehow already pounced right beside him. The lizard's gaping maw rapidly filled the male warrior's entire field of vision. A deep-seated fear welled up in weary eyes. Ah! After a piercing scream, beyond the territory of the giant lizard, a floating island spanning over 500 square meters collapsed with a thunderous roar. At the same moment, on the territory leaderboard, a name was silently erased. Han Xing sat on the bench in his territory, silently watching the progress bar before him. Remaining incubation time for exotic beast egg, 0 hours, 30 minutes, 59 seconds. Almost there, just half an hour left. After 100 hours of waiting, he would soon discover what creature was inside this black egg. Han Xing's heart also surged with excitement as he whispered, "An exotic beast egg obtained from the Demon Lord. No matter what, it should at least hatch me a legendary tier pet, right?" At the sound of Han Xing's voice, the giant egg trembled slightly on the ground, its black and gold shell repeatedly forming intricate patterns. The creature inside seemed desperately eager to emerge. But the incubation period wasn't over yet. There were still nearly half an hour left before hatching. All Han Xing could do was continue waiting. At that moment, a private message caught his attention. Han Xing glanced at the name. It was that smart little lamb again. He opened the private chat and saw the message the other person had sent. "Smart little lamb. Xing, Star God, hello, do you have time right now? Han Xing, who taught you to call me that? Clever goat, huh? I saw everyone calling you that before. So, Han Xing, forget it. What did you want to see me about?" The other side seemed to let out a sigh of relief. After a moment, Clever Lamb replied, "Well, today while exploring the Sky Island, I ran into a really powerful monster, a creepy tree with tons of arms. It took a ton of effort, and after barely managing to beat it, I found a recipe at the base of that weird tree. Then I checked the information above and thought you might find it useful. Strange tree, could it be a plant-type monster?" Han Xing pondered for a moment. "There's another formula? Show it to me." Smart little sheep has sent you a trade request. Han Xing, I've told you before, you can just send item info directly in the private chat without trading, right? Clever Lamb froze for a moment before realizing and replying, "Huh? Oh, I forgot." Han Xing sighed, "Never mind, just put it up first." Following Han Xing's instruction, Clever Lamb quickly placed a recipe on the trading panel. Life Elixir recipe, green. This records the method for crafting a life elixir along with the required material ratios. It can treat severe injuries in 1-star creatures and minor injuries in 2-star creatures. The moment Han Xing saw the recipe information, his eyes widened in disbelief. This turned out to be an exceptionally rare recovery potion formula. You see, while the Spirit Spring water also has restorative effects, compared to the life elixir, it falls significantly short. What does treating a serious injury entail? As long as survivors aren't instantly killed in one blow or missing limbs, the elixir of life can pull you back from the brink of death. This thing practically gives you an extra life in the early stages. Han Xing suppressed his excitement and calmly said, "I'll take this recipe. Name your price." Hearing Han Xing's words, the intelligent little lamb on the other end seemed momentarily confused. After a brief pause, she hastily replied, You've misunderstood. I was planning to give you this blueprint as a gift. I don't need anything in return." Now it was Han Xing's turn to be surprised. He knew that although the girl on the other end seemed a bit naive, she wasn't stupid. She couldn't possibly be unaware of this blueprint's true value. Right now, if she puts this item up for trade, even the biggest teams would bankrupt themselves to get their hands on it. After all, at this stage, no other recovery item can compete with the elixir of life. At present, the elixir of life holds an irreplaceable position among survivors, much like the mystical spring water from a couple of days ago. And holding the only known recipe would essentially monopolize the market. The potential fortune behind it is practically limitless. But now, she was actually offering to give it to him for free, making Han Xing question whether he'd heard correctly. Chapter 31, Hatching. Bonus update, seeking follow-up reads. As if sensing his disbelief, Clever Sheep quickly added, I really don't want anything in return. You can just take it. With that, she clicked to confirm the trade. All Han Xing needed to do was accept, and this incredibly precious early game recipe would fall right into his hands. Can you tell me why? Han Xing asked again. Having always been on his own since childhood, he had almost no friends besides Chang Jianyong and Shen Yun. Han Xing had no intention of expanding his social circle either. Human relationships were far too convoluted in his view. He always prioritized personal gain above all else. The clever little lamb across from him seemed a bit embarrassed but still spoke up. Earlier, when you were selling spirit spring water in the chat channel, you saved a lot of people. No matter what they say about you, I know you're a good person. Well, I thought I'd give you this blueprint. Hearing this response, Han Xing froze, then shook his head with a bitter smile. What was this girl thinking? I'm not some good guy. Selling spirit spring water had merely been a profit-driven decision for him. However, Han Xing also understood that at this stage, the formula could only achieve its maximum value in his hands. Creating the elixir of life required materials, and frankly, no one else in the entire District 107 had stockpiled more ingredients than he had. After a moment's pause, Han Xing exhaled and said, in that case, I'll take it. Once I brewed the elixir of life, you'll be the first to receive it. The clever little lamb also sighed in relief and said happily, thank you. Han Xing clicked confirm, and a system prompt appeared. You have obtained the life elixir recipe, green. Learn it now? Yes. The next moment, on Han Xing's character interface, a new recipes column appeared beside the blueprints section. Life potion, green upon consumption, rapidly restores bodily injuries. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Required crafting materials, small glass vial *1, spirit spring water *100 ml, spirit core *10, moonlight herb *5, gale bloom *3, strong blood *1, mana crystal *5. The materials required to craft the life potion are numerous and seem quite complex. At this moment, Han Xing was puzzled. Could a secret formula like this benefit from his divine artisan talent, achieving a 100% success rate? His face lit up with joy when he saw the information beneath the recipe. Life elixir production success rate 45%, enhanced by divine artisan talent. Success rate has reached 100%. It really is possible. Han Xing clenched his fists excitedly. Though he didn't understand why, the heavenly tier artisan talent could affect secret potion formulas, but he truly had a 100% success rate. Didn't this mean that with the right formula, Han Xing could achieve 100% success rates when crafting other items too? This theory needed verification, but Han Xing felt the odds were very high. Collecting his excited thoughts, Han Xing glanced at the private chat window and replied, I'll go gather some materials first. I'll contact you again after I brew the Vitality Secret Potion. Got it. Clever little sheep replied with an emoji. Having said that, Han Xing prepared to close the private chat. Then, as if remembering something, he warned Clever little sheep, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me. Don't just trade randomly with others anymore. By the way, you're from Xinyang City too, right? You could also try contacting your friends. Seemingly worried that the other person wouldn't understand, Han Xing added, Zone 107 mostly consists of people from our Xinyang City. You can search for others using their real names to add them as friends. After Han Xing finished speaking, the clever little lamb on the other end exclaimed in amazement, so that's how it works. But the next moment, her tone turned slightly dejected, though, never mind. I probably don't have any friends in Xinyang City anyway. Han Xing sensed something off in her tone. There seemed to be a story behind it, but he chose not to pry further. He was not the type who enjoyed prying into others' past. After closing the private chat, Han Xing opened the recipe panel, his eyes burning with excitement as he gazed at the elixir of life formula. All the required materials listed after his intensive harvesting these past 2 days, after trading with other survivors, were now fully gathered. Not only that, but he also had ample inventory, enough to produce thousands of secret potions in one go. Han Xing did have such a plan in mind, but now wasn't the time. The main ingredient for crafting life secret potion is spirit spring water. No wonder that girl thought of me right away. From now on, I won't sell spirit spring water anymore. If I'm selling anything, it'll be life secret potion. Though, I need to find the right moment to make my move. Han Xing thought to himself. This time shouldn't be too long now. As the survivors keep exploring, the monsters they encounter will grow increasingly powerful, and the casualty rate will skyrocket. That would be the moment to unleash his life elixir. With this thought, Han Xing directly opened the recipe and prepared to craft it, prompting a system notification to appear. Consume materials: small glass vials *80, spirit spring water *8000 ml, spirit cores *800, moonlight grass *400, breeze grass *240, blood of the strong *240, magic crystals *400. To craft life elixir *80? Yes, Han Xing confirmed. A few slots of materials were empty in the warehouse, but it was negligible compared to his overall material reserves. Before his eyes, a long series of 10-second progress bars appeared. Night had already fallen, but Han Xing wasn't in any hurry. After about 10 minutes, a system prompt appeared before him. You have successfully crafted life elixir *80. All 80 bottles of life elixir have been completed. Han Xing first traded 20 bottles of life elixir with Smart Sheep. Then, he opened the system interface again to check the incubation progress of the exotic beast egg. Remaining incubation time, 0 hours 0 minutes 48 seconds. As time passed, the patterns on the eggshell unexpectedly emitted pulsing black light. The system countdown reached its final 10 seconds. The massive black egg began to tremble violently, as though some creature had awakened and was desperately yearning to break free from its shell. Han Xing grew increasingly excited as well. It's got to be a dragon for me. When the countdown reached the final second, he heard a crisp cracking sound. Crack! Han Xing saw veins of fractures spreading across the giant egg's patterned surface, from which intense black light began seeping out in wisps. Holy crap, that's a huge commotion. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt his vision being stripped away. Everything before his eyes turned into a blurry void. Not only that, but even the surrounding area spanning dozens of kilometers around him had plunged into utter darkness. It was as if every trace of light in the vicinity had been completely swallowed in that instant. Although Han Xing couldn't see a thing, he shouted excitedly in his heart, "Bring on a dragon! Bring on a dragon!" The next second, the black light radius began violently contracting, converging toward a single point at tremendous speed. At the same moment, Han Xing also saw the system notification. The exotic beast egg has successfully hatched. Pet information has been bound. It worked! Han Xing stood up excitedly. Chapter 32, Void Phantom Wolf. After 100 hours of waiting, the exotic beast egg finally hatched. However, when Han Xing regained his vision, the anticipated figure of a dragon or other legendary creature did not appear. Before him lay a creature resembling a canine pup. A completely black creature with floppy ears, a round head and short body was staring at Han Xing with large, watery eyes in bewilderment. Han Xing was gazing right back at it. Man and dog stood staring at each other. Holy shit, a little mutt? Han Xing widened his eyes and spoke first, his voice laden with shock and a trace of disappointment. He had thought the exotic beast egg obtained from the demon monarch must possess something extraordinary. Even if I can't hatch out a legendary creature like a dragon, at least I should manage something like a behemoth or a phoenix rising from the flames, right? But now, this pitch-black creature, except for its black fur, looked almost identical to a small rural puppy. Han Xing was speechless. Yet the next second, this black puppy-like creature suddenly emitted a faint glow of dark light. Han Xing didn't even realize what had happened. All he saw was a dark shadow flash by before the black puppy disappeared without a trace. Han Xiao was full of questions, asking in surprise, what was that flying past? The next moment, he suddenly noticed that the black puppy had already appeared by his feet. At this moment, it was opening its mouth, panting hot breath at him while its 4 short legs excitedly pawed at his boots. And right then, he also caught a glimpse of this husky pup's attributes. Pet information, Void Shadow Wolf, juvenile, race, Void Kin, level, LV1, strength, 6, agility, 11, spirit, 7, constitution, 7, skill 1, body of nothingness, 50% chance to evade physical or magical attacks when targeted. Skill 2, Counter-Strike Thorns. Each attack received by the Void Phantom Wolf generates a Void Thorn inside its body. After accumulating 10 attacks, all thorns erupt, with each thorn dealing 220% damage. Skill 3, Void Force. The Void Phantom Wolf imbues its attacks with Void Force. Enemies struck suffer Void Corrosion, reducing healing received by 10% and armor by 5% per stack, up to 6 stacks. This debuff cannot be cleansed by Holy Purification skills. Skill 4, Void Blink. When entering combat, the Void Phantom Wolf gains 200% movement speed, 100 attack speed, and 50% critical strike chance. Skill 5, Void Siphon, unlocks at level 6. Skill 6, Void Assault, unlocks at level 10. Favorability, 100. Satiety, 60. Hungry. Growth potential, S+, can be upgraded with potential points. Every 10,000 potential points grants 1 upgrade. Current remaining potential points, 0. Han Xing? Han Xing's eyes nearly popped out of his head in astonishment as he asked incredulously, "Wait, you're not a dog? You're a wolf." He pointed at the pitch-black puppy on the ground. The canine pup seemed to understand Han Xing's words, nodding excitedly before circling around his feet. Taking a deep breath, Han Xing felt his disappointment completely vanish the moment he confirmed the black puppy's true breed. Instead, it was an overwhelming surge of ecstasy. he excitedly exclaimed, "I have no idea what a void phantom wolf is, but just the name alone sounds badass. This is an absolute win, no regrets at all. And these stats, they're just insane. A newborn with 6 innate skills, S+ growth potential, this is textbook legendary pet material." While Han Xing was overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, the little wolf pup, seeing that Han Xing was ignoring it, started throwing a tantrum by rolling around on the ground. Han Xing's lips twitched with amusement. If it weren't for the pet panel clearly stating this was a wolf, and moreover a voidkin creature with S+ grade growth potential, he would honestly suspect this was just an ordinary little puppy. Han Xing crouched down and picked up the palm-sized black puppy. Held aloft in Han Xing's arms, it seemed extremely excited, its stubby limbs flailing about as its tongue lolled out, warm panting breaths puffing against Han Xing's face. Although the little creature's appearance wasn't quite what Han Xing had expected, its attributes were undeniably formidable. Quite satisfied, Han Xing nodded and said, "From now on, how about we call you Coalball? After all, you're so very black." The black pup froze for a moment before wriggling excitedly in Han Xing's hands again, seemingly quite pleased with the name. Coalball? Han Xing tried calling it, and the little wolf cub grew even more excited upon hearing its name. "Ha ha!" Han Xing happily patted its tiny furry head. At that moment, Coalball jumped down from Han Xing's hand. It excitedly pawed at Han Xing's belt, more precisely, at the spatial backpack attached to it. With a ripping sound, Han Xing's expression instantly changed. "Damn it! Be gentler, don't you know how sharp those wolf claws of yours are?" Han Xing looked exasperated and hastily hitched up his pants. The little coal ball on the ground stared at him blankly. Recalling the coal ball's earlier behavior, Han Xing realized it might have been drawn to something in his backpack. Without delay, Han Xing began pulling out each item one by one, from gear to spirit spring water, then various materials. Coal ball showed no interest. That was, until Han Xing took out a small bead emitting a green aura. Instantly, Coal ball leaped up excitedly. "You want this?" Han Xing's expression turned odd, because what he held in his hand was a spirit core. Coal ball seemed to understand his words and began hopping on the spot. "It seems the spirit core has some attraction for pets too, though its exact effects remain unclear." Han Xing rubbed his chin in thought before casually tossing the spirit core in his hand outward. Coal ball flashed with black light, darting at a terrifying speed to snatch the airborne spirit core mid-flight. With a gulp, the creature swallowed it whole. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Successfully fed pet coal ball. Affection +1, satiation +1, potential +1. Potential? Han Xing suddenly noticed the system's final notification. He remembered the pet panel's growth section had explained the function of potential value. 10,000 potential points can upgrade a pet's growth level once. For example, if a pet has a C-grade growth level, consuming 10,000 potential points will raise it to B-grade, and so on. The higher a pet's growth level, the more attribute boosts it gains with each level up. Therefore, the earlier you improve a pet's growth level, the better. Han Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "So feeding one spirit core gives one potential point. Doesn't that mean I could feed Coal Ball 10,000 spirit cores in one go and directly raise its growth level again?" Coal Ball's current growth level has already reached S+. If it improves again, it might reach the legendary SS level. Chapter 33, Go Forth, Little Coal Ball. This coal ball is only at tier S+, yet its base attributes are already this formidable. If it were to ascend to SS tier, how astonishing must it be? All it takes is feeding its spirit cores to increase its potential value. Through previous trades, Han Xing had managed to stockpile over 20,000 spirit cores. Even if he were to feed Coal Ball 10,000 at once, he'd still have plenty in reserve. Any other survivor wouldn't have been able to come up with so much in such a short time. Han Xing's eyes widened as he excitedly grabbed a handful of spirit crystals from his backpack and tossed them all to Coal Ball. Coal Ball excitedly devoured them in a frenzy. "Eat, keep eating, you can have as much as you want, huh?" Han Xing cheered excitedly. However, after consuming over 30 spirit cores, Coal Ball lost interest in the cores on the ground. Han Xing noticed a change in the satiety meter on the pet status panel. Satiety, 100. Too full to eat more? Han Xing said regretfully, "It seems the idea of rapidly stacking a pet's potential value by feeding it large quantities of spirit cores isn't possible. Pets have their own satiety limits, with restricted daily feeding amounts, likely another system-imposed restriction mechanism." Shaking his head, Han Xing decided not to dwell on it further. After all, an S+ growth rate was already astonishingly impressive. After eating its fill, the coal-black cat happily rolled about on the grass. Han Xing grinned and said, "Now that we're fed and watered, it's time to get to work." The coal ball jumped up excitedly upon hearing this. With that, Han Xing had already steered his floating island territory towards other clouds. About 10 minutes later, Han Xing's floating island territory approached a cloud spanning 20 square meters in area. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. A group of aggressive long-horned creatures dwell within. Will you enter? Aggressive long-horned creatures? Doesn't seem like friendly company? Han Xing stroked his chin in thought, but he couldn't wait to test Cold Ball's abilities, so Han Xing immediately clicked yes. The clouds dispersed, revealing 4 gray, long-haired creatures with curved horns inside. Horned sheep, 1-star creature. Level, LV3. Strength 8, Agility 10, Spirit 7, Constitution 8. Skills, Ram's Charge, Skyward Headbutt. Against 4 1-star level 3 monsters, even Han Xing had to leverage his formidable attack power to instantly eliminate 2 before methodically taking down the rest. Otherwise, once surrounded by them, his frail physique would quickly lead to him being trampled to death by these horned sheep. But at this moment, he was preparing to let Cold Ball fight alone. As a pet, the Void Shadow Wolf Cold Ball obeyed its master's commands without question. Even if Han Xing ordered it to battle against an opponent of the Demon Overlord's caliber right now, it would carry out the task without hesitation. A level 1 Cold Ball, facing 4 level 3 horned sheep alone. Even when facing enemies that vastly outnumbered it, it showed not an ounce of fear. Go, little Cold Ball. At that moment, upon Han Xing's command, the little black puppy swiftly shed its innocent and adorable expression. Slowly, its muzzle twisted into a fierce snarl, revealing the first glints of sharp fangs. At this moment, it finally exuded the imposing aura of a powerful creature like the Void Shadow Wolf. Meanwhile, upon seeing Han Xing, the 4 horned goat's eyes instantly turned red. Lowering their heads simultaneously, they aimed their sharp goat horns, kicked their hooves, and charged straight toward Han Xing. Yet in the next instant, a figure moved even faster than them. A faint black glow emanated from Cold Ball's body as it darted forward like a shadow, instantly closing the distance to one of the horned sheep. It extended its sharp claws and slashed across the sheep's neck. From Han Xing's perspective, Cold Ball's attack seemed to leave behind afterimages in its wake. Swish, swish. The horned sheep only felt a sharp pain before discovering 2 claw marks suddenly appearing across its throat. The next instant, blood began spurting out. Bah-ha! The horned sheep let out a pained shriek. Hearing this sound, the other 3 horned sheep simultaneously turned their jet-black pupils toward Cold Ball. Their hatred had found a new target. The next moment, they angrily stomped their hooves and charged toward Cold Ball simultaneously. Seeing this scene, even Han Xing felt a pang of anxiety for Cold Ball. He tightened his grip on the longbow, ready to intervene at any moment. However, the Cold Ball on the ground showed no panic. Instead, it bared its teeth and emitted a low, threatening growl. Its gaze carried arrogance, like a king of the jungle, utterly dismissive of the horned sheep. 3 horned sheep charged forward. Cold Ball neither dodged nor retreated, with faint black light emanating from its body once more. Han Xing clearly saw that at the moment the horned sheep attacked, their sharp horns seemed to pass right through Cold Ball's body, as if striking at empty air, causing no harm whatsoever. Body of the Void, Han Xing exclaimed in his heart. Being Lump of Coal's first skill, Body of the Void gave it a 50% dodge probability. At that moment, all 3 horned sheep's attacks missed their mark. Truly a divine skill worthy of its name. In the next instant, a black streak flashed as Cold Ball chomped down on one of the horned sheep's heads. Then, it extended both razor-sharp front paws, swinging them at speeds so fast they left afterimages. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, Cold Ball struck 4 times. Including its biting damage, this horned sheep had suffered 5 attacks from the creature. Several bone-deep wounds suddenly appeared on the horned sheep's body, oozing faint streams of dark mist. This was the effect of Cold Ball's second skill, Void Corrosion. Bah! With a final mournful cry, the horned sheep collapsed to the ground. At this moment, streaks of blood still lingered at the corners of Meicho's mouth. This ferocious appearance even intimidated the other horned sheep, making them hesitate to launch another attack. Han Xing also noticed that during movement or attacks, the black glow emanating from Meicho's body appeared to significantly enhance its speed. The actual speed it demonstrated far exceeded the attributes shown on its status panel. Is this the effect of the 4th skill, Void Blink? Han Xing's face was filled with shock. This Void Shadow Wolf had truly surprised him, delivering one unexpected delight after another. Void Blink directly doubled Cold Ball's speed, combined with Void Body's evasion, counter Spike's burst damage, and Void Force's weakening effect. Just these skills combined formed a formidable melee combat system, lacking nothing in terms of survival and burst damage. Moreover, Cold Ball is only at level 1 right now. When it reaches level 6 and then level 10, it will activate the 2 remaining skills. After evolving to 2 stars, it will also learn new advanced skills, not to mention the subsequent 3-star and 4-star evolutions. Just how formidable will Cold Ball, with its S+ growth potential, become by then? Han Xing couldn't help but feel exhilarated just thinking about it. At that moment, the remaining 3 horned sheep reacted and launched another attack on Cold Ball. Cold Ball wasn't intimidated in the slightest. transforming into a black lightning bolt as it darted back and forth between the three horned sheep. Every time it appeared, it would inevitably leave several wounds on their bodies. Within moments, blood splattered everywhere, and the scene turned rather gruesome. Chapter 34, S plus growth rate. These horned sheep fought back fiercely. Coldball narrowly avoided attacks from them several times, but even when struck, Void Body's 50% evasion chance granted immunity. Thus far, it hadn't sustained any serious injuries. On the contrary, the three horned sheep were the ones being tormented to the brink of exhaustion. Just then, one of the horned sheep saw Coldball transforming into a black beam of light once again. It let out an angry bleat and charged with a sudden thrust. The horned sheep's second skill, Sky-Piercing Ram, activated. This time, Coldball wasn't so lucky. The 50% evasion chance of its void form didn't trigger, and it was instantly flung into the air by the sheep's horns. The sharp goat horns pierced Cole Lump's skin, sending a string of jet-black crystalline liquid splashing through the air. Han Xing's heart instantly clenched. This crystalline black fluid must be Cole Lump's blood. Creatures of the Voidborn race have entirely different physiologies compared to ordinary beings. After being tossed aside, Cole Lump rolled several times across the ground before swiftly springing back to its feet. A wound had appeared on its belly, looking rather gruesome. Gore! Coldball let out a low growl from its throat. Though injured, its ferocity remained undiminished. Seeing this, Han Xing quickly called out, "Coldball, come back." Coldball turned its head, gazing at Han Xing in confusion. Seeing that Meicho's injuries weren't as severe as he'd feared, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Well done, leave the rest to me." After hearing this, Meicho obediently ran back to Han Xing's side. By now, those two horned sheep had become completely blinded by rage. Bah! The horned sheep glared with bloodshot eyes, panting heavily as it charged fiercely toward Han Xing. But the next instant, two arrows gleaming with a deadly chill rapidly expanded in their vision. Thud! Thud! Two arrows hit simultaneously. Bah bah! Two horned sheep had their heads pierced by arrows, let out a final agonized cry, and then dropped dead. On the field, only one horned sheep remained, but it too was doomed to the same fate. They were already on the verge of death after being tormented by Coldball. If only Coldball weren't just level 1 with such low attack power. Otherwise, it alone could easily take down these four horned sheep. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Horned Sheep LV3*4 defeated. 120 experience points obtained. Pet Inkblot gained 80 experience points. Han Xing crouched on the ground, examining Meicho's injuries. The pitch-black kitten lay obediently on its side, licking its wounds quietly. This is troublesome. How should I treat an injured pet? Han Xing supported his head with his hand, thinking with a slight headache. He checked his backpack. There were only two types of items with healing effects: Spirit Spring Water and Life Elixir. Will these two items have any effect on pets? Han Xing hesitated, uncertain, but with no better options at hand, he sighed and said, "We can only give it a try." Han Xing pulled out a vial of Vitali's elixir and instructed Coldball to lie down quietly. Then, he opened the lid of the glass bottle containing the secret medicine, and a rich, refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Just the scent of the secret medicine alone was enough to make one feel invigorated and clear-headed. Hissing, Han Xing greedily took 2 deep breaths before pouring out the entire bottle of vital elixir. The emerald-green liquid shimmered faintly as tiny flecks of fluorescence danced across its surface. Upon contacting Meicho's wound, it was rapidly absorbed without hesitation. It works! Han Xing's eyes lit up. Then, he saw Coldball's wound healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, it would be completely healed in just a few more minutes. Such an incredibly powerful effect. Han Xing felt immensely exhilarated. This was the first time he had witnessed the effects of a vitality elixir with his own eyes, momentarily stunned by its formidable restorative power. At the same time, Han Xing also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the elixir of life also works on pets. Otherwise, Coldball would have had to rely on its own healing abilities to recover. All pets have regenerative abilities, humans included. The only difference lies in the speed of recovery. However, when pets are injured, their combat effectiveness plummets. In severe cases, they might even die outright. At that time, Han Xing would probably be heartbroken to death. Thinking this, he picked up Coldball with one hand and said, "You did well today, but your level is still a bit low. Let me help you grind some levels first." Revitalized, Coldball stretched out its short little legs, kicking and flailing incessantly. About 10 minutes later, Han Xing approached another small cloud spanning only about 10 square meters. Inside, there were 2 level 4 sludge slimes. The battle commenced. Meicho, having just recovered from his injuries with the life elixir, regained his formidable combat prowess once more. It unleashed its extreme speed, darting ahead of the monsters to engage them in close-quarters combat. However, this time Han Xing didn't let it fight alone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrow shot out, piercing through both sludge slimes and dealing armor-breaking damage. Just then, a flash of black light streaked by. Coldball's sharp claws left several wounds oozing black smoke across their bodies. This was the effect of Coldball's third skill, Void Force. Not only did it suppress healing, but it also reduced their defenses. So, Han Xing directly activated his skill, Multi-Shot. Plop, plop, plop. All 5 arrows found their mark, and effortlessly pierced through the slime's gelatinous flesh. No need for any armor-piercing effects to trigger, dealing terrifying damage. 2 mud slimes were outright annihilated by this volley. Han Xing was astonished. This is Coldball's defense reduction effect? It's incredibly powerful. For creatures with already low defense, every arrow can deal maximum damage after the reduction. The coordination with Coldball was thrilling. Han Xing clenched his fists in excitement. You have killed Mud Slime LV4*2. Gained 80 EXP. Pet Coldball gained 60 EXP. Coldball has leveled up. Leveled up? Han Xing couldn't wait to check Coldball's stats. Pet information, Void Shadow Wolf, Juvenile, Race, Voidkin, Level, LV2, Strength, 9, Agility, 16, Spirit, 8, Constitution, 9. Holy crap! Han Xing was instantly astonished. Although it was only a single level up, Coldball's attributes immediately received a significant boost, with Strength, Spirit, and Constitution each increasing by 2 or 3 points, which was still within expectations. But the Agility attribute directly increased by 5 points. What does this mean? Keep in mind, for human survivors like them, each level up only granted a total of 4-6 attribute points across all stats. Yet Coldball gained a whopping 14 attribute points from just 1 level up, nearly 3 to 4 times the difference. Just a few more levels, and Meicho's base attributes could completely overwhelm even a fully armed version of me. Han Xing could clearly sense that Meicho's speed had surged dramatically. Under the black light boost, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Meicho's movements, let alone land a hit. So this is what an S+ growth potential pet looks like? Absolutely terrifying. If this upgrade trend continues, it's practically destined to become a final boss template. Han Xing's heart swelled with excitement, brimming with anticipation for Meicho's future growth. Chapter 35, Level Soaring. Han Xing was thoroughly satisfied with Charcoal's astonishing growth rate. At this moment, Coldball seemed to sense its owner's inner joy. With a flicker, it appeared beside the corpse of the sludge slime, then flickered once more, reappearing at Han Xing's feet. Han Xing could see that it had several spirit cores in its mouth, as if seeking its master's permission. He crouched down, patted Meicho's head, and said, "Eat up, you've earned it." The coal-black ball joyfully bounced up and down on the spot. After merging the territory of the mud slime, Han Xing continued to explore other floating islands. At this moment, Han Xing realized that after leveling up to 2, Coldball had practically become an energetic mini-boss. Under circumstances where these monsters' attributes were powerless to suppress it, Coldball practically moved about unhindered, as if traversing open ground. In every battle, Coldball charged ahead like a chicken pumped up on stimulants, rushing in front of Han Xing regardless of how powerful the monster was. Then, Han Xing only saw a streak of black light flicker before he could even catch a glimpse of Coldball's figure. The battle was already over. Sometimes, Han Xing would take advantage of his powerful attack power to instantly kill enemies during the gaps when Meicho was engaged in battle with them. But soon, Han Xing realized that when dealing with ordinary monsters, there was basically nothing for him to do. All he had to do was follow behind Meicho and leech experience. Because its void body had a 50% evasion trait, combined with Meicho's terrifying speed, few monsters could actually land a hit on it. One by one, monsters fell at their feet. Han Xing stood at the back with his arms crossed, watching cheerfully as Meicho charged ahead on the front lines. You have killed Granite Rabbit LV4*3, gained 120 EXP. Pet Meicho gained 84 EXP. You have killed Yellowhide Deer LV5, gained 50 EXP. Pet Meicho gained 40 EXP. You have defeated. 1 hour later, Han Xing suddenly noticed a white light rising simultaneously from both himself and Coldball, accompanied by a system notification. Your level has increased, current level, LV4. Your pet Coldball's level has increased, current level, LV3. Leveled up again? Han Xing had lost count of how many times he'd been amazed today. Meicho had just reached level 2 less than an hour ago, and now she'd instantly jumped to level 3. Even he had needed a full day to progress from level 2 to level 3. This little guy's leveling speed is truly skyrocketing like a rocket. Han Xing rubbed Coldball's head. At level 3, Coldball had completely surpassed him in panel stats. 21 points of agility, combined with the 200% speed boost from the Void Blink skill, meant that even those elite level 5 monsters might not be able to keep up with its movements. At this point, Han Xing realized there was absolutely nothing left for him to do when dealing with ordinary monsters. Not only that, but Coldball was finishing battles faster and faster each time. A cascade of system notifications appeared. His experience bar was soaring at an unprecedented rate. In just 1 hour, he reached 50% of level 4, and with another hour, he could directly break through to level 5. More importantly, Han Xing's territory was also expanding at a terrifying pace. 456, 478, 512. At this moment, Han Xing's territory points had reached 584. In just over 2 hours, they had increased by over 100 points, equivalent to gaining more than 100 square meters of territorial area. Han Xing once again broke into the top 20 on the territory leaderboard. However, his rapid growth rate attracted little attention, because at this moment on the territory leaderboard, the top-ranked Whisperer had already surpassed the 900-point mark, reaching 912 points, just 88 points away from securing first place. The second-placed Black Eagle and third-placed Papaya Star Spirit were also neck and neck, with scores of 874 and 852 respectively. In the chat channel, everyone began heated discussions about the rankings. I reckon the top spot this time definitely belongs to our Divine Whispered Guild leader, Low Speaker, right? Not so sure about that. Our Papaya Star Spirit from the Aviator Boys isn't to be trifled with either. The gap isn't that big, he'll catch up in no time. Keep dreaming. Papaya Star Spirit is a warrior class, even the rogue class Black Eagle couldn't catch up, let alone Whisperer who's just a mage. You're talking bullshit. Boss Papaya Star Spirit would never lose. First place belongs to our Plain Boys gang. Ha! Just as they were arguing non-stop, all three names on the leaderboard were now on high alert. At this point, none of them dared to slack off even slightly. Even though their mental states had reached their limits, their eyelids felt as heavy as lead, yet they gritted their teeth and pressed on with their exploration. Above the floating island territory. By now, the Whisperer's eyes were nearly bloodshot, his face gaunt and sallow, as if he had lost over 10 pounds. But he still gritted his teeth tightly, constantly hyping himself up. Persist. I must persist. Victory is just one step away, I must seize first place. The Whisperer forced himself through his last ounce of strength, battling the monster before him. Even as the motion of swinging his bronze staff grew numb, he kept hurling fireballs to obliterate the creature in his path. Black Eagle and Papaya Star Spirit were no different. As for the stalker Black Eagle, before coming to this world, he appeared to be a member of some special organization, with astonishing combat instincts of his own. After arriving in this world and gaining supernatural abilities, he became even more like a fish in water. At this moment, the Black Hawk silently appeared behind a dark elf warrior. A cold glint flashed as a bronze dagger swept across the creature's neck. The slash was executed with such fluidity, simple and unadorned, yet somehow mesmerizing to behold, as if it had been practiced thousands upon thousands of times before. Blood sprayed everywhere. The fallen dark elf warrior's body collapsed limply the next moment. 5 or 6 dark elf corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. It was evident these dark elves had caused considerable trouble for Black Hawk. He had sustained several new wounds, the most severe being the slash on his back from the dark elf warrior. The cut was deep, and blood continued to seep out steadily. At this moment, a faint bloodthirsty killing intent involuntarily surfaced on the Black Hawk's consistently stern face. It was the kind of aura that could only be possessed by someone who had truly walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At this moment, someone in the Twilight Mercenaries group chat asked, "Captain, are you alright?" The expression on Black Hawk's face turned cold again as he murmured, "Not bad." Though it's exhausting and painful, this feeling of nerve-wracking tension where one wrong move could spell doom, it's almost like being back on the battlefield again. The next moment, Black Hawk suddenly noticed a swirling plume of dark energy coalescing right before the treasure chest guarded by the group of dark elves. The mist grew increasingly dense, until it took on the distinct outline of a human figure. Avenging Spirit, a level 5 elite monster. The Black Hawk shut down the discussion group, his eyes narrowing as a sense of foreboding rose incessantly in his heart. The next instant, that shadowy mass vanished, only to reappear at a terrifying speed as it swooped toward the Black Eagle. The Black Hawk didn't even have time to react before the shadow appeared right in front of it. So fast. This was his final thought as the Black Eagle's figure was sent flying backward the next instant. Chapter 36, I'm going all out. Meanwhile, just as the Black Eagle became entangled with the level 5 elite monster, the Vengeful Spirit, the Papaya Star Spirit and the Whisperer also encountered different monsters. Although these monsters varied in attributes and skills, they all shared one common characteristic: being exceptionally troublesome. This was no coincidence. In fact, when each survivor descended into this world, the generated terrain was nearly identical for all. Each area possesses roughly the same number of clouds and has its own elite monster, which aside from some hidden entities stands as the strongest being in that zone. Just like the Grey Rock Direwolf Han Xing encountered in the first area, defeating it was the prerequisite to advancing to a new zone. However, that Grey Rock Direwolf was essentially a tutorial boss. Compared to the monsters Black Eagle and Whisperer faced, it wasn't nearly as formidable. Now, with Whisperer and the others ahead in progress, they finally confronted the most powerful entity in this zone and found themselves locked in a desperate struggle, just as everyone was eagerly awaiting the emergence of the final victor. Yet after waiting for over an hour, it was as if the top 3 on the leaderboard had made a pact. Their territory points suddenly froze in place. In the chat channel, countless players were baffled. What's going on? Why has the points leaderboard stopped moving? Did the top 3 coordinate to take a nap together or something? Don't rush. Wait a bit longer. They're probably just taking a breather to prepare for the final push. That's indeed a possibility. Given the current situation, do you think there might be some unexpected twist regarding who ultimately claims first place? Don't even think about it. Currently, Whisperer has too much of an advantage. First place is definitely his. But at this moment, someone retorted indignantly, Xingha had a huge advantage before. Many even said he was certain to take first place. And now, he can't even hold on to the top 20. Star River? He's just a lucky guy, nothing to write home about. No one in the chat channel refuted this statement. Since Han Xing had fallen out of the top 20, there had been few voices supporting him. Just then, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Star River just entered the top 20. What? Many survivors were utterly astonished. 643 points. What was his score before? Having lost track of Han Xing, no one knew his previous score, but the increase must have been significant. However, some who held a grudge against Star River still scoffed. So what if he made it to the top 20? The gap between him and the Whisperers is too big, nearly 300 points. It would take at least a day to catch up. That's right, Star River doesn't stand a chance. No need to keep talking about him. However, what they didn't know was that Han Xing had gained nearly 200 points in just 3 hours. This terrifying pace was something even Whisperer, as a mage, could only watch helplessly from afar, though these people hadn't noticed it yet. But Cheng Jianyong had always been keeping a close eye on Han Xing's ranking. After seeing Han Xing's rankings skyrocket, in the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong asked eagerly, "Brother Xing, starting to show your strength?" At that moment, Han Xing was happily following Coldball, soaking up experience points. Seeing the message in the group, he smiled and replied, "Yes." Cheng Jianyong immediately got excited. "Huh? I told you Brother Xing was saving it all for the final push, didn't I? Xin Yun, just look at this, 3 hours, a 200-point surge. That kind of jump would scare the hell out of anyone who heard about it." At this moment, Xin Yun was also astonished. "Damn, that fast? Bro Xing, did you take some performance enhancers or what?" Han Xing grinned. "Yeah, I took some meds. I've got more here, you guys want a couple?" Xin Yun instinctively refused. No, I'm still young. I don't need this." Cheng Jianyong also chimed in with a laugh. "Ha, Brother Xing, you'd better keep that stuff for yourself. Xiao Yunzi and I are in tip-top shape. We don't need to eat that kind of thing at all and can still go at it 300 rounds every night." However, Han Xing responded in an oddly suggestive tone, "You really don't want it? The effects of these potions are miraculously potent, just one sip, and you'll be bursting with vitality." Xin Yun hurriedly refused. But Cheng Jianyong cautiously ventured, "Bro Xing, is this medicine really that powerful? How about giving me a little?" Ha ha ha. Han Xing laughed heartily. "I knew that married man Jian Yong couldn't hold out for long. See, got him to spill the beans now." Xin Yun also burst into loud laughter. At this moment, Jian Yong's face was flushed with embarrassment. Han Xing then said, "Alright, enough teasing you guys." Then, Han Xing sent them a trade request. The two of them accepted it with strange expressions. However, when they saw Han Xing drop 20 bottles of basic life elixirs on them in one go, the discussion group immediately erupted with audible gasps. Life elixirs," Cheng Jianyong said, sounding utterly incredulous. He said with a bitter smile, "So Xingji, the miracle medicine you mentioned that could revive someone with just one sip, is this?" "Yes." Han Xing laughed. "See, I didn't lie to you guys. I've tested this medicine myself, the effects are absolutely incredible. As long as you're not missing limbs or instantly killed, one bottle of this stuff can bring you back from the brink. If you boost your constitution a bit more, you wouldn't even need to worry about getting injured when facing those monsters head-on." At this moment, Xin Yun cautiously asked, "Brother Xing, what do you mean?" Han Xing nodded. "Yes, from now on we need to adjust our strategy. With the life elixir in hand, we can let loose and boldly challenge those clouds. I've seen your rankings, Xin Yun at 27th and Cheng Jianyong at 36. If you all go all out, reaching the top 3 might be a stretch, but getting everyone into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem." Hearing Han Xing's idea, the two of them were utterly astonished. Yet Cheng Jianyong gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, with life elixirs like this and Brother Xing backing us up, forget top 10, I'll smash my way into the top 3. I'm going for it." Xin Yun also got fired up, yelling excitedly, "Charge!" Meanwhile, as the trio of Whisperers faced formidable foes and ground to a halt, Han Xing and his two companions were soaring up the rankings as if riding a rocket. 643 points, 674 points, 712 points. His territory points seemed to increase every few minutes. Such an astonishing growth rate naturally caught the attention of many survivors in the chat channel. "Look, Starlight's ranking has risen again, he's now at 13th place. That's insane. In less than half an hour? He's already gained over 70 points. That's terrifying. Holy crap, should we expect nothing less from Star River God? With just one move, he completely rewrote our understanding. The chat channel resumed its discussions about Han Xing. However, many who held grudges against Han Xing sneered, "What's the point of fast growth? He's still over 200 points behind Whisperer. Like we said, he's got no hope left." Exactly. And who's to say Star River's current sprint isn't just dumb luck anyway? Good luck doesn't last forever. No one spoke up to disagree this time, yet some had also noticed the changes in the other two names on the leaderboard. Among the survivors, someone exclaimed, "Look quickly, that Lone Warrior and Yun Tianming are also skyrocketing up the ranks. I saw it with my own eyes, they gained over 40 points in just half an hour." What? The chat channel was flooded with gasps of astonishment. At the same time, someone said gravely, "It seems the final moment has come, and everyone is starting their final sprint." Chapter 37. Battling the regional boss. All survivors in Channel 107 were scrambling to climb the leaderboard. At this moment, on a floating island territory spanning over 40 square meters, Han Xing was locked in combat with a colossal creature. Before them stood a giant brown bear, towering 3 to 4 meters tall, roaring in fury. Information about the brown bear appeared before their eyes. Ironback brown bear, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV5. Strength 31, Agility 20, Spirit 21, Constitution 35. Skill 1, Bear Slam. The brown bear swings its massive paw to strike the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that knocks back surrounding enemies and deals heavy damage. Skill 2, Ironback Charge. The ironback brown bear charges fiercely at its target, increasing sprint speed by 100%. Upon hit, it guarantees a critical strike and knockback effect. Skill 3, Savage Roar. The brown bear lets out an ear-splitting roar, dealing sonic damage to surrounding enemies and increasing its own critical hit rate by 50%. An overpowered stat sheet. Just based on its attributes, this brown bear completely outclasses Han Xing, who's decked out in full green gear. Even Machio, who's already reached level 3, is stat-checked by this beast. What a formidable opponent. Is this bear the area boss? Han Xing pondered. However, Cole Ball's agility stat had already reached 21 points, compounded by the 200% movement speed boost from the Void Blink skill. Even this level 5 elite monster couldn't keep up with Cole Ball's rhythm at all. Han Xing only saw a dark shadow continuously blinking around the ironback brown bear, leaving fresh wounds on its body with each reappearance. Roar! The brown bear roared furiously, wildly swinging its massive paws like fans through the air, yet no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't even graze a single hair on Machio's body. Just then, Han Xing's wind-chasing arrow struck. The steel-tipped arrow tore through the air with a whistling sound, instantly appearing before the bear. Its target was none other than the beast's dinner plate-sized eyeball. However, this level 5 elite monster reacted with astonishing speed. The instant it saw the incoming arrow, the ironback brown bear swiftly turned, presenting its steel quill-covered back to intercept the shot. Bang! The arrow struck, yet the expected scene of piercing flesh never materialized. When the iron arrowhead made contact with the bear's back, it actually produced a dull thudding sound, as if his arrow had struck not the brown bear's body, but a concrete wall. Such terrifying defense. Han Xing was astonished, noticing now that this elite brown bear had a constitution as high as 35 points, granting it what could be called formidable physical defense. The arrow caused no harm to the bear whatsoever, instead thoroughly enraging the colossal creature. It suddenly stood upright on its hind legs, pounding its chest repeatedly with both massive paws. Bang! 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 After a series of dull thudding sounds, the brown bear suddenly threw open its jaws and let out a deafening roar toward the sky. Roar! Terrifying sound waves began radiating outward. Damn it! That's this elite monster's special ability, Frenzied Howl. Han Xing's complexion changed instantly. Snowball, retreat. The frenzied roar was an area of effect skill. Though Snowball was powerful, its physique compared to the brown bear's could only be described as pathetically frail. At such close range, enduring this sonic attack would mean either death or severe injury. However, Cole Ball wasn't stupid either. The moment it detected the brown bear launching its sonic assault, it had already begun retreating backwards. A dark shadow flashed as Cole Ball reappeared at the edge of the territory. The gray-backed brown bear's attack hadn't caused it much harm this time. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief, but what he failed to notice was that the brown bear had somehow redirected its hostility toward him. The next moment, the brown bear dropped to all fours, drool dripping from its mouth as it glared at Han Xing with rage in its eyes. A foreboding feeling instantly rose in Han Xing's heart. By the time he realized what was happening, the grizzly bear was charging toward him like a cannonball. This is its second skill, Ironback Charge. Danger! At the critical moment, Han Xing utilized the hunter's basic skill roll. Han Xing crouched low and executed a swift roll, narrowly dodging the iron-backed brown bear's attack. His heart pounded with lingering fear. Ironback Charge guarantees a critical hit and knockback effect upon hitting the target. With his frail physique, even if he survived a direct hit, the bear's charge would send him flying into the air straight off the floating island's territory. At that moment, the shadowy figure of Machio flashed and appeared beside the brown bear. Its eyes were filled with killing intent, clearly enraged by the bear's attack on Han Xing. Roar! Meichio let out a fierce yet somewhat kittenish roar. Han Xing watched as its silhouette suddenly turned ethereal. The next instant, numerous sharp spikes suddenly sprouted from Kobol's illusory form. The second skill of the Void Shadow Wolf, Counter-Strike Thorns, activated. The next moment, 10 spikes erupted simultaneously. Each Counter-Strike Thorn carried the power of the Void, possessing peerless lethal force. Even with the terrifying defensive capabilities of an ironback brown bear, it was effortlessly pierced, its massive body effectively turning into a target in that instant. Plop, plop, plop. With several wet thuds, the ironback brown bear endured the explosive skill Kobol at close range, taking hits from at least 7 sharp spikes. The ironback brown bear never expected such a tiny creature to inflict such severe damage on it, boiling with uncontrollable fury. However, the counter spikes infused with void energy continued to corrode the bear's wounds, causing its condition to deteriorate rapidly. The third skill of the Void Direwolf, Void Force, enemies struck not only suffer healing suppression but also have their defense reduced. Han Xing's eyes lit up, the opportunity had arrived. Almost without thinking, he unleashed his most powerful burst skill at that moment. Multi-shot barrage. The next moment, 5 finely crafted iron arrows struck the brown bear with lightning speed. Not only that, these 5 arrows, 2 of which even triggered the armor-piercing effect, dealt devastating damage. This time, Han Xing's arrow met no resistance, easily piercing through the thick hide of the brown bear and lodging deep in its flesh. Han Xing squinted his eyes, eagerly watching the massive monster, only to find it still full of vigor, with no trace of slowing in its movements. Has it become immune? As expected, the snake venom from a level 1 creature has no effect on a level 5 monster like this. Han Xing felt a pang of regret within. Shaking his head, he refocused his energy on the battle at hand. At this moment, Kobol once again drew the aggro of the ironback brown bear. Han Xing resumed his role as the long-range attacker. It must be said that with such a formidable pet tanking up front, the hunter's combat became remarkably effortless. Once the ironback brown bear's defenses were weakened, allowing Han Xing's arrows to inflict damage, the outcome of the battle was practically decided. 3 minutes later, the iron-backed brown bear was riddled with 30 or 40 arrows, looking every bit like a porcupine. It was utterly exhausted. Chapter 38, Savage Bear Strength Elixir. After fighting this long, the iron-backed brown bear had been completely worn down by Han Xing and Kobol. But it must be said, its vitality is truly tenacious even after taking so much damage, it's still stubbornly clinging to its last breath. At this stage, it's impossible for any survivor fighting alone to defeat it. Even if someone could, they'd likely pay a heavy price. Although Han Xing remained largely unharmed, the main reason was still Meichio bearing the brunt of the pressure up front. If they had fought one-on-one, he likely would have been crushed into pulp. Since the ironback brown bear was this formidable, other level 5 elite monsters couldn't be much weaker. Still, at least it's not level 6. Han Xing muttered with some relief. In Sky Island Paradise, the difference between level 5 and level 6 was a critical threshold. Level 6 monsters are typically far more powerful than level 5 monsters in terms of attributes, making it impossible for ordinary adventurers to challenge foes above their rank. However, survivors who reach level 6 will also experience a significant boost, not only in attributes but also in equipment quality. Upon reaching level 6, player-crafted gear based on blueprints sees a dramatic improvement in stats compared to pre-level 5 equipment, though it now comes with level restrictions. Before level 5, players could freely equip any gear they crafted without level requirements. But after level 6, the equipment you craft can only be equipped by other survivors who have also reached level 6. By now, the ironback brown bear was at its last gasp, about to be finished off by Han Xing. Just then, the ironback brown bear suddenly mustered its remaining strength, raising its massive paw as terrifying power gathered within. Han Xing immediately realized the creature was preparing to unleash its area of effect skill, Bear Paw Smash. But Han Xing wasn't about to let it have its way. Gale-piercing arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot straight through the brown bear's eye socket. Headshot. Fatal blow. The massive body of the ironback brown bear slowly collapsed. A system notification arrived. You have slain ironback brown bear LV5, Elite, gained EXP *500. Pet Kobol gained EXP *400. Your level has increased, current level LV5. Pet Kobol's level has increased, current level LV4. Whoa, leveled up again. In just one morning, Han Xing leveled up twice, acquiring nearly as much experience as his total from the previous 5 or 6 days combined. After glancing at his own attributes, he noted a decent improvement, +4 points each to strength and agility, and +2 to +3 points for spirit and constitution respectively. But when he checked Midnight's attributes, he immediately felt unsettled. Pet information, Void Shadow Wolf, juvenile, race, Voidkin, level, LV4, strength, 15, agility, 25, spirit, 14, constitution, 13. Damn, the stats you gain from leveling up once are equivalent to me leveling 3 times. You're really aiming for boss tier attributes with your growth, aren't you? Coalball stared at him blankly, clearly excited by their victorious battle as the little wolf pup kept pawing at Han Xing's boots. At the same time, a familiar system notification appeared again. You have slain this zone's elite monster. You may now proceed to explore higher level areas. At the same time, the number of clouds in the distance around Han Xing suddenly multiplied several times over. He even spotted patches spanning hundreds, even thousands of square meters emerging. Oh, so this brown bear is the mightiest monster in this area? Han Xing lowered his head in contemplation. Seems I must be the fastest survivor in Zone 107 to take down a regional boss. Otherwise, their points would have skyrocketed by now. Han Xing then approached the colossal brown bear's corpse, Coalball trotting alongside him, then clicked decompose, and a system notification appeared. Successfully dismantled the grayback brown bear carcass. Recovered, fine steel arrows *45, 1-star high quality beast hide *1, damaged, thick bear meat *964 kg, bear paws *2, beast heart *1, strong blood *20, strength crystals *7, savage bear might potion recipe *1. Han Xing felt a stir in his heart. The items ahead were ordinary, but his attention was caught by the final prompt. Strong bear potion recipe? At this thought, Han Xing looked expectantly at the pile of loot on the ground. Beneath that massive bearskin, he indeed spotted a yellowed paper recipe. Upon picking it up, a system prompt appeared. Learn recipe for savage bear strength elixir? Yes. The next moment, Han Xing saw a second secret potion recipe appear in the formula column. Brute bear strength elixir, upon consumption, grants the imbiber a mighty bear's strength, increasing their own power by 30% for 100 seconds. Ingredients required for crafting the secret potion: strong blood *10, spirit core *5, tiger bone grass *1, power crystal *1. Increased strength by 30%? Han Xing was slightly astonished. Calculating with the hunter's attribute system where 1 point of strength equals 2 points of attack power, his current strength of 18 points translates to 5.4 strength, which rounds up to nearly 11 attack power. This enhancement is almost equivalent to acquiring a new weapon, truly astonishing in effectiveness. With this potion, it's like gaining at least a 20% boost in attack power during battles. The benefits are significant. Han Xing exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, this is just the hunter class's improvement. For melee professions like warriors, where 1 point of strength equals 3 points of attack power, the enhancement would be even greater. Chang Jianyong and Xin Yun should both find these useful. With this thought, Han Xing immediately crafted 100 vials of the Savage Bear Strength Elixir. He had plenty of materials anyway, no scarcity here. Then he tracked down Chang Jianyong and Xin Yun, trading them 20 vials each, and let them continue to sprint up the rankings. With this secret potion, their attack power will be greatly enhanced, and their exploration speed of the floating islands will also increase significantly. At that moment, Han Xing skimmed through the rankings. After merging the territory of this brown bear, his territory points directly increased by over 60 square units, instantly breaking through 800 points and charging straight into the top 10. Chang Jianyong and Xin Yun were equally eager to show their strength, their rankings soaring rapidly as well. Especially Chang Jianyong as a warrior class, his attack power skyrocketed after obtaining the Savage Bear Strength Elixir. At that moment, he seemed like he had downed an energy drink, his ranking climbing non-stop. From his previous spot at number 37, he charged up to number 25 in just an hour. However, after starting to use the Savage Bear Strength Elixir, he gained over 50 points in just half an hour, catapulting straight into the top 20. This rate of increase was even catching up to Han Xing. In the chat channel, the survivors were utterly astounded. Someone gulped and whispered, "How in the world did these guys pull this off? When did our Zone 107 get so many monsters?" His voice was filled with disbelief, echoing the thoughts of many survivors present. Star River God is one thing, gaining over 200 points in just 3 hours, and now nearly 60 more points in such short time. But what about Lone Warrior and Yun Tianming? How are they managing 100-point increases per hour too? No one could answer. Then someone said, "The points for Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit still haven't changed. What on earth are those people doing? Could it be that Galaxy might actually overtake them and reclaim a spot in the top 3? Hearing this, the survivors from Whisper of Gods and the flight crew felt their hearts sink. They had thought Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit were already guaranteed victory. But now, they couldn't help but feel nervous for Whisperer and Black Eagle. Chapter 39, Su Xiaoyang. The chat channel was once again buzzing with heated debates about the trio's terrifyingly rapid climbing speed. However, Han Xing didn't enter the chat channel and remained unaware of the discussions inside. Han Xing had just finished a battle and glanced at his ranking 802 points, currently ranked 9th. At that moment, a name on the leaderboard caught his attention. 17th place, Clever Lamb, territory point 612. To Han Xing's surprise, Clever Lamb had actually broken into the leaderboard. and with such a high ranking at that. He steered the Sky Island toward another cloud while sending Whispering Sheep a private message. Not bad at all, you're already ranked so high. Whispering Sheep replied quickly. Oh, is it that high? Whispering Sheep said, as if belatedly realizing it. Han Xing praised, making it into the top 20 is quite impressive. Really? It's not that amazing, he. A bashful chuckle came from the other end. Upon hearing Han Xing's compliment, Clever Lamb seemed genuinely delighted, then replied modestly, it's all thanks to you giving me so many life elixirs. With them, I don't have to fear getting injured, which is why I could explore so quickly. Yet Han Xing countered, no need to be modest. The life elixir is just a supplement. In real combat, it still depends on the survivor's own strength. With that, he didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer and asked, by the way, did you choose the Hunter class? Yep, I picked Hunter, Clever Lamb replied. Han Xing said directly, I just looted a secret potion recipe that boosts strength. For our Hunter class, it'll significantly increase our attack power too. I'll trade it to you. Han Xing sent a trade request to Clever Lamb. Then, as usual, he placed 20 bottles of Savage Bear Strength Elixir. Ah, are all these for me? Clever Lamb's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Han Xing replied, yes. Consider it repayment for that life elixir recipe you gave me. After a moment's hesitation, Clever Lamb clicked accept. She said solemnly, thank you. You're welcome, Han Xing replied casually. After completing the secret medicine transaction, Han Xing prepared to close the private chat and continue his sprint. At that moment, Clever Little Sheep hesitantly asked, about that, is there anything else? Han Xing asked. Clever Lamb didn't reply immediately, seeming hesitant. After a moment, she gathered her courage and said, can I add you as a friend? Her words were clearly tinged with nervousness, as if fearful that Han Xing might refuse. Han Xing was stunned for a moment. To add a friend, you needed to know the other person's real name. After some thought, Han Xing decided it wasn't a big deal and agreed, alright, my name is Han Xing. Go ahead and add me. Ha! Hearing Han Xing agree, she instinctively breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you. The next moment, a system notification appeared. Survivor Su Xiaoyang has requested to add you as a friend. So this girl's name was Su Xiaoyang. What a name! Han Xing's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He clicked accept. Su Xiaoyang successfully added Han Xing as a friend and seemed visibly excited. Han Xing then said, I'm going to keep pushing my ranking. We can talk next time if there's anything. MHM, I won't disturb you. Go for it, Su Xiaoyang happily replied. After closing the chat interface, Han Xing resumed his climb up the rankings. At the same time, on a vast platform spanning over 600 square meters, a beautiful young girl stood frozen, staring blankly ahead. She wore a hunter's green outfit, the snug leather armor accentuating her striking curves. With her tall figure, fair skin, and angelic face, she was the epitome of a delicate and charming white, young, and slim beauty. At that moment, beneath the hem of her animal hide skirt, her slender legs, so pale they seemed to gleam, were pressed together and gently rubbed against each other. Her ample chest rose and fell with heavy breaths, as if she were extremely agitated. This girl was none other than Su Xiaoyang. Ever since adding Han Xing as a friend, she had been in a state of excitement. So, your name is Han Xing. What a lovely name. At this moment, a look of excitement spread across Su Xiaoyang's delicate face. To think, even someone like me would have people willing to be my friends. I'm so happy. I really want to tell mom and dad about this soon. They'd definitely be happy for me too, right? Too excited, Su Xiaoyang accidentally crushed something in her hand, and bright red blood spurted out in an instant. Ah! Su Xiaoyang gasped involuntarily as she looked at the lump of tissue from some beast's body in her hand. Regretfully, she murmured, I accidentally crushed the beast's heart I just dug out. This was meant to feed Xiao Qian. What a pity! She arched her delicate embroidered brows slightly, her gaze shimmering as it drifted toward that pallid tree within the territory. The tree stood barely 2 meters tall, resembling a willow from Blue Star in shape, yet it carried an eerie, unnatural aura. Its bark was as pale as parchment, and its branches shared the same ghostly hue. Even more bizarrely, the branches of this small tree were covered with thorn-like protrusions resembling animal teeth. Then, Su Xiaoyang walked gracefully toward the eerie plant on her sculpted legs, veritable works of art, and murmured softly, even though I crushed it, we shouldn't let it go to waste. Come on, Xiao Qian, eat up. As soon as she finished speaking, the eerie plant's branches began to quiver slightly, and one of them slowly extended toward Su Xiaoyang. The next moment, the branch abruptly retracted, and the beast's heart in Su Xiaoyang's hand vanished without a trace. You're such a good girl, Xiao Qian, Su Xiaoyang praised, while before her eyes appeared information about this eerie demonic tree. Heart-devouring tree, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV5. Strength 25, Agility 28, Spirit 31, Constitution 32. Skill 1, Poisonous Kiss. The heart-eating tree lashes out with its branches to attack enemies. Struck creatures will enter a severe poison state. Skill 2, Forbidden Zone of Life. The heart-eating tree releases internal gases to create a large-scale forbidden zone of life. Any creature entering the gas range will suffer multiple negative status effects. Skill 3, Frenzied Blossom Dance. The heart-eating tree enters a frenzied state, indiscriminately attacking enemies with countless whipping branches. Talent, Heart Eater. The heart-eating tree enhances its attributes by devouring the hearts of other creatures. The more hearts it consumes, the stronger it becomes, and the higher its attributes rise. Once a certain number of hearts have been devoured, the heart-eating tree will undergo a transformation. This turned out to be an elite-level plant-type monster, heart-devouring tree. Not only does it possess 3 formidable skills, but also a scalable innate ability that enhances its strength by devouring the hearts of various animals. When the heart-devouring tree consumes enough animal hearts, it can even undergo a metamorphosis. And these animals, of course, include humans, as it will attack any creature that intrudes into its territory. But Su Xiaoyang used some unknown method to actually plant this vicious monster within her own territory. Chapter 40, Sweeping the Top 3, Victory Secured. A demonic tree grows in Su Xiaoyang's territory, and this tree appears extremely obedient to her commands. She extended her fair palm, gently touching the branches of the heart-eater tree, then whispered softly, "You know what, Xiaoqian? I made a friend today, his name is Han Xing. Don't get me wrong, it's not like before when I unilaterally considered someone my friend, we actually added each other as friends. So far, I haven't revealed my true nature. In his eyes, I must seem like a very obedient, well-behaved kid. If we get to meet again someday, I'll do my best to control myself and rein in my weird habits. I can't scare them off like last time." Su Xiaoyang clenched her little fists, quietly psyching herself up, as faint traces of blood dripped from between her fingers. A gleam of longing appeared in her eyes. "I really can't wait to meet you, Han Xing." Then, Su Xiaoyang seemed to realize her own impropriety and lowered her head shyly. At this moment, Han Xing had already made contact with a floating island spanning over 30 square meters. The clouds dispersed, revealing a group of 8 slime monsters, all at level 4 or 5. The moment the battle began, Han Xing immediately drank a vial of Savage Bear Strength Elixir. A surge of scorching power suddenly rose from his stomach. At this moment, he wanted to shout, "Whose Kirin arm is burning with heat?" Whoosh! The arrow was loosed. The crisp twang of a bowstring tightening. This arrow carried far more lethal force than previous shots. As the battle commenced, the slime horde came bouncing toward him, and this arrow directly triggered a penetration effect. After piercing through the first slime, its momentum unchecked, it violently thrust into the body of a second slime. At that moment, a flash of dark light flickered. Coalball charged straight into the crowd of slime monsters. The slime's formation was shattered, causing severe chaos. Nicely done. Han Xing didn't hold back on praise from the rear. His coordination with Coalball was becoming increasingly seamless. With each tempered iron arrow loosed, they wiped out the entire slime monster horde in just 5 minutes. Meanwhile, his territory points reached 834. Advancing him 1 more rank to claim 7th place. A few minutes later, his territory points reached 851, advancing another 3 ranks to claim the 4th position. The entire Channel 107 survivors were utterly astounded beyond words. In less than 5 short hours, Han Xing had shown them what it meant to break all limits with meteoric rise speed. Struggling desperately for 200 points in a day? Not a chance. He can blast through 100 points in just 1 hour. Those who had always believed Han Xing couldn't crack the top 10, or even the top 20, instantly fell silent. In the chat channel, voices once again began calling him Milky Way God. At the same time, Han Xing was still charging ahead like a madman. From 850 points, it skyrocketed straight to 900 points, officially overtaking Papaya Star Spirit and Black Eagle to claim 2nd place. For now, the top-ranked Whisperer remains unmoved. The chat channels completely erupted. "This is insane, his Starry River has already surged to 2nd place. At this rate, clinching first is practically guaranteed. Yeah, Star God is truly the pride of our District 107. He was just laying low for the past few days, but today he exploded onto the scene and surged ahead." The chatter in the channel had shifted to whether Star River could hold on to 1st place steadily, but some survivors from the Whisper of the Gods team still refused to give up, arguing, "Don't celebrate too soon. Maybe the Whisperer boss is conquering a massive floating island and just taking extra time. Once he succeeds, he'll surely break through 1,000 points and take the lead." That's right. Both Black Eagle and Papaya Star Spirit got stuck around the 900-point mark. They probably ran into some powerful enemies. Star River is at the same score now, so he'll likely face the same challenge next. After this person spoke, those who supported Han Xing began to feel nervous again, because what this person said wasn't entirely unreasonable. However, the so-called 900-point challenge didn't exist for Han Xing either, because he had already eliminated the deadliest monster in this area, the grayback brown bear. His points not only didn't stagnate, but instead skyrocketed. In just over 20 minutes, they surged to 954 points, reclaiming the top spot. Within the local network, the members of Whisper of the Gods completely shut their mouths. Just as everyone thought Han Xing would maintain this momentum to directly reach 1,000 points and secure first place, they discovered his territory points had stalled at a peculiar number. First place, Han Xing, 999 points. Just 1 point shy from claiming the first place reward. It's hard not to suspect he did this on purpose. In the chat channel, the survivors suddenly froze, apparently not understanding what Han Xing was planning to do. He could have easily taken first place, yet chose to halt his advance at this crucial moment. This included all the survivors currently vying for the rankings. Seeing that absurd score of 999 points, they'd already abandoned hope of claiming the top spot in their hearts. The batch of top 10 survivors lost their momentum, momentarily crestfallen with bowed heads. The rise on the scoreboard suddenly slowed down, and this was exactly the effect Han Xing wanted. At this moment, 2 more names surged into everyone's sight. 8th place, Lone Warrior, 804 points. 9th place, Yun Tianming, 793 points. The two of them successively broke into the top 10. Maintaining a dreadful rate of increase as their rankings continue to skyrocket. Before everyone could react, they had officially surpassed 900 points, securing the second and third positions in quick succession. Then, Han Xing's territory points finally changed, breaking through from 999 to officially surpass 1,000, claiming the first place reward. After more than an hour, Cheng Jianyong successfully surpassed 1,000 points, securing the second place reward. Then came Shen Yun, who achieved third place. The trio swept the top 3 rewards in sequential order. The other survivors in Channel 107 were utterly astonished. You have successfully reached 1,000 territory points. Current rank, 1. You have received ranking rewards, food * 500 units, fresh water * 200 units, spirit cores * 1000, self-selectable purple weapon blueprint * 1, silver treasure chest * 1, hidden profession scroll * 1. Han Xing looked at the system prompt, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the group chat, Cheng Jianyong shouted excitedly, "Holy shit, this is awesome, haha." Brother Xing really thought it through, deliberately capping at 999 points to leave the competitors baffled and buy us time to push our scores. Shen Yun chimed in at this point, "See now, Xiao Yangzi? Listening to Brother Xing is always the right call. A temporary lead doesn't mean much. The one who laughs last is the real winner." Chen Jianyong, currently riding the high of the massive reward, wholeheartedly agreed. Absolutely right. Brother Xing truly has foresight. Han Xing laughed. Enough with the awkward flattery. Everyone, go check your rewards. Got it, the two replied excitedly. Xinyun secured third place with exceptionally generous rewards, not only a self-selected blue-tier weapon, but also a silver treasure chest and an advanced class scroll. Chang Jianyong's second place prizes were similarly impressive. In addition to a blue-tier weapon, he could select an extra piece of blue-tier armor. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun were extremely excited, unable to wait any longer to check the attributes of their reward items. Chapter 41, Warrior's Ring, a rare treasure. Among the ranking reward weapons, Jian Jianyong chose an excellent quality boulder breaker greatsword, while Shen Yun opted for a crystal stone hammer. The attributes were decent, but both required reaching level 6 to equip. Then came the silver treasure chest. The rewards inside a silver treasure chest far surpassed those in bronze chests, but acquiring them at this stage is extremely difficult. Virtually every silver treasure chest is guarded by powerful monsters. Unless you're truly blessed with extraordinary luck, like those legendary European emperors, it's practically impossible to find an unguarded silver chest on unexplored floating islands. Beyond yielding large quantities of advanced materials like mithril, spirit cores, and blood of champions, silver chests guarantee at least one blue-grade equipment drop. There's also a small chance to obtain rare recipes for elixirs or blue-grade equipment blueprints. The two excitedly clicked to open it. The next moment, Cheng Jianyong exclaimed excitedly, "Holy shit! Warrior Ring Blueprint, rare tier gear." Han Xing said in surprise, "A rare tier ring? That's some amazing luck." Cheng Jianyong laughed gleefully, "Ha, I knew I was the luck king." But then he added with some disappointment, "Too bad it's just a level 6 blueprint though." Han Xing replied, "Level 6? Not bad, just 1 or 2 more levels and everyone will be able to equip it. Besides, The attributes of level 6 blue equipment will be much stronger than those below level 5. At this moment, Shinyun said in frustration, "Damn it, I looted a level 6 light armor leg piece, and it's rare quality too. But as a priest, I need heavy armor. Guess I'll have to let Cheng Jianyong snag it for cheap again." "Light armor? Give it to me quick, Xiao Yun," Cheng Jianyong shouted excitedly. Shinyun reluctantly initiated the trade deal. After a brief pause, he continued, "Brother Xing, there's also this optional advanced class scroll left. What profession should we choose for the advancement? Do you have any suggestions?" They now subconsciously seek Han Xing's opinion before making any choices. Though they don't know why, they always feel that Han Xing understands this world's mechanisms better than they do. After a moment's thought, Han Xing said, "From what I saw in the game introduction, the advanced professions for cleric are priest and paladin. The former leans more toward healing and support, with weaker combat abilities. The latter focuses more on defense and melee combat, offering more self-preservation capabilities compared to priests. Both professions have their own strengths and weaknesses." Shinyun replied without hesitation, "Alright, then I'll choose the priest." Han Xing was somewhat surprised. "Are you sure? The priest's combat abilities aren't particularly strong. According to the system description, priests are heavily reliant on teammates in the early stages. It's not until the third job advancement, when they become bishops, that they gain a few offensive skills." Shinyun answered firmly, "I've made up my mind. I'm picking the priest. Anyway, Jin Jianyong can handle melee combat, and you've got ranged attacks covered, Brother Xing. I'll just stay on the sidelines as support." Han Xing pondered for a moment and stopped trying to persuade. He knew this was Shinyun's choice after careful consideration for their future development. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong asked, "Xinggu, what should I choose, swordsman or berserker?" However, Han Xing responded helplessly, "What's the difference between these brute force professions? They're pretty much the same anyway." "Damn. You actually look down on the musclehead profession? My hands are trembling with rage. When will the musclehead profession finally rise up?" Cheng Jianyong exclaimed dramatically, and in the next moment, he sent Han Xing a trade request. Han Xing accepted the trade. Cheng Jianyong traded the blue ring blueprint he had just obtained to Han Xing. "You have obtained the warrior's ring blueprint, blue, LV6. Learn it now?" Han Xing clicked to learn. On the blueprint panel, the first blue-tier equipment blueprint finally appeared. He checked the crafting requirements. Materials required to craft Warrior's Ring, Mithril *10, Spirit Core *50, Rare Earth *100, Power Crystal *10. Production success rate 15%, affected by Divine Craftsman talent, success rate has reached 100%. Does it really need this much mithril? Han Xing walked over to several storage chests and checked his material reserves. The other 3 types of materials were still sufficient, but his stock of mithril, a high-end material, was down to just 7 pieces. Not enough to craft even a single ring. So he asked in the discussion group, "How much mithril did you guys get from those silver treasure chests earlier? Transfer them all to me first. I don't have enough to make a warrior's ring. I've got 13 mithril here. I also have 16 pieces here." The two of them immediately sent Han Xing a trade request after hearing his words. Han Xing obtained a total of 29 pieces of mithril, which combined with his existing stash, was just enough to craft 3 warrior rings. This was all thanks to the Divine Craftsman talent guaranteeing a 100% success rate. For other survivors, a 15% success rate would be enough to make them question their entire existence after countless failures. It's important to note that failed attempts don't refund the materials used. The accumulated losses from such failures aren't something ordinary people could bear. Han Xing had no such concerns. He clicked craft without hesitation, and a dazzling blue light erupted. A 60-second progress bar appeared before their eyes. When the progress bar reached 0, a pure silver ring fell to the ground. Han Xing also saw the ring's attributes. Warrior's Ring, blue, quality rare, strength +12, special effect, Warrior's Soul. Warrior's Spirit, when entering combat stance, grants an additional 6 points of strength. Equip requirement, LV.6. Pure, strength? This ring's stats are absurdly single-minded. Han Xing couldn't help but comment sarcastically. But damn, that's a massive strength boost. An equipment piece directly adds 12 points of strength, and with its special effect, it's equivalent to an 18-point strength bonus. Even for the hunter class, equipping it increases attack power by 36 points, rivaling the boost from a primary weapon. If equipped by someone like Jin Jianyong from a strength-based class, the boost from the Warrior's Ring would be even more outrageous. Damn, that's powerful. Han Xing sighed, then proceeded to craft 2 more. The second one was still of the same rare quality, with nearly identical attributes. But when it came to the third piece, Han Xing suddenly noticed something different. This time, the burst of blue light was several times more dazzling than before. Han Xing said with slight excitement, "Could it be?" The next moment, he saw the ring's attributes. Warrior's Ring, blue, quality rare, strength +18, special effect, Warrior's Soul. Holy shit, a rare item. Han Xing was utterly astonished. This was the first time he had crafted a piece of equipment with relic tier attributes. In Sky Island Paradise, equipment quality is divided into 8 tiers: crude, common, fine, rare, relic, legendary, epic, and mythic. Typical green tier equipment at most reaches common quality, occasionally yielding 1 or 2 fine tier pieces, while rare tier is the upper limit for green equipment. As for blue tier equipment, it generally falls under fine and rare quality, with relic tier being the highest possible for blue gear. Generally speaking, for blue equipment blueprints, if other survivors could craft rare quality gear, they'd be burning incense in gratitude. Yet Han Xing's divine craftsman effortlessly produced a masterpiece. Compared to rare quality items, the attributes received a massive boost. It's safe to say that this single masterpiece ring alone directly increased Han Xing's attack power by nearly 15%. Chapter 42, Taking Stock of Gains. Han Xing tossed the exceptional quality ring to Cheng Jianyong, then threw another to Xin Yun. Without listening to their excited shouts in the chat group, he immediately closed the window. Such a high stat level 6 blue tier equipment should give them plenty of motivation to grind levels. After distributing the ranking rewards to Tong Yong and Xin Yun, Han Xing eagerly turned his attention to his own newly acquired possessions. These were truly the grand prize of this leaderboard event. First, there was that self-selectable purple weapon blueprint. Han Xing naturally chose his profession's primary weapon. You have obtained the Moon Crown Longbow Blueprint, Epic, LV.6. Learn it now? Yes. The blueprint menu also revealed its first purple tier equipment design, his own weapon blueprint. Han Xing couldn't wait and immediately crafted it on the spot. Then he saw the crafting requirements for the Mooncrest Longbow. Crafting requirements for Mooncrest Longbow: Mithril * 100, Refined Iron * 200, Moon Crystal * 5, Spirit Core * 500, Rare Earth * 2000, Tough Beast Sinew * 1. So much mithril? Han Xing was momentarily stunned, then asked in bewilderment, and what on earth is Moonstone? I've never even heard of it. With insufficient materials, Han Xing had no choice but to set the project aside for now. After all, this blueprint was level 6. Even if he crafted it, he wouldn't be able to equip the item yet. He still needed to fill 50% of his experience bar to level up, so there was no rush. After selecting the weapon blueprint, Han Xing proceeded to open the silver treasure chest he had been awarded by the system. As the antique silver chest was opened, it revealed a dazzling array of materials inside. Han Xing gathered them all into his backpack. The loot from the silver chest was similar to what Cheng Jianyong and the others had obtained. Apart from 12 pieces of mithril, there were also some high-end materials. At the bottom of the treasure chest, Han Xing spotted a sturdy leather jacket. Fierce Beast Leather Armor, Blue, Quality Fine, Defense 1317, Agility +5, Constitution +2, Special Effect, Beast Spirit. Beast Spirit, when attacking, there's a 20% chance to activate the residual beast soul within this armor, launching a mental attack against the enemy. Requirement, LV6. Although it's only of fine quality, its attributes are far superior to the leather armor I'm wearing now, and that final special effect is quite decent too. The rewards from the silver treasure chest were satisfactory. After opening the chest, Han Xing gazed contentedly at the black scroll in his backpack. His excitement mounted along with his anticipation, because this black scroll was, in fact, the grandest prize of the entire ranking event. Hidden Profession Scroll. Han Xing took out the scroll, and a system prompt appeared. Do you wish to activate the Hidden Class Scroll? Upon activation, you will randomly obtain an advanced Hidden Class Scroll for the Hunter profession. Random? Han Xing felt puzzled. He had no idea how many hidden classes existed in this world. What if he randomly got a useless one? Han Xing shook his head and said, forget it, no need to dwell on it. Even if I randomly get a trash tier hidden option, it's fine. I still have the Wild Ranger as my backup plan. Then, he decisively clicked to initiate it. The next moment, the sky abruptly darkened. Han Xing clearly saw over a dozen formidable silhouettes appearing around his territory. These silhouettes varied in height, each with distinct physical characteristics. Some stood as tall as giants measuring over 10 meters, while others were as short as dwarfs. Yet they all shared one common trait. Without exception, everyone either carried or wielded a longbow as their weapon. The next moment, the phantom figures began to sway. Han Xing watched as they swiftly swept past his eyes. Eventually, the scene settled on a phantom image with pointed ears and a human-sized silhouette. A system prompt appeared. Successfully randomized the Hidden Hunter Profession Scroll, Elven Archer. Elven Archer Profession Scroll. Upon reaching level 10, a survivor can use this scroll to advance to the hidden profession of Elven Archer. All attributes increase by 150%. The level cap is raised to 20, and agility gains 1.5x growth with each level up. Automatically learning the Archer Elf's exclusive skills, Wind Perception, Elven Dance, and Low Altitude Flight. So powerful! Han Xing exclaimed in amazement. 1.5 times agility growth every 2 levels means 1 extra agility point compared to other hunter players. plus 3 exclusive skills. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed the final skill. Low-altitude flight? Could it be that after learning it, survivors can fly into the air to shoot? This idea might very well be true. Han Xing was utterly astonished. If this is really the case, then this class's mobility might exceed all expectations, raising its power level several notches higher. He was thrilled this randomly acquired hidden class had far exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, another thought struck Han Xing. I wonder how the Elf Archer class compares to the Savage Ranger in terms of strength? But right now, he didn't even know what skills the Savage Ranger possessed, leaving him no basis for comparison. Shaking his head, Han Xing decided to let the matter drop. After dealing with these rewards, it was already late at night. About 4 or 5 hours had passed since he received the first place reward. During this time, after Clever Lamb secured the 4th place reward, no one else managed to break the 1,000-point mark. At this stage, level 5 elite monsters stood like an impassable mountain, blocking the path of all surviving players. In the dark night sky, a floating island spanning over 900 cubic meters was speeding forward at an incredible pace. Lying on this floating island was none other than the Whisperer, who had previously ranked first but had now been pushed down to 5th place. His current condition appeared extremely wretched. His mage robe was torn to shreds, and his body was covered in gruesome bloody scratches, as if clawed by some terrifying monster. But the most severe was the bloody hole in his chest. The fist-sized wound looked downright gruesome, with fresh blood continuously oozing out. Without immediate treatment, he would soon die from these grievous injuries. At this realization, the Whisperer clenched his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body, picked up a small canteen from the ground, and gulped down its contents. The canteen seemed to contain the spiritual spring water he'd traded from Han Xing, which possessed certain healing properties. However, after finishing the keg of spirit spring water, the Whisperer discovered that their superficial wounds had indeed improved slightly, but the gaping bloody hole in their chest not only failed to heal, it was getting worse. Gnashing their teeth in frustration, the Whisperer snarled, "Damned, damned, damned, damn it, how could there be a level 5 elite tree demon in there? With that insane attack speed, how am I supposed to fight it?" The Whisperer gnashed his teeth. If that tree demon hadn't been immobile, I'd have been a goner for sure today. Just then, he received a private message. It was from one of the surviving members of the Divine Whisper team. "Moonlit Cat, boss, we finally got through to you. You haven't responded for nearly a whole day. Everyone's been going crazy with worry." Chapter 43, Center of Attention. "1 whole day? I was out for that long?" The Whisperer gritted their teeth against the searing pain in their chest and asked, "Cough, what happened? Has someone already claimed first place? Was it Black Eagle or the Papaya Celestial?" Moonlight Cat hastily replied, "It's not Black Eagle or Pawpaw Star Spirit, it's that Star River guy. He surged over 300 points in just 3 hours, then snatched first place at a terrifying speed. Not only that, but the 2nd and 3rd place rewards were also claimed, one by someone called Lonely Warrior, the other by Yin Tianming. People in the chat channel are speculating they're probably working together." The Whisperer also exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" However, as soon as his emotions flared up, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Whisperer hastily shut his mouth, his face turning deathly pale. The Moonlit Cat opposite him clearly noticed his discomfort and asked, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" The Whisperer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, "Forget about ranking rewards for now. I'm injured, badly injured. If I don't get treatment soon, I won't last much longer." "What?" Moonlit Cat was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Boss, didn't the spirit spring water work?" "It's useless," the Whisperer replied through gritted teeth. "The spirit spring water can only heal minor injuries. My wounds are too severe now, I need stronger recovery items." He paused, then continued, "Old Cat, there's something I need you to do. Mobilize all the team's resources and do everything possible to find me healing items. If we don't have any, ask for help in the trading channel. Use every means necessary to get them. Remember, no matter the cost. Then go tell the brothers that the elite monster in the new area is unprecedentedly powerful, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Without recovery items, we can't possibly take it down." Moonlit Cat immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly ended the private chat, and began rapidly briefing the team members. However, at this current stage, aside from Spirit Spring Water, there were scarcely any other healing items available. Some were even less effective than the Spirit Spring Water. The Moonlit Cat grew extremely anxious and immediately posted the same message in both the chat channel and the trading channel. Whisper of the Gods team urgently buys healing items and potions, willing to exchange a blue greatsword. At the same time, another major team, Plain Boys, also posted an identical purchase request. However, their offer was even more astonishing, a blueprint for blue tier bracers, straight up. The entire Area 107 channel instantly erupted in shock. At this stage, the preciousness of blue tier equipment goes without saying. Even Han Xing's group hadn't obtained any blue drops before receiving their leaderboard rewards. In the chat channel, survivors began speculating. Both major teams are desperately seeking healing items, even willing to trade blue equipment and blueprints. Could some something have happened to their leaders, Murmurer and Papaya Starchild? This guess was already pretty much on the mark. Although many among them were tempted by the offers from these two major teams, none had healing items substantial enough in their possession. By the latter half of the night, as more and more survivors reached the 900-point threshold, they inevitably encountered the regional boss. The elite monsters, at least level 5, gave them a taste of true despair. Many people's equipment was even worse than Whisperers. They were either severely injured or killed instantly by elite monsters in just one encounter. Some fortunate survivors were now venting their frustrations in the local network. Damn! The elite monsters in this area are terrifyingly strong. Their stats are so high, and they're thick-skinned too. How are we supposed to fight them? Same here. I barely managed to injure that elite monster after getting hurt myself, but then it went berserk and didn't give me any chance to fight back. Stop complaining, we're actually lucky to have survived. Look at the leaderboard. So many names have already disappeared. Those people are probably dead. Only then did they notice that many names had indeed vanished from the leaderboard, sending chills down their spines. Surviving an encounter with an elite monster was nothing short of a miracle in this nightmare. The other survivors were utterly stunned. By this point, they had come to understand this world's early-stage map generation mechanics. Each survivor's starting zone contained one powerful monster. Without defeating it, new maps wouldn't generate, making it impossible to break past 1,000 points. The system enforced this rule with absolute rigidity. Just then, someone asked aloud, "Is this area boss really that powerful, with no way to defeat it?" In theory, the system wouldn't set up an enemy we can't overcome in the early stages, right? After the question was asked, the chat channel fell silent. This was something many people wanted to know. Just then, a frail male voice sounded in the chat channel. "Cough. You're right, friend. The system wouldn't create an enemy we can't defeat." The speaker was Manhwa Xingling, the leader of the Plain Boys crew. He had previously posted quite a few strategy guides and maintained a solid reputation in District 107. The moment he spoke, the other survivors held their breath, eager to hear his insights. At this moment, Papaya Star Spirit coughed awkwardly and said, "Ahem. To be honest, I also encountered an elite monster, but shamefully, I barely managed to escape with my life." As someone who had consistently ranked in the top 3 during recent days, Papaya Star Spirit undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. His words once again elevated the other survivors' perception of this area boss's danger level by 2 entire notches. The Papaya Star Spirit continued, "However, this failure wasn't entirely without its gains. Through my observations during this period, I've noticed that the monster attributes you've encountered are likely quite similar. From this, I've drawn a rough conclusion. To defeat this level 5 elite monster, you'll need at least a green tier main weapon to deal damage to it. This is a hard requirement. Those who can't meet it shouldn't even consider trying. If you have other green tier equipment, it can provide some margin for error. Aside from that, you'll also need decent combat awareness. However, more importantly, we must have healing items or someone with healing skills. Otherwise, when monsters enter a frenzied state, no one can avoid getting injured. Without healing medicine, it's impossible to keep fighting." As Papaya Star Spirit finished speaking, gasps of shock echoed through the chat channel. At this moment, others chimed in. "So, this regional elite monster is actually this terrifying? Do we absolutely need recovery-type items? Otherwise there's just no way to clear this level? Then how did Star God and Lone Warrior get past this? Don't tell me they actually had recovery potions on them?" This person guessed correctly. Han Xing did indeed possess ample supplies of vital elixirs. Many people had simultaneously thought of this point, and in an instant, all eyes were fixed on Han Xing. That night, Han Xing's private messages exploded with notifications. They were all desperately coveting the recovery potions in Han Xing's possession. Chapter 44, Han Xing, the Great Benefactor. The next day, the moment Han Xing opened his eyes, he was greeted by thousands of unread private messages. After casually glancing through a few, he quickly pieced together what had happened. So that's how it is. Seems everyone's already experienced the elite monster's ferocity firsthand. Last night, Papaya Starlight's analysis in the chat channel had directly positioned restorative items as one of the mandatory requirements to clear this area. So many people privately messaged Han Xing, all wanting to trade for the recovery items in his possession. Han Xing secretly rejoiced, then muttered under his breath, "Looks like the time is right. It's about time to sell off a batch of life elixirs as trades." The materials he'd stockpiled could currently produce a large quantity of life elixirs. Unless another survivor suddenly revealed the life elixir recipe at this point, he'd effectively monopolized the supply. In other words, Han Xing had once again achieved a complete monopoly over the entire Zone 107, encompassing nearly 10,000 survivors. With this in mind, Han Xing immediately decided to start crafting life elixirs to trade on the exchange channel. Truthfully, he could have waited longer, leaving the survivors in Zone 107's channel in suspense. With more casualties, the survivors' desperation for life elixirs would grow stronger. They'd be willing to pay steeper prices just to stay alive. But this isn't necessary. This wasn't due to Han Xing's sudden kindness, but rather a long-term consideration. Given the current trends, he'd likely have to coexist with nearly 10,000 survivors in District 107 for quite some time. And if Han Xing wanted to maintain this model, he needed a large number of survivors to gather various materials and items for him. In other words, these survivors in Zone 107 were all excellent workers in his eyes. If there were too many casualties, it would mean losing a considerable workforce for nothing, which would hardly be worth the loss. Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly laughed. I'm just too kind-hearted. Han Xing leaped from his 2-meter-wide bed and began strolling leisurely across his spacious sky island, which spanned a full 1,000 square meters. After a moment, Han Xing arrived at his warehouse area and checked the remaining material reserves in the storage box. The main ingredients needed to craft life elixirs are 100 milliliters of spirit spring water and 10 spirit cores. Currently, there are 800 liters of spirit spring water remaining in 12,464 spirit cores in stock. If everything were to be crafted, that would yield over 8,000 bottles of life elixir. It sounds like a lot, but in reality, when divided among the tens of thousands of people in District 107, each person wouldn't even get a single life elixir. Moreover, his spirit core reserves were only sufficient to produce just over 1,200 bottles of elixir of life for the time being. At this thought, Han Xing directly clicked Craft All, and the system notification promptly appeared. Will you consume 124,600 milliliters of spirit spring water, 12,460 spirit cores, moonlit grass, to craft 1,246 bottles of vitality elixir? Yes. No sooner had he spoken, the potion interface was now densely packed with progress bars. At the same time, his personal stash of spirit cores was completely depleted in an instant. But Han Xing didn't feel the slightest regret because he was confident that these 200+ bottles of life elixir would earn him far greater resources in return. Meanwhile, the survivors from Divine Whisper and the Plane Gang were practically going mad with desperation. Their leader was critically injured and near death. According to Papaya Star Spirit's deduction, Han Xing likely possessed healing-type items, so they spent the entire night bombarding him with private messages. But Han Xing was fast asleep at the time. How could he possibly care about their pleas? Seeing that Han Xing ignored them, these people frantically tagged him in the chat channel. At Starry River God, please come out. Our leader's hanging by a thread, save him, we beg you. At Star River, bro, I'm hurt too, please. Chat channel. Right at that moment, Han Xing finally appeared. With a smile, he said, everyone, I've seen your requests. The chat channel fell silent for a brief moment. Then came an overwhelming flood of messages scrolling across the screen. People excitedly tagged Han Xing, while others sent voice notes, frantically shouting Starry River repeatedly. Star God, you finally showed up. We were practically collapsing from waiting. Star God, save us kids. How can't lose his father. Star God. After waiting all night with bated breath, the survivors finally saw Han Xing emerge. How could they not be excited? At that very moment, someone stepped forward to curb their frenzy, shouting loudly, quiet. Everyone quiet. Damn it, stop spamming. You're flooding Star God's messages. Do you even want those healing items or not? The man's words had a calming effect, gradually quelling the frenzy in the chat channel. When the flood of messages ceased, Han Xing continued, everyone, stay calm. You guessed correctly, I do have a batch of healing items in my possession. They're called elixirs of life. As for their effects, see for yourselves. Han Xing posted the stats of the elixirs of life in the chat. The chat channel immediately erupted with gasps of awe. What a potent elixir. It can even heal such severe injuries. Holy crap. With this elixir, who cares about Sky Island monsters? I'll turn into a drug-fueled warrior and charge through hordes of them for 800 rounds. Though just a basic life elixir, given survivors' current maximum constitution of merely 20 points at this stage, it's powerful enough to pull someone back from the brink of death in no time. Then someone cautiously asked, Star God, would you consider selling these life elixirs in your hands? Han Xing replied, sell, of course I'll sell. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Then, someone else asked, Star God, when are you planning to list the life elixir for sale? And also, the price. Han Xing smiled, it won't be available on shelves for now. This time I'll adopt an auction model to sell the vitality elixirs in my possession. Auction? Yes. Han Xing replied, some of you here probably understand what I mean. The crowd looked somewhat puzzled, yet many felt a stirring in their hearts. Han Xing didn't beat around the bush either, explaining directly, there are still over 90 ranking rewards on the leaderboard waiting to be claimed. In other words, the sooner someone trades with me, the faster they can defeat the regional boss and claim the leaderboard rewards. As his words fell, the local network fell into complete silence. They saw through Han Xing's ambition. Not only had he monopolized the top 3 rewards, now he aimed to control all top 100 rewards on the entire leaderboard. And Han Xing indeed possessed such capability. Even the system that designed the reward rules probably never anticipated that a human survivor would manipulate the entire leaderboard. Currently, the rewards for the top 4 positions had all been claimed. Yet even so, there remain 96 unclaimed reward spots on the leaderboard. What's more crucial is that the top 5 can all choose a blue-tier weapon of their choice. This means there's still one last blue weapon reward remaining on the current territory points leaderboard. At that moment, the Whisperer, who hadn't spoken for quite some time, suddenly interjected, "Star River, are these words true?" Chapter 45, Basic Castle Blueprint. The Whisperer asked, "Xinghe, are you really putting this first batch of life elixir up for auction?" Han Xing replied, "Yes, highest bidder takes it." "Good, name your price. As for this 5th place reward, we of Divine Whisper will definitely claim it." After speaking, the Whisperer added another sentence in the chat channel, "I ask you all to grant me this favor, please don't compete with me for this first batch of life elixir." Under normal circumstances, given that Whisperer is the leader of one of the 3 major teams in Zone 107, people might have just let him have his way out of courtesy. But now, with leaderboard rewards and vital items like life elixirs at stake, no one was willing to back down lightly. At this point, even the usually low-profile leader of the Aviator Man Corps, Papaya Star Spirit, stepped forward and said, "Brother Whisper, everyone covets the 5th place rewards too. Let's follow Brother Star River's suggestion, highest bidder takes it." His words effectively undercut Whisperer's position. The Whisperer snorted coldly. At this moment, Han Xing spoke again, "Well, let's start the auction now. The first batch, 5 bottles of Vitality Elixir. The starting bid is 1,000 Spirit Cores. You can also bid with other items, their worth will be evaluated to decide who gets it in the end." Starting straight with 5 bottles, this quantity of Vitality Elixir was equivalent to gaining several extra lives, more than enough for them to grind down an elite monster. As soon as the words fell, survivors who believed they had the strength to compete for the ranking began frantically placing bids. 1,500 Spirit Cores, plus 1 green grade necklace. 1,800 Spirit Cores, plus 64 units of mithril. 2,200 Spirit Cores. At the same moment, both the Whisperer and Pawpaw Star Spirit were frantically gathering resources in their respective discussion groups. After a series of exaggerated bids, the final offer reached 4,000 Spirit Cores, along with a large amount of mithril and other materials. But compared to a blue-grade weapon, they felt this price was still acceptable, especially since besides the weapon, there was also an advanced class scroll included, making it a worthwhile deal. Just then, the Whisperer suddenly spoke up, 5,000 Spirit Cores, 107 mithril ingots, 13,000 refined iron bars, plus 1 blue-grade plate chest piece. As the Whisperer finished speaking, the chat channel instantly erupted with a collective gasp. This bid was enough to scare off many potential competitors. The Whisperer took out the blue-tier equipment partly to secure the ranking rewards, and partly because he was now grievously wounded and desperately needed a life elixir to recover. But just at that moment, the Pawpaw Star Spirit also announced his price, 5,500 Spirit Cores, 132 mithril bars, 14,000 refined iron, plus 1 blue necklace. The chat channel resonated with another collective gasp. The Whisperer remained silent, seemingly contemplating whether further bidding would be worthwhile or if he could recoup his investment. Just then, Han Xing suddenly chuckled lightly and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention something. Defeating this elite monster will drop plenty of valuable loot. There's even a high chance of acquiring secret potion recipes." The moment these words were spoken, Papaya Star, who had assumed victory was within his grasp, felt his heart sink. The moment the secret potion formula was mentioned, it was enough to make competitors who had already given up reconsider. At this point, someone tentatively asked, "Star God, are you implying that your life potion formula was also dropped by elite monsters?" Han Xing smiled but did not directly answer the question. Yet the survivors silently accepted this assumption as truth in their hearts. At the same time, the Whisperer suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke again, 6,000 Spirit Cores, 140 mithril ingots, 15,000 refined iron, plus a basic castle blueprint. He was truly going all out now, even producing the design blueprint he'd stumbled upon when he accidentally entered a mysterious floating island. Han Xing's eyes glittered. A castle design blueprint that sounded like construction-type blueprint. At this stage, he'd yet to hear of anyone who had successfully built a territory building yet. If no one offers a higher bid, then these first 5 bottles of life elixir will go to Whisperer. The Papaya Star Spirit was deeply conflicted at this moment, but he also considered whether it would be worth raising the bid further for merely a blue-tier item. Han Xing waited briefly, and seeing no further bids, declared, "Then, sold." As those words fell, many in the chat channel collectively released sighs of relief. Han Xing also demonstrated his credibility by immediately requesting a trade with the Whisperer after making his statement. Trade window appeared. At this moment, the Whisperer wore a painfully reluctant expression as he placed a large amount of Spirit Cores and precious mithril on the trading table. These were nearly the entire accumulated harvest of hundreds of Divine Whisper members over several days, yet now they were being traded away all at once. A system prompt appeared. Transaction successful. You have obtained Life Elixir *5. You have lost Spirit Core *6,000, Mithril *140, Refined Iron *15,000, and basic castle design blueprint *1. The Whisperer gazed at the 5 emerald green elixirs now in his territory, his eyes nearly welling up with tears of excitement. His injuries had already begun to worsen, and his personal status panel displayed a grim, critical condition. Had it not been for gulping down endless amounts of spirit spring water to cling to the last shreds of life, the Whisperer would never have lasted this long. He couldn't wait any longer and poured a bottle of Vitali's elixir into his mouth. The ghastly wound on his chest finally showed signs of healing. At this moment, the Whisperer wept with overwhelming joy. Phew, that was too close. Almost died for real. At the same time, Han Xing also resumed bidding. Although the quota for blue-tier equipment on the scoreboard had been exhausted, the remaining rewards were still incredibly enticing. With 95 slots still available, even a single advanced class changebook was enough to motivate the other survivors to make a desperate sprint. As a result, the subsequent auctions proceeded smoothly, with everyone enthusiastically driving up the final bid prices again and again. The auction lasted nearly 2 hours before Han Xing finally sold all the remaining 95 slots, and in return, he obtained a massive haul of materials. Among them were 73,624 spirit cores, over 1,000 pieces of mithril, while refined iron and rare earth materials alone exceeded 100,000 units. Coupled with various other miscellaneous materials like beast hearts, elite warrior's blood, moonblossom herbs, and such, his storage chest was once again packed to the brim. All he paid was 480 bottles of life elixirs. The return on investment wasn't just tenfold, it was easily 100 times over. Moreover, after 2 hours passed, many survivors stuck at the 900-point mark began breaking through one after another. Player after player crossed the 1,000-point threshold, unlocking their ranking rewards. Half an hour later, as the 100th survivor successfully surpassed 1,000 points, then, Han Xing disabled the auction mode and directly listed the life elixir. Unlike spirit spring water, which can be traded milliliter by milliliter, the elixir of life can only be traded in whole bottles. Han Xing set various initial exchange rates, such as 200 spirit cores for 1 bottle of life elixir, 1 piece of mithril equivalent to 10 spirit cores, and a single blue blueprint worth 1,000 spirit cores. The life elixir instantly sparked another frenzied rush the moment it was listed. From dawn until sunset, Han Xing had been frantically trading with other survivors. He was in a state of complete exhilaration. Watching materials pile up in large quantities brings an incomparable sense of satisfaction. After all, who can resist the joy of being a compulsive hoarder? Chapter 46, Rolling in Riches. At this moment, Han Xing's territory spanning over 1,000 square meters was once again piled with various materials. Just the over 100,000 spirit cores alone formed a 2-meter-high mound, their emitted spiritual energy nearly condensing into a mist, refreshing one's mind with just a single breath. At this moment, Cole Ball was excitedly jumping around atop the small mountain formed by the spirit cores. The little guy was experiencing for the first time the dizzying joy of being buried in delicious treats. The Cole Ball occasionally opened its mouth to devour mouthfuls of spirit cores, swallowing at least a dozen at a time. Han Xing indulged its feasting too. After all, with this mountain of spirit cores, even if the Cole Ball ate for years, it could never finish them all. Yet after just a few bites, the little creature couldn't eat another morsel. It seemed utterly satiated as it lazily found a patch of grass, flopped onto its back, and sank into a deep, contented sleep. The sight made Han Xing's lips twitch uncontrollably. TCH, thought you could handle more than that. Han Xing began sorting through his gains. As of now, all 200+ bottles of life elixir he produced have been sold out, earning him a massive amount of resources. However, there remains a significant gap in the current market. Many people are even eager to hoard multiple bottles of such a crucial recovery item, making the already scarce life elixir insufficient for all survivors to begin with, even more strained in supply. Though night had already fallen, Han Xing began working overtime to produce more life elixir. With his current reserve of spirit cores fully sufficient, he transformed all the remaining spirit spring water into life elixir in one go. 7,000 bottles of life elixir, with each bottle taking 10 seconds to craft. That translates to 70,000 seconds in total, nearly 20 hours. For the next day, Han Xing did nothing else. He sold each bottle as soon as he finished crafting it. Apart from occasional breaks, he spent all his time trading with other survivors. In the first hour alone, he sold over 600 bottles of the elixir. The second hour saw over 1,300 bottles of elixir traded. Large batches of materials kept pouring in. The day came to an end. Finally, after selling the 7,000th bottle of life elixir, Han Xing halted the transactions, because his stock of spirit spring water had run dry. Over 800 liters of spirit spring water had been crafted into more than 8,000 bottles of life elixir, with 7,000 of them traded for various materials. In the chat channel, many surviving players who had been eagerly waiting noticed that Han Xing hadn't listed any more spirit spring water for sale, and a vague sense of unease began to settle in. At this moment, Han Xing announced in the chat channel in a slightly hoarse voice, "Everyone, the life elixir is sold out. The raw materials here can't keep up. I can't produce any more life elixir now." Hearing Han Xing's words, those survivors who hadn't made the exchange immediately felt deep regret. Among them, many still hadn't obtained the elixir of life. At this moment, someone cautiously asked, "Star God, is there really none left?" Han Xing replied, "That's right. One of the main ingredients needed to make the elixir of life has been exhausted. I'll make more when I find new supplies of the primary material. And what's more, I've already traded over 7,000 bottles of life elixirs, enough for many people to clear the current area boss. You should be able to loot some other recovery items from these bosses, which should basically be enough for the remaining players to clear this entire zone." In truth, Han Xing still had thousands of life elixirs in reserve, but he had no intention of sharing them. After all, everyone has their selfish instincts. In future battles, injuries would be inevitable. If he got wounded, he didn't want to put himself in danger due to a lack of life potions. Hearing Han Xing's words, many survivors expressed their understanding. Someone spoke up, "Star God, you've worked hard. We'll remember your kindness." Han Xing chuckled and shook his head. "It's just a transaction, no need to talk about kindness." Yet this person smiled and said, "Star God really isn't being upfront. Though you claim this is just a transaction, we can all see the truth in our hearts. You've practically been trading life potions with us non-stop these past 2 days, indirectly saving who knows how many lives, mine included." The man continued with a bitter smile, "If not for your life potions, I probably would have been killed by that monster already." His words resonated with many present, who chimed in agreement, "Yeah, same here. It's only because of Star God's life potions that I escaped death. Surviving in this world is just too hard. I feel the same. To be honest, this is already the second time Star God has saved us from dire straits. Most of us in District 107 owe him a huge debt of gratitude." Absolutely. Star God totally deserves the title of District 107 Savior. From now on, if anyone dares question him, they'll have to answer to me. I hereby declare that the Star River Divine Cult is officially established today. I'll be its first believer. Who else wants to join? Seeing them getting increasingly carried away, Han Xing quickly cut in, "Stop. Cut the cringeworthy stuff. I just want to trade with you for supplies. Keep the awkwardness going, and I'll stop selling." Ha ha. Laughter erupted in the chat channel. Han Xing shook his head and was about to close the chat window, but just then, a private message popped up. The sender's name was Whirlwind Potato. Han Xing had some impression of this name. Upon opening the private chat, Whirlwind Potato immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Dad, I haven't exchanged for the life elixir yet." Han Xing's face instantly darkened. "Stop yelling nonsense. When did I ever have a son as old as you?" Whirlwind Potato hastily chimed in, "Star God, you don't understand. You saved my life during my darkest hour. You're like a second parent to me. Calling you dad is only right." Seeing him about to launch into more praise, Han Xing swiftly initiated a trade request. After directly placing 10 bottles of life elixir into the trade window, ignoring the player's exaggerated squeals, Han Xing immediately closed the private chat. Finally, blessed silence returned to his ears. 2 days of sleepless toil had finally brought a moment of respite, and now a tidal wave of drowsiness and exhaustion crashed over him. Han Xing shook his head, desperately summoning what little energy remained. He decided to tally his gains before resting. Besides, there was still one thing left undone. As he surveyed the mountainous piles of materials across his territory, his breath quickened once more, and even his weariness seemed to fade. This is a real windfall. After calming down from his excitement, Han Xing began taking stock. The biggest haul from this transaction was naturally the spirit cores. Their uses were so extensive they'd practically become this world's universal currency. After deducting the amounts used for crafting spirit spring water, his total profit amounted to 253,764 spirit cores. Then, among the other precious materials was mithril. Both blue and purple grade equipment required it for crafting, and it would likely be in heavy demand later. Taking stock, they had harvested over 16,000 pieces of mithril. Indeed, many hands make light work. The three of them managed to secure the top 3 rewards and each opened a silver treasure chest, yet barely gathered fewer than 50 pieces of mithril in total. After trading with all the survivors in Channel 107, they netted over 10,000 pieces straight away. They struck gold. Chapter 47, The Secret Cloud Realm Online. After counting the number of spirit cores and mithril, Han Xing continued to tally the other material resources. Hundreds of thousands of rare earth elements, ether, along with tens of thousands of power crystals, magic crystals, and the blood of powerful beings, as well as various one-star beast hides and more. Moreover, the most crucial point was that they had also obtained over 20 moonstone crystals, the key material needed to craft the purple tier weapon, the Moon Crown Longbow. In other words, Han Xing could now craft 4 purple grade weapons in one go. But he didn't start crafting immediately, because his current level was insufficient. Even if made, he wouldn't be able to equip it yet. He could just craft it later once he reached level 6. Then, Han Xing stuffed all these materials from the floating island territory into the storage box. The once crowded floating island territory became spacious again. Han Xing casually grabbed a small folding stool, placed it under his seat, then pulled out a blueprint from his backpack and began studying it. This was exchanged from the Whisperer during yesterday's auction of the first batch of life elixirs, a beginner's castle construction blueprint. Just then, a soft, high-pitched animal cry rang out. Roar! The coal-black kitten suddenly leaped onto Han Xing's lap, extending its little head as if also curious about what its owner was looking at. Han Xing lifted Coalball with one hand, placed it on his shoulder, and patted its little head, saying, "Don't cause trouble for me now. I'll take you out for some exercise tomorrow." For the past 2 days, Han Xing hadn't explored the floating islands, leaving this energetic little creature with all its pent-up energy nowhere to vent. It was practically bursting with frustration. Roar! Coalball tilted its head upward and responded obediently. After comforting the little fellow, Han Xing turned his attention back to the blueprint in his hand. Basic Castle Construction Blueprint. Territory Type Structure. Survivors can construct a basic castle within their territory. Basic Castle. Defense Value 1000. Increases defense value of all defensive structures in the territory by 20%, attack power of all offensive structures by 10%, all attributes of allied units by 10%, and floating island territorial movement speed by 10%. Materials required to build the basic castle: stone *100000, wood *20,000, spirit cores *50,000, refined iron *50,000, rare earth *90,000, mithril *8,000, strength crystals *5,000, magic crystals *5,000. Note, when constructing an elementary castle, the territory area must be at least greater than 1,000 square meters, with at least 400 square meters of reserved vacant land. Looking at the materials all calculated in units of tens of thousands, Han Xing suddenly realized that this thing likely shouldn't appear at the current stage. At this stage, which survivor could produce such a vast amount of materials at once? Well, except for himself, of course. No wonder that Whisperer chose to trade out these blueprints. In his estimation, even with the Divine Whispered team backing him up, gathering all these materials would take an eternity. Han Xing said with some surprise, "With this much material, even my reserves wouldn't have been enough before I traded for the life elixir. Though, the effects of this castle are truly remarkable. Just standing within its territory boosts my attributes by 10%. Moreover, this attribute enhancement isn't limited to Han Xing alone. All allies within the territory, including pets, summoned creatures, and vassal units, can enjoy the same bonuses. But what does 1,000 defense points actually mean? Can it withstand an elite monster's attack?" Han Xing wasn't entirely sure, but considering he didn't even have a proper house yet, his furniture was just sitting out in the open, he immediately made up his mind. He would do it. No matter what other effects this castle might have, if nothing else, it could serve as shelter from wind and rain. Thinking this, Han Xing immediately moved all the furniture near the center of the territory to the side, leaving behind a sufficiently spacious area. The next moment, he clicked on Construct. The castle blueprint in his hand vanished, and then the system notification appeared. Territory Structure. Basic castle is under construction. Estimated remaining time, 32 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The beginner-level castle blueprint has been automatically recorded in the territory function page. After the system notification appeared, Han Xing saw that at the center of his territory, a large area had been outlined in what appeared to be a rectangular silhouette. A blue-gray mist suddenly began swirling within the demarcated area. At the same time, a large amount of materials disappeared from his storage box. Then, not long after, the foundation framework of a castle was assembled. Han Xing roughly calculated in his mind the castle's maximum diameter was 39 meters, covering an area of just over 300 square meters. It wasn't particularly large, but if treated purely as a residence, it would undoubtedly be a grand house, a veritable mansion. Back on Blue Star, constructing a castle like this would have cost no less than several million. Han Xing eagerly imagined the appearance of the completed castle. According to the sketch on the blueprint, this was a rather retro-style European building, divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. At each of the 4 corners of every level stood an outward extending tower, with windows positioned between the towers. At the center of the structure stood a tower dozens of meters tall, its pinnacle fluttering with a flag. Han Xing exclaimed excitedly, "At last, I'm going to have a home of my own in this world." After this moment of anticipation, Han Xing found the sofa he had crafted nearby and lay down on it without hesitation. As his tense nerves began to relax, he suddenly felt exhaustion washing over him like a tidal wave. These past 2 days had been utterly exhausting, though the rewards were astonishing. The fatigue was undeniable. Han Xing stared blankly at the bright starry sky, feeling exceptionally comfortable as the gentle breeze brushed past him. The little fellow Machio silently jumped onto the sofa at some point and lay down beside his feet, emitting soft purring sounds. And so, the man and the wolf fell asleep together. The next day, it was the 10th day since all humans of Blue Star arrived in this world. Han Xing had just woken up when a system notification abruptly appeared in everyone's minds. System, attention all survivors. It has been 10 days since you entered Sky Island Paradise, and you have now adapted to this world. A new game version has been launched. The new challenge dungeon, Cloud Veil Sanctuary, is about to open. The Cloud Realm is randomly generated. Survivors can find clouds marked with a vortex symbol nearby, which contain these randomly generated cloud realms. Please note, unlike other Sky Island territories, entering the Cloud Realm will transport you to a special scenario, with unique monsters in each scene. Cloud Realms come in 5 difficulty levels from 1 star to 5 star. Each level has different player capacity limits. The higher the star rating, the greater the danger. Choose carefully, survivors. The current version only generates realms up to 2-star difficulty. Upon successfully conquering the Cloud Mist Secret Realm, you will obtain precious items including but not limited to blue and purple equipment, advanced class scrolls, rune blueprints, rune crystals, champion fragments, along with substantial rewards. Chapter 48, Regional Lock lifted. New rankings begin. This sudden system announcement exploded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. The chat channels were abuzz with excited discussions about what the Cloud Mist Secret Realm was, and what those rune blueprints and champion fragments mentioned afterward could be. At this moment, Han Xing sat back on the sofa, stroking his chin while pondering, Cloud Sanctuary? When I played Sky Island Paradise on my phone, there wasn't such a feature. It must be a newly added function after arriving in this world. To be honest, Han Xing hadn't played it on his phone for very long either. Back then, he had won a closed beta slot through a mysterious webpage and then downloaded the installation package. He had only played for less than a week in total, and his in-game character had just reached level 11. Then, he arrived in this world. Thus, Han Xing's understanding of this world didn't exceed that of the other survivors by much. As a newly launched dungeon, this Cloud Secret Realm should have decent rewards, but correspondingly, it will be very dangerous. At this moment, the second system notification arrived. System, attention all survivors, the regional protection mechanism has been deactivated. The map has now switched to open status. Survivors can locate others via coordinates on the map. You can cooperate with each other, compete, or even draw your blades and seize each other's territory. Please note, when too many survivors gather in the same area, there will be a higher chance of spawning elite monsters, and the cloud creatures encountered will also become stronger. At the same time, the monsters within the clouds have significantly increased aggression. There's a chance they may take the initiative to attack, locating survivors' territories to invade. Please ensure your territory is well protected. A long series of notifications, each packed with a wealth of information. The next moment, the chat channel erupted again. Brothers, did you see the update announcement? The regional protection feature has been lifted. This means we can not only meet but also team up and fight together. I saw it too. Woo-woo finally don't have to fight alone anymore. Cousin bro, little sis is coming to find you right now. At this moment, someone kindly reminded, everyone be careful not to gather too many people together, otherwise high-level monsters might be attracted. Didn't you see the system prompt? Now those monsters in the clouds will proactively attack us too. Better be careful not to get wiped out. At the same time, in the group chat where Han Xing and the others were, the three of them were also discussing the latest update. Cheng Jianyong said excitedly, brothers, the protection mechanism has been lifted, which means we can meet up soon. Share your coordinates, and I'll come find you. Xinyun, 42156, 33247, 69745. Hanxing, 41784, 24451, 88647. After hearing this, Cheng Jianyong exclaimed in surprise, damn, I'm at 42063, 54,223, 48,612, that's pretty far from you guys. Xinyun replied, it is quite far. Considering our current traveling speed, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to get there, and with the need to avoid those clouds along the way, it might take even longer. Xinyun tentatively asked, how about the two of us start making our way toward Xingji first? Cheng Jianyong was about to agree. Then Han Xing cautioned, hold on, don't rush over here just yet. Right now the regional protection mechanism has just lifted. Other survivors will definitely have the same idea as us. With hordes of survivors scattering everywhere, plus the monsters in the clouds having a chance to attack proactively, the entire area is going to descend into chaos. Xinyun seemed to catch on and tentatively asked, Brother Xing, are you worried about? Han Xing replied, yes, I'm worried that some ill-intentioned individuals might target other survivors. Given that our current attributes are relatively equal, if a fight breaks out, it could easily result in mutual destruction. And if these people were to band together, it would create even more trouble. The two detected the worry in Han Xing's words and recognized the validity of his concerns. In fact, Han Xing's fears were certain to materialize. Despite District 107's surface calm, there were undoubtedly malignant elements lurking within. This place bore no resemblance to Blue Star. Here was a world utterly unbound by laws, for profit or for the spoils held by other survivors. These people are capable of anything. Cheng Jianyang then asked, Brother Xing, do you have any good suggestions on your side? Han Xing pondered for a moment before replying, my suggestion is that we hold our position for the first 2 days. After weathering the initial chaotic period, the three of us can then move toward the same coordinates to shorten our reunion time. Along the way, if we encounter any clouds, monsters, we can handle, we should explore them while traveling. We'll need to focus on leveling up during our journey, but we must be cautious and avoid those large-scale clouds. After hearing this, both of them felt Han Xing's plan was relatively sound and agreed to follow it. Just as they were about to take action, the system's third prompt appeared. Announcement: as the territory score rankings for most areas have concluded, a new ranking challenge is now open. Ranking rewards will be given to the first 100 survivors who reach level 10 in each designated zone. Rankings 100 to 51, reward, Psychic Barrier Crystal Tower Blueprint, Basic, *1, Ironclad Golem, *5, Basic Lord's Cottage Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, *1, Spirit Core *1000. Rank 50 to 11 rewards, Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Blueprint, Basic, *1, Ironclad Golem, *10, Basic Lord's Cabin Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, *1, Spirit Cores *2000. Are there new ranking rewards again? Han Xing was startled by the system notification too. He checked the attributes of these reward items. Spirit Barrier Obelisk Blueprint, Beginner, Territory Type Structure. Constructs a crystal tower capable of generating a spiritual energy barrier, which can resist both physical and magical attacks with a defense value of 200. Ironclad Puppet LV-10, Common Defensive Puppet, only active within the territory. Attributes, Strength 53, Agility 34, Spirit 32, Constitution 56. Skills, Iron Skin and Bones, Flame Jet, Serrated Slash. Seems like the stats aren't bad, Han Xing pondered. Among them, that Psychic Shield Obelisk, Basic, could actually generate a protective barrier, meaning it could enclose the territory so no one else could enter, and it could even block attacks. The second type, the Ironclad Puppet, is a defensive model with attributes roughly equivalent to a level 10 ordinary monster. When danger arises or other cloud creatures invade, it can assist survivors in combat. Next is the third item, Beginner Lord's Cabin, defense value 500. Increases defense value by 10% for all defensive structures within the territory, boosts attack power by 5% for all offensive structures, enhances attributes by 5% for all allied units, and increases Sky Island territory movement speed by 10%. Examining the Lord's Cabin's attributes, Han Xing muttered puzzledly, this Beginner Lord's Cabin seems similar in function to my Beginner Castle, but the enhancement effects are significantly weaker. Chapter 49, The Era of Teamwork. The defensive structure bonus for the Lord's Castle is 20%, while the Lord's Cottage only provides 10%, and all other enhancements are reduced by half. Han Xing's heart stirred. It seems the basic castle is a higher-tier structure compared to the Lord's Cottage. It wasn't a waste after all the materials he had spent to build the castle. Then, Han Xing proceeded to check the remaining ranking rewards. Rank 10 to 4 rewards, Spirit Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint, Basic, *1, Silver Armored Puppet, *1, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, *1, Purple Self-Selected Weapon, *1, Spirit Core *3000. Third place reward, Spirit Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint, Basic, *1, Silver Armored Puppet, *3, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, *1, Purple Self-Selected Weapon, *1, Spirit Core *5000. Second place reward, Spirit Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint, Basic, *1, Silver Armored Puppet, *5, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction Blueprint, *1, Purple Self-Selected Weapon, *1, Golden Treasure Chest, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, Spirit Core *8000. First place reward, Spirit Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint, Basic, *1, Gold Armored Puppet, *1, Basic Lord's Cabin Construction Blueprint, *1, Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, Golden Self-Selected Weapon Blueprint, *1, Golden Treasure Chest, *1, Spirit Core *10,000. Basic Teleportation Array Blueprint, Territorial Structure, can be constructed within settlements. Function, allows travel to other survivor settlements via linked teleportation arrays. Prior to teleportation, the target array's registration code must be recorded. Transmission is only permitted with explicit authorization from the receiving settlement's lord. Silver Armored Golem LV-10, Elite, Enhanced Defensive Construct, operational only within settlement boundaries. Attributes: Strength 74, Agility 53, Spirit 46, Constitution 71. Skills: Ironhide Constitution, Flame Breath, Serrated Slash, Hammer Impact. Golden Armor Puppet, Boss Tier, especially enhanced puppet that can only move within the territory. Attributes: Strength 108, Agility 74, Spirit 86, Constitution 109. Skills: Steel Constitution, Flame Eruption, Blood Slicer, Hammer Slam, Metal Detonation. The chat channel suddenly fell into a brief silence, then erupted in a tidal wave of scrolling messages. Holy shit, a lord's cabin, a teleportation array, and so many insanely powerful puppets. Just grabbing any one of these would make you filthy rich. A silver armored puppet is as strong as a level 10 elite monster, but that gold armored one is even scarier. It's boss tier. At this stage, a single gold armored puppet could wipe the floor with everyone, right? And that's not all. There are golden treasure chests, legendary weapons. Oh my god. The rewards were so generous that the survivors could hardly believe their eyes. They could barely contain their excitement. Some even wished they could instantly reach level 10 to claim the top prize. Meanwhile, within the few newly formed factions of District 107, speeches began anew. At that moment, the Whisperer was the first to speak in the Divine Whispers group chat. Everyone, the regional protection barrier has lifted. The days of lone wolves are over. Now begins the age of teamwork. We can quickly unite together. Not only will our safety be guaranteed, but more importantly, we'll be able to team up for battles. This won't just speed up our leveling, but also drastically increase the resources we obtain. Losing the last leaderboard doesn't matter this time. We of Divine Whispers will definitely seize the spot. The other members in the discussion group cheered in unison, agreed. The team members were brimming with enthusiasm. The Papaya Star Spirit also chimed in within the Aircraft Squad's group chat. The leaderboard rewards are extremely generous, enough to tempt many, I'd wager. From last time's ranking competition, I already noticed our Zone 107 still has quite a few hidden experts. But now, with the game version having changed, only by uniting can we achieve greater victories. They should have realized this too by now. They probably already have thoughts of joining a team. So this is the perfect opportunity for us to recruit members. Everyone take this opportunity to recruit people in the chat channel. Let's make our Sky Warriors squad bigger and stronger. The team members quickly got to work. As Papa Star Spirit had predicted, the chat channel was full of survivors looking to join squads. Any squads in our server still recruiting? Level 5 Holy Priest here, half green gear, looking to join. Level 4 Warrior, 20 strength points, any team want me? Level 5 Mage. Han Xing also received many messages inviting him to join teams, but he refused them all directly. It's true that the game version has changed, but the system also warned that gathering too many people would attract attacks from those powerful monsters. At this critical moment, the most important thing is to seize the time and improve one's strength. Meanwhile, Han Xing also began his preparations for leveling up. He glanced at the drowsy little wolf cub sleeping nearby and called out, "Coal Ball, time to get to work." Coal Ball instantly raised its head from the couch and jumped down happily. Han Xing noticed that after these days of feeding, Coal Ball had noticeably grown a full size larger. What was once a puppy small enough to fit in 2 palms had now become a wolf cub the length of an arm. At its current size, it could no longer perch on his shoulder. Hearing that Han Xing was finally taking it out for activities, Coal Ball excitedly dashed around the territory. A few minutes later, a cloud formation spanning over 40 square meters appeared before them, accompanied by a system notification. A group of jungle creatures is active within. Proceed to enter? Without hesitation, Han Xing clicked yes. Upon entering, they encountered a herd of level 4 or 5 wild boars. With his current attributes coupled with Meicho's formidable close combat abilities, these level 4 to 5 monsters no longer posed any threat to him. A few minutes later, the system notification appeared. You have slain Jungle Boar LV5*8, gaining 400 EXP. A pet Meicho gains 320 EXP. Your territory area has expanded. After dealing with the wild boars, Han Xing wasted no time and continued exploring other floating islands. You have eliminated Bombing Squirrels LV5*6, gain 300 EXP. Pet Coal gain 240 EXP. You have eliminated Steel-Spined Hedgehogs LV5*4, gain 200 EXP. Pet Coal gain 160 EXP. You have slain. System notifications kept appearing as morning exploration progressed. A white light rose successively from Han Xing and Coal Ball. Finally reached level 6. Han Xing exclaimed excitedly. Level 6 was a crucial milestone, because this meant he could now equip 2 blue tier items, Fierce Beast Leather Armor, and Warrior's Ring. And most crucially, the purple tier weapon blueprint he obtained when claiming first place on the territory leaderboard. A single purple weapon could elevate his offensive capability by several tiers. With additional boosts from those blue-grade equipment pieces, Han Xing's overall combat prowess would soon undergo a metamorphosis. Chapter 50, Legendary Grade Special Effects. Han Xing looked at his blueprint tab with high anticipation. The purple tier weapon blueprint, Lunar Crown Longbow, was now displayed as craftable. With trembling fingers, Han Xing tapped the craft button and exclaimed excitedly, "This is the first purple tier equipment in my life, I hope its stats won't disappoint." Then, he clicked craft without hesitation. A 120-second progress bar appeared. Crafting purple equipment takes longer than crafting blue equipment. Han Xing patiently waited for 2 minutes when suddenly a dazzling purple light appeared before his eyes. Click! The next moment, a silvery white longbow dropped onto the grass. The bow's body was entirely bright silver, engraved with numerous arcane patterns. Along its length, Han Xing spotted 5 diamond-like glowing gemstones embedded front and back. These must be the 5 moon crystals. The longbow's appearance alone redoubled extraordinary presence. Its bowstring, as thick as a pinky finger, unmistakably revealed its devastating power. Han Xing bent down to pick up the longbow, its cold surface sending a chill through his fingertips. Great bow! Han Xing marveled sincerely when a truly fine weapon was grasped in hand. One could immediately sense its formidable power. At the same time, the attributes of this longbow appeared before his eyes. Mooncrest longbow, purple, LV6, quality rare, attack power 75 to 85, agility plus 10, special effects, lunar radiance, moon's curse. Lunar radiance, when attacking, there is a 50% chance to convert 10 points of spirit and constitution into agility. Moon's curse, attacks inflict the moon's curse effect on enemies, reducing healing effects by 10% and movement speed by 10%. Lunar radiance and moon's curse? Han Xing pondered. The first moonlight cycle effect has a chance to convert 10 points of spirit and constitution into agility, meaning when triggered, it could boost my agility by at least 20 points, effectively translating to nearly 40 points of attack power. The second curse effect actually reduces healing. Couldn't this synergize with Kobol's void power to stack debilitating effects on enemies? He recalled that among Kobol's skills, void power could also suppress 60% of an enemy's healing. Combined with lunar curse's 70% reduction, the total would be staggering. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Han Xing. This bow's stats are truly exceptional. Its attack power alone was over 3 times that of his current green longbow, not to mention the additional plus 10 agility and those 2 special effects. Simply equipping it would multiply his current attack power several times over. However, when Han Xing saw the rare quality on the attribute panel, another idea suddenly occurred to him. Purple equipment can be forged up to legendary quality at maximum. Though the probability is low, with my current material reserves, I could still craft 3 more lunar corona longbows. Han Xing looked up abruptly. It's worth a try. With this thought, he resumed crafting. 4 minutes later, click, click, 2 consecutive lunar crescent longbows were forged, but both were only rare tier quality. The probability of legendary quality items appearing seems significantly lower. But come to think of it, that makes sense. Most purple equipment is generally of rare quality, with masterwork quality being exceedingly scarce. As for legendary quality purple gear, even the native inhabitants of this world have probably seen no more than a handful. That is truly a masterwork that only a grandmaster-level craftsman could forge. Han Xing glanced at the blueprint interface and said, "Now, there's just one last material left. Let's try again." He clicked to craft. Yet, the moment he clicked, a blinding purple light pillar suddenly soared into the sky. Han Xing even saw this purple light pillar extending hundreds of meters high into the heavens, tinting the surrounding clouds purple with such terrifying intensity. When this phenomenon appeared, Han Xing knew success was almost certain. This time, the crafted crescent moon longbow was very likely legendary-grade equipment. Under his expectant gaze, the 120 seconds quickly came to an end. Han Xing once again saw the appearance of a silver-white longbow, but unlike before, this one was speckled with starlight along its body, adding an extra layer of mystery and beauty. As he bent down to pick it up, the bow's attributes appeared before his eyes. Lunar Crown Longbow, purple, LV6, quality, legendary, attack power 101-113, agility plus 15, special effects, moonlight flow, curse of the moon, Dark Moon Descent, legendary tier effect. Dark Moon Descent, legendary effect when a survivor uses the Mooncrest Longbow to consecutively eliminate 5 enemies. The Dark Moon Descent effect will be triggered. Under the glow of the black full moon, while within the range of the Dark Moon's embrace, the survivor's attack speed increases by 50%, and allied attack speed rises by 30%, lasting for 20 seconds. When the Dark Moon Descent state ends, the Dark Moon will automatically detonate, dealing agility asterisk 300% damage to surrounding enemies. Holy shit! Han Xing stared at the description of this final effect, utterly speechless with shock. A 50% attack speed boost, plus a 30% boost for allies, and an area of effect damage when it ends. Is this the power of a legendary effect? Absolutely terrifying. Han Xing eagerly picked it up and exclaimed excitedly, with these attributes, even ordinary golden equipment probably can't compare to this longbow. Han Xing was right, golden equipment of the same tier is only about 20% stronger than purple equipment, but the leap from epic to legendary far surpasses a mere 20% boost in power. With that legendary special effect, this lunar eclipse bow is more than capable of outclassing golden tier equipment of the same level. At this moment, the silver-white longbow emitted a gentle moonlight glow. Han Xing had a vague feeling that the moonbow crown with its legendary dark moon descent effect seemed to represent its complete form. Without hesitation, Han Xing equipped the legendary quality moonbow crown and slid the ring of power onto his other hand. Next, he shed the python skin coat that had accompanied him for many days and donned the dark yellow behemoth leather armor instead. In an instant, his attributes skyrocketed dramatically. He glanced at his personal stats panel. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Class, Elf Archer. Level, LV6. Strength, 10 plus 20, Warrior Pendant plus 6, Traveler's Ring plus 2, Power Ring plus 12, Agility, 15 plus 32, Spatial Backpack plus 4, Beast Hide Boots plus 6, Traveler's Ring plus 2, Dire Beast Armor plus 5, Mooncrest Longbow plus 15, Spirit, 9 plus 8, Traveler's Ring plus 2, Warrior Pendant plus 1, Spirit plus 5, Constitution, 12 plus 13, Spatial Backpack plus 4, Warrior Pendant plus 2, Traveler's Ring plus 2, Dire Beast Armor plus 5. Note: survivors can wear a maximum of 2 rings and 1 necklace at the same time. With these stats, I bet even those level 5 elite monsters can't match me now. Han Xing looked at his status panel and exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap, I'm freaking awesome." The jump from level 5 to 6 truly is a massive threshold. These stat boosts are absolutely insane. At the same time, reaching level 5 had significantly enhanced Cobalt's attributes. With agility now surpassing 30, combined with the 200% speed boost from Void Flash, even present-day Han Xing couldn't keep up with it. After gaining greater strength, Han Xing decided to explore more powerful floating islands nearby. Not far ahead, he spotted a cloud spanning over 100 square meters. Han Xing maneuvered his territory closer. A system prompt appeared. A group of sinister cave-dwelling creatures is gathered inside, numerous in number. Proceed? Cave-dwelling creatures? Is this some new race? Fueled by curiosity, Han Xing clicked to enter. Chapter 51, There's a Rat. The clouds dissipated, revealing a disorderly campsite within. Several dilapidated tents were pitched there, with haphazardly placed firewood piles, iron pots, weapon racks, and other tools scattered across the ground. At the center of the camp, a group of green-skinned creatures was tending to a bonfire, stirring a large boiling cauldron filled with some unknowable concoction. When they noticed the humans intruding, these green-skinned creatures instantly turned around. Han Xing met their gazes, sunken pupils, sharp fangs, and those pointed ears. These physical features made Han Xing blurt out their name. Goblins. Han Xing didn't expect to see such a common gaming creature in this world. Before his eyes appeared the attributes of these goblins. Goblin Warrior, 1-star creature. Level, LV6. Strength, 31, Agility, 25, Spirit, 13, Constitution, 27. Skills, Beast Hammer Slam, Uppercut. Goblin Shaman, 1-star creature. Level, LV6. Strength 14, Agility 18, Spirit 35, Constitution 18. Skills, Fireball, Dark Mind Technique, Goblin Assassin, Goblin Overseer, Goblin Servants. There are a total of 8 goblins. Among them, there are 4 level 6 goblin professionals, plus a level 7 goblin overseer and 3 level 5 goblin servants. This formation is quite formidable, and their numbers are substantial. Survivors undergo a dramatic power surge upon reaching level 6, and similarly, monsters' attributes also receive substantial enhancements. Even with Han Xing's current stats, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The moment they spotted Han Xing, these goblins' eyes turned bloodshot as they raised their weapons and charged at him. Meanwhile, the goblin assassin nearby flickered its dagger and vanished from sight. Roar! The goblin warrior charged first like an out-of-control bull, barreling recklessly forward. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Han Xing. So fast! Han Xing exclaimed in shock. He hastily rolled aside to dodge the goblin warrior's charge, then swiftly created distance using his nearly 50 dexterity. At that very moment, a flash of cold light streaked across the air. The goblin assassin had somehow appeared right behind Han Xing without anyone noticing. A cold sensation swept across his neck. Fuck, there's a stalker. Han Xing immediately felt his scalp tingle. As a hunter class, being flanked by assassins was incredibly dangerous, especially when already outnumbered. He had already pulled a vitality elixir from his backpack, ready to chug it the moment he took damage. At that moment, a black streak flashed by, pouncing onto the goblin assassin. Oh whoa! Cole let out an enraged roar, seemingly furious at the goblin assassin for ambushing Han Xing. Swish! Swish! Cole's claws slashed across the goblin assassin's face, instantly tearing away a chunk of flesh. Roar! Agony struck as the goblin assassin screamed in pain, immediately whirling around to seek out its attacker. Han Xing's eyes lit up as he drew his longbow. Skill activated, wind-piercing arrow. Just as the arrow was about to be released, Han Xing suddenly adjusted his aim slightly downward, targeting the goblin assassin's backdoor. Whoosh! The arrow flew with extreme speed. At such close range, there was absolutely no way for the goblin assassin to dodge. Han Xing heard the sound of the arrow piercing flesh, that sickening tear of meat. The goblin assassin's murky eyes widened suddenly, then it turned its head in disbelief to look at its rear, where half an arrow shaft protruded. The next instant, an earth-shattering screech erupted. Roar! The scream left the other goblins dumbstruck, frozen mid-attack in utter bewilderment. Han Xing clapped his hands in delight and burst into laughter. Ha ha, serves you right, you backstabbing bastard. Before the goblin assassin could react, a second arrow was already loosed, piercing straight through the back of its skull and out the other side. With icy determination in his eyes, Han Xing drew his bowstring taut once more and took aim at the remaining goblins after dispatching the assassin. By now, the surviving goblins seemed to have finally realized the gravity of their situation. A massive fireball came hurtling toward Han Xing, while two goblin warriors charged at him from different angles. However, Han Xing's agility stat far surpassed these goblins. With a slight sidestep, he easily dodged the fireball attack. Charcoal was just about to intercept when Han Xing issued new orders. Charcoal, deal with the goblin in the rear. Leave these two to me. Upon receiving the command, Charcoal flashed with dark light and lunged straight at the goblin mage. The goblin overseer raised its massive beastbone hammer high and swung it fiercely at Coalball, while the other three goblin minions were also drawn toward the little creature. With Coalball handling 5 adversaries single-handedly, Han Xing's pressure eased dramatically. His opponents were now reduced to just 2 level 6 goblin warriors. After weathering the initial chaos, Han Xing finally found his rhythm. He gulped down a bottle of Bear's Might Elixir, and his strength surged explosively. Whoosh, whoosh, skill, double arrow activated. 2 arrows were shot, one struck the goblin warrior's right leg, while the other hit another goblin warrior's shoulder, forcefully halting their charge. Han Xing then retreated half a step, assuming an offensive stance. Skill, multi-shot activated. Moreover, unlike before, Han Xing suddenly felt a surge of immense power welling up within his body the moment he released this strike. Could it be the special effect of the lunar crown longbow moonlight circulation being triggered? Han Xing realized instantly. At the same time, his heart swelled with joy. This instance of multi-shot barrage would be unprecedentedly powerful. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Arrows shot forth continuously, each impact sounding like puncturing cowhide. The next moment, 2 or 3 refined iron arrows were embedded in each goblin warrior's heart and chest. With their hearts pierced, the goblin warriors dropped dead instantly. The formidable offensive power of the Moonshadow longbow manifested its might for the first time. 2 goblin warriors were taken care of. There were still 5 goblins left in the camp. Mei Chiu fought alone against the goblin overseer and the goblin sorcerer, pushing his terrifying speed to the absolute limit. The remaining 3 goblin laborers swung their wooden clubs wildly, but with their stats, they couldn't even graze a single hair on Mei Chiu's body. Watching Spark shuttle between 5 goblins, its tender claws consistently dealing damage to them, Han Xing immediately decided to eliminate the 3 goblin lackeys first, letting Spark continue fighting alone for a while. After all, with its attributes, holding out a little longer wouldn't be difficult. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows shot simultaneously, the 3 goblin lackeys were all hit, drawing Han Xing's attention. However, Han Xing's attack power now far exceeded what these level 5 monsters could withstand. Even without hitting vital points, each arrow dealt devastating blows to them. A dozen seconds later, the 3 goblin minions collapsed to the ground. Han Xing said cheerfully, squishy targets are always easier to handle. And just at that moment, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Han Xing instinctively looked up and suddenly saw a black full moon appear overhead. Chapter 52, Encounter with Survivors. A dark purple full moon hung high overhead. The dark purple moon seemed to absorb most of the light, turning the entire camp into a shade of dark violet. Legendary effect. Dark Moon descends. The trigger condition is continuously eliminating 5 enemies. At this moment, Han Xing felt his hands enveloped by a strange energy. He could distinctly sense that his attack speed had increased. Not only Han Xing received the enhancement, but also the fighting Coalball. When the Dark Moon's power emerged, Coalball's attack speed suddenly surged. Though its strength was only in the teens, making its damage relatively weak, Coalball showed Han Xing what it meant to wield attack speed pushed to the extreme. Streaks of black light flashed in succession, leaving dense claw marks on the bodies of the goblin shaman and the goblin overseer, as if an invisible monster were gnawing away at their flesh. In less than a dozen seconds, both goblins were covered in hundreds of bleeding gashes, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. And right at that moment, precisely 20 seconds after the dark purple moon appeared, cracks suddenly began spreading across the surface of the violet moon. Han Xing knew the mightiest strike of this legendary visual effect was about to commence. When the dark moon descent state ends, the dark moon will automatically detonate, dealing explosive damage equal to 300% of agility to surrounding enemies. As expected, in the next moment, the dark purple full moon suddenly exploded, and terrifying dark moon power descended from the sky, beginning to vent wantonly. Already injured by coal ball, these two goblins were struck as if by lightning. The entire camp was swept through as if by a violent gale, as the dark moon's power began to wreak havoc uncontrollably. When the aftermath of the dark moon explosion dissipated, the system prompt appeared. Goblin warrior, goblin shaman, goblin overseer, killed. Gained 1200 XP. Pet coal gained 960 XP. After leveling up to level 6, the required experience increased, but correspondingly, killing level 6 monsters also yielded more XP. However, Han Xing was still marveling at the powerful effects of that legendary special effect. He exclaimed, "Holy shit, is this legendary level special effects? This is freaking awesome. It directly alters the environment and can even summon a full moon during combat, simply the ultimate tool for showing off. What's more, the final strike of this effect deals considerable damage, and its area of effect, making it perfect for clearing the field." Han Xing was overjoyed in his heart. After testing the special effects of the Dark Moon longbow, Han Xing prepared to merge this goblin camp into his own territory. Covering over 100 square meters, the floating island could directly increase the size of his territory by a tenth. A system notification appeared. You have successfully merged the goblin camp. Your territory has expanded, and you have obtained territory resources. Fertile soil X18, simple tents X7, iron pots X2, iron spoons X7. Most of these additional territory resources were simple tools crafted by the goblins. Every few dozen meters, there was an area emitting a foul, stinking odor. Han Xing wrinkled his nose in disgust and muttered, "Damn, these goblins really have no hygiene, pissing and shitting everywhere." With utter revulsion, he separated out these dozen or so territories and tossed them away, along with all the tools the goblins had used. After dealing with this mess, Han Xing prepared to move on to explore the next cloud. At that moment, Han Xing suddenly spotted a massive floating island rapidly approaching from the distance. Han Xing instantly snapped to attention, cautiously observing this island spanning over 1,000 square meters. He noticed there were no clouds covering this floating island, which suggested it probably wasn't monster territory. If it wasn't monsters, then only one possibility remained: this floating island must belong to other survivors. Moreover, it was obvious that their target was coming straight toward him. Are they coming for me? Han Xing grew wary. Although they were all survivors who had descended from Blue Star, it's better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to survive the monsters only to die at the hands of his fellow humans. Han Xing quickly directed Coalball to hide under the sofa while he himself assumed a fighting stance. At present, no one's floating islands had any defensive structures, leaving them completely exposed. Anyone could see exactly what was stored on another's island. Fortunately, Han Xing had taken the precaution of covering his storage crates with several wooden planks, rendering their contents undetectable to prying eyes. Otherwise, at this early stage, if fellow survivors spotted a territory with over a dozen large crates, they would undoubtedly grow suspicious. After more than 10 seconds, the figure opposite charged straight toward him, abruptly stopping when the two floating island territories were less than 30 meters apart. Han Xing spotted a silhouette appearing across from him, standing at the edge of their territory and waving in his direction. After a moment's hesitation, Han Xing also strode forward to see what the other person intended. By then, he could clearly make out the other's face. He was a young man in his early 20s, wearing half a set of light green armor and wielding a fine steel greatsword. Upon seeing Han Xing, the man appeared extremely excited. Waving his hand, he shouted, "Bro, over here, look at me." Han Xing furrowed his brows but waved back at him. After receiving Han Xing's response, the other party seemed exhilarated, exclaiming excitedly, "Great, finally meeting a living person." As he spoke, the young man maneuvered the floating island closer once more. Just at that moment, Han Xing suddenly spoke, "Stop." The young man clearly sensed the chill in Han Xing's tone, first freezing in surprise, then seeming to understand something. He forced a bitter smile and said, "Bro, don't get me wrong, I mean no harm. It's just, I haven't seen another human in days, and I guess I got carried away." Han Xing could vaguely sense the man truly meant no harm, but he kept his guard up regardless, nodding as he asked, "What do you want?" Seeing Han Xing's slightly softened attitude, the young man eagerly replied, "No big deal, bro, just wanted to get acquainted. Maybe we could team up as friends? Watch each other's backs later on." At this point, the young man sighed. "To be honest, ever since coming to this world and constantly facing those monsters, I've nearly lost my mind." Han Xing shook his head. Making friends isn't necessary right now. Everyone's struggling to survive as it is, and no one can afford to look after others. The top priority is to level up and strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible. I need to go level up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, Han Xing turned and prepared to leave. The young man quickly said, "Hey, brother, don't leave in such a hurry. My name is Bubblefish, real name Chuyu, born and raised in Xinyang City, level 5 warrior. Your gear looks good. And your territory is impressive, want to team up? As he finished speaking, he looked at Han Xing with eager anticipation. Han Xing now understood exactly what he was after. It turned out that this person, upon seeing the area's protection lifted, couldn't wait to team up with other survivors. The young man named Chuyu continued, "Bro, don't worry, I'm pretty confident in my abilities. If we team up, I definitely won't drag you down." Han Xing considered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I'm not really interested in teaming up right now." Han Xing didn't reveal his name, so the other man had no idea he was the somewhat famous Xinghe from Zone 107. Hearing Han Xing's refusal, Chiyu asked with some confusion, "Bro, surviving alone in this world is tough. Many people in the chat channel are sharing their coordinates to find teammates nearby, but this world seems unimaginably vast. Even two people can hardly meet up. I think, maybe we could." He seemed determined to persuade him further, yet Han Xing still shook his head. "No need." Chuyu hesitated to speak but, considering Han Xing's attitude, ultimately sighed and said, "Alright then, I'll go find someone else. You, be careful." Han Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Chuyu turned and slowly maneuvered his floating island territory away. Before leaving, he added, "Oh, one more thing, someone mentioned in the chat channel that they discovered a 2-star secret realm nearby. That's actually why I was heading this way. But that 2-star secret realm requires 5 people to enter. Lots of players are rushing there now to form teams. Your gear looks pretty decent. If you're interested, you might want to check it out." Han Xing nodded and gave his thanks. After Chuyu left, Han Xing pondered, a 2-star restricted zone? The system announcement mentioned that the highest difficulty restricted zone currently available is 2-star. Given the capabilities of these survivors at this stage, it would be incredibly difficult for them to clear it. It's better to focus on leveling up, at least get Cobalt to level 6 first. Thinking of this, Han Xing called Meicho out from under the sofa. He clearly remembered that there were still 2 locked skills on Meicho's skill panel. One of them, the Void Siphon skill, would unlock at level 6. The other one, Void Surge, wouldn't unlock until level 10. The first 4 skills of Cobalt had already shown Han Xing what true divine abilities looked like. This Void Siphon surely wouldn't be weak either. Han Xing took a deep breath, his heart once again filled with motivation to level up. The territory continued moving forward at a speed exceeding 400 kilometers per hour. Han Xing noticed that even when the territory expanded to this scale, he encountered no resistance while moving forward. It was as if its speed remained constant, unaffected by gravity. Only when encountering obstacles along the way would this speed decrease. This phenomenon clearly defied the laws of science. But in such a fantastical world, who still cared about science? At that moment, Cobalt flashed with a dark light and instantly arrived at the edge of the territory. Han Xing looked over in confusion. A few kilometers ahead, a small patch of cloud no more than a dozen square meters in size had appeared. Unlike other clouds, this one was surrounded by a dark vortex. Cloud Veil Secret Realm. Chapter 53, 1-star Secret Realm. Cloud Veil Secret Realm. Han Xing blurted out. Encountering a cloud mystery realm here counts as pretty good luck. Han Xing maneuvered the floating island, gradually approaching this cloud mystery realm. Upon drawing closer, he spotted a star appearing above the vortex. This represented the difficulty level of the mystery realm. A 1-star secret realm? Han Xing maneuvered the floating island close to the edge of the vortex, just as the system prompt appeared. 1-star cloud secret realm, Lost Palace. Difficulty, medium, maximum players, 1-2, recommended level, 610. Enter the game? The Lost Palace. Should we go in? Han Xing hesitated for a moment. Although it's only a 1-star dungeon, there's certainly some level of difficulty. The recommendation suggests entering with 1 to 2 players. Having a teammate would significantly reduce the danger. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly wondered if he should turn back and team up with that Chuyu, yet he quickly shook his head. He carried too many extraordinary items like his dimensional backpack, the S+ grade Cobalt, and those legendary tier purple equipment. Any single one of these would make other survivors burn with envy. If I team up with others, it would be impossible to avoid exposing myself. With acquaintances, it might be manageable, but if strangers learn about these possessions and spread the word, he would attract countless covetous eyes. Before securing his territory with proper defenses, Han Xing decided not to take that risk. Suddenly, a thought struck Han Xing. Stroking his chin, he pondered. The system recommends 1 to 2 people. Did that standard include pets or not? At this stage, apart from me, there probably aren't any other survivors with pets. Thinking about it this way, Miyokia's combat strength likely wasn't factored in. If that's the case, then my actual combat strength now is equivalent to 2 people. Moreover, Miyokiu is far stronger than the average survivor. With its assistance, we can achieve much better results than teaming up with others. Han Xing's eyes lit up as he saw potential in this. After careful consideration, he concluded that this dungeon was within his capabilities to challenge. With that, Han Xing summoned Coal Ball to his side and clicked the confirmation button. In the next moment, the vortex suddenly emitted a faint glow as the portal activated. Then, he stepped into the swirling vortex with Coal Ball in tow. The moment he stepped into the vortex, Han Xing felt the world sway before his eyes, the scene spinning wildly. When his vision returned to normal, the sight before him had completely transformed. Han Xing found himself standing atop a stretch of architectural ruins. This place seemed to have once been a palace, with collapsed bricks, tiles, and stone pillars scattered all around. The entire palace covered an enormous area, spanning at least 5,000 or 6,000 square meters. The floor was entirely paved with stone slabs, blanketed by a thick layer of dust. The palace seemed to be situated within a valley, surrounded by dense clouds that obscured everything beyond the palace grounds. When Han Xing attempted to venture into the cloud-covered area, a system prompt suddenly appeared. You have reached the edge of the map. Please turn back. Han Xing pondered, so the area shrouded in clouds are off limits, meaning my movement is restricted to these palace ruins? At that moment, another system notification appeared. Cloud Mirage, first stage challenge of the Lost Palace has begun. Survivors, prepare for battle. The prompt ended, and Han Xing suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. Holy shit! Starting with combat right away? Han Xing exclaimed in surprise. This secret realm challenge is way too straightforward. At the same time, a massive hand suddenly burst forth from the ruins. Han Xing instantly became alert. Boom! With the sound of bricks crumbling, a massive yellow humanoid monster sat up from the ruins. Just half of its body exposed already exceeded 2 meters in height, with the other half still buried in the rubble, yet one could still imagine its enormous size. The next moment, this slumbering giant slowly pushed itself up and stood tall. Only then did Han Xing get a clear view of the monster's full appearance. Standing over 4 meters tall, its body appeared to be molded from clay, but was actually made of a special material resembling brass except far harder, comparable to refined steel. Pale white veins ran faintly across the earthen giant's surface like human blood vessels, with energy visibly pulsing through them. Those were in fact energy channels forged from mithril. On its chest, a special device the size of a human head was emitting a dazzling green light, continuously supplying it with energy for movement. Han Xing also saw this monster's stats appear before his eyes. Spirit Puppet, Special Creature. Level, LV7. Strength, 48, Agility, 37, Spirit, 35, Constitution, 55. Psionic Core Remaining Energy, 30. Psionic Core Remaining Defense Value, 100. Skills, Energy Shot, Rock Solid Body, Passive, reduces physical damage taken by 30%. Spirit Puppet? What the hell is that? After seeing its attributes, Han Xing exclaimed in astonishment, its physique is downright monstrous, a whopping 55 points. Add that 30% physical damage reduction passive, and ordinary survivors probably couldn't even break its defense. Clearly, Han Xing was also a physical damage class, meaning the Spirit Puppet's passive affected him as well. Fortunately, his attack power far surpassed others of his tier. Even after the reduction, he could still deal significant damage. At the same time, the psychic puppet also displayed a strong urge to attack Han Xing. It opened its flat, wide mouth and emitted a synthesized mechanical voice. Invaders, die! The energy core in the psychic puppet's chest began emitting a bright green light. Simultaneously, a surge of energy gathered in its palm, seemingly charging up for an attack. The psychic puppet finished charging its attack. A blast of energy erupted from the energy channels in its palm. Han Xing sensed an intense danger from this strike. A direct hit like that would likely be fatal, or at least leave them severely wounded. Han Xing swiftly rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack. Even as he rolled, the arrow he'd been charging up with energy was already loosed from his bow. Whoosh! Powered by the Moon Corona bow's formidable strength, the steel-tipped arrow pierced straight through the left side of the arcane golem's face. But the next moment, Han Xing realized the arrow had done no damage to it at all. The arrow struck, yet it was like hitting a stone, piercing less than 10 centimeters deep. To the spirit energy puppet, this wound was nothing more than a mere scratch. Shit, that's all the damage it did? Han Xing was completely baffled. Han Xing's attack seemed to have enraged the psychic puppet. It began striding forward, charging toward Han Xing with large steps. For the sake of Lord Chiron. Thud, thud, thud. Each step of the spiritual energy puppet was like a massive boulder crashing to the ground, producing a dull, heavy thud. Even before it drew near, an overwhelming sense of pressure was already bearing down. Chapter 54, Dissecting the Puppet Remains. The spiritual energy puppet drew closer, its oppressive presence advancing relentlessly. At that very moment, Cobalt suddenly flashed atop the spiritual energy puppet's head, swiftly swiping 2 claw strikes at its eyes. For a moment, clumps of earth flew as 2 chunks of soil were torn from the pupil areas of the spiritual energy puppet. The attack had some effect, but puppets of this kind apparently don't need eyes to capture external information. Even though Cobalt's strike hit its mark, it didn't hinder the puppet's movements in the slightest. However, when Han Xing saw the wound in the spirit puppet's eye socket emitting faint wisps of black energy, his eyes instantly lit up. The void energy's weakening effect works. Cobalt's void energy skill has the ability to reduce enemy defense and suppress healing, with a maximum defense reduction of 30%. Especially against high armor enemies like this, it can deliver surprisingly effective results. Han Xing hadn't expected that Void Force's weakening effect would still work against these puppet monsters. Without hesitation, Han Xing immediately pulled out a potion from his spatial backpack and downed it in one gulp. Berserk Bear Strength Elixir increases strength by 30%. With his attack power boosted again, Han Xing swiftly turned his body and fired a wind-chasing arrow. "Hey, take this arrow!" Seeing the attack coming, the psychic golem instinctively raised its arm. Bang! Dirt and debris scattered everywhere. Once again, the arrow might as well have struck solid rock, but even stone couldn't withstand the sheer force of Han Xing's assault. The steel-tipped arrow pierced clean through the mana construct's palm before embedding itself deep into its shoulder with undiminished momentum. It's working! Han Xing's spirits soared. Until now, his attacks had only managed superficial damage, barely scratching the surface, failing to penetrate its defenses. But now, thanks to Cobalt's armor weakening and the power boost from the Bear's Strength Secret Potion, the damage from the second arrow skyrocketed. Little Cobalt has proven its worth once again. Han Xing smiled knowingly, his confidence restored. Previously, the formidable defenses displayed by this psychic puppet would have driven any survivor at this stage to despair. But now, Han Xing knew his attacks could deal damage, and as long as he could break through their defenses, even gods would fall before him. In the next instant, multi-shot erupted. Fortunately, this barrage also triggered Moonveil Longbow's Lunar Radiance effect. His agility attributes suddenly increased by 40 points, coupled with the 30% strength boost from the Savage Bear Strength Elixir. Han Xing felt an unprecedented surge of power. The psychic construct sensed the threat as the arrow shot toward it. With somewhat clumsy movements, it raised its arm in an attempt to block Han Xing's attack, but it was too slow. Before it could even raise its hand, all 5 arrows had already struck, piercing deep into its body. One of the arrows hit the energy puppet's core, precisely as Han Xing had intended. But to Han Xing's surprise, this spot wasn't its weak point. On the contrary, the defenses at the spiritual energy core were even stronger than those of other parts of the body. It appears to be an independently functioning component of the psionic puppet, boasting 100 defense points. Han Xing's arrow only managed to shave off 5 points in one hit. At this rate, it would take at least 20 arrows to destroy its core. However, this psionic puppet isn't particularly agile. Compared to Cobalt and Han Xing, both the human and the wolf possess incredibly high agility, making it impossible for the mana puppet to catch up with them. Thus, only one fate awaits this mana puppet. That is, to be kited to death by Han Xing. Han Xing fought while retreating, leaping across the ruins back and forth. From time to time, he would create distance, then turn and fire an arrow. Thud, thud, thud. Han Xing mentally counted how many arrows he had fired. After the 30th fine steel arrow was loosed, the upper half of the golem's rock-like body had become a pincushion. A wisp of black smoke rose as the monster finally collapsed. Han Xing slowly exhaled, finally took this bastard down. This psychic puppet was so damn persistent, almost as tough as an elite monster. Truth be told, the psychic puppet's defensive capabilities alone surpassed those of a typical elite monster. If not for its glaring weaknesses and other attributes, Han Xing would have had to pay a steeper price to defeat it. Just then, a system notification appeared. Psychic puppet slain, LV.7, experience gained, 150. Cobalt gained, 125. 1-star dungeon, Lost Palace. Stage 1 completed. Survivors, prepare yourselves. The second stage challenge of the Lost Palace dungeon will commence in 30 seconds. Holy shit, there's a second phase? Han Xing was utterly shocked. He had somewhat underestimated the dungeon's difficulty. The first phase monsters alone were nearly as strong as elite monsters. What would the second phase bring? And this was only a 1-star dungeon. If it were a 2-star dungeon, the difficulty would probably skyrocket by several levels. That Chuyu had previously mentioned wanting to team up with other survivors to challenge a 2-star dungeon. At this point, Han Xing could only mourn for him silently for half a second. Han Xing quickly approached the remnants of the psionic puppet, preparing to retrieve his arrows. Just then, a system notification appeared. Do you wish to decompose the psionic puppet remnants? This can also be decomposed? Han Xing selected yes. The next moment, the 3-meter-tall puppet wreckage collapsed with a thunderous crash, like a boulder turning to dust. Successfully dismantled spirit puppet wreckage. Obtained, Specialty Magic Clay *647, Damaged Spirit Core *1, Mithril *35, Refined Iron *464. Han Xing hefted the mechanical component weighing a solid 20 to 30 kilograms in his hand. This was the thing that powered the spirit puppet's movements, its spirit core. Simultaneously, another system notification appeared. Repairing the damaged psychic core requires 3,000 spirit crystals, 245 mithril, and 8,000 ether. Proceed with repair? It can be repaired, but what's the point? Han Xing sounded puzzled. Being unable to determine its purpose, he could only set it aside for the time being. Just then, the 30-second preparation time elapsed. The ground shook violently once more. Boom! From within the ruins, one construct giant after another extended their arms, revealing their massive upper bodies. In an instant, Han Xing saw at least 6 spirit energy constructs rise from the wreckage. Han Xing drew a sharp breath. In the previous phase, just one spirit puppet had kept him occupied for nearly 10 minutes. Now there are suddenly 6 of them. This is downright unreasonable. An immense pressure abruptly weighed down on my heart. Han Xing tightened his grip on the longbow and couldn't help but ask himself silently, can he fight it? Yes, he can. It would just take much longer. This would be a protracted battle, testing not only Han Xing's combat awareness but also his stamina. Meanwhile, the coalball creature seemed to recognize the formidable nature of this formation. Its limbs tensed, fangs bared, as continuous threatening growls rumbled from its throat. Though aware these puppets weren't to be trifled with, it stood ready to charge forward without hesitation at Han Xing's slightest command. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 55, Bloodshed Incident. The second phase challenge of Cloud Mist Secret Realm is about to begin. Before all 6 spirit puppets fully awakened, Han Xing glanced at his backpack. 2 spatial backpacks, totaling 60 storage slots, were filled with various items. Among them, 900 fine iron arrows occupied 30 slots. In addition, he carried 200 health potions in stacks of 10, taking up 20 slots. There were also 50 bear's strength potions, using up 5 slots. The remaining 5 slots were filled with miscellaneous food items, drinking water, and various spoils of battle. At this moment, Han Xing felt grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he possessed a spatial backpack that allowed him to carry so many items on his person, perfectly suited for prolonged battles like this. Other survivors, even if they could handle the psychic puppets, would soon be overwhelmed due to lack of supplies. Then, an idea suddenly struck Han Xing. After the Secret Realm expedition, perhaps he should craft a batch of spatial backpacks to trade in the market? Although his dimensional backpack is only white-tier equipment, at the current stage, he hasn't heard of anyone else possessing other portable spatial storage items. A portable spatial storage equipment is undoubtedly a divine artifact at this stage, even more valuable than blue-tier gear. Moreover, the materials required to craft a dimensional backpack are quite simple: spirit cores and 1-star beast hides, both of which he has in plentiful reserve in his warehouse. Got it, Han Xing thought to himself. Once everyone experiences the Cloud Wonderland and realizes the strength of its monsters, the demand for spatial storage equipment will grow even more urgent. That's when I'll make my move. But right now, the top priority is dealing with the battle at hand. While Han Xing was lost in thought, all 6 spirit puppets had already locked onto their targets. They simultaneously raised their right arms, the mithril patterns on their limbs glowing brilliantly as terrifying energy seemed to coalesce in their palms. Han Xing swiftly fired an arrow and immediately retreated. Coal Ball flickered close behind, darting toward one of the psionic puppets. And just at that moment, all 6 psionic puppets completed their attack, charging, unleashing 4 to 5 energy beams simultaneously at Han Xing. Han Xing suddenly sensed imminent danger from behind. Acting almost instinctively, he immediately unleashed a hunter's early-game god-tier skill. Roll away! Han Xing tumbled to the ground just in time to narrowly evade the concentrated barrage of fire. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Where Han Xing had been standing moments before, an explosion as violent as any erupted, leaving behind a massive crater over 2 meters wide and more than a meter deep. Looking at the scene before him, Han Xing felt his scalp tingle and couldn't help but shudder. If that blast had hit him, the consequences were unimaginable. Holy shit! Without a second thought, Han Xing took off running like mad, desperately putting distance between himself and those spirit energy puppets. As he ran, he kept turning back to unleash an occasional cold arrow. Thunk! The arrow struck one of the spectral puppets on the cheek, and without Coalball's defense-reducing effect, it only inflicted minor damage. However, Han Xing's attack completely enraged these spectral puppets. They began chasing Han Xing with tree-trunk-thick elephant legs, while Han Xing desperately fled ahead. A bizarre scene unfolded before them. A nimble figure darted between collapsing stone pillars, leaping effortlessly as half a dozen puppet giants pursued him, bombarding his path with blasts of energy. Another wolf pup followed closely behind, its figure flickering continuously. Each time it appeared, it would inevitably inflict minor wounds on these puppets. At this moment, Han Xing really wanted to say, "Coach Ball, stop scraping already." However, although Coal Ball's attacks seemed as ineffective as scraping therapy, mere scratches, they weren't entirely negligible. But Han Xing didn't need Coal Ball to deal damage, he only needed its help to reduce these puppets' defenses. Soon, all 6 puppets were afflicted with multiple layers of void force effects. And now, Han Xing's arrows were finally able to deal significantly more damage. He began sprinting while simultaneously seizing every opportunity to fire chilling arrows. A few minutes later, Han Xing was already panting heavily, gasping between curses. These damned rocks are freaking hard. Not only that, but despite the prolonged battle, those puppets showed no signs of weakening and were still chasing him relentlessly. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly realized that these psychic puppets required energy to function. After such a long time, they must have consumed a significant amount of energy. But when he glanced at the puppet's status panels, his heart sank. Remaining psionic energy, 30. After fighting for over 10 minutes, they only consumed 10 points of psionic energy. Calculating this way, it would still take nearly an hour to completely drain these puppets' energy. Well, looks like this tactic isn't going to work out. Han Xing had no choice but to keep fleeing in a sorry state. Just as Han Xing was being chased headlong by 6 psychic puppets, subtle changes were quietly unfolding in the outside world. On a survivor's floating island territory, traces of a recent battle seemed evident. Above, 2 human survivors were glaring fiercely at another male mage. All 3 bore some injuries, as if they had just clashed moments before. However, the male mage's injuries were noticeably far more severe. At this moment, the male mage, with a furious expression, was the first to speak. "Damn it, you 2 bastards claimed you wanted to team up to explore the dungeon together, but your real target from the start was the gear on me." One of the human swordsmen, with a vicious expression, retorted, "You brought this on yourself. We told you plainly, just lend us your blue-tier gear for a while. We'd have returned it in a few days. But since you wouldn't listen, don't blame us for resorting to this." Beside them, another human rogue sneered, "Brother Lin, why waste words with him? After we kill him, not only will his gear be ours, but all the resources in his territory too." The male mage's heart burned with grief and anger. How could he not realize he had invited wolves into his home? In this lawless world, being targeted by such people meant certain death. But the mage refused to surrender. Brandishing his staff, he appeared ready to make one final stand. Then, as a mage, being closed in by 2 melee classes left him with no chance at all. Faced with the combined assault from both of them, Han Xing felt a growing despair in his heart, as a sharp iron dagger plunged into his chest. With a final scream, the battle ended. A moment later, a completely stripped human corpse was thrown down from the sky. The human swordsman and the rogue exchanged glances, their faces flushing with a hint of bloodlust. Then they divided the resources from the human survivor's territory, annexed his floating island domain, and bolstered their own strength. The same scene repeated endlessly among the human survivors. Some unleashed their greed and bloodlust, brandishing weapons against others for resources or equipment. Those unfortunate souls who were targeted would cry out in the global chat before their demise. From time to time, agonized screams would echo through the chat channel, spreading fear and unrest among survivors. Right at this moment, on a floating island spanning over 1,000 square meters, a burly human warrior was resting with his eyes closed. His equipment was of exceptional quality, with at least 3 or 4 blue-tier pieces. His chest armor, leggings, and weapon were all blue-grade. At this stage, though this gear far surpassed what other survivors had, it also made him a target of envy and greed. This human warrior was none other than Cheng Jianyong. Lifting his gaze, Cheng Jianyong suddenly spotted a floating territory rapidly approaching him in the distance. Chapter 56, Unlocking New Skills. 2 empty islands drifted toward Cheng Jianyong. Seeing the appearance of those 2 territories, Cheng Jianyong instantly realized they might belong to other survivors. Remembering Han Xing's warning, Cheng Jianyong immediately raised his guard and gripped his massive blue greatsword. When that sky island drew near, Cheng Jianyong spotted a human hunter and a human warrior standing on it. For 2 survivors to appear on a single sky island meant either they shared an exceptionally close bond, or one of their territories had encountered some catastrophic problem. Moreover, both appeared utterly wretched, their bodies smeared with bloodstains, their equipment in tatters. The human warrior among them seemed to be severely injured, barely able to stand and requiring support from his hunter companion beside him. The moment the 2 saw Cheng Jianyong, their faces lit up with excitement as they hurriedly said, "Fantastic! Other survivors, Xiao Jiang, were saved at last." Cheng Jianyong furrowed his brows and asked, "What's wrong with you guys?" The human hunter's face twisted in pain as he sighed and said, "It's a long story, but to put it simply, we encountered a terrifying monster, a giant bird that's been attacking human survivors' territories everywhere. We were also unfortunate enough to be attacked by that giant bird and nearly killed. Barely managed to escape with our lives, but my brother's territory got completely destroyed in the process. Then we kept fleeing non-stop to get out of that monster bird's range. Ran for most of the day before we finally ran into you." Hearing about their tragic ordeal, Cheng Jianyong felt some sympathy too. At this moment, the human hunter spoke up again. Brother, my friend here won't last much longer. If you have any healing items, could you please save his life? We'll forever remember your kindness. Seeing their desperate state, Cheng Jianyong realized they weren't lying and felt a pang of compassion. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and said, "Come over, I still have some life potions left." Upon hearing this, the human hunter's face immediately brightened with gratitude as he hurried to express his thanks. Then, the two Sky Islands drew close together. The moment this human hunter and human warrior set foot on the Sky Island territory, they exchanged a glance, their lips curling into sinister smiles. Cheng Jianyong's expression abruptly changed when he saw their faces. Within the Lost Palace, Han Xing was still engaged in a protracted tug-of-war with the 6 puppets. More than 20 minutes passed. His hands had grown numb from shooting arrows. His index and middle fingers, used to draw the bowstring, had become severely inflamed and swollen, crisscrossed with bloody marks. Every time he drew the bowstring, he felt a piercing, heart-wrenching pain shooting through his fingers. If the battle continued any longer, he was certain his right hand would be completely wrecked. But the fight had already begun, and these psychic puppets wouldn't grant him any breaks. Han Xing had no choice but to grit his teeth and turn to shoot yet again. The ruins terrain wasn't particularly vast, and these puppets were surrounding him from multiple angles. If Coldball hadn't intermittently drawn the puppet's aggression, Han Xing would have been overtaken by now. He'd long lost count of how many arrows he'd fired, but a conservative estimate would be over 300. Discounting the missed shots, each puppet now bore at least 30-some arrows embedded in its body. These stone monsters looked as though they had weeds growing all over their bodies. The sight nearly made Han Xing burst out laughing, but just as he cracked a smile, a terrifying beam of energy blasted toward him. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Han Xing rolled sideways to dodge. After putting some distance between them, he instinctively drew his bowstring taut. Skill multi-shot activated. Thud, thud, thud. All 5 arrows focused fire on the puppet with the lowest remaining core defense value. At this very moment, the situation finally took a turn. After relentless effort, the spirit puppet's core defense was finally depleted to 0. Han Xing shouted excitedly, yes. The spirit puppet primarily relied on its core for energy to function. Now that its defense value had been exhausted, all that was needed was to shatter its core, rendering it powerless to continue fighting. Han Xing instantly turned around and fired another wind-seeking arrow. This was his most frequently used skill, for no other reason than its speed and accuracy surpassing other abilities. Whoosh! The wind-seeking arrow struck true. The energy core of the spectral puppet was pierced through, bringing its advance to an abrupt halt. Crack! Crack! A plume of black smoke erupted before the psychic puppet froze in place. Got it! Han Xing exclaimed in delight. After eliminating this psychic puppet, only 5 remained on the battlefield, instantly lightening Han Xing's pressure. He gulped down another bottle of Savage Bear Strength Elixir and, like a man possessed, launched into another frenzied round of arrow shots. Take this, and this, die, you damned rock golems. Ha ha ha! Han Xing howled with reckless abandon, completely unconcerned about how ridiculous his battle cries sounded. After all, there was no one around to hear him anyway. Bang! 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 The consecutive thuds of arrows striking the spiritual puppets echoed through the air. 5 minutes later, the second psychic puppet fell. 3 more minutes passed, and the third psychic puppet collapsed. The remaining battle held no suspense. When the final psychic puppet's core was pierced, Han Xing collapsed to the ground, physically drained. It took 1 hour and 27 minutes, firing over 400 arrows, finally ground down these 6 stone monsters to death. Han Xing was so excited that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced such a long and grueling battle. The 2 fingers plucking the bowstring were already bloody and mangled, and waves of dull pain throbbed through his shoulder. He hastily pulled a bottle of vital elixir from his backpack to heal his injuries. Ha! The cooling elixir slid down his throat, not only replenishing his body's fluids but also soothing the aches throughout his limbs. Simultaneously, the life elixir took swift effect. The 2 nearly crippled fingers rapidly regenerated new flesh, fully restored within mere seconds as if nothing had ever happened. This is the formidable restorative power of the life elixir. Thankfully, this is a world of magic, otherwise such rapid healing effects would be completely inexplicable by modern biology. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed that Meicho in the distance didn't seem quite right. Even after the battle ended, the little wolf cub's eyes remained bloodshot, its nostrils constantly flaring with hot breath, remaining in a state of heightened alertness. Han Xing quickly called it over. Coldball, come here. At Han Xing's call, Coldball instantly snapped out of his trance, the ferocious aura around him vanishing in an instant. Then, in a flash of black light, Coldball appeared by Han Xing's side. Stop baring your teeth, it's over now. After hearing this, Coldball seemed to relax its vigilance, returning to its usual well-behaved puppy demeanor. Han Xing patted its head, then took a few spirit cores from his backpack to feed it. Good job, little Coldball. After wolfing down several spirit cores, Cold Ball's condition improved significantly. It rubbed against Han Xing's palm. Then, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. 1-star Secret Realm, Lost Palace Challenge completed. Calculating realm rewards. Finished? Han Xing let out a sigh of relief. He'd been genuinely afraid the system would throw in a third or even fourth phase at this point that would have really made him weep. But thinking about it, it's impossible. After all, this is just a 1-star secret realm. If they were all designed to be this difficult, others wouldn't stand a chance. The system notifications continued to scroll by. Secret Realm Reward Calculation completed. You have obtained item rewards: Strongman Fragments *3, Rune Crystal *170, Silver Treasure Chest *1. The chest exists within the Secret Realm map. Please open it yourself. You have gained EXP reward, 4700. Pet Cold Ball has gained EXP 3760. Pet Cold Ball has leveled up. Current level, LV6, Skill Void Siphon has been unlocked. As the system prompts concluded, a flash of white light passed over Cold Ball's body. Han Xing exclaimed in surprise, level 6 already? That means the new skill can finally be unlocked? He couldn't wait to check Cold Ball's attributes. Pet information, Void Shadow Wolf, Juvenile, Race, Voidkin, Level, LV6, Strength, 21, Agility, 39, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 23. Pet Cold Ball has unlocked a new skill, Void Drain. Void Drain, when the Void Shadow Wolf enters combat, it continuously draws power from the void, increasing all attributes by 50%. Recovery ability is significantly enhanced after taking damage. Automatically generates 1 void spike within its body every second. Upon accumulating 10 void spikes, all spikes are unleashed in a burst. Seeing the newly activated skill of Cold Ball, Han Xing slowly exhaled, then gritted his teeth and muttered, freaking overpowered. He had to admit he was genuinely jealous of his pet Cold Ball. The Void Absorption skill, compared to Black Ball's previous 4 skills, is even more overpowered. Just a 50% increase in all attributes alone is enough to earn it the title of Divine Skill. Add to that the second attribute, which greatly enhances Black Ball's recovery ability, effectively boosting its survivability. The final attribute transformed Meicho's second skill, Counter Spike, into an active skill. As Meicho's most powerful burst ability, Counter Spike has a stringent activation condition. It requires taking 10 hits before it can be manually unleashed. Although Meicho's evade rate is remarkably high, it has its own weakness, an extremely low constitution. Coupled with the fact that Han Xing often faces formidable opponents, even a single failed evasion would deal a crushing blow to Meicho. Therefore, Han Xing had always prioritized keeping Meicho alive, avoiding attacks from other monsters whenever possible. This Counterthorn skill had thus become rather useless. But now, with the activation of the Void Siphon skill, Meicho's weakness has been directly addressed, achieving a qualitative leap. This skill has essentially elevated Meicho's combat prowess by several levels once again. Moreover, reaching level 6 grants attribute improvements equivalent to the gains from the previous 2 levels, significantly enhancing strength. If Cold Ball were at this stage now, facing the siege of 6 psychic puppets, Han Xing wouldn't have struggled so miserably. Excellent! Truly worthy of being an S+ growth pet, what a beast! Han Xing was overjoyed. Chapter 57. Triggering the Hidden Challenge Quest. After examining Cold Ball's new skill, Han Xing proceeded to check the other rewards just settled by the system. The first among them was Elite Fragment. Elite Fragment, collect 100 fragments to synthesize 1 elite mark. Elite marks can be used in the Abyssal Rift Challenge. In the item description, Han Xing noticed the name of a new map. Abyss Rift? Does it have any connection to the Abyssal Realm? He keenly noted the word Abyss. This was because when he encountered that terrifying demon, he had learned from its mouth that it came from the Abyssal Realm. That place seemed to be the stronghold of the demon race, gathering countless horrifying existences. Surely the system isn't expecting us to fight monsters in a place like that? Han Xing shuddered at the thought. With his current stats, venturing into the Abyss Realm would probably reduce him to dust instantly. Hell, even if every last survivor from Blue Star were thrown into the Abyss Realm, they wouldn't make so much as a ripple. But upon reconsideration, the system likely wouldn't send them to such a high-level zone at this stage. That'd be no different from suicide. So, behind the Stronger's fragment, Han Xing clicked on the introduction of the Abyssal Rift. Abyssal Rift, special scenario. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Demon Emperor sacrificed all his power to unleash a devastating strike, cleaving open a path from the Abyssal Realm to the Holy Spirit Realm. Through this passage, the demonic armies marched unchecked, wantonly invading the Holy Spirit Realm, and thus began a protracted war of extermination against the demons. Under the onslaught of war, nations crumbled one by one, and the land was ravaged. In the end, the 4 mightiest beings of the Holy Spirit Realm joined forces and, at the cost of their lives, dealt a grievous wound to the Demon Emperor. For hundreds of years thereafter, the battlefield between the sacred spirit realm and the abyss shifted to this newly opened passage. Countless demons and warriors of the sacred spirit realm perished here, and innumerable treasures were lost. Centuries later, the demon race was defeated, sealing the entrance to the abyss rift along with all those countless treasures, now lost within its depths. Only those bearing the mark of a supreme powerhouse may enter the abyss rift. Warning: the abyss rift is a special zone consisting of 1 to 100 layers. Survivors must begin their challenge from the first layer and gradually delve deeper into the rift. Entry-level requirement, LV10. After reading this lengthy introduction, Han Xing finally understood. The so-called abyssal rift was actually a special space that, long ago, appeared to have been the main battleground and passage between two worlds. Inside, there might be extremely powerful monsters, as well as countless treasures. And as long as you gather 100 elite fragments, you can synthesize an elite insignia and enter the abyss rift to challenge it. Additionally, you have to start challenging from the first layer, similar to a tower climbing mechanism. Sounds pretty good. But the difficulty of this map probably won't be low. You need to be at least level 10 to enter. And what's more, collecting 100 fragments is quite challenging too. After all, Han Xing only received 3 fragments from challenging a 1-star secret realm. At this rate, he would need to conquer over 30 1-star secret realms just to gather a single hero's mark. This indicates that hero's fragments must be relatively rare items. With this realization, Han Xing suddenly had an idea. It would be quite difficult and time-consuming to collect 100 fragments entirely on his own. But when applied to the nearly 10,000 survivors in District 107, it becomes much simpler. All he needs to do is use what he has to harvest, exchange for a large number of elite fragments from other survivors, then swiftly synthesize numerous elite marks and continuously enter the abyss rifts. This idea remains to be implemented, but Han Xing feels its feasibility is very high. At this stage, he doesn't believe any survivor could resist the allure of a spatial backpack. Han Xing immediately decided that once he got out, he would start mass-producing spatial backpacks and then find the right opportunity to sell them on the trading market. After reviewing the introduction of the champion's fragment, Han Xing turned his attention to another material in his backpack. Glyph crystal, one of the main materials for crafting equipment glyphs, requires the corresponding glyph blueprint to produce. The description was simple and straightforward. Han Xing gave it a glance before turning his attention forward. He hadn't forgotten among the dungeon's reward settlements, there was still a silver treasure chest. The system had said this chest was hidden somewhere in the dungeon map, waiting to be found. After searching through the ruins, Han Xing spotted a silvery corner peeking out beside a collapsed stone pillar. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Over there, beneath the ruins, a silver-white treasure chest lay crushed under a pile of rocks. Han Xing hurried forward and immediately opened the silver chest, revealing a dazzling array of materials before his eyes. Successfully opened silver treasure chest, acquired spirit cores *124, mithril *17, rare earth *243, ether *147. Obtained chaos rune blueprint, weak, *1, obtained barbarian bracers, blue, *1. Rune blueprint? Han Xing picked up the blue blueprint from the treasure chest. Already dropped one? Pretty lucky. He immediately clicked to learn it. In the crafting interface, a new rune blueprint tab appeared, currently containing only this chaos rune blueprint. Han Xing checked the blueprint's attributes. Chaos rune, weak, attaches a rune effect to equipment, slightly increasing a random attribute. Materials required for creation: rune crystal *100, spirit core *10, ether *200. Not bad. The required materials aren't complicated either. I can mass produce these after getting out. Now, there's still one blue equipment left in the treasure chest. The barbarian bracers haven't been picked up yet. The loot from this chest opening was fairly decent. So far, Han Xing's current secret realm challenge has yielded quite good results. This last piece of equipment he picked up actually happens to be a hand armor piece he's never obtained as a drop before. Han Xing excitedly examined its attributes. Barbarian bracers, blue, LV6, quality fine, defense 4-5, strength +10, agility +5, special effect, barbarian might, 50% chance to increase strength by 20 when attacking. Another strength-boosting piece of equipment. At this rate, my strength stat will soon surpass agility. While delighted, Han Xing also felt somewhat speechless. He really didn't want to become a muscle-bound hunter. But he still equipped it immediately. After all, it was a blue-tier item, and the stat boosts were formidable. By now, the rewards from the secret realm had been nearly all claimed. Han Xing planned to disassemble the remains of the spirit energy puppets scattered on the ground before leaving. Just then, an unusual notification appeared. Attention, survivor. Since you cleared the secret realm solo, your strength has earned the recognition of Kalen, Master of the Lost Palace. You have triggered the hidden quest, Kalen's Experiment Report. Upon accepting this mission, the third stage challenge of the Lost Palace will automatically activate. Survivors, please make your choice promptly. A hidden quest? Han Xing immediately perked up. In Sky Island Paradise, hidden quests were exceedingly rare, each one harbored tremendous opportunities behind its discovery. For instance, during his time in the Dark Elf camp, he had encountered a request from the Demon Lord. In that quest, he obtained Coalball, a powerful pet. Though he had been forced to accept it back then, and the hidden quest in this palace didn't hold nearly as much prestige as the Demon Lord's task, yet every hidden quest often came with unique rewards. Han Xing's eyes flickered with hesitation. He was sorely tempted to accept, but recalling how he had been chased into such a sorry state by 6 psychic puppets earlier, Han Xing couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If the second stage was already this difficult, the challenges of the third stage would undoubtedly be even more brutal. Just as he hesitated, the system prompt appeared once again. Survivor, please make your choice immediately, either abandon or accept. If you do not respond within 60 seconds, it will be considered an automatic forfeit. Han Xing was about to give up when suddenly, Coalball nearby seemed to have noticed something. Its figure flashed and reappeared dozens of meters away in a corner. Seeing the little creature's speed, Han Xing's eyes abruptly lit up. After reaching level 6, Coalball's strength has vastly improved, almost a qualitative leap, and I've also acquired new blue-tier equipment, boosting my damage even further. Our strengths have significantly improved since the second phase. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xing gritted his teeth and declared, "Let's do it." He decided to accept the hidden quest. You have accepted the Lost Palace hidden quest, Karen's experimental report. The third phase challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Survivors, please prepare as soon as possible. We have 10 minutes to prepare? That's not too bad. At this moment, Coalball stood atop a collapsed stone pillar, lowering its head and occasionally sniffing with its nose, as if searching for something. Han Xing walked over to it and asked, "What's up? Did you find something good?" Coalball, still lowering its head, was using its little wolf claws to dig through the rubble. Upon seeing Han Xing approach, it immediately started hopping excitedly. It gazed at Han Xing with clear eyes, then occasionally at the ruins, as if conveying some sort of message. "Ha, is there really treasure down here?" Han Xing asked uncertainly. Meicho panted excitedly, then buried its head back into digging, even hinting for Han Xing to join. Seeing this, Han Xing joined Meicho in clearing away the nearby debris. In less than 2 minutes, the debris in this area had been cleared away. On the ground, a wooden door suddenly appeared, resembling an entryway to some kind of basement. The moment he saw the wooden door, Han Xing turned to Meicho in surprise. He hadn't expected there to actually be something beneath them. Han Xing approached the wooden door, and even before opening it, he caught a whiff of herbs mixed with a fermented scent. That smells amazing. Could this be? Han Xing eagerly pushed open the wooden door. Just as expected, the moment it opened, the aged aroma of liquor sealed away for years wafted out. A system notification appeared. You have discovered the Dwarven Wine Cellar. It was a cramped space, seemingly once used as a wine cellar. Han Xing immediately spotted several large wine jars, each the size of a water vat, stored below the cellar for countless years. Unfortunately, most of the jars had shattered due to the collapse of the palace. The spilled wine on the floor had long since dried up, but now, there was still one last wine jar left unbroken. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Chapter 58, The Void Shadow Wolf's Metamorphosis. Most of the wine jars in the Dwarven cellar had been shattered by the palace's collapse, leaving only one remaining jar intact. "Lucky me, they left me one jar," Han Xing exclaimed in relief. Even someone like Han Xing, who hardly drank alcohol, could recognize the value of such aged spirits, and something this precious was definitely worth taking along. The only problem was, with the jar standing a full meter tall and half a meter wide, moving it would prove quite troublesome. So, Han Xing attempted to store it in his backpack, and the next moment, that black wine jar indeed vanished from its original spot. "Oh, it actually worked?" Han Xing exclaimed in surprise. Although the wine jar was quite large in size, it only occupied 2 slots in the dimensional backpack. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Obtained black vine wine, 760 years aged, 230 L. Holy shit, 760 years, am I seeing this right? Han Xing rubbed his eyes. When he confirmed the vintage marked on the item description, his shock only deepened. He then read the notes beneath the black vine wine's entry. Note, the dwarves possess unparalleled expertise in brewing, making it their second racial talent after metalworking that can genuinely stand supreme in the sacred spirit realm. Black vine wine is one of the dwarves' most masterfully crafted beverages. Its ingredients include dark vines from the misty forest, enchanted leaves from the elven woods, egg whites from rock eggs, and waters from the phantom spring. Combined with the dwarves' unique brewing techniques, these elements finally yield a vat of pure liquor. The older the vintage, the mellower and richer the black vine wine becomes, earning it the deep affection of dwarven nobility. The dwarves' brewing skills are just as exceptional as their metallurgical craftsmanship. Even before unsealing the lid, the intoxicating aroma of the wine was enough to enthrall the senses. Moreover, this is a black vine wine aged a full 760 years. If it were brought to Blue Star, who knows how many hardcore alcoholics would go wild for it. If it weren't for the imminent battle, Han Xing might have even been tempted to take a sip right then and there. At this moment, Coal Ball wagged its tail in front of Han Xing, as if proudly showing off its achievement. Han Xing patted its head and praised, "Not bad at all, what a keen nose you've got." At this point, 5 minutes had already passed out of the 10-minute preparation time given by the system. Han Xing quickly moved to the remains of the 6 psychic puppets and began dismantling them one by one to prevent them from being destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. From these 6 puppet remains, Han Xing recovered a large number of steel-tipped arrows, then stored a significant amount of specially formulated magic clay into his backpack, along with 6 damaged psychic cores and some additional mithril and refined iron. After completing these tasks, Han Xing took out a piece of dried beast meat from his backpack, chewed it for a while, and swallowed it. He must hurry and restore himself to peak condition. Time flew by, and the 10 minutes passed quickly. Third phase challenge has begun, survivor, good luck. As the notification ended, Han Xing suddenly felt an unprecedented tremor shaking the palace beneath his feet. Boom! Not only this palace, but Han Xing felt the entire valley begin to tremble. Then, a terrifying giant hand emerged from the center of the ruins, shaking off countless stones and tiles. Half of its body slowly rose from the pile of rubble, like a giant that had slept for years, awakened today by some unknown will. When it stood up, a towering behemoth over 6 meters tall, its entire body dark yellow, appeared before Han Xing. Before my eyes appeared the attribute panel of this creature. Enhanced Psionic Golem, Elite Tier, Level, LV7, Strength, 64, Agility, 48, Spirit, 49, Constitution, 67, Remaining Spiritual Energy, 80, Spiritual Energy Core Remaining Defense Value, 300, Skill, Energy Blast, Stone Fortitude, Passive Ability, reduces physical damage taken by 30%, Seismic Impact, the Psychic Golem leaps high and smashes into the ground, causing a massive shockwave that deals heavy damage to enemies within range. When Han Xing saw the attributes of this puppet, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's just an elite level 1. He had genuinely feared the system would suddenly spawn a boss-level monster, which would have spelled real trouble. But come to think of it, after 2 grueling rounds of combat like that, if a boss-level creature appeared now, they might as well give up fighting altogether, because even someone like him lacked the confidence to solo a boss-level creature. If even he couldn't clear it, how many people could possibly complete this hidden quest? However, even though it's an elite-class puppet, letting one's guard down isn't an option. Given that ordinary psychic puppets have defenses comparable to elite monsters, it's hardly surprising this enhanced puppet's physical defenses approach those of a boss-level creature. As the battle commenced, Han Xing instantly snapped into razor-sharp focus. The familiar wind-chasing arrow took the lead as always. Ding! Upon hitting the spirit puppet, the arrow was instantly deflected. Han Xing's eyes darkened, realizing he'd anticipated this outcome. This creature's defense wasn't just stone-like, it practically rivaled refined steel. Without Coalball's defense reduction buff, this arrow didn't deal any damage. The elite puppet became enraged by Han Xing's arrow and was about to launch an attack. At that very moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed numerous purple patterns appearing on Coalball's body. These extending lines seemed to connect to another dimension. This was precisely Coalball's newly activated 5th skill, Void Siphon. In the next instant, black radiance erupted from Coalball's body as the entire wolf charged forward, instantly materializing beside the elite puppet. Empowered by void energy, Coalball's attributes surged by 50%. Combined with the 200% speed boost from Void Blink, the wolf's movement speed now faintly surpassed the limit of a 1-star monster. Swish, swish, swish. Before the elite puppet could react, over a dozen claw marks appeared on its body. Though seemingly harmless, each wound emanated wisps of purple mist. In that instant, Coalball stacked the armor-weakening effect to its maximum, directly reducing the puppet's defense by 30%. Compared to before reaching level 6, this speed wasn't just doubled, it had multiplied several times over. At the same time, Han Xing also noticed that Coalball's figure kept flickering, frequently appearing near the core of the energy puppet. Each time it appeared, it would inevitably take away 7 or 8 points of defense value from the core. The elite puppet seemed enraged by this annoying little creature, emitting a dull mechanical sound from its mouth. Those who defy Lord Kalon's orders shall perish. The energy puppet swung its millstone-sized palm in retaliation. Given Coalball's tiny frame compared to the puppet's massive hand, a single direct hit would undoubtedly crush it into paste. Normally, in such situations, Coal Ball would instinctively dodge without needing Han Xing's reminder. But now, it showed no fear at all, stubbornly enduring the spirit energy puppet's attacks while furiously striking back. Bang! 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 Despite the spirit energy puppet continually attacking Coal Ball, oddly enough, its blows landed without any visible effect. It was as if the puppet were striking an illusion. Its palm passed straight through Coal Ball's body without resistance. Skill, Void Body, a continuous 50% chance to trigger evasion. Moreover, Coal Ball's attack tempo kept accelerating with each strike, leaving numerous wolf-claw marks on the elite puppet's body every time it appeared. The sheer speed of its assault sent chills down Han Xing's spine even as he watched from the sidelines. Less than 5 seconds into the battle, the energy puppet's core defense points plummeted like cascading water, dropping straight below 250. Han Xing stood dumbfounded at the sidelines. He gripped the longbow, standing blankly on the sidelines as Coal Ball performed solo. After reaching level 6, the little guy had fully transformed into a minor boss. Even elite monsters were being overpowered in one-on-one combat. At this moment, the core mechanism of the Psyconstruct was operating at its absolute limit, its output long since maxed out. In other words, its CPU was practically smoking, yet even so, it still couldn't keep up with Coal Ball's pace. Han Xing suspected that if not for the emotionless nature of psychic constructs, this one would likely be driven mad with rage by now. Right at that moment, an intense mass of energy suddenly gathered in the psychic construct's palm, erupting with a terrifying aura in an instant. 4. Lord Kylon. It actually chose to detonate the energy cluster against its own chest, willing to suffer mutual destruction if it could severely injure the Coal Black Sphere. Look out! Han Xing cried out in alarm. Meicho couldn't dodge in time and was swallowed by the explosion's energy. Boom! When the smoke cleared, Meicho's figure was sent flying backward. Han Xing rushed over quickly, ready to provide support. Yet he discovered that after landing, the Coal Ball's aura not only hadn't diminished but instead began to surge with void energy. Han Xing could clearly see that the fur on the Coal Ball had been scorched black, injuries sustained from the explosion moments earlier. But now, these wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, they had completely recovered, comparable to Han Xing's own healing effects when using life elixirs. Han Xing came to a bewildered halt. The next moment, the fully recovered Coal Ball rushed toward the elite psychic puppet again like a persistent shadow. Han Xing muttered blankly, "It seems like there's nothing for me to do here?" Just then, Han Xing saw Coal Ball's body suddenly turn transparent. 10 ethereal spikes flickered in and out of visibility. Then, the void spikes abruptly erupted, all striking the energy golem's body simultaneously. Plop 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 plop. A cacophony of dense metal-piercing sounds rang out. This single strike, with 2 void spikes alone, slashed over 50 points from the golem's core defense rating. Every remaining spike found its mark, delivering absolutely devastating damage. Han Xing saw that the Voidfang's spike had even pierced through the spiritual energy construct's right shoulder, severing the mithril engravings and rendering its right arm completely useless. At the same time, its core defense value had dropped below 100 points, sending the construct into an utter frenzy. The glowing sigils on its millstone-thick legs blazed intensely, as if all its remaining energy was converging there. The next moment, the spiritual energy construct leaped skyward. Han Xing suddenly changed his expression. This was the elite puppet's third skill, Earthquake Shock, a terrifying area of effect damage ability. Without a second thought, Han Xing rolled away and immediately sprinted toward the edge of the palace. Coal Ball, run! Chapter 59, Spiritual Energy Puppet Blueprint. Meicho, run! Han Xing shouted while sprinting. But Meicho, already in combat mode, glanced at Han Xing before looking up at the airborne spiritual energy puppet. In the next instant, its body erupted with dark energy as it suddenly leapt skyward, intercepting the puppet mid-spell. Han Xing glanced sidelong. Meicho now resembled a true monster, actually lunging into the air to pursue the enemy. Moreover, while the psychic puppet was activating its skills and unable to defend its energy core, it extended wolf claws and began frenzied attacks. At this moment, the core defense value of the psychic puppet dropped faster than crashing stocks. 1 second later, its core defense value plummeted straight to 0. The Coal Ball directly extended its wolf claws, wildly scratching inside. A puff of smoke rose as the mystic patterns on the spiritual energy puppet suddenly dimmed, as if its energy supply had been severed, forcibly shutting it down. Then, a massive body came crashing down from the sky. Boom! The enormous frame's impact stirred up a massive dust cloud, the violent shockwave nearly knocking Han Xing off his feet. As the dust settled, Han Xing saw Meicho standing atop the corpse of this psionic puppet, holding its head high with a kingly dignity. He gulped and after a long pause said, "Brother Chio, you're really badass." At the same time, a system prompt appeared. "You have completed the Lost Palace Hidden Quest, Kalon's experimental report. You have received challenge rewards, Strong Soul Fragments *8, Rune Crystals *370, 18,000 EXP, and Pet Coal Ball gained 14,400 EXP. Task item obtained, Kalon's experiment report. 18,000 experience points and absolute ocean instantly filled his experience bar to 100%. The next moment, a white light flashed over Han Xing as his level rose once more. In addition to a massive amount of experience, Han Xing found an additional file in his backpack, precisely the mission item granted by the system this time. Han Xing took it out and glanced at it. Karen's experiment report, quest item. Holding this report data allows access to Karen's royal laboratory to extract experimental data on psychic puppets. Scenario not yet unlocked. This quest is temporarily unavailable. There's more to the story below. July 21st, 13,153rd experiment. Exciting results achieved. I've finally created a powerful puppet that can be mass-produced. I must inform the king immediately and deploy these puppets to the battlefield as soon as possible. July 25th, Monet came to the palace to see me today. She remains as breathtakingly beautiful as ever. I've heard even among the elves, Monet has countless suitors. Her beauty is peerless, like a celestial fairy descended to earth. And here I am, just a dwarf who dares only steal glances at her from afar. On July 26th, Monet heard about my experimental results and found them truly remarkable. She praised my talent, saying even among the elves there was no man as clever as me. For the first time, I caught a faint smile of admiration on her usually aloof face. At that moment, my heart nearly melted. July 27th, Monet remained in my palace as a guest. We studied together, traveled together, and admired the moon together. I was so delighted that I even brought out my treasured black vine wine. We both drank until we were intoxicated. July 28th, Monet and I awoke together in the bedchamber. I knew we had done something that defied the moral codes of our races last night, a dwarf and an elf. How could we possibly? Though, Monet's chest was so voluptuous. On July 29th, we did it again. Monet was so immense that I cast all morality aside. July 30th, I did it with Monet. August 1st, did it with Monet. Learned some new positions. August 2nd, the elf was amazing. August 3rd, it's over, spent another whole day without getting out of bed. Seeing this, Han Xing couldn't help but cover his eyes. What the hell is this shitty quest item? It's full of this kind of yellow diary entries, and from the looks of it, it's basically about a dwarf being toyed with by an elf woman. Han Xing continued reading. August 17th, Monet addressed me as Dr. Kalon and asked me to teach her the method of creating puppets. But the palace's experimental data had already been uploaded, and the king had issued a strict prohibition. Facing her disillusioned gaze, my heart ached as if cut by a knife, yet there was nothing I could do. August 20th, Monet finally left the palace, and I felt an inexplicable emptiness in my heart. August 25th, the puppet palace was suddenly attacked under mysterious circumstances, reduced to ruins. Thankfully, I happened to be visiting my uncle's house that day. August 26th, the kingdom dispatched dwarf knights to investigate, ultimately concluding that the Shadow Clan might be responsible. Those demonic minions must have been after my experimental data. But little did they know I'd long installed a self-destruct mechanism in the palace. The moment the attack occurred, all data automatically erased itself. September 1st, I moved to the main city district of the kingdom, and all experimental data was successfully transferred. September 7th, I suddenly remembered something important. There are still some hand-drawn blueprints and data left uncleared in the puppet palace. Oh no, oh no. After reading the mission introduction, Han Xing formed a general judgment in his mind. This experimental report by Kylon was likely a chain quest. Having completed the first link, he had essentially obtained the mission item for the second link. But where exactly is this Kingdom of Kalon laboratory? The system says the map isn't open yet, so this quest can't be initiated? Han Xing had no choice but to temporarily store the quest item in his backpack for now. Then, he walked over to the massive remains of the automaton and clicked disassemble. Successfully disassembled enhanced psionic automaton, elite tier. Obtained specialty clay * 9182, mithril * 681, rare earth * 16455. Enhanced Psionic Core * 1. As the remains of the elite puppet vanished, a system notification appeared. You have completed the 3-stage challenge of the Cloud Mist Secret Realm, Lost Palace. You will be automatically transported out in 10 minutes, and the Cloud Mist Secret Realm will vanish. Can we leave this place in 10 minutes? From the moment he entered until now, he had stayed for about 2.5 hours, and the harvest was quite substantial, the biggest reward, naturally, being the immense amount of experience. Not only did he himself reach level 7, but Coal Ball also leveled up to 6. Then there were 11 elite shards and a large amount of materials decomposed from these puppets. Just as Han Xing was quietly waiting to be transported away, his peripheral vision unexpectedly caught something unusual. In the spot where that elite puppet had originally awakened, there was a massive shallow pit. There seemed to be some hand-drawn patterns at the bottom of that shallow pit. He quickly walked over. The bottom of the shallow pit was paved with bluestone flooring. At a glance, Han Xing noticed several rough sketches of puppets carved into the floor. Alongside the diagrams were clear annotations, construction pathways for mithril, material ratios like rare earth and magical clay, thinking of the last line in the mission's item descriptions. Callan mentioned he still had some hand-drawn manuscripts and data back in the lab. Han Xing said with a face full of astonishment, "These patterns, could they be?" The next moment, the system notification appeared as expected. "You have discovered Kylon's psionic puppet blueprint. The relevant schematics have been automatically recorded. Holy shit!" Hearing the system notification, Han Xing was so shocked his jaw dropped. He didn't know what exactly a production blueprint was, but he did know one thing for certain: there was now an extra schematic in his system interface. Does this mean I can manufacture such puppets using blueprints? Thinking this, Han Xing suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the blueprint description. Spirit Puppet Blueprint. This blueprint can be used to craft spirit puppets of varying grades. The puppet's level is determined by the number of spirit cores added during production. Creating a level 1 spirit puppet requires 1000 spirit cores, level 2 requires 2000, and so on. Note, the maximum level of crafted spirit puppets cannot exceed the survivor's own level. Required materials: Spirit Core *1, Special Clay *8000, can be substituted with refined iron, Mithril *1000, Rare Earth *12000, Ether *20000. Success rate, 20%. With the Divine Artisan talent bonus, success rate has reached 100%. After reading the blueprint description, Han Xing was astonished once more. This was actually a blueprint capable of producing puppets of varying grades. Moreover, the materials required for crafting spirit puppets weren't particularly complex. They were all commonly found items. Didn't this mean that with sufficient materials, he could potentially raise an entire puppet army solely relying on this blueprint? Does this mean that from now on, whenever we encounter monsters, I won't need to lift a finger, just drown them in my puppet army? At this thought, Han Xing's breathing grew slightly rapid, because this plan is very likely to work. Although crafting a psionic puppet required a vast amount of materials, with his divine tier talent and the gathering prowess of a player, why worry about amassing an ocean of resources? Of course, Han Xing was being overly optimistic. Although the materials for crafting a psychic puppet weren't particularly complex, its most crucial component was the psychic core. While he possessed the schematic for making psychic puppets, he lacked the knowledge to create their cores. To make matters worse, all he currently had were a few damaged psychic cores. Han Xing counted them, there were 7 in total. Even if they were all repaired, he could only produce 7 psychic puppets. Thus, the dream of a puppet army was shattered. Han Xing cursed bitterly, that Kalon, why did he only record the blueprint for psychic puppets and not include the design for psychic cores as well? What an idiot, that lovesick fool. Luckily, Kalon wasn't here to hear it. Otherwise, he'd likely retort angrily, what's wrong with being lovesick? Did being lovesick ever eat your rice? However, Han Xing was already satisfied, as the materials in his hands could now craft 7 spirit energy puppets. Though they were only ordinary grade puppets, their resilience even surpassed that of typical elite creatures. This defensive trait alone was enough to drive people wild. This trip to the secret realm was worth it. Just then, Han Xing noticed that beneath the ruins in a corner of the pit, there seemed to be some obscured patterns. Chapter 60, Crafting Spirit Puppets. Han Xing noticed a corner of the deep pit where some patterns seemed obscured by the ruins. There's more? He immediately jumped down and attempted to move aside the rubble, eager to see what these patterns might reveal. After equipping the barbarian gauntlets, Han Xing's strength had reached 45 points. With the additional 30% boost from the Savage Bear's Strength Elixir, his power was now close to 60 points. His current strength attribute was more than enough to move these massive boulders. One by one, the giant stones were shifted aside. After gritting his teeth and pushing away a stone pillar, an even larger puppet pattern emerged beneath Han Xing's feet. A system notification pops up. You have discovered Karen's blueprint, Enhanced Psionic Puppet, Elite Grade. Construction schematic has been recorded. %%. Holy shit! A loud shout echoed throughout the palace. At that very moment, the secret realm's time limit expired. Han Xing suddenly felt his body become unreal, and in the next moment, he was teleported back to his own territory. Above his head, the azure sky reappeared. Even so, Han Xing remained stunned for a long time. This expedition to the secret realm had completely exceeded his expectations. Not only had he obtained the method to create spiritual energy puppets, but in the end, he had even discovered the technique for crafting elite-level spiritual energy puppets. What an incredible surprise! Suppressing his excitement, Han Xing began examining the blueprint for crafting an elite-level psychic puppet. Enhanced Psychic Puppet Blueprint. This blueprint enables the creation of enhanced psychic puppets of varying tiers. The puppet's level is determined by the number of spirit cores used during crafting, 5,000 cores for Tier 1, 10,000 for Tier 2, and so forth. Note, the crafted enhanced psychic puppet cannot exceed the survivor's level. Required crafting materials: enhanced psychic core *1, specialized clay *20000, replaceable with refined iron, mithril *5000, rare earth *50000, ether *40000. Success rate 5%. Boosted to 100% by divine artisan talent. The materials required for an elite tier spirit puppet multiply exponentially, but given its formidable attributes, every bit is worth the cost. He currently possessed only one enhanced spirit core, meaning he could craft just a single elite tier puppet. After using some materials to repair the damaged spirit core, Han Xing eagerly clicked craft. Confirm creation of enhanced psychic puppet, elite class, *1. Estimated production time, 4 hours. Yes. Producing enhanced psychic puppet, time remaining, 3 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Han Xing glanced at the construction time for his basic lord's castle, less than 9 hours remaining until it would be fully completed. At this point, the castle was already more than halfway built. The first 2 floors had taken shape, with only the central tower remaining to be completed. Good, once I craft a few puppets and the castle is nearly finished, my territory will finally have some basic defensive capabilities. Han Xing eagerly imagined the completed castle. Just then, Han Xing received a message from the discussion group, sent by Cheng Jianyang. He clicked to check it. Upon entering the group chat, he heard Cheng Jianyang's barely contained anger. Damn it, what awful luck. Han Xing and Xinyan both noticed the odd tone in his voice and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Prejudice Courage said angrily, "On the way, I ran into 2 brats who approached me on their own. They said their territory had been invaded by monsters and they were severely injured, begging me to save them. I thought everyone came from Blue Star, so we were at least fellow humans, and I felt a bit of compassion. But who would have guessed these 2 brats would heal their injuries in my territory and then set their sights on my equipment? These 2 guys suddenly attacked me, I almost got killed by them." Han Xing sensed the severity of the situation and quickly asked, "How are you now? Do you need us to come over?" Xinyan also urgently said, "Send the coordinates right away. I'm going to teach those 2 brats a lesson immediately." Cheng Jianyong responded in the group chat with a heavy tone, "No need to come. I've already dealt with it." Hearing this, the 2 men's hearts stirred. They knew exactly what Cheng Jianyong meant by dealt with it. At such a critical moment, if both sides started fighting, it would be hard to stop. In other words, those 2 ill-intentioned individuals might have already been killed outright by Cheng Jianyong. Unlike the previous battles with monsters, this time Cheng Jianyong had truly taken human lives. Still, neither of them said anything. After all, in a world like this, without the constraints of law, one must do whatever it takes to survive. Besides, if someone's trying to kill you, what are you waiting for? Take them down first. At this moment, the atmosphere in the discussion group felt somewhat heavy. At that moment, Cheng Jianyong sighed again and said, "This time, luckily I had your help, giving me so many blue-tier equipment and skills. That's how I managed to turn the tables and take down those 2 brats. Otherwise," he spoke earnestly, "Brother Xing, Brother Yun, I've come to realize that in this world, we must protect ourselves at all costs. If they're strangers, don't let them set foot on your territory under any circumstances." Both of them also understood that Cheng Jianyong's warning made perfect sense. After confirming that Cheng Jianyong was alright, Han Xing closed the discussion group. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "Just as I thought. Though all human survivors currently face the same existential crisis, there must still be a handful of malicious individuals lurking among them. I must quickly improve my strength. At the very least, I need to build up the defenses of my territory first. That way, even if some folks think about messing with me, they'll have to think twice about whether they have what it takes." With this thought in mind, Han Xing, accompanied by Meichio, resumed leveling up. At his current strength, combined with the evolved Meichio, ordinary Sky Island monsters posed little threat to him. As long as he didn't recklessly provoke those monster islands spanning 1,000 square units, he basically wouldn't encounter any enemy stronger than himself. By the afternoon sunset, Han Xing had just wiped out a group of goblins, leveling up to 80% of level 7. After a day of exploration, his territory expanded from just over 1,200 square meters to nearly 2,000 square meters, almost doubling in size. However, Han Xing chose not to further expand his territorial holdings. Instead, he folded over 1,000 of those territories beneath the floating island, stacking them in layers. His floating island territory shrank back to 1,000 square units. If he obtained other construction blueprints later, he could still revert it to a single-layer state at any time. However, for now, since he had no buildings requiring construction, expanding the territory too much wasn't particularly beneficial. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Enhanced Spirit Puppet, Elite Tier, production complete. The system prompt has ended. Han Xing saw a steel giant standing 5 meters tall suddenly appear at the center of the territory. This was the newly crafted elite-tier spiritual energy puppet, likely because the primary crafting material, specially treated magical clay, had been replaced with refined iron. The spiritual energy puppet had taken on the appearance of this towering steel titan. Before my eyes, the puppet's attributes appeared. Enhanced Psych Puppet, 1-star elite tier. Level, LV7. Strength, 68, Agility, 37, Spirit, 49, Constitution, 71. Remaining Psychic Energy, 0. Psychic Core Defense remaining, 300. Skills, Energy Cannon Charge, Iron Body, Passive Skill, reduces physical damage received by 40%, Seismic Impact. The Psychic Puppet leaps high and slams down violently, causing massive ground shockwaves that deal heavy damage to enemies within range. Compared to the elite puppet he encountered in the Secret Realm, this one had slightly lower agility stats, though other attributes showed minor improvements. Han Xing estimated that this was due to the influence of replacing the main material for crafting the spirit puppet with refined iron. However, its second skill, Stone Fortitude, had transformed into Iron Fortitude, and its damage reduction effect had also improved slightly. For defensive purposes, this spirit puppet's attributes were now qualified. At this moment, the spirit puppet remained utterly motionless, as if it had crashed. Han Xing knew the reason. It was because the spiritual energy core had run out of power. So he walked over to the spiritual energy puppet and began replenishing its energy, while the system prompt appeared. Do you wish to invest spiritual cores into the enhanced spiritual energy puppet to replenish its spiritual energy value? Note, 100 spiritual cores are required to replenish 1 point of spiritual energy value, and each point allows the enhanced spiritual energy puppet to remain in combat mode for 1 hour. Oh, so 10,000 spirit cores can only fuel the spirit puppet for 100 hours of combat? That's quite a steep consumption rate. Han Xing realized the spirit puppet truly lived up to its name. It required spirit cores for absolutely everything. He originally envisioned creating an entire puppet army, but with this level of expenditure, a single battle would drain him of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of spirit cores. Even with his reserves, it was pushing his limits. But right now, just dealing with a few puppets was still within his means. Han Xing waved his hand grandly and directly invested 5,000 spirit cores, replenishing its spirit energy to 50 points. In the next moment, the energy core on the spirit puppet's chest emanated a dazzling green light, restoring its ability to move. On a sudden impulse, Han Xing wanted to test how well the spirit puppet would respond to his commands, so he ordered, "Advance." The spirit puppet took heavy steps forward, beginning to march ahead. Thud, thud. The territory shook violently, causing furniture and sofas to shift several centimeters from their original positions. Stop! The psychic puppet's movements froze instantly. Attack mode. No sooner had the words been spoken than the psychic puppet condensed a terrifying orb of energy in its grip. 1 second, 2 seconds. The energy sphere in the spiritual puppet's hands fluctuated with increasing intensity. Meanwhile, Han Xing noticed its spiritual energy value had dropped by 1 point in just a few seconds. Han Xing immediately ordered the spiritual puppet to cease charging. The next moment, a green energy sphere radiating terrifying destructive power shot into the sky. Boom! A dull explosion sounded. Chapter 61, Completion of the Lord's Castle. About 1 or 2 kilometers above Han Xing's head, a muffled explosion suddenly rang out. That was the charged attack of the psychic puppet. In the Cloud Realm, Han Xing had already witnessed the elite puppet's formidable offensive power. But at that time, it was completely suppressed by Kohlball and never got the chance to charge its attacks. Now, the spirit puppet was also demonstrating its tremendous destructive capabilities. Han Xing was thoroughly pleased with this performance. Apart from these simple commands, Han Xing discovered he could also issue more complex instructions, such as guarding the territory's safety and attacking intruders with full force. When there was no combat, he could set it to stay on high alert and patrol 24/7. After all, it was a puppet construct. Fatigue didn't apply to it. At this point, Han Xing stroked his chin in thought and muttered, "The spirit puppet is powerful, alright, but its size is far too eye-catching. If I don't need it around, is there any way to hide this big guy? For now, it seems unlikely unless this big guy can be stored in the inventory space like other items. Otherwise, it can only stay on the territory, and its colossal figure will be instantly noticeable to any nearby survivors." Although Han Xing internally found the idea of storing the puppet in his inventory somewhat unrealistic, he still decided to give it a try. When he attempted to put this reinforced psychic puppet into the storage box, the next moment, the enormous giant suddenly vanished from the territory. At the same time, a miniature puppet model appeared in his storage box, occupying a full 10 slots of space. Han Xing's eyes were momentarily blank, then filled with unrestrained ecstasy. Holy shit, it actually works. he exclaimed in utter astonishment. At this moment, Han Xing thought again, if it can be stored in the storage box space, does that mean it can also be stored in my backpack space? Han Xing immediately released the spirit energy puppet from the storage space. Then, he cleared out 10 slots in his backpack and started attempting to store it. The next moment, the spirit energy puppet vanished once more, and within Han Xing's backpack, the silhouette of a steel giant had also appeared. Holy crap! Han Xing's shock at this moment was beyond description. What did it mean that a colossal being over 6 meters tall, weighing more than a dozen tons, was now being carried around on his person? Yet upon reflection, it somehow made perfect sense. After all, spiritual puppets aren't living creatures but belong to the same category of items as the equipment and secret potions Han Xing crafts. It's perfectly normal they can be stored in the dimensional space. A cunning idea suddenly formed in Han Xing's heart. He currently had 7 damaged spiritual cores on hand. Though they couldn't be used to create elite-grade puppets anymore, regular puppets still possessed decent attributes. Moreover, 7 ordinary spiritual puppets actually posed greater danger than a single elite-grade one, if they were all crafted and stored inside the inventory space. When encountering others trying to invade his territory, just as they arrived, suddenly seeing 7 or 8 steel giants surrounding them, what kind of reaction would they have? The thought alone made him involuntarily let out a sinister chuckle. Then, unable to contain his excitement, he immediately started repairing the damaged psychic cores in his backpack, clicking craft without hesitation. A system notification pops up. Whether to manufacture psychic puppets? Manufacturing time required, 2 hours. Han Xing clicked yes without hesitation, 7 times in a row. He intended to produce all these puppets in a single batch, which would significantly strengthen the territory's defenses. By now, the sky was gradually darkening. Han Xing didn't continue exploring but instead lit the torch stands on his territory and began to rest. By this time, Han Xing had already started scanning the consignment channel's information. There was still significant room for improvement in his current equipment. His current pants and short boots were still the initial green-grade beast hide gear he'd crafted. If he swapped them for blue-grade leather armor, both attributes and defensive capabilities would see substantial upgrades. And the necklace and hat can now be upgraded to blue-tier equipment. After 2 days of exploration, the surviving players had leveled up, and the consignment channel saw increasingly more listings. Even the once scarce blue-tier equipment now had multiple listings available. Han Xing began searching one gear slot at a time. The equipment rarity was set to blue. Soon, a large quantity of gear appeared before him. Han Xing actually wanted to prioritize exchanging for blueprints, since crafted items inherently had better stats than those pulled from treasure chests. But unfortunately, most survivors who obtained blueprints learned them immediately, only a tiny fraction ever made it to the market. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly listed several consignment items. Consignment item, Life Elixir *10. Required items, blue leather leggings blueprint, blue leather boots blueprint, blue helmet blueprint, blue necklace blueprint. Consigner, Star River. Everyone had gained a profound understanding of the life elixir's potent effects through these days of battle. In the previous wave of transactions, Han Xing had only sold just over 7,000 bottles, leaving a huge gap in the entire District 107. So when Han Xing restocked the elixir of life, it caused a sensation once more. Before long, he successfully traded for what he wanted. They are Shadow Stride Boots Blueprint, blue, equipment level, LV7. Pale Leather Pants, blue, equipment level, LV6. Jungle Warrior Helmet, blue, equipment level LV7. Forest Pendant, blue, equipment level LV7. The blueprints for these blue-grade equipment share similar material requirements, primarily mithril and spirit cores, resources Han Xing happens to have in abundance. He crafted over a dozen sets straight away, selecting only those at the upper limit of blue-tier equipment quality, Masterworks. Stats as follows. Shadow Stride Boots, blue, LV7, quality Masterwork, defense, 4-6, agility plus 12, special effect, Nightrunner's Dash, dodge rate plus 15%. Palehide Breeches, blue, LV6, quality Masterwork, defense, 1-1-6, agility plus 8, spirit plus 5, special effect Ivory Veins, magic resistance plus 20%. Jungle Warrior Helmet, blue, LV7, quality rare, defense 4-5, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, agility plus 5, special effect Hunting Instinct, upon killing an enemy, gain a plus 3 strength bonus, max 5 stacks, lasting 60 seconds. Forest Pendant, blue, LV7, quality rare, spirit plus 15, agility plus 10, special effect Forest will, 10% chance to reduce skill cooldown by 5 seconds upon activation. Han Xing gazed with satisfaction at these 4 rare pieces of equipment and equipped them all. His attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. All attributes have surged by at least double, comparable to those of a typical level 10 human survivor. Perfect. Now I have a full set of blue equipment, plus a purple weapon. Ordinary survivors of the same level would struggle to even breach my defenses. After tossing all the spare equipment he crafted onto the consignment channel in exchange for materials, Han Xing prepared to rest. He summoned an elite-level psychic puppet. A 6-meter-tall figure abruptly appeared, whose mere presence exuded an intangible sense of security. Han Xing issued it a guard command and then entered a rest state himself. Late at night arrived. Han Xing suddenly felt a violent tremor, jerking upright from the couch. Seeing the spirit puppet still standing guard steadily nearby, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He had thought it might be other survivors or Sky Island monsters assaulting his territory. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Territory structure. Primary castle construction completed. Your territory's defenses have been strengthened. Beginner castle, territory core structure. Remaining defense value, 1000. Castle effects, increases defense value of all defensive structures by 20%, attack power of all offensive structures by 10%, and boosts all attributes of allied units by 10%. Also increases Sky Island territory movement speed by 10%. Note, when multiple castles are built, only one castle will provide enhancement effects at any given time. Staring at the massive structure before him, Han Xing instantly shook off all drowsiness, his heart surging with excitement. At the same time, he noticed both his own status panel and his spirit puppets panel now displayed an additional 10% buff effect. Don't underestimate this mere 10% enhancement. Incremental changes can trigger qualitative transformations. When Han Xing summoned creatures or puppets multiply in number, the cumulative bonuses gained would far exceed this simple 10% increment. However, attributes were secondary. What truly mattered was that the castle's appearance perfectly matched his aesthetic taste. The castle stood at the heart of the territory like a towering behemoth, with tall, thick walls constructed from solid stone blocks. At its center, an iron gate emitted a faint glow, its edges adorned with faint mystical patterns, radiating an impregnable sense of security. Excellent, excellent. From today onward, I too am someone who owns my very own castle. Unable to contain his excitement, he pushed open the iron gate at the castle's center, and his vision suddenly widened into a breathtaking panorama. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a grand hall with a soaring ceiling nearly 7 meters high. The walls, constructed from some composite material, were uniformly pale gray. Just a glance was enough to convey their formidable defensive strength. The floor was paved with dark bluish-gray stone tiles, offering a substantial feel underfoot. In each of the 4 corners of the hall stood a pillar over a meter in diameter, embedded with numerous white moonstones and crimson shadowfire stones. These moonstones and shadowfire stones not only provided ample illumination throughout the hall but also allowed real-time adjustments to the ambient temperature. Complemented by the enormous mithril chandeliers suspended at the center of the space, the entire hall radiated both brilliance and grandeur. However, the hall now appeared somewhat empty with nothing inside. Han Xing decided to craft some furniture later to add a bit of liveliness. There were 4 large doors at each corner of the hall, each leading to a corridor that connected to other towers. Han Xing pushed open the door on the left and entered one of the towers. Below the tower was a room with windows, which could serve as a bedroom or a storage area for supplies. Reaching the second floor of the tower, a connecting corridor circled the entire castle. Walking along it once amounted to inspecting all the territory under one's rule. After touring the castle, Han Xing headed straight for the central tower area. Chapter 62. Ever tasted a 700-year-old Lafite? Han Xing headed straight for the tower, which also served as the core area of this castle. Ascending step by step along the staircase, he walked all the way up to the 3rd floor of the tower, where there was a roughly 20 square meter room. The room wasn't large, but it offered an exceptionally fine view. What's more crucial is that there's an outward extension outside this house, resembling a small balcony. Standing on this balcony allows one to not only oversee the entire layout of the territory but also see places farther away. Sleeping here must be really comfortable. With this thought in mind, he immediately decided to make this place his bedroom. After arranging furniture like the bed, table, and stools, the place finally began to feel somewhat like home. Han Xing clapped his hands together, thoroughly pleased with the bedroom. Once everything was tidied up, he walked over to the small balcony area of the bedroom, pulled up a stool, and sat down to admire the night sky. At this height, even the 6-meter-tall elite puppet seemed to be under his feet. Han Xing looked up. The night sky was adorned with a bright moon, and clouds seemed to circle around it. Such a beautiful scene. It would be even more perfect with some beer and skewers right now. Han Xing couldn't help but think. Wait a minute, fine wine? I have some. Han Xing suddenly remembered a jar of fine wine he had discovered in the cellar beneath that lost palace. That jar of wine was called black vine wine, one of the dwarves' favorite brews. And according to the system's notes, this jar of wine had been aging for over 700 years. Even among dwarf nobility, obtaining a vintage of this black vine wine was no simple matter. Han Xing excitedly retrieved this aged cask of brew. A wine jar weighing hundreds of pounds was effortlessly cradled in his arms before being gently set down. The jar's seal was remarkably tight even now. Han Xing couldn't catch a whiff of the distillate inside. Instead, the vessel itself carried a lingering fermented odor from its prolonged storage in the cellar. With trembling excitement, Han Xing slowly pried open the sealed lid. Pop! The moment its crisp pop echoed, an overwhelming aroma of aged liquor instantly flooded his nostrils. The moment he caught a whiff of the aroma, Han Xing couldn't help but shudder all over. Han Xing couldn't resist taking a deep breath in that instant. It was utterly intoxicating. He swore that in all his years of living, he had never smelled a liquor aroma so rich and multi-layered. The dwarven race really fucking knows how to live. Han Xing sighed with heartfelt admiration. Even he, who rarely drank, couldn't help but drool at this moment. Han Xing took out a wine glass and casually scooped out a cup of the original liquid, the crystal-clear wine swirling in the glass. In an instant, the rich aroma of alcohol spread throughout the entire territory, truly carrying for miles on the wind. Han Xing took a small sip and immediately felt over a dozen layered flavors unfolding on his tongue. It was a flavor never before experienced on Blue Star, an aromatic blend of medicinal herbs, the fragrance of grains, and various other peculiar scents. When all these elements mingled together, they triggered some extraordinary chemical reaction. With just one sip, Han Xing couldn't help but sharply inhale through his teeth. "This is fucking delicious," he stammered, almost losing his words. "This isn't just liquor, this is fucking celestial nectar." Han Xing couldn't resist and took a second sip, utterly conquered by the dark vine wine's allure. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire the dwarves' brewing skills in his heart. To produce such exquisite wine, they truly lived up to being the race with the strongest natural talent for brewing in this world. At that moment, Kolbal watched Han Xing's actions with curiosity and immediately scurried over upon catching a whiff of that enticing aroma. It extended its little wolf claws, lightly scratching at Han Xing's leather boots as if trying to persuade him to give it a taste too. Truth be told, the discovery of this jar of black vine wine was entirely thanks to Meicho's keen sense of smell. Greedy little wolf cub. Han Xing laughed heartily and, under Meicho's eager gaze, poured half a cup of the undiluted liquor before placing it at his feet. The coal-colored pup immediately stuck out its head and began lapping happily. Slurp slurp. In no time at all, the dark vine liquor in the cup had been completely lapped up. Han Xing watched as the little wolf pup lifted its head. Its eyes were slightly red, seemingly in a somewhat dazed state. Kolbal's steps were unsteady. After staggering for a moment, it finally collapsed. "Ha ha ha, serves you right for being greedy." Han Xing burst into laughter, having only taken 2 sips yet already feeling slightly tipsy. That guy Kolbal downed half a glass in one go, no wonder he passed out. After carrying Kolbal to the sofa, Han Xing returned to the small balcony to continue enjoying his own time. Suddenly, Han Xing remembered that Cheng Jianyong had always been fond of drinking. Back in high school, he'd been a hopeless drunkard, though he'd mellowed out quite a bit after getting married. He suddenly felt like teasing them a bit. So, Han Xing opened the group chat and said, "Hey guys, ever tried a 700-year-old Lafite?" Then, he sent the information about the black vine wine to the group. When Cheng Jianyong saw the label clearly stating aged 768 years on the black vine wine, he immediately exclaimed in exaggerated shock, "Holy shit, a 768-year-old vintage wine brewed during the Yuan dynasty, this is just too damn unbelievable." Cheng Jianyong swallowed hard and hesitantly asked, "Brother Xing, where did you get this? Can I have some too?" Han Xing didn't answer directly. Instead, he described to Cheng Jianyong the exquisite taste of the black vine wine and its lingering, unforgettable aftertaste. Just from listening, Cheng Jianyong could feel the liquor craving stirring in his gut, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He pleaded in a near-begging tone, "Xing, my man, please, just a little for me, I swear, just a sip. Damn it, ever since coming to this world, I'd almost forgotten how alcohol tastes. And now, a 700-year-old vintage is right in front of me, isn't this torture?" Han Xing laughed heartily and stopped teasing him, filling a glass bottle with 200 milliliters before trading it over. Among survivors, that's the convenience, whatever you need, just trade directly. Even simpler than express delivery. Seeing just 200 milliliters, Cheng Jianyong said somewhat resentfully, "Xing, just this little bit?" Han Xing nodded. "A little is enough. Drinking too much will make you drunk, and in this world, being drunk is very dangerous. You don't have much self-control, so I can't give you too much." Cheng Jianyong wanted to say he definitely wouldn't get drunk, but remembering his embarrassing experiences from his student days, he swallowed his words. At this moment, Xinyan also said expectantly, "Xing, give me some too." Han Xing listened, then handed Xinyan 200 milliliters of the liquid as well, emphasizing solemnly, "Remember, you can only sip a little at a time. Never drink too much, it could be dangerous." Xinyan also chuckled in response, "Don't worry, I'm not like that fellow Cheng Jianyong." After taking a few sips, Han Xing heard Cheng Jianyong begin rambling incoherently in the group chat. Han Xing didn't want to listen to this guy's drunken ramblings, so he closed the chat group directly. At this moment, Han Xing was also feeling a bit drowsy. He resealed the wine jar and placed it into the storage box. Then he returned to bed to rest. The next day, the moment Han Xing opened his eyes, numerous notifications appeared before him. Spirit puppet successfully crafted. Spiritual puppet successfully crafted. Han Xing walked onto the balcony and saw 5 4-meter-tall metal giants now standing on his territory. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Currently, there are still 2 regular puppets left unfinished on the production menu, requiring 4 more hours to complete. Excellent, my puppet army is one step closer to realization. Descending from the tower, Han Xing approached the psionic puppet as its attributes materialized before his eyes. Psionic puppet, 1 star, level, LV7. Strength, 48, Agility, 37, Spirit, 35, Constitution, 55, receives 10% increase to all attributes from primary castle territory bonus. Remaining psionic energy, 0, investing 50 psionic cores grants 1 psionic energy point for puppet infusion. Remaining psionic core defense points, 100. Skills, energy shot, boulder body, passive. Reduces physical attack damage by 40%. Its attributes were comparable to the ordinary puppets he had encountered before, but after receiving the castle's enhancement, they had risen to another level entirely. Han Xing estimated that in terms of attributes alone, this level 7 psychic puppet could probably rival an ordinary level 9 monster. Add to that its terrifying physical defense, and even some level 10 monsters wouldn't stand a chance against it. Han Xing replenished the energy for all 5 puppets, consuming a total of 25,000 spirit cores. Then, Han Xing stored all the puppets back into the storage box, sticking to the strategy of playing weak to ambush the strong. However, for safety's sake, he cleared out 30 slots in his backpack specifically for elite-level puppets to prevent any unexpected situations. With that settled, he resumed his leisurely leveling journey. Armed with the violent pet coal ball and a puppet boasting defenses rivaling a boss-level monster, he essentially had no match at his current stage. Experience soared, and within half a day, Han Xing broke through to level 8. Mei Chou also reached level 7. A full day passed, and Han Xing's experience points climbed to 40% of level 8. His territory expanded from 2,246 square units directly to 3,124 square units. On the new leaderboard, Han Xing once again held the top spot with a decisive lead. And this time, there were no surprises, because even the Whisperers and Black Eagles of today had only just reached level 7. The other survivors, needless to say, were generally around levels 5 or 6. The enormous gap made them abandon all resistance outright. Meanwhile, somewhere in the skies, 7 or 8 territories, each spanning over 1,000 square meters, clustered together. They drew their territories closer, converging toward the same point. 8 survivors sat around a table, each occupying a different corner. At the head of the table sat the leader of Whisper of the Gods, the Whisperer. At this moment, observing the state of his team members, the Whisperer nodded approvingly and said, "Excellent. After 2 days, we, the Divine Whispers, have finally assembled a full 8-member team. From now on, as long as we stay united, explore together, and fight side by side, our leveling speed and expansion rate will begin to skyrocket." Chapter 63, The Divine Whispers Meeting. The team members were brimming with enthusiasm. At that moment, a slightly younger-looking man in his early 30s from the Divine Whispers team asked, "Leader, there are still other brothers on their way here who'd like to join for mutual support. Do you think we still need them to come?" The Whisperer shook his head and said, "No. Our team already has 8 people, that's pretty much the limit. Adding any more might attract some terrifying monsters." Noticing the man seemed troubled, the Whisperer added, "Luzakai, you're the backbone of our team. If you have any important relatives or friends, you can arrange for them to join. One more person shouldn't make much difference." After a moment's thought, the man named Luzakai shook his head. "Never mind, they're not that important." The Whisperer nodded and continued, "For those who want to form teams, share your coordinates and strength details. We'll allocate groups based on team composition and nearby locations to decide who can gather together. Huang Wen, as our company's HR personnel, I'm entrusting this matter to you. You must ensure our brothers find their organization and their team as quickly as possible." Beside him, a man with a mole at the corner of his eye nodded and said, "Understood, President Chen." The Whisperer assigned tasks one by one. At that moment, a female team member nearby asked, "Captain, have you checked the current leaderboard? That Xingha has already reached level 8 by noon. Who knows how he grinded levels? What a monster." After saying this, she voiced her uncertainty. "Do you think we can still catch up to him?" The Whisperer pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "We probably can't catch up. This Xingha is truly gifted." His first 2 transactions caused a sensation across the entire channel. He must have amassed an enormous stockpile of materials. If we could recruit him for Divine Whisper and acquire his resources, everyone's levels and equipment would improve by several tiers. But unfortunately, I've tried to recruit him several times, and he always refused. Hearing this, everyone felt a twinge of regret. However, they also knew that someone like Star River would never willingly submit to others. Whisperer's hopes had been too naive. After discussing a few more matters about the team's future, Whisperer declared the meeting adjourned. As everyone was about to leave, the Whisperer suddenly gave Huang Wen a quiet instruction. Have the brothers keep an eye on other survivors' floating island territories recently. If anyone spots someone whose land already has structures like castles, make sure to send me their location, there'll be a generous reward. However, this needs to be done discreetly. Don't make a big show of it. You'll have to judge how to handle the specifics yourself. After a moment's thought, Huang Wen suddenly understood something, recalling how the Whisperer had traded a castle blueprint to Han Xing during the auction for the life elixir. He nodded solemnly and said, "Understood, Director Chen. I'll give this matter my full attention." MHM. The Whisperer responded, a dark flicker passing through his eyes. By now, Han Xing had already begun readjusting his territory again, expanding the original two-story structure into 3 levels. While the overall footprint remained unchanged, the territory's defensive thickness had now increased to 3 meters. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly pondered, if I continue stacking them this way, as long as I explore fast enough and collect enough Sky Island fragments, wouldn't it be possible to eventually create an entire floating landmass one day? This idea should be feasible. After all, within the secret realm, he had already witnessed the dwarf's palace, complete with adjacent valleys. This world likely contains many sky islands with absurdly vast areas. Living on these enormous floating islands is no different from living on solid ground. After a busy period, twilight descended once again. Han Xing was busy grilling meat to reward himself, but just as he finished roasting the first wild boar leg, he noticed something unusual happening across a floating island territory in the distance. That area appeared to be a survivor's territory, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Nearby, there was another monster island spanning over 100 square meters. In the distance, a human mage could be seen raising a staff high, locked in combat with a group of kobolds. This was a female mage, tall and voluptuous. The green mage robe she wore seemed ill-fitted for her full figure, appearing tight and accentuating her curves. Beneath her fur-lined shorts, a pair of long, shapely legs gleamed with a distracting whiteness. This female mage was mostly clad in green tier equipment, though her weapon was a rare blue staff. With this gear setup, she could be considered quite formidable among the survivors. Han Xing was currently gnawing on a pig's trotter, his mouth glistening with grease. Holding an appreciative attitude, he remarked, "Well, I never expected dinner to come with a show. This is pretty good." However, before Han Xing could take more than 2 bites, he heard the female mage's piercing scream. "Ah!" The shrill cry echoed through the sky. Han Xing saw that the female mage's fireball spell had missed its mark, and before she could cast another skill, the kobold monster had already rushed to her face. The next instant, the kobold swung a massive cudgel and smashed it viciously across her waist. The kobold had no concept of chivalry towards women. With this mighty swing of its club, the female mage was sent flying several meters backward. At the same time, the remaining 7 or 8 kobolds all leaped onto her territory. The situation instantly grew perilous. These kobolds were all level 5 or 6 monsters. Truthfully, given the strength of the female mage's equipment, victory was still possible if only she kept her composure. But when she saw the monster rushing toward their territory, she was so terrified that her hands and feet went numb, unable to even chant a spell. This kind of reaction speed made Han Xing doubt how she had even survived until now. At that moment, the woman was still screaming hysterically. She seemed to have spotted Han Xing as well. His once hopeless eyes blazed anew with the will to survive. At this moment, Han Xing also got a clear look at her face. It was a beautiful face tinged with a hint of mature charm, delicate features that made her appear slightly older than Han Xing. Perhaps it was precisely this maturity that lent her brow a distinctive grace, presenting the very image of an elegant lady. Back on Blue Star, such a woman would surely have been highly sought after by wealthy men. But now, she could only desperately scream for help. Help! However, the moment he heard her speak, Han Xing immediately steered the floating island away. He wanted to distance himself from such fools to avoid being dragged down. A hero saving a beauty? Not a chance. The voluptuous female mage swallowed her words, never having imagined such a scene. A delicate woman surrounded by monsters, and this man, upon hearing her cries for help, actually left without hesitation. Left, just like that. She was practically going crazy inside. Yet there was no time to think, as a kobold was already charging at her, swinging a beastbone club. She took a deep breath, her already ample chest swelling to an exaggerated scale. One might even wonder if continuing such deep breaths would burst her robe. "I can't die here. They're just a few monsters, I can defeat them," the female mage encouraged herself. "As long as I keep my distance, then release the fireball." She analyzed calmly, but the next moment, she suddenly raised her head in confusion. Wait, what was the incantation for fireball again? Nothing worse than an awkward silence. However, the kobolds weren't about to give her time to think. This time, the beastbone club slammed hard into her soft shoulder. Bang! The woman was sent flying over a dozen meters again, spitting out a mouthful of blood upon landing. Excruciating pain radiated throughout her body, making tears well up in her eyes. Watching Han Xing gradually moving away, she desperately screamed as if clutching at her last lifeline. "Help! save me. Yet Han Xing turned a deaf ear, continuing to walk away. The woman kept shouting, save me. My fiancé is Lu Zikai. He's part of the management in Whisper of the Gods. If you save me, he'll give you unimaginable rewards. However, Han Xing, who was already about to leave, didn't stop upon hearing these words. Instead, he ran even faster. He had no desire to get involved with that bunch from Whisper of the Gods. The woman was stunned. She didn't understand why the man had fled even faster after she invoked the name of Whisper of the Gods. Didn't Zikai say that Whisper of the Gods is a renowned team across District 107? That if we ever encountered trouble, just dropping their name would be enough. But now that she'd announced her name, not only had it failed to produce any effect, why did it seem to backfire instead? At that moment, the two dog-headed warriors were already charging forward again, swinging their beast-bone clubs wildly. In her final moments, the beautiful woman bit her lower lip tightly, her mind desperately racing for solutions as her life flashed before her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly, I have a hidden quest item here. Save me, and I'll give it to you. Han Xing, who had already run nearly a kilometer away, faintly heard the words hidden quest. The next instant, under the female mage's delighted gaze, Han Xing's sky island finally stopped moving. Then Han Xing quickly turned and moved toward her. The female mage was so overwhelmed she nearly burst into tears. What had seemed like a hopeless situation suddenly took an unexpected turn. At the same time, she raised her staff again and unleashed the mage's most basic skill, Air Burst, to drive back the kobold. She was struggling to fend off attacks from 8 or 9 dog-headed creatures while waiting for Han Xing's reinforcements. However, Han Xing abruptly halted his floating island when still about 10 meters away from her. Under the female mage's bewildered gaze, Han Xing asked, what hidden quest? He wasn't the type to foolishly charge forward based solely on someone's vague statement. He first needed to confirm whether this woman was worth rescuing. Chapter 64, Ancient Weapon, Fragment of the Melting Gold Cannon. Han Xing was assessing whether this woman was worth rescuing. Yet the female mage across from him wasn't surprised. In fact, she wept for joy. She hurriedly pulled a metal fragment from her waist pouch. Its surface gleamed with a golden hue, clearly of exceptional quality. That's the item. What is this? Han Xing continued to ask. The female mage cast an explosion spell while replying intermittently, I don't know. The system said it's a fragment of some ancient weapon, with coordinates engraved on it. It can be used to open a certain door. After the female mage finished speaking, Han Xing was already 80% convinced in his heart. After all, judging by this woman's behavior, it would be impossible for her to fabricate a relatively coherent lie in such a short time. So he nodded and said, I can save you, but according to our agreement, this quest item belongs to me. Agreed? He needed confirmation, otherwise, if he saved her only for her to turn around and deny their deal afterward, it would just create more trouble. The female mage frantically nodded in agreement, but the movement was so vigorous that her terrifyingly massive bust bounced noticeably with each nod. From a distance earlier, Han Xing hadn't gotten a clear look. Only now did he notice just how exaggerated the woman's figure was. Before, he just thought she had a good figure, curvy in all the right places. But now that he could see properly, it wasn't just curvy, it was downright incendiary. Every contour was perfectly proportioned, ample where it should be and slender where it counted. What's even more astonishing is that beneath this woman's voluptuous figure, she actually possessed a slender, snake-like waist so narrow one could almost wrap their hands around it. Below that impossibly defined waistline swelled hips as round and full as millstones, while her thick, shapely legs tensed with muscle, appearing even more toned in that moment. A strange thought crossed Han Xing's mind. So this kind of manga-perfect physique actually exists in real life. The beautiful sorceress seemed to be struggling at this point and urged in a small voice, young man, could you hurry up a bit? I can't hold on much longer. She struggled desperately against the encirclement of kobolds. Don't rush. Han Xing unhurriedly drew an arrow from his quiver and knocked it to his bowstring. In the next instant, an arrow infused with the essence of wind whistled through the air at blinding speed. Put! Under the astonished gaze of the female mage, the wind-chasing arrow struck a kobold square in the head, piercing clean through its skull. Not only that, after eliminating this kobold, the arrow's momentum remained unabated as it continued toward its next target. Puff! Puff! 2 more kobolds were directly pierced by this single arrow. One shot had exterminated 3 level 6 monsters. This terrifying attack power almost completely shattered the female mage's understanding of combat. Yet before she could recover from her shock, Han Xing had already activated his explosive skill, Multi-Shot Barrage. Thud! 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 The iron-tipped arrows struck the kobolds with deadly precision, felling them one after another. 2 skills, and 6 formidable monsters were wiped out in an instant. Not only was the female mage stunned, but even the remaining few dogmen froze in disbelief. After seeing their companions perish, the dog-headed men howled and charged toward Han Xing, their hatred now entirely focused on him. However, they were merely a few monsters several levels lower than himself. Even if they were numerous, Han Xing didn't consider them threats at all. A few arrows later, the Null tribe was completely wiped out. At this moment, the female mage stood dumbfounded, feeling an unreal sensation creeping into her heart. She remembered her fiancé once saying that level 6 monsters possessed formidable attributes and could effortlessly slaughter ordinary survivors. Yet under this young man's arrows, why did these monsters feel as fragile as children? Little did she know, Han Xing had deliberately switched to a rare quality longbow to conceal the legendary effects of the Mooncrest bow, otherwise, the battle would have ended even faster. After the battle concluded, Han Xing merged his floating island territory with the female mage's domain. Then, he slowly walked over to her. At this moment, the female mage was still trembling from her narrow escape, her chest heaving uncontrollably. Seeing Han Xing approach, she seemed to snap back to reality and hastily expressed her gratitude. "And many thanks for saving me, young master. This humble one is called Zhang Lianmeng. You may call me Lianer or Sister Lian." After speaking, she gingerly lifted her head and peeked at Han Xing with her dewy eyes, just a fleeting glance. However, Han Xing couldn't care less about her name, all he cared about was getting his hands on that hidden quest item as quickly as possible. Han Xing stretched out his hand and said calmly, "Hand it over." The female mage named Zhang Lianmeng bit her lower lip lightly after hearing this, appearing somewhat hesitant. After all, this quest item hadn't been easy for her to obtain. She was also well aware of the importance of hidden quests at this stage. But the thought of the promise she had just made, coupled with Han Xing's formidable combat prowess, left her with no choice but to relent. Zhang Lianmeng bit her lip delicately, retrieving the metal shard from her waist pouch once more as she slowly approached Han Xing. However, she failed to notice that during the recent battle, a tear had been ripped in the abdomen of her robe by the dog-headed creature's attack. At that moment, a generous expanse of skin above her waist was exposed to the spring breeze. Han Xing seemed to see two snow-white spheres trembling as they approached him. Only when Zhang Lianmeng placed the metal fragment into his hand, its icy chill jolting his senses, did Han Xing snap back to reality. At that moment, a system notification appeared. "You have obtained a fragment of the ancient weapon, Molten Gold Cannon." Han Xing also spotted a string of numbers on the fragment, 66487, 69876, 21,346, these were undoubtedly coordinate positions. Zhang Lianmeng asked softly at this moment, "Is it okay now?" Only then did Han Xing react and say, it's really big." "What?" Zhang Lianmeng seemed somewhat confused. Han Xing shook his head and said, "No, happy cooperation." Zhang Lianmeng seemed to realize something and looked down at her tattered mage robe. In the next moment, her snow-white face instantly changed color. She instinctively crossed her arms, her face turning scarlet with embarrassment. Han Xing coughed lightly twice and said, "You're fine now, so, goodbye." With that, Han Xing turned and walked away without looking back. Zhang Lianmeng reached out her hand, hesitating as if wanting to speak but holding back. Seeing Han Xing's retreating figure without so much as a backward glance, she finally mustered her courage and called out, "Could you help me one more time? Take me to find my fiancé? My fiancé is Lu Zikai. He used to be the owner of Hangyu Company in Xinyang City, and now he's part of the management team for Whisper of the Gods. He has many people working under him. If you take me to him, I promise he'll reward you handsomely," Zhang Lianmeng said excitedly, seemingly somewhat idolizing the Lu Zikai she mentioned. However, Han Xing waved his hand and said, "Not interested, and don't have time. If you're looking for your man, go find him yourself." Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head in disappointment, but remembering this mysterious young man's agile movements and that exaggerated attack power, she couldn't help feeling a spark of curiosity towards Han Xing. Chapter 65, The Giant Floating Island. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng continued, "Hey, wait a moment." Han Xing gradually halted his steps, wrinkling his brows. "What else do you need?" Seeming to sense the impatience in Han Xing's tone, Zhang Lianmeng nervously said, Could I join you for this hidden quest?" Han Xing furrowed his brow. Seeing this, Zhang Lianmeng quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, I haven't suddenly changed my mind. It's just that I remembered something related to the mission." "What is it? Speak." Han Xing's tone carried a hint of impatience. Zhang Lianmeng spoke cautiously, "I found this fragment by chance while exploring a floating island. There was a goblin camp there. After defeating the group of goblins, I discovered an iron cage in the camp. Inside the cage was a terrifyingly horrifying person. That man was curled up on the ground, his body riddled with bloody holes, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. His emaciation was more extreme than skin and bones." At this point, Zhang Lianmeng seemed to recall something terrifying, her delicate frame trembling slightly. I originally wanted to save him, but the moment I opened the iron cage, he suddenly grabbed my arm. His palm was colder than ice, and I was terrified. Then, without another word, he drew a mark on my wrist with his own blood. He also mentioned that there's a hidden location here. You need this mark and that weapon fragment to open the giant stone gate and initiate the mission. After saying that, the person died. So I think if I don't participate in this mission, it probably can't be completed. After hearing Zhang Lianming's account, Han Xing widened his eyes and said, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Xing's questioning voice made Zhang Lianming tremble instantly. Her head bowed as she didn't dare to speak. Han Xing also realized his attitude was somewhat harsh, so he softened his tone. "Show me the mark on your arm." Zhang Lianming obediently rolled up her sleeve, revealing a section of snow-white arm, and moved it closer to Han Xing's face. On her wrist, Han Xing indeed saw a crimson mark that resembled either a symbol or some sort of strange script. Han Xing nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, "Alright, you can come with me on this mission. But I'll say this up front, all the rewards from this quest belong to me. And as payment, once the mission is complete, I can escort you to your man. How does that sound?" Zhang Lianming, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and kept nodding eagerly like a little chick pecking at rice. Han Xing nodded again, then returned to his Sky Island territory and slowly sailed away. Seeing Zhang Lianming still standing there dazed, he said, "Follow me." Zhang Lianming hastily maneuvered her floating island territory to catch up. Han Xing was decisive in action. Having made the decision to undertake this mission, he immediately began preparations. At the same time, standing on his territory, he examined the molten gold glowing fragment in his hand and murmured, "Molten gold cannon? Sounds like a long-range weapon, should pack quite a punch. If we could get our hands on it and place it in our territory, it would greatly enhance our offensive capabilities." The two floating islands moved forward one after another. After Han Xing rescued Zhang Lianming, night fell. However, shortly after advancing, Zhang Lianming suddenly noticed her territory was falling farther and farther behind Han Xing's. Her island seemed to be moving significantly slower than his. This was because she was now 2 levels lower than Han Xing, and her territory's movement speed was inherently slower. Additionally, Han Xing had the 10% speed boost from the Lord's castle, so he quickly left her behind. Please wait for me." From a distance, Han Xing heard Zhang Lianmeng's pleading voice. With no other choice, he had to halt his floating island briefly and wait for her to catch up. Han Xing turned around and saw Zhang Lianmeng clenching her teeth tightly, desperately trying to keep up with him. Han Xing shook his head and then adjusted the speed of his floating island to roughly match Zhang Lianmeng's. After that, Zhang Lianmeng finally felt much more at ease. They continued moving forward for 4 straight hours. The night grew late. Following Han Xing's usual routine, it was time to prepare for rest. And so, he came to a halt. Behind him, Zhang Lianmeng carefully maneuvered her floating island territory to merge with Han Xing's. Zhang Lianmeng asked nervously, why have we stopped moving?" Han Xing shook his head. "It's getting late. The coordinates on this metal fragment are quite far away. At a conservative estimate, it'd take another 5 or 6 hours to get there. Let's rest for today. Traveling at night isn't very safe either. We'll continue tomorrow." Hearing Han Xing say this, Zhang Lianmeng also let out a sigh of relief. She was truly exhausted. First, she narrowly escaped death from those kobolds, then marched continuously for over 4 hours. Both her mind and body had reached their limits. At that moment, Han Xing noticed that Zhang Lianmeng's face was unusually pale. He examined the woman closely and realized the wounds on her abdomen and shoulder were still bleeding. At this moment, Han Xing felt a strange sensation creeping into his heart. This woman, despite her severe injuries, had been desperately trying to keep up with his pace all along. It couldn't have been easy for her. Even someone as hard-hearted as Han Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy now. So Han Xing asked, "Why haven't you used a life potion to heal your wounds?" Zhang Lianmeng looked confused at first, then hesitated in embarrassment, saying, I don't have any life elixir." "No?" Han Xing frowned in bewilderment. "Didn't you say your man is part of the Whisper of the Gods management? With such a large team, he can't even spare a single bottle of life elixir?" Zhang Lianmeng replied, "Well, he told me life elixir is a pretty rare item, and he doesn't have many left. Recently, he just reunited with his team to challenge a 2-star dungeon, and they need the elixirs right now. My injuries aren't serious. Resting for a couple of days will do." Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Han Xing looked at her with a strange expression and asked, "Are things not good between you and your man? Your own fiancé gets injured, and he won't even spare a bottle of life elixir?" The question was sharp, seeming to stab at Zhang Lianmeng's heart. Her delicate figure trembled slightly, as if struggling to find the words. Seeing this, Han Xing said, "You don't have to answer if you don't want to." Zhang Lianmeng raised her delicate, pitiful face and shook her head with a bitter smile. "To say we didn't get along would be an understatement. We barely knew each other at all. We met through introductions from family and friends. We saw each other less than twice in total. Getting engaged was just his way of fulfilling a duty to his family. After that, he completely threw himself into his career and never contacted me again. I thought, Well, since we really didn't know each other well, we should take time to learn about one another gradually. But before long, we ended up in this world. After hearing Zhang Lianmeng's story, Han Xing suddenly gave her a strange look and asked, "Is your fiancé incapable or something?" Ha! Zhang Lianmeng seemed confused by Han Xing's implication. "Never mind, it's nothing." Han Xing shook his head. With that, Han Xing took out a bottle of life elixir and casually tossed it to her. Zhang Lianmeng instinctively reached out to catch it. When she saw the attributes of this potion on the system description, her mouth gaped open in shock. Han Xing waved his hand dismissively and said, "Drink it and recover quickly. We still have missions to complete later. I don't want you dragging me down because of your injuries." Zhang Lianmeng clutched the precious medicine tightly, nodded firmly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. After all, Zhang Lianmeng was a few years older than Han Xing. She seemed to have read his character well, knowing he wasn't the type to be overly reserved. Without hesitation, she downed the secret medicine right in front of him. The next moment, she felt a surge of warmth spreading from her stomach, radiating throughout her entire body. Especially around her wound, a tingling, soothing sensation so intense it nearly drew a moan from her lips. NGH, a muffled yet slightly relieved sound came from behind. "Ha, what the hell was that noise?" Han Xing whirled around, staring at her with wide eyes. Zhang Lianmeng, realizing her lapse in composure, hastily covered her mouth, but waves of bodily heat kept flooding through her. She desperately tried to stifle any sound, her thighs clenched tightly as she rubbed them together, one hand covering her mouth while the other pressed against her wound. This delicate, pitiable sight made Han Xing, a vigorous young man, feel his blood boil and his mouth go dry with desire. Han Xing quickly turned his head away and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, rest up once you've recovered. We need to set off early tomorrow morning." Zhang Lianmeng struggled to control her voice, unaware that the more she tried, the more unnatural it sounded. Han Xing hastily rushed into his castle as if fleeing for his life. Behind, after enduring for a while, the restorative effects of the life elixir finally faded for Zhang Lianmeng. She slowly let out a sigh, sitting on the ground drenched in fragrant sweat. Her close-fitting robe clung to her skin, revealing glimpses of her magnificent curves and snow-white complexion. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng looked at the massive castle in Han Xing's territory, wiped the sweat from her forehead, then blinked her eyes curiously. But she didn't ask further and obediently returned to her own territory. At the center of Zhang Lianmeng's territory stood a simple tent made of sticks and fabric, where she usually rested. Night grew deeper. Zhang Lianmeng fell asleep on a grass mat, though in her dream, she seemed to glimpse the silhouette of a man's back. The next day, just as dawn broke, Zhang Lianmeng sensed someone calling her outside the tent. As soon as she peeked her head out, she saw Han Xing sitting quietly on a rock near the tent, waiting. Since their territories were now connected, Han Xing could freely enter her domain. Zhang Lianmeng's face flushed red with embarrassment, seemingly self-conscious about being seen by a man in her just-woken state. However, Han Xing asked with a solemn expression, "Didn't you mention yesterday that your man was planning to challenge a 2-star secret realm soon?" While getting up in the morning, Han Xing suddenly remembered this woman had mentioned last night that the Divine Whisper team was preparing to challenge a 2-star secret realm, which caught Han Xing's attention. After all, even he himself had struggled through bitter combat when challenging a 1-star secret realm. Could it be that the elite members of Divine Whisper have already reached such an astonishing level? But upon further thought, it shouldn't be possible. A 1-star secret realm was already quite challenging, but a 2-star secret realm would see the difficulty soar. At this stage, probably only a handful of teams could clear it. Even if there were any, the casualties would likely be considerable. So, he approached the woman and said, "Just a friendly reminder, if you ever want to see your man again, tell him not to challenge the 2-star secret realm." "Ha, why?" Zhang Lianmeng seemed genuinely puzzled. "Because it can kill you," Han Xing stated bluntly. Zhang Lianmeng turned deathly pale upon hearing this. She had no reason to doubt this man's words, his formidable combat prowess had already proven it. Nor would he deceive her about such matters. Zhang Lianmeng hastily sent a message to her fiancé. Moments later, Han Xing noticed her expression instantly darken with distress. "What did he say?" Zhang Lianmeng hesitated for a moment before stammering. He said, "What does a woman like me know? That the Divine Whisper team is very strong and wouldn't fail the challenge. He even told me not to bother him these few days." At this point, Zhang Lianmeng seemed utterly wronged, her heart growing even more disillusioned with this unfamiliar fiancé of hers. Han Xing shrugged his shoulders, figuring there's no saving those hell-bent on destruction. He'd only mentioned it casually, offering a well-meaning reminder. Whether they chose to listen or not was their own affair. Zhang Lianmeng didn't know what to do at this moment. Han Xing shook his head. "Since he doesn't want to listen, then let it be. Pack up and get ready. We need to hurry. I hope he can survive." Zhang Lianmeng hesitated to speak, then after a moment sighed, lost in unknown thoughts. After waking the woman, Han Xing returned to his own territory and continued advancing toward his destination. 6 hours later, the two of them had traveled over 600 kilometers without pause, detouring around numerous large clouds along the way. Finally, by afternoon, they arrived at their destination. Before them loomed a massive floating island. This floating island is a true island in every sense, nearly the size of a mountain peak. Unlike others wrapped in clouds, one can see its interior at a glance. It's densely covered with flowers, grass, trees, and various plants. Occasionally, flocks of birds can be seen emerging from the woods. This was Han Xing's first time seeing such a bizarre floating island. It was like a fairy tale world. This place didn't seem to be monster territory, as the system didn't issue any warnings even when Han Xing approached. With a puzzled expression, Han Xing maneuvered his territory closer. After securing the floating island's position, he led Zhang Lianmeng into this mountain forest. The moment his feet touched the ground, Han Xing felt an unexpected softness beneath him. Years of accumulated fallen leaves made the ground springy, producing a rustling sound with each step he took. Chapter 66. The massive stone gate slowly opens. After stepping into the mountain forest, Han Xing surveyed the surrounding terrain. He turned back and asked doubtfully, "Is this mountain forest our destination?" Zhang Lianmeng hurriedly shook her head. I don't know either." Han Xing nodded and didn't say much, instead continuing to lead Zhang Lianmeng deeper into the mountain forest. Whether it's true or not, they'd only know by exploring further. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about this floating island. However, as he advanced, Han Xing kept glancing back over his shoulder from time to time. A dark shadow flashed across the territory in an instant before leaping onto a tree branch. Naturally, this shadow was Meiqiu. Ever since making contact with Zhang Lianmeng, Han Xing had kept Meiqiu hidden in the castle to avoid exposing its existence. Upon reaching the mission site this time, Han Xing had secretly instructed Meiqiu to follow far behind as a precautionary measure. The two walked for about 5 minutes and were already deep into the mountain forest. Suddenly, an abandoned path appeared ahead. Since no one had walked it for years, weeds and vines had overgrown the sides, yet the direction of the path could still barely be traced. Han Xing was the first to step onto the trail, while Zhang Lianmeng followed closely behind him, visibly nervous. Ever since entering the mountainous forest, Zhang Lianmeng had been noticeably tense, her breathing heavier than usual. Amidst her nervousness, there was also a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Since arriving in this world, she had never encountered such a massive floating island before, having always stayed confined to her own territory. Whenever she spotted floating islands shrouded in clouds, she would carefully verify them multiple times before engaging in combat. Yet even so, there were still several instances where she encountered enemies beyond her ability to confront. If monsters truly lurked within this mountain forest, Zhang Lianmeng's delicate frame trembled slightly, as if unwilling to entertain the thought. At this moment, she could only cling tightly to the man in front of her, terrified he might abandon her here. Yet Han Xing harbored no such thoughts. His sole focus was reaching the mission location as quickly as possible. Just then, Han Xing abruptly stopped. Zhang Lianmeng, following close behind, failed to halt in time and stumbled straight into his back. Behind him, an unexpectedly soft sensation brushed against his back. Han Xing turned his head in confusion, only to see Zhang Lianmeng staring at the ground, her face flushed with embarrassment. Han Xing realized what had happened but chose to ignore it, instead fixing his gaze ahead while deep in thought. "Which way do you think we should go, left or right?" Han Xing asked. Zhang Lianmeng seemed to snap out of her daze. "Huh? What? I said, left or right." She glanced at the crossroads ahead and realized the narrow path indeed diverged at this point. One branch led to the left, the other to the right. Zhang Lianmeng blinked her beautiful eyes and tentatively suggested, "How about we take a look at the right side?" "Good idea," Han Xing agreed decisively. He took the lead, stepping forward onto the right-hand path. After advancing another 10+ minutes and winding through the twists and turns of the forest, they finally came upon a spacious clearing. At the end of the clearing lay dense woods. There was nothing else beyond that. Han Xing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Seems we took the wrong path." Zhang Lianmeng hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, I shouldn't have suggested going right." Han Xing glanced at her and snapped, "None of your business. I was the one who decided to come this way. You just gave a suggestion. Besides, we just took a wrong turn. We can always backtrack and head left. It's not a big deal." Zhang Lianmeng gave a soft in response, feeling a flicker of gratitude toward Han Xing in her heart. Just as Han Xing was about to turn back, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the clearing ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small pond. The water's surface was completely covered with fallen leaves. One could easily overlook it without careful observation. At the same moment, information about the pond appeared before Han Xing. Spirit spring water, a pure drinking water that seems to contain traces of life essence. After drinking, it can slowly restore injuries. Holy shit, this is actually spirit spring water. Han Xing was utterly astonished. The last time he encountered spirit spring water was back at the Dark Elf camp. That time, he had harvested over 1,500 liters, which he traded for a massive amount of resources. It was precisely that batch of spirit spring water that set him on the path to wealth and prosperity. So just how much spirit spring water was in the pool before him now? It's simply immeasurable. With control over this location, he would never lack spiritual spring water resources again. He could even afford to bathe in it daily. Gazing at the pool of spiritual spring water, Han Xing murmured thoughtfully, "The primary ingredient for brewing life elixirs is this very spring water. Last time, we had to halt trades precisely because supplies ran dry, leaving many survivors without their share. Right now, the entire Zone 107 must still have a massive shortage of recovery-type items. We could make another fortune by releasing another batch of life elixirs." Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to take a batch of spirit spring water with him first. However, when he checked his backpack, he saw there were fewer than 5 slots left. This was already after he had freed up considerable space by removing many life elixirs and savage bear strength potions. Otherwise, storage would have been even tighter. There was no helping it after all. The elite tier spirit puppet alone occupied 10 slots of his inventory. The remaining space reserves can carry at most 50 liters of water. But it's no problem. Han Xing could craft several dimensional backpacks on the spot. Although each survivor can only equip 2 spatial backpacks. But isn't there another person here? With this thought, Han Xing turned to Zhang Lianming and asked, "Do you have any dimensional storage items on you?" Zhang Lianming seemed to be hearing about dimensional storage items for the first time and shook her head blankly. Then, Han Xing promptly crafted 2 spatial backpacks right on the spot, one enhanced with 4 points of spirit and the other with 4 points of agility, casually tossing them to her. Seeing the properties of the 2 spatial backpacks in her hands, the woman's eyes first filled with bewilderment before her mouth formed an astonished O shape once more. This, Zhang Lianmeng stammered incoherently, "These are spatial backpacks?" Han Xing rolled his eyes at her. "Isn't the item description clear enough? A 30-slot storage backpack that can hold quite a lot of things. Come here, fill 50 slots worth of this spiritual spring water for me first. I need it." "Ha, oh, okay." Zhang Lianmeng obediently walked over. Then, following Han Xing's instructions, she began collecting the spiritual spring water from the pond. 50 slots, that's 500 liters, enough to make 5,000 life potions, a fortune to be made by throwing them onto the trading market. After collecting the spirit spring water, Zhang Lianmeng tentatively asked, "Is this enough?" "Of course not, but our storage space is limited. We can only take this much for now. We'll come back for more next time if there's a chance." "Oh, got it," Zhang Lianmeng replied obediently. Han Xing nodded. At this moment, he couldn't help but think, mature women understand things so well. They just do what you tell them without asking unnecessary questions. Then, Han Xing led Zhang Lianmeng back to the fork in the road. This time, they chose the left path. The left path was winding and the terrain was quite rough. All sorts of thorns and obstacles along the way were cleared one by Han Xing. Far behind, Meicho remained attached to him, appearing whenever Han Xing needed assistance. After nearly half an hour of walking, Han Xing noticed that they seemed to have finally reached their destination. They appeared to have emerged in a valley surrounded by jagged rocks. The stones here were massive, with a black monolith standing every few meters. Han Xing suddenly asked, "When you were doing the first mission, what did it say about opening some kind of gate?" Zhang Lianmeng racked her brain, thought for a moment, and then replied, I think it's called the Gate of Giant Rocks." "The Gate of Giant Rocks, Giant Rocks." Han Xing's eyes took on a thoughtful expression. Could it be that there's another world hidden behind these rocks? Then, he began searching through the valley. But the valley was littered with massive stones, each 1 or 2 meters tall, and it was impossible to tell which one held the crucial clue. Seeing Han Xing lost in thought, Zhang Lianmeng seemed to understand the nature of his dilemma. Though she wasn't particularly sharp-witted, she still had her share of initiative. So Zhang Lianmeng began using her own method, feeling her way from stone to stone. Han Xing didn't say much more. Everyone has their own way of doing things, and frankly, he admired this kind of perceptive woman. She knew her strengths but refused to be just a pretty vase, striving instead to make her own unique contribution. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly touched a massive black boulder, causing the entire valley to tremble momentarily. Noticing the disturbance from her end, Han Xing immediately walked over. The surface of the boulder was extraordinarily smooth, with what appeared to be a 1 centimeter deep groove precisely at its center. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before their eyes. "Stone Gate of the Titans. It seems some entity has placed a taboo upon this boulder. To open it, one must combine fragments of the melting gold cannon with a blood seal." The two exchanged glances. Han Xing pulled out that piece of metal from his backpack. Zhang Lianmeng also rolled up her sleeve, revealing that crimson mark on her wrist. As the metal fragment was placed into the groove on the massive stone, a red glow suddenly emanated from its center the next moment. Han Xing glanced at Zhang Lianmeng, and understanding his intent, she aligned the mark on her wrist with the red beam. This appeared to be some sort of identity verification device. After verifying the mark on Zhang Lianmeng's wrist, the red light suddenly turned green. The next moment, the valley began to tremble violently. To be precise, it was the massive boulder before Han Xing that was shaking. A system notification pops up. The giant stone gate is slowly opening. Boom! After the tremor stopped, the massive boulder before them shifted to one side. Before Han Xing appeared an entrance approximately 2 meters high, revealing what seemed to be a dim and endless passage. Inside the passage was pitch black, without a single trace of light. Just looking at it gave off a terrifying atmosphere. But this wasn't a problem for Han Xing. He pulled out a torch made of dark firestone from his backpack. With a light flick, the dark firestone began emitting a bright red glow, instantly dispelling the darkness at the cave entrance. Seeing Zhang Lianmeng's frightened expression, Han Xing said, "If you're scared, you don't have to go in. The door's already open, your mission is complete." Without waiting for Zhang Lianmeng's response, Han Xing was the first to step into the passage. Behind him, Zhang Lianmeng watched his figure disappear, instantly growing tense. She gazed around blankly, suddenly struck by a thought. What if she encountered a monster after that man entered the cave? A surge of overwhelming fear welled up inside her. Thinking this, Zhang Lianmeng mustered her courage and shakily stepped inside. This pitch-black passage seemed unexpectedly long. Han Xing walked for nearly 2 minutes, yet still hadn't reached the end. Just then, he heard some strange noises and footsteps behind him, immediately asking, "Who's there?" A familiar female voice came from behind. It's me." Han Xing stopped in his tracks and, by the dim light of the dark firestone, saw Zhang Lianmeng behind him. She seemed utterly terrified, clutching her arms tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Why did you follow me in here?" Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head and said somewhat awkwardly, I don't know either. Compared to the darkness here, I'm more afraid you'll abandon me." Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Damn, does this woman even realize what she just said? Does she have any idea how lethal that sentence is to a man? Damn it, using such methods to test a young man who's never even been in a relationship? Han Xing gave her a deep look. Then, he pulled out another dark fire torch from his backpack and tossed it to Zhang Lianmeng. Zhang Lianmeng instinctively reached out to catch it, her magnificent proportions jiggling vigorously. The woman seemed either unaware or unconcerned. After her robe was torn during yesterday's battle, she hadn't bothered to change into a new one. Even now, glimpses of her snow-white skin peeked through the ragged fabric. Combined with the deep wilderness and the pitch-black cave, it was nearly impossible to suppress certain unwelcome thoughts from sprouting in one's mind. Han Xing hastily averted his gaze, silently reciting a mantra to clear his mind before forcing himself to look ahead again. After advancing a few more minutes, they finally seemed to reach the end of the tunnel. They arrived one after another at a spacious area that resembled a cave, with vast interior space. However, it was equally dark here, without a single trace of light. As soon as he entered, Han Xing caught an unusual scent, something like the stench of decaying animal flesh. But because the cave was poorly ventilated, the foul odor lingered stubbornly in the air. Zhang Lianmeng also caught a whiff of that odor. But she'd been in a state of heightened nerves and couldn't possibly register such things. Just then, her foot suddenly struck something. Zhang Lianmeng lowered the dim fire torch to see what it was. A nearly decomposed humanoid skeleton lay exposed before them. At this sight, her small face instantly turned deathly pale. She instinctively clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle the scream that rose in her throat, desperately struggling to remain silent. Several moments passed before her terror subsided enough to regain composure. Zhang Lianmeng trembled as she spoke. There's something here." Han Xing detected the overwhelming terror in her voice. He immediately turned to look. Han Xing spotted the skeleton on the ground at a glance, but something about it seemed different from a normal skeleton. The size was small, like that of a human child, and it appeared to have died not long ago. In the pitch-black cave, there was unexpectedly a fresh corpse. The scene before them was quite eerie. Chapter 67, Bounty Mission, The City Slayer. Han Xing examined the corpse on the ground and came to a conclusion. This shouldn't be a child's body, but rather another race in this world, the dwarves. Dwarves? Han Xing's tone carried a hint of skepticism. Beside him, Zhang Lianmeng watched him with curious eyes. Han Xing didn't explain, instead continuing to inspect the ground around them. At this glance, he drew in a sharp, cold breath. The cave floor was covered in bones, both beasts and humanoid creatures. The skeletons varied wildly. Some had horns on their foreheads, others bore wings on their backs. Their sizes ranged from 2 or 3 meters tall down to just over a meter. There is no doubt that these corpses are all special creatures of this world. Among them, Han Xing also spotted several recently deceased bodies whose deaths appeared peculiar. Their skin surfaces remained intact, without even a trace of bloodstains, but their flesh seemed to have been completely drained, leaving only a thin layer of skin stretched over their bones. Han Xing turned back and asked, "Was the person you found in the goblin camp last time in this same state?" Zhang Lianmeng nodded like a pecking chick. Though she was still terrified, she inexplicably felt a strange sense of security with Han Xing by her side. Han Xing distinctly sensed that this cave held something sinister. And so far, there have been no triggers for the next clue of the hidden quest. nor any traces of ancient weaponry. Han Xing continued his search inside the cave. Half an hour later, after making almost a full loop inside, they still found nothing apart from the skeletal remains of over 100 corpses. However, he did glean one piece of information: the cave was truly massive in size. The conservative estimate puts the diameter at over 2 kilometers at the very least. Just then, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly pointed ahead and said, "There seems to be something painted on the wall." Han Xing quickly followed her pointing finger and indeed spotted some graffiti-like patterns. Upon closer inspection, Han Xing realized these patterns leaned toward realism in style, resembling more a series of murals. Han Xing walked to the beginning of the mural, which depicted a male elf with pointed ears and slender limbs. He sat on a high tree branch, smiling as he looked down at a small village beneath him. But in the second mural, the tone abruptly shifted. It seemed this male elf was being bullied by several other elves, trampled underfoot and beaten repeatedly. In the third mural, the male elf had retreated to his small room, silently shedding tears, while a terrifying middle-aged elf with a sinister smile stood by his bedside, watching him. Especially those deep, haunting eyes of the middle-aged elf, portrayed with such vividness that Han Xing could feel an eerie chill just from looking at the mural. The fifth mural, the sixth, and dozens more that followed all depicted this young elf being bullied. From his youth to adulthood, the male elf endured relentless torment from his kin, his entire demeanor growing increasingly gloomy and withdrawn. Yet what was most unsettling about these scenes was the presence of a terrifying middle-aged figure lurking in the shadows of every mural, silently observing. Up to the 30th mural, the elven man knelt beside his own bed, upon which lay the middle-aged elf who had frequently appeared in the paintings. As he watched the middle-aged elf on the verge of death, the elven man felt no grief. Instead, his face revealed a smile of relief. Yet even after this elf's death, his circumstances did not appear to improve. He continued to endure insults and physical abuse from the other elves. What's even more terrifying is that the elven man still feels those dreadful eyes watching him. Wasn't that guy already dead long ago? He thought to himself. Until the 53rd mural appeared, depicting an elven maiden with a gentle smile on her face. Like a ray of light piercing through darkness, she illuminated the life of this elven man. She had been his friend for just 2 brief days before drifting away like a fleeting breeze. Whenever the elven man felt on the verge of collapse, he would recall the smiling face of that elven maiden, and his lips would unconsciously curve into the same gentle smile. Yet when he saw her appear again, she was walking hand in hand with the very elf who had often tormented him. The fragile emotional barriers he'd painstakingly built came crashing down in that instant. He rushed to confront her, only to be met with mocking laughter and brutal blows. The elven man collapsed to the ground covered in blood, vaguely glimpsing the shadowy figure of a middle-aged man reappear before him, kneeling by his ear to whisper secrets. The elven man descended into madness. He returned to his chamber, drew an eerie magical circle, then slit his wrist and let the blood flow freely. Within the circle, the phantom of a terrifying entity emerged. As life faded from him, the elven man knelt in reverence before it, and in that moment, unimaginable power flooded his veins. The elven man joyfully went to find the young woman, believing that with his newfound power, he could regain her approval. However, the moment she saw him, she recoiled in fear, her eyes filled with horror as if gazing upon a monster. Only then did the elven man catch a glimpse of his current appearance. His deep brown hair began falling out in clumps, followed by his eyebrows, which shed completely at the slightest touch. In the end, not even a single strand of body hair remained, all had fallen away. He stood on the street like a sleek, hairless monster, enduring the bizarre stares of his own kind. Yet, the transformation was far from over. After losing all his hair, his fingernails began to fall out, replaced by sharp claw-like hooks, while his nose swelled grotesquely like that of a goblin beast. Not only that, his arms fused with his torso as a pair of enormous fleshy wings sprouted from his back. At this moment, he transformed from a noble elf into a hideous monstrous bird. The elven clansman hastily summoned guards to hunt down this creature. As the sharp spear pierced his chest, the elite man's eyes widened in terror of death, his fleshy wings instinctively flapping. It was then he discovered he could actually fly. The elven man spread his wings and began sprinting wildly, his eyes filled with hatred and fury. He charged into a secret location at the heart of the town, hauling out a massive golden cannon, and began mercilessly bombarding the streets. Countless elven lives perished beneath his artillery fire, reducing the town to a sea of flames. After completing his rampage, the elven man turned and fled, and he, unsurprisingly, became wanted by the elven clan. During the desperate escape, the elven man, finding no other way out, discovered an ancient magic circle. The place the magic circle led to was called the Land Forsaken by Gods. That place seemed to instill fear in this monstrous bird. Nevertheless, to save his life, he ultimately activated the teleportation array. The final scene showed this elfman finding a floating sky island and disappearing into its mountainous forest. But what he didn't notice was that a dark shadow seemed to have followed him to this island. After watching this, Han Xing seemed to understand something, an ominous premonition stirring in his his heart. He said in a grave voice, "It seems, something's gone wrong." Zhang Lianmeng looked nervous, her body trembling slightly. "What's wrong?" Han Xing frowned. "So far, we haven't found any clues about the hidden mission. Speaking of which, when I touched that metal fragment, the system didn't mention anything about it being a hidden mission. It only said that the metal fragment could be used to open the giant stone gate. In other words, what that NPC told you might be fake. We've been tricked." "What?" Zhang Lianmeng trembled, her face full of disbelief. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared in the depths of the dark cavern. Behind them, terrifying gusts of wind could be heard coming intermittently. Han Xing immediately sensed something was wrong and urgently shouted, "There are monsters, run!" But now, it was already too late. A terrifying monster came rushing from behind with a howling wind. Han Xing swiftly drew out the legendary Moon Crown longbow and instantly entered combat stance. Yet at that very moment, a terrifying hurricane force wind came barreling straight toward them. Whoosh! Han Xing and Zhang Lianmeng were both sent flying over 10 meters by the force of the hurricane. The pitch-black flame torch slipped from his grasp. By the crimson glow of the fire, Han Xing finally saw the creature attacking them clearly. It was a monstrous bird over 2 meters in size with enormous fleshy wings and not a single feather covering its terrifying body. It looks exactly like the monster depicted in the mural. Just then, the system notification arrived. "You have discovered the hideout of the elven traitor Caleb," automatically triggering the bounty quest Town Slayer. You may complete the quest according to your choice. Option 1, kill the monstrous bird Caleb and bring its head to the elven capital to claim the bounty. Option 2, head to the elven capital, inform the elven royal guard of Caleb's hideout, and assist them in capturing Caleb. Warning, since you are currently in the God's Forsaken Land, the elven capital map has not yet been unlocked. This quest cannot be completed at this time. Holy shit, so this is the real hidden quest. Han Xing spun around abruptly, locking eyes with the bloodthirsty gaze of the monster. Without a second thought, he instantly fired a wind-piercing arrow. Ding! Seeing the arrow shooting toward it, the monstrous bird flapped its fleshy wings, summoning a gale that blew the projectile off course. The arrow missed completely, sending a sinking feeling through Han Xing's chest. Just then, he finally glimpsed this creature's attributes. Stormcrow Gale, 1-star boss creature. Level, LV10. Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 132, Spirit 105, -30, Constitution 76, -30. Skills, Wailing Gust, Fleshwing Defense, Talon Rend, Shadow Assault, Whirlwind Fury. It's actually a level 10 boss class creature. Han Xing's expression changed drastically. Chapter 68, Appearance of a boss class monster. Gnashing his teeth, Han Xing cursed, "Damn it, this mission was a trap from the very beginning. That piece of metal was deliberately dropped by this monstrous bird. It's been using this method to lure many people inside. Those corpses on the ground, they're all unlucky souls lured in by the monstrous birds." Zhang Lianmeng, standing nearby, turned deathly pale upon hearing this, her grip on the staff so unsteady it nearly slipped from her fingers. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I'm sorry, I had no idea this mission was a trap. I'm sorry." Sobs. Han Xing was just about to speak. The next instant, the monstrous bird's soul-chilling crimson eyes locked onto him. A dreadful shadow lunged fiercely toward him. The monster bird leader activated its skill, Shadow Assault. At the same time, Han Xing immediately crouched down, chugged a vial of Savage Bear Strength Elixir, and without hesitation unleashed his most powerful burst skill. Multi-shot. Knock knock knock. Arrows shot forth in rapid succession. This single attack triggered several special effects simultaneously. Moonlight's Flow, Savage Strength, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Under the multiple buffs, the attack power unleashed by Han Xing's arrow had reached a formidable level. Thud, thud, thud. 3 of the arrows precisely struck the charging monstrous bird, sinking deep into its scaled hide. Screech! After a hoarse, agonized shriek, the creature's charge faltered mid-flight before it plummeted violently to the ground. The beast seemed unprepared. How could this pathetically weak human scent carry enough threat to wound it? Even Zhang Lianmeng by his side was staring at him in shock. This was a level 10 elite creature, an ordinary level 6 survivor wouldn't even be able to break its defense. Deep down, her understanding of Han Xing's formidable offensive power was once again rewritten. Yet at that very moment, the monstrous bird unleashed another skill, Wail of the Mournful Wind. A powerful hurricane swept over them, carrying stones that sent Han Xing and Zhang Lianmeng flying through the air. They crashed heavily to the ground, their bodies covered in bloody scratches from the sharp stones. At that moment, Zhang Lianmeng's magic robe was torn to shreds by the howling winds, exposing large patches of her snow-white skin, creating a rather alluring scene. Yet, Han Xing had no mind to appreciate such sights now. The hurricane stirred up by the monstrous bird had blasted several bloody holes through his body. At that moment, a metallic taste surged in his throat as a mouthful of blood gushed out. Damn! So this is a boss-level monster? Its attack power is downright terrifying. Han Xing muttered these words while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed no match for the monster before them, and the situation had become extremely unfavorable. Seeing him like this, Zhang Lianmeng appeared to have made some kind of decision. She tightened her grip on the staff and stepped in front of Han Xing. "What are you doing?" Han Xing asked, utterly baffled. Zhang Lianmeng gritted her teeth, seemingly mustering all her strength before summoning the courage to say, "I'm sorry, it's my fault you ended up here. I might not be strong, but I should be able to hold off this monster for a while. You should run first." Her voice was fragile yet carried a hint of resolve. The monstrous bird had already begun another frenzied charge, yet seemed wary of Han Xing's offensive capabilities, hesitating to attack immediately. Instead, it chose to circle around them, as though searching for the perfect angle to strike. "Gah! Gah!" The shrill, eerie cries kept coming. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Han Xing suddenly asked, "You want to stall this monster? How?" Zhang Lianmeng turned pale and shook her head. I don't know." Han Xing chuckled. "That might actually work. This monster bird loves sucking blood, and with all that meat on you, there should be plenty of blood for it to feast on for a while." Zhang Lianmeng could tell Han Xing was teasing her. She gritted her teeth and whispered in protest, I'm not fat at all. I don't even weigh 120 pounds. I just look a bit curvy." Han Xing shook his head, deciding not to tease her further, and said, "Alright, come back now. It's just a level 10 boss monster, hardly worth making such a fuss over." Zhang Lianmeng stared at him blankly. At that very moment, the monstrous bird swooped down upon them. Han Xing pulled Zhang Lianmeng behind him and glared at the grotesque bird with a chilling voice. "You ugly creature, today I'll show you my true power." Zhang Lianmeng was startled and uncertain, thinking Han Xing was about to unleash some ultimate move. As a result, Han Xing suddenly shouted, "Coalball, save me!" Zhang Lianmeng was utterly confused. Yet just as Han Xing's words faded, from the passage behind them, a dark figure came charging at lightning speed. With speed surpassing the strange bird's, he instantly appeared atop its bald head. Coalball extended his wolf claws, cold glints flashing in the dark cavern. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, the monstrous bird let out a shriek as several bloody gashes appeared on its body. And this was only the beginning. The Coalball once again demonstrated its formidable mobility from the battle against the elite puppet, slashing over a dozen wounds across the monstrous bird before it could react. The defense reduction status was instantly maxed out. Furious, the monstrous bird threw its head back and let out a piercing shriek, frantically beating its fleshy wings in an attempt to strike the furry orb. However, with Coalball's terrifying evasion rate and speed, even a level 10 boss couldn't land a hit on it. It barely dodged at all, tanking the monstrous bird's attacks head-on while continuously dealing damage in return. This was Coalball's true combat form. Back when it had just leveled up, it could already fight a psychic puppet with boss-level strength and completely overwhelm it. And this monstrous bird? In terms of threat level, it wasn't even as dangerous as an elite psychic puppet. Its physical and mental attributes appeared to have suffered a significant drop, as if affected by some kind of debuff. His physical body was incredibly weak, utterly lacking the defensive capabilities of a lord-level creature. Its only advantage lay in its agility and strength, but even these were still suppressed by Coalball. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng couldn't clearly see the battle in the darkness. She could only barely make out what seemed to be a shadowy figure frenziedly attacking the monstrous bird. Moreover, it appeared as though the monstrous bird was at a disadvantage. The strange bird screeched in agony. She was utterly bewildered, unable to discern what that shadowy figure truly was, but she was certain it must have something to do with Han Xing. The man's aura of mystery and strength in her mind grew even more profound. At that very moment, despite the bird's repeated attacks, it failed to so much as graze Meowball's fur, instead acquiring dozens of fresh claw marks across its body. At this moment, the monstrous bird felt extremely frustrated. It took a deep breath, its skeletal chest slowly expanding. From the looks of it, it seemed to be building up for some kind of powerful move. Then, Han Xing suddenly remembered the monstrous bird's fifth skill, Wild Wind Dance. That seems like an area of effect ultimate skill. At this moment, Han Xing said with a serious expression, "Damn it, using an ultimate right in front of me? Do you completely not see me as a threat?" The monstrous bird heard the voice and glanced at Han Xing with its blood-red eyes. The next instant, it suddenly saw 5 arrows shooting straight toward its head. The strange bird had no time to dodge now. In this critical moment, it had no choice but to abort charging its ultimate move and raised its fleshy wings with all its might to shield its vital spots. Thud, thud, thud. All 5 arrows found their mark, sending multiple streams of blood spurting into the air. Screech! The strange bird let out a shrill cry, seemingly sustaining extremely severe injuries. Han Xing being able to wound the monstrous bird was actually an expected outcome. After all, his offensive capability surpassed even that of Coalball. When the bird chieftain first emerged, Han Xing had already proven capable of harming it. Now, after Coalball's layered debuffs weakened the creature further, his arrow attacks became even more lethally effective. At that moment, seeing it was no match, the strange bird flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of wind that forced charcoal back. Then, without looking back, it sped even faster into the depths of the cavern. The bizarre bird actually fled outright. Han Xing froze momentarily before eagerly pursuing his advantage. But he seemed to recall something, abruptly changing his expression as he immediately abandoned the idea. The shadow of Coalball flickered as it prepared to give chase. Coalball, come back! Han Xing hurriedly called out. The coal-black creature ceased its pursuit. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Right now, in the dark cavern, only the panting of two humans and a wolf remained. Han Xing took a deep breath, staring in the direction the monstrous bird had fled. After a moment, he said, "Let's go." Zhang Lianming seemed to snap out of her daze. "Ha, where to?" Han Xing glanced at her. "Where else? That monster bird was driven off, not killed. It could come back any time. This is its territory. Who knows what other tricks it might have. It's better to leave now." At this moment, Han Xing suddenly looked at her with a sinister smile and said, "Or do you actually like the atmosphere here and want to stay longer?" Hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng trembled all over and hastily replied, "No, I don't want to stay here alone." "Then let's hurry." Han Xing smiled and took the lead, walking toward the passageway. Zhang Lianmeng followed closely behind him, almost glued to his heels. At that moment, she nervously asked, "What was that shadow that helped us fight just now?" Han Xing knew she was asking about Meicho and replied casually, "It's my pet. Don't ask anything more about it." Oh, though Zhang Lianmeng was brimming with curiosity, she had already begun to grasp Han Xing's temperament and wisely chose not to press further. Han Xing unhurriedly made his way toward the tunnel entrance. Vaguely, he could sense a pair of wicked eyes watching him from the depths of the cave. Ever since he saw those murals, a sense of unease had been lingering in his heart. Even after the monstrous bird was repelled, the unease in his heart showed no sign of diminishing. At this moment, Han Xing recalled the contents of the mural. This monstrous bird was clearly transformed from that elven man, and according to the mural's records, a terrifying shadow had been following him, even pursuing him all the way here. In other words, this cavern likely held more enemies than just the monstrous bird. This place is too creepy. Han Xing swore he'd never return to this damned place unless he gained enough strength. That's exactly why Han Xing had stopped Meicho earlier. Right now, Meicho was following closely behind them. Only after entering the passageway did Han Xing finally let out a slow sigh of relief. In those mere few hundred meters, his back had become drenched in sweat, no less intense than a full-scale battle. Chapter 69, Han Xing's Killing Intent. After another 10 minutes, they returned to the familiar entrance, where a glimmer of light appeared before them. Han Xing unceremoniously grabbed Zhang Lianmeng's wrist and quickened his pace. Zhang Lianmeng suddenly had her hand seized by Han Xing, her body instantly tensing up as she instinctively tried to pull away. But remembering it was this man, she felt a peculiar sensation instead. An indescribable feeling, as if being held by him inexplicably brought her an unexpected sense of security. Zhang Lianmeng felt the strength at her wrist and blushed crimson. His hand was so powerful. Being led by this man actually gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Not even her fiancé or family had ever made her feel this way before. At that moment, the path ahead brightened as they emerged from the valley, their vision suddenly widening into open clarity. Han Xing promptly released her hand, abruptly interrupting Zhang Lianmeng's fantasies. For a moment, she actually felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Noticing something amiss with her expression, Han Xing asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Lianmeng quickly replied, "And nothing. It's nothing." Her voice carried a hint of guilt and shyness. Han Xing glanced at her but didn't press further. Han Xing continued, "Let's go. We should head back to the territory first." Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head and agreed softly. 20 minutes later, they returned to their respective territories one after another. This trip to the cavern bore no gains, and they even had a run-in with a boss monster. Though perhaps not entirely fruitless, at the very least, he managed to bring back several hundred liters of spirit spring water. Moreover, Han Xing obtained two crucial pieces of information from the mission briefing. The place where the survivors were stranded was called the Land Forsaken by the Gods, and it seemed the native inhabitants of this world avoided it like the plague. So much so that even after this monstrous bird committed its heinous crime, those elves dared not chase it into the land forsaken by the gods. The second piece of information was that the elven capital might open up as explorable terrain later, though Han Xing had no idea exactly when. These two pieces of information might seem insignificant, but they were actually quite helpful in aiding Han Xing to understand this unfamiliar world. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng still hung her head low, not daring to look up at him. Han Xing had no idea what was going through this woman's mind, so he said, "Tell your man to send over the coordinates. I'll take you there." Ha! Zhang Lianmeng seemed somewhat confused. Han Xing continued, "According to our agreement, once you help me complete the mission, I'll take you to find him." Zhang Lianmeng responded with confusion, But didn't we fail the mission?" Han Xing nodded, "We did fail, but this time there were unforeseen circumstances beyond our control. It's not your fault. I may not be particularly virtuous," he added, but I always keep my promises. Zhang Lianmeng stood frozen in place, still utterly bewildered. Get a move on, Han Xing urged impatiently. Zhang Lianmeng suddenly felt a pang of emptiness in her heart. After wrestling with her thoughts, she whispered softly, "All right, I'll contact him." Han Xing nodded and waited quietly. 2 minutes later, Zhang Lianmeng glanced nervously at Han Xing and said, I can't reach him." Zhang Lianmeng's expression changed as if she had realized something. Han Xing had actually warned them about this in the morning. The 2-star dungeon challenge they're undertaking is extremely difficult, and casualties are almost certain. Zhang Lianmeng's heart sank as an ominous premonition washed over her. Her voice quivered as she asked, He couldn't really be in trouble, could he?" Han Xing shot her a withering glance and retorted, "How should I know? You're asking me?" Zhang Lianmeng was utterly bewildered at this moment, to the point where a faint mistiness appeared in the corners of her eyes. Gazing at Han Xing, she looked so wrong she was almost on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Han Xing quickly said, "Don't cry. Maybe your man is just battling in the secret realm and doesn't have time to reply. Let's wait a little longer and see." Han Xing tentatively said, though he was well aware the possibility was slim. Zhang Lianmeng softly wept before nodding emphatically, as if forcing down the grievance in her heart. Han Xing pressed on, "Then what will you do now? Or should I just leave you here? I don't have time to wait around for your man to respond." Zhang Lianmeng raised her delicate head as a peculiar thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Han Xing and tentatively asked, "Can I come with you?" Han Xing froze for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately shook his head. "Wishful thinking. Following me while expecting free babysitting service?" Zhang Lianmeng mustered her courage and persisted, I'm very obedient. I can do housework and cook. If we encounter monsters, I can help fight too. I'd never drag you down." By this point, her voice carried a faint sob once again. Hearing the woman's proposed conditions, Han Xing pondered for a moment but ultimately shook his head. Nope. Han Xing's clear rejection erased Zhang Lianmeng's last shred of hope, leaving her nearly unable to stand steady on her feet. "I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself, goodbye." Without paying attention to the disheartened Zhang Lianmeng behind him, Han Xing returned to the territory of his own Sky Island. Just as he was about to maneuver the floating island away, suddenly, a dark shadow came rushing through the distant sky at incredible speed. It moved so swiftly that it covered several kilometers in mere seconds, appearing directly above Han Xing's territory. Above his head, a terrifying gust of wind abruptly roared through the sky. Before Han Xing could react, in the sky, a fireball the size of a wash basin, carrying annihilating force, abruptly blasted toward Han Xing's territory. Sensing this threat, Coal Ball shot out from the castle almost instantly. Yet even at its speed, it was already too late. The next moment, the fireball smashed violently onto the surface of Han Xing's territory and exploded instantly. Boom! The massive shockwave blasted Han Xing over a dozen meters away. Even the incoming coal ball was sent flying backward by this shockwave. Han Xing's 3-story territory was blasted with a single shot, leaving behind a crater over 20 meters in diameter. A system notification arrived. Your territory has been shelled, resulting in a loss of 423 square. Gunfire? Who's there? Han Xing raised his head in bewilderment, gazing up at the sky. Suddenly, a large bald bird came into view, soaring through the air. At this moment, the monstrous bird bore on its shoulder an enormous cannon with a muzzle diameter exceeding 40 centimeters, its surface gleaming with gilded hues. However, this cannon was already covered in dense, web-like cracks. The monstrous bird's eyes burned crimson as it tilted its head skyward with an eerie shriek, its gaze brimming with vengeful satisfaction. Gah! Gah! It's that thing. At this moment, Han Xing remembered. He had seen in the mural that after gaining power, this monstrous bird slaughtered an entire town of elves. In other words, this creature was actually an extremely vengeful being. Earlier, it had suffered defeats at the hands of Coal Ball and Han Xing, yet it was already seeking revenge so soon. Bastard! Gnashing his teeth, Han Xing wished he could slice this monstrous bird into pieces on the spot. At that moment, Coal Ball also bared its fangs, eyes flashing with ferocity, ready to charge into the sky and bring down the monstrous bird. However, the monstrous bird now wielded a deadly weapon and was well aware of Coal Ball's fearsomeness. The next moment, the cannon's muzzle swiveled and abruptly aimed at the charging Coal Ball. "Coal Ball, get back here!" Han Xing was utterly horrified. Given this cannon's devastating firepower, a single shot would likely annihilate it instantly, perhaps even one-shot it. Although Coal Ball has a 50% dodge probability, what if it doesn't trigger this time? Han Xing was genuinely panicked. The sudden turn of events had caught him completely off guard. However, the monster bird wouldn't give him any time to think. It pressed a red button on the gilded cannon. This shot wasn't just aimed at the Coal Ball, but also at Han Xing below. The next moment, a shell carrying an aura of destruction descended once more. At this critical juncture, Han Xing suddenly noticed the sky above him darkening. A floating island territory spanning over 1,000 square meters blocked the sky above him. Territory? Whose? Before he could process the thought, the falling artillery shell made contact with the airborne domain overhead. The next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted once again. Boom! The entire territory was blasted with a 20-meter-wide crater right through its center. This single shot seemed to shatter the core of that territory. The entire 1,000-square-meter expanse disintegrated in an instant. A familiar, slender figure plummeted from above, then crashed heavily right in front of Han Xing. At that very moment, Coalball growled with fury and charged into the sky, locked in deadly combat with the monstrous bird. The monster bird no longer had the chance to press the button and launch its artillery strike. Below, Han Xing softly uttered the name of that graceful figure. Zhang Lianmeng, why? His eyes filled with confusion as he quickly approached the woman, crouching beside her. Zhang Lianmeng stared wide-eyed at Han Xing, looking somewhat dazed. Yet, Han Xing couldn't sense any signs of life from her body. Dead? Dead? Han Xing remained bewildered for a moment, as if lost in a dream. He had never experienced a scene like this before. A living, breathing life had vanished before his very eyes, and it had happened while protecting him. He stood frozen in place. Then, an uncontrollable surge of immense fury suddenly erupted from the depths of his heart. The rage consumed him completely. His eyes flushed crimson in an instant as he snapped his gaze upward toward the monstrous bird in the sky. A terrifying bloodlust burst forth from his entire being. Han Xing's grip on the moon coronet bow tightened so violently that the veins on his hand bulged beyond control. Never in his life had he felt such overwhelming fury. He gritted his teeth and said in an icy voice, "Damn you, I swear I'll tear you to pieces." Yet at that very moment, Zhang Lianmeng's body, which had seemed lifeless, suddenly trembled slightly. The next instant, a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Han Xing sensed that a faint breath had returned to this woman's nostrils. At this moment, the anger in Han Xing's heart suddenly vanished as hope reignited within him. Instinctively, he dropped his bow and immediately examined Zhang Lianmeng's injuries. After a moment, Han Xing let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's just internal injuries from the cannon's shockwave. She didn't die on the spot. At this moment, Han Xing felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had suddenly lifted from his shoulders, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of relief. Internal organ injuries, such trauma would be extremely difficult to treat in modern Blue Star society, almost akin to a death sentence. But this place was a magical world defying all scientific explanations. Here, anything was possible. Just one bottle of life elixir was needed to save her from the brink. Han Xing lifted Zhang Lianmeng, cradling her in his arms, then swiftly poured a bottle of life elixir into her mouth. Within seconds, a faint flush returned to Zhang Lianmeng's pallid face, and her clouded pupils gradually regained focus. She seemed to have narrowly escaped the gates of hell, sucking in a sharp breath the moment consciousness returned. Ha! Her hands instinctively clutched Han Xing's arm with bone-white knuckles, nails nearly digging into his flesh. Yet even then, her body continued trembling violently beyond her control. A sharp pain spread through his arm, but Han Xing didn't pull away, allowing the woman to cling tightly to him. He knew Zhang Lianmeng was terrified. Nearly getting blasted to death would frighten anyone out of their wits. Someone with a weaker psyche might be permanently scarred by such an experience, even if they survived. Han Xing gently patted her shoulder and softly said, "It's all right now. It's all right now." Those three words seemed to carry a special magic power, instantly pulling Zhang Lianmeng out of the terror hovering between life and death. Her face pale, she looked at Han Xing, then abruptly buried her head against his chest as uncontrolled sobs racked her entire body. Woo, woo, woo. Zhang Lianmeng threw herself into Han Xing's arms. This time he didn't stop her, letting her release the fear and grief in her heart until his chest was soaked with tears. In the sky, the coal ball was still battling fiercely with the monstrous bird. The monstrous bird, seeing it was no match, was about to flee again. However, Han Xing had already decided in his heart that it must die. After crying for a while, Zhang Lianmeng fell into a deep sleep. Han Xing stood up, his gaze icy as he stared at the grotesque bird and said, "Back in the cave, I might have spared you, but now you've dared to dash into your own doom. Have it your way." The next moment, Han Xing waved his hand single-handedly. A steel giant over 6 meters tall, its body radiating a metallic luster, abruptly appeared on the territory. The next instant, the spiritual energy puppet soared into the sky. Skill, seismic impact initiated. The strange bird still seemed somewhat dazed, but the moment it spotted the elite puppet, it realized something was wrong. With a flap of its fleshy wings, it immediately attempted to flee. However, Han Xing wasn't about to let it get away. He swiftly fired a wind-chasing arrow straight at the creature's heart. Mei Chou pounced right after. To evade the attack, the monstrous bird's fleeing form was obstructed. It frantically flapped its wings, struggling to soar into the sky. Just then, the spirit energy puppet had already surged over 10 meters into the air. At Han Xing's command, the spirit energy puppet extended its two massive steel hands and seized the monstrous bird's wings. Amid the despairing gaze of the monstrous bird, the spirit energy puppet clamped down mercilessly, then yanked it violently from the heavens. Chapter 70, First Kill Reward, involving a major event. The psionic puppet extended two massive steel hands, seized the monstrous bird's wings, and yanked them down with tremendous force. Squawk! The overwhelming sensation of freefall tore a piercing shriek from the monstrous bird. At this moment, a hint of despair flashed in the monstrous bird's eyes. It knew that once it lost the ability to fly, death would be its inevitable fate. Caw! Caw! The monstrous bird screeched incessantly, as if crying for help. Han Xing sensed a strange aura rushing toward them at extreme speed from the distant floating island's mountainous forest, as if trying to stop him from killing the monstrous bird. The aura wasn't particularly strong, in fact, it seemed somewhat weak. Yet, at this moment, Han Xing had already steeled his resolve to slay the monstrous bird at all costs. Today, nobody you call can save you. The next moment, Han Xing waved his hand again, and 7 spirit puppets abruptly appeared. 8 steel giants towering over 4 meters tall dominated their entire field of vision. Simply looking at them delivered an overwhelming visual impact. That presence continued charging toward them at incredible speed, drawing nearer by the second. At that moment, Han Xing suddenly spoke coldly toward the mountain forest. If you want to reveal yourself now, then come out. As the words fell, the strange aura's charge from within the mountain forest abruptly came to a halt. By now, the leader-level monstrous bird had already been slammed violently into the ground by the elite puppet. Boom! The impact sent a powerful shockwave rippling across the ground. The impact sent the monstrous bird spewing a mouthful of blood, as if its internal organs had been shattered by the force. No sooner had it hit the ground than it tried to struggle to its feet. At that moment, 8 spirit energy puppets surrounded the creature, leaving it no chance of escape. Within the encirclement, Coalball continued to inflict relentless damage upon it. The monstrous bird kept screeching piercing cries, yet what awaited it were metal fists the size of wash basins and streaks of black light. Bang! 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 The psychic puppet pounded relentlessly, each strike landing with brutal force, making the monstrous bird scream in agony. In a short span, the bird's body was riddled with wounds, flesh and blood flying in all directions. Its life force grew weaker by the second, its last desperate hope now pinned on that mysterious presence hidden in the mountain forest. However, whether it was fearing the combat strength of these puppets or the words Han Xing had just spoken, in the mountain forest, that terrifying presence gradually withdrew. At this moment, the monstrous bird was utterly despairing. In the final moments of its life, all it saw were several terrifying metal feet that filled its entire vision. Bang! 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 After a series of agonized screams, this level 10 monster bird chieftain was trampled to death alive by several psionic puppets. Staring at the unrecognizable, mangled corpse on the ground that no longer resembled a human form, Han Xing let out a deep sigh as the fury in his heart gradually subsided. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Successfully killed the monstrous bird Caleb, 1-star boss-level creature. You gained 18,000 EXP. Pet Meow Ball gained 14,400 EXP. System announcement: as the first survivor on the entire server to kill a boss-level creature, you are awarded the first kill reward, 5,000 spirit cores, 1 blueprint, spatial backpack, blue, and an additional reward, 1 blood curse antidote recipe. Another first kill reward. Han Xing was instantly astonished. There's even a blueprint for a blue backpack. Earlier, Han Xing had already felt that his backpack space was insufficient. Unexpectedly, this first kill reward directly granted him a blueprint for a blue spatial backpack. Han Xing even considered checking the rewards right away, but then he remembered the terrifying presence still lurking in that mountain forest. He first stored these items in his backpack temporarily and immediately maneuvered the floating island away from the area. More than 10 minutes later, he had already traveled dozens of kilometers away from that mountainous forest. Only then did Han Xing say slowly, "This should be far enough." Luckily, that thing didn't follow us. He breathed a sigh of relief, although he had no idea what exactly was inside that cave or how strong it might be. But just by that ominous aura capable of sending constant tremors through one's heart, it clearly possessed strength far surpassing even the leader of the monstrous birds. Fortunately, Han Xing had deduced from the mural's details that the entity likely didn't wish to reveal itself openly, otherwise it wouldn't have remained hidden behind the monstrous birds all along. His threat had genuinely taken effect. After escaping the danger, Han Xing began examining the attributes of the blueprint in his backpack. Storage backpack, blue, can create a backpack with 100 to 200 storage slots, providing minor attribute bonuses. Materials required: Spirit Core X200, High Quality Beast Hide X3, Ether X2000. Success rate 25%, increased to 100% by Divine Artisan Talent. Equipment requirement, LV10. Han Xing nodded and said, "That's right. The blue backpack has at least 100 slots of space, which is much larger than my current spatial backpack. However, there's an additional restriction that it can only be equipped at level 10. For me, that's not really a problem. Just killing that level 10 boss monster had already skyrocketed his experience bar to 95%, and he was about to reach level 9. At his current rate of leveling up, reaching level 10 wasn't such a distant milestone. At this moment, Han Xing took out another reward item from his backpack. Blood Curse Antidote Recipe. According to this recipe, one can create a potion capable of lifting blood curses. An antidote recipe? And what's this blood curse? Han Xing grew intrigued. Compared to the two recipes he'd obtained earlier, this one seemed distinctly different. Below, there was even a lengthy passage of text introducing it. Before the Great Collapse era, the Witch Clan, as one of the 100 races of the sacred spirit realm, possessed formidable power. One day, while conducting a tribal ritual, the Witch Clan's chieftain heard whispers in his ear. Believing this to be the voices of their deceased ancestors speaking to his soul, guiding him towards that lofty, sacred place, he asked the voice, "How can I lead the Witch Clan to prosperity?" The voice remained silent, then after a moment, spoke a few words: faith, sacrifice, blood. Upon hearing these instructions, the tribal shaman leader was overjoyed. Their ancestors had responded, and the revival of their people was now within reach. From that moment onward, he continued to communicate and converse with that mysterious voice. Until that day, he finally received the complete sacrificial ritual information. Only then did the shaman clan leader realize that this ritual required resources so vast that it would take the entire clan's combined strength to complete. Thus, he summoned shamans from all corners of the world, and a grand, elaborate sacrificial ceremony commenced. Yet, it was precisely that ritual which attracted 4 terrifying entities from another dimension. Those 4 entities are unknown in name, history, and abilities. The only commonality is that they all possess the ability to spread curses, and the speed and ferocity of their propagation are unprecedented. When the 4 terrifying curses swept across the entire Witch Clan's territory like wildfire, that night, the Witch Clan nearly faced extinction. Realizing the severity of the situation, the Elven King and the Giant King, both in their prime, brought their sacred artifacts to suppress the curse. Yet even so, they only barely managed to slay 2 of the eldritch entities. The remaining 2 eldritch entities fled back into the anomalous space. With the crisis averted, the surviving Witch Clan began to recuperate and rebuild. However, unbeknownst to the Elf King and the Giant King, at the very spot where the eldritch entity was slain, a single crimson drop of blood seeped into the earth. This droplet of blood became one of the origins of the curse. Years later, a dreadful existence awoke once more. It prepared to unleash yet another terrible calamity upon the world. But with one failure behind him, this being became more cautious, deciding to proceed gradually and lay his plans slowly. Moreover, he had already found the perfect target. Through his deliberate yet subtle manipulations, the remnant spirit of this being successfully arrived at the land forsaken by gods. He intended to carry out his schemes in this place, where not even the creatures of the sacred spirit realm dared to set foot. Now, his plan is about to come to fruition. When the time comes, the skies of this godforsaken land will be dyed crimson with blood, a phenomenon known as the blood tide. Beneath the blood tide, all living beings will uncontrollably transform into grotesque, monstrous creatures. Only those who have ingested the blood curse antidote will be immune to this horrific corruption. %. After reading through this lengthy introduction to the formula, Han Xing took a sharp breath. He had initially thought this was just a simple potion recipe, never did he expect it to be connected to such a colossal event. Who was the force behind this elaborate scheme? Could they be related to that ominous presence he sensed in the mountain forest earlier? When will the blood tide erupt? Han Xing was completely unaware of all this. All he knew was that if no one stepped in to stop it, this catastrophe would inevitably arrive sooner or later. Han Xing took a deep breath and lowered his head in contemplation. Right now, among all human survivors, I'm probably the only one who possesses this knowledge. Whether the natives of this world are aware or not, they likely don't know. And right now I can't contact them, let alone inform them of the situation. Moreover, the item description seems to mention that the godforsaken land where I'm stranded is a place even the natives of this world dare not enter lightly. In other words, if this catastrophe erupts, the billions of people on Blue Star will be the first to bear the brunt. This is bad. Han Xing furrowed his brows. Under the blood tide, all living creatures will mutate. And you must possess blood curse antidote to resist this curse? Han Xing seemed to have grasped some crucial information. He suddenly realized the importance of this potion formula in his hands. On some future day, if the blood tide erupts, this potion of his might even become a decisive factor that could sway the course of battle. Thinking about this, Han Xing directly clicked to learn the recipe, then checked the materials needed for crafting. Blood curse antidote, after consumption, removes the blood curse. Required crafting materials: cursed blood *1, divine aurora *1, witch root herb *1, spirit core *100. The potion recipe wasn't complicated, but Han Xing had never even heard of 3 of those key materials. It seems these materials aren't obtainable at the current stage. I should check the trading channel when I get a chance. After reading the information on this blueprint, Han Xing felt as if a shadow had fallen over his heart. Chapter 71, Special Equipment, Molten Gold Cannon. Ever since reading the blueprint's description, Han Xing had felt a shadow looming over his heart. Blood Tide, just by its name, sounded like an unimaginable catastrophe, powerful enough to nearly wipe out even the once mighty Witch clan. And these survivors from Blue Star, even the fastest leveling among them, had barely reached levels 7 or 8, not a single first advancement class holder among them. In other words, they were still at the very bottom of this world, cannon fodder. In the face of such a disaster, no one would be spared. Not even Han Xing had the slightest confidence in resisting a calamity of this scale. Han Xing felt a sense of urgency creeping into his heart. He needed to strengthen his abilities as soon as possible. At the very least, he must possess some capability to protect himself when the blood tide erupted. Han Xing redirected his gaze forward. The territory now lay in ruins, littered everywhere with traces of battle. 8 enormous spirit puppets stood motionless in silence. Han Xing glanced at the ground. Zhang Lianmeng was still in a deep slumber. So, he casually crafted a bed on the territory and gently picked Zhang Lianmeng up. Unaware of any of this in her unconscious state, all Han Xing felt was the soft weight of her body in his arms and the faint, distinctive fragrance of her skin drifting to his nose. After settling Zhang Lianmeng onto the bed to rest, Han Xing muttered with a strange expression, "Damn, this woman's body is so soft." Then, Han Xing recalled all 8 puppets back into his storage space. The view across the territory became unobstructed once again. The first thing visible was a massive crater spanning over 20 meters, created by the monstrous bird's bizarre cannon fire. Han Xing's lips twitched as he swiftly manipulated surplus sections of his territory to fill in the enormous pit. Then, he walked up to the grotesque, mangled corpse of the monstrous bird and gave it an angry kick. Damn it, one blast wiped out over 400 square meters of my territory. If my land wasn't so vast, I'd have been finished by you today. At this moment, Han Xing felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he had built his castle right over the core of his territory. Anyone trying to attack his core would first have to break through the castle's 1,000-point defense barrier. And that earlier blast from the monstrous bird? Even with its splash damage, it had only chipped away fewer than 60 points from the castle's defenses. Looking at the monster bird's corpse, Han Xing felt a surge of anger. Just then, Han Xing suddenly wondered, could this monster bird's corpse be harvested? He tentatively clicked. A system notification pops up. Do you wish to harvest the corpse of Callum, the monster bird, 1-star leader creature? It really works. Han Xing clicked yes without hesitation. Decomposition successful. Obtain strange bird head *1, strange bird eyeballs *2, cursed blood *7. Strange bird head, quest item. Possessing the strange bird's head allows you to claim the bounty at the Elven royal capital. Strange bird eyeballs, special item. Appears to be a medium for some type of alchemy array. Cursed blood, a special material carrying a faint trace of a curse, seemingly usable in brewing some type of potion. Han Xing noticed the third item. Among the blood curse antidote formulas he had obtained, one of the required ingredients was none other than cursed blood. Unexpectedly, this strange bird could actually be harvested for materials, and this monstrous bird was somehow connected to that terrifying presence in the cavern. Given this, his earlier conjecture was probably correct. That ominous presence in the cavern was likely tied to the imminent blood tide outbreak. No wonder the system's first kill reward had given him such a potion formula. After disposing of the monster bird's corpse, Han Xing prepared to tidy up his messy territory. Just then, little Coalball suddenly jumped near Han Xing's feet. Han Xing asked in confusion, "What's up, Coalball?" Coalball scratched at Han Xing's boots, then flickered and appeared near the castle. Han Xing followed its figure with his gaze and focused intently. A massive cannon with gilded hues appeared in the corner of the castle. Whoa, isn't that the cannon the weird bird used to blast me? At that moment, Han Xing faintly recalled. When the elite puppet rushed into the sky and dragged the strange bird down, the cannon on its shoulder had fallen off. The power of this cannon is terrifyingly formidable, as Han Xing knew full well from personal experience. A single shot had even blasted a gap in his own territory. If that hit a living target, even an elite-tier spirit puppet probably couldn't survive the impact. This thing was a genuine treasure, an absolute game-changer. After shock came unrestrained ecstasy. Han Xing felt his breathing quicken involuntarily. He hurried over and picked up the golden cannon. Item stats appeared before his eyes. Gold Melt Cannon LV10, Golden Special Equipment, Quality Treasure, Attack Power 436-472, Special Effect, Detonation. Upon impact with a target, shells deal 150% impact damage before exploding, inflicting 80% blast damage to all objects within a 20-meter radius. Special Effect, Scorching Embers. Targets hit by the Gold Melt Cannon gain 1 stack of Burning Cinder status, suffering continuous burn damage. Remaining durability. 2/50. Each attack consumes 1 durability point. When durability reaches 0, this equipment will become irreparable and unusable. Staring at the artillery's heavily cracked surface, Han Xing's excitement suddenly turned somber. Only 2 durability points left? Does that mean I can only fire 2 more shots? Feeling regretful, Han Xing tentatively tapped on the durability value displayed behind his molten gold cannon. A system notification pops up. Confirm repair of special equipment, fusion gold cannon. Repair requires materials, stabilium ingot *48, Galestone *48, Spirit Core *4800, Rare Earth *48,000. After successful repair, durability will be fully restored. It actually works. Han Xing's eyes lit up with excitement. After a brief pause, he continued pondering. But the materials required for this repair are quite high-end. Stability ingots and Galestones, I've never even come across these before. Not even the entire District 107 could gather them. Han Xing glanced at the durability of the melting gold cannon and sighed. Once the durability reaches 0, it can't be used anymore. That means I can only fire 1 more shot before I find enough materials. After pondering for a moment, Han Xing shook his head. Forget it, 1 shot is still good enough. At least I've got another ace up my sleeve. With that thought, Han Xing stopped dwelling on it. Then he began organizing his territory. About half an hour later, Zhang Lianmeng woke up from her unconscious state, realizing she had somehow ended up lying on the bed. The moment she opened her eyes, Han Xing's back immediately came into view. At first, she was bewildered for a brief moment, then recalling how Han Xing had held her in his arms before she lost consciousness, her face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment, so much so that her breathing became noticeably quicker. Hearing the commotion behind him, Han Xing slowly turned and walked over. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng was lying on the bed in a side-sleeping posture, a position that further accentuated her graceful figure. Zhang Lianmeng possessed a unique aura, mature yet tinged with a hint of youthful innocence, that made it hard for anyone to look away after just one glance. Noticing Han Xing's approach, Zhang Lianmeng instantly tensed up, her delicate toes curling together adorably. To mask her nervousness, she closed her eyes again, pretending to still be unconscious. Yet Han Xing's words echoed in her ears. That's enough, I could hear your heavy breathing from over 30 feet away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng instantly sat upright. She hung her head low, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. Han Xing didn't dwell on it though. Instead he said solemnly, "Thank you for this time." This expression of gratitude came straight from the heart. After all, she truly did save his life. Zhang Lianmeng clearly sensed Han Xing's attitude had softened considerably. Han Xing remained aloof toward strangers, but he simply couldn't brush off someone who'd risked their life to save his. Zhang Lianmeng responded with a quiet murmur of acknowledgement. At this moment, Han Xing asked again, "So, what are your plans next?" Mentioning this topic, Zhang Lianmeng suddenly seemed lost. Indeed, where else could she go? The core territory had been destroyed, she couldn't even rebuild her domain. Without an airship, she couldn't even move freely in this world. Han Xing noticed her predicament and asked, "What about your man?" Still no reply? Zhang Lianmeng seemed to recall something as well. She hurriedly checked her messages, and the next moment, Han Xing saw an expression of sorrow wash over her face. He's dead. He's dead? Han Xing was shocked. Zhang Lianmeng nodded faintly. His chat window turned black, and the system displayed that the survivor had been eliminated and could no longer be contacted. By this point, tears were uncontrollably streaming from Zhang Lianmeng's eyes. Han Xing froze for a moment, but upon reflection, it was within expectations. That guy ignored Zhang Lianmeng's warnings and stubbornly insisted on his own course. They didn't even understand how difficult the secret realm was before daring to challenge a 2-star secret realm, essentially courting death. Death was only to be expected under such circumstances. After a moment, Han Xing could only say, "My condolences." Zhang Lianmeng continued to sob quietly. Yet somehow, she realized she didn't feel as grief-stricken as she'd expected. After all, she and Lu Zikai had only just gotten engaged. In terms of familiarity, she might not even know him as well as the receptionist at his company. He didn't even know the name of Zhang Lianmeng's mother and never cared about his own affairs. Previously, she had always wanted to find Lu Zikai because, in this world, he was the only person she could connect with. Ever since coming to this world, she had never felt safe for a single day. She had merely imagined Lu Zikai as her psychological anchor during moments of fear. But after these 2 days of interaction, that psychological anchor in her mind seemed to have quietly taken on a different form. She gazed at the man before her. Though they had only known each other for 2 days, he had given her a sense of security she'd never experienced growing up. Half an hour later, once Zhang Lianmeng had calmed down, Han Xing approached her side, as if he had made up his mind about something. Han Xing spoke softly, "Zhang Lianmeng, you should stay.